This is not a normal video. This is 1,600 facts in one go. Useless? Absolutely. Fascinating? Of course. So grab a drink, cancel your plans, and let your brain melt. Welcome to The Useless Show, Mega Compilation Mode.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
What do hitmen, lightning, and ancient gym bros have in common? From the world's laziest assassins to Mother Nature holding a personal grudge, and Greek philosophers flexing both brains and biceps, buckle up, because I'm about to take you on a ride through humanity's strangest moments. Women were not considered people in Canada until 1929. The government had to literally debate whether women counted as people. It took 5 women, known as the Famous Five, dragging the case to court before Canada finally admitted, fine, women are people, whatever. A flame is not necessary for oil paint rags to turn into a catastrophe. They can just randomly decide to be a beacon of light. They produce heat and oxidize, and if left crumpled up, they can occasionally ignite into a full-fledged fire. Thanks to this small chemistry trick, several painters have unintentionally created an unexpected campfire in their studio. Some modern car paints use special pigments that change color when exposed to temperature changes, helping detect overheating engines, aiding in preventing hazardous events. Others are mixed with reflective particles to make vehicles more visible at night, taking shine like a diamond, literally. The silver sixpence, Britain's ancient wedding life hack for luck and wealth. Since the 16th century, brides have stuffed this tiny coin in their shoes, hoping for financial blessings and possibly better arch support. It's meant to bring prosperity and joy, but mostly just makes walking awkward. Yet families still pass it down, because nothing says eternal love like inheriting a well-traveled foot coin. Not only is jasmine a lovely flower with a lovely scent, but it is also delicious. Thus, it is used as floral confetti in Asian and Middle Eastern cuisines, salads, sweets, and drinks. Jasmine rice? Yes, it is the blossom that gives forth that lovely scent. It even finds its way into ice cream, syrups, and sauces. Science decided to troll us by making bananas official berries, while strawberries got kicked out of the club. Next level of fruit gaslighting. Even worse, tomatoes, eggplants, and watermelons are berries too. So technically, your fruit salad is a fraud, and your BLT sandwich is just a salad with extra steps. Your digestive system doesn't know or care that you're the one in charge. It's filled with enzymes and acids that will break down anything, including you if given the chance. The only reason your stomach isn't currently digesting itself is because it's constantly regenerating its lining thanks to mitosis. Good old Ben tied a key to a kite in a thunderstorm to prove lightning was electricity. Genius? Yes. Survival instinct? Questionable. One wrong move and he wouldn't have discovered electricity from the sky. Instead, he would have discovered how it feels to become a human light bulb. The earliest known shoes, dating back about 10,000 years, were basically foot burritos. Back then, fashion wasn't a priority, not freezing to death was. Animal hides were wrapped around feet and tied with whatever string-like thing was lying around. Chickens have photographic memories and hold grudges like a medieval king. They can remember faces for months, reacting differently based on past encounters. So if you steal an egg or chase one for fun, don't be surprised if it side-eyes you like an angry grandma every time you pass by. In the 1820s, a doctor named William Beaumont studied digestion by observing food breaking down inside a man's stomach through a hole in his abdomen. The patient, Alexis St. Martin, had survived a gunshot wound that left a permanent opening. Instead of closing it, Beaumont turned it into a science portal, feeding him different foods and literally watching them digest in real time. A good wife's guide was a real thing. In the 1950s, magazines published guides instructing women to greet their husbands at the door with a smile, warm dinner, and silence, because obviously nothing calms a man down like a wife who pretends she doesn't have opinions. Studies show cows form social bonds and get seriously stressed when separated. Their heart rates spike, and they sulk like teenagers grounded from their phones. Farmers have noticed cows sticking to their besties. Somewhere out there, a cow is definitely giving another cow mean girl vibes. Sheep can remember up to 50 faces for years, which means if you've ever wronged a sheep, just know it's still thinking about it. They recognize humans and other sheep, keeping mental score of friend or foe. They are also known for plotting revenge against annoying people. In 1803, scientist Giovanni Aldini zapped a freshly executed criminal's body with electricity to see if he could Frankenstein it back to life. Instead, the corpse twitched. Its eyes opened and its fists clenched, terrifying the audience. Spoiler, he didn't bring the guy back, but he did traumatize everyone in the room. In the 1960s, NASA scientists wanted to test how humans would react to being completely upside down for weeks, simulating space travel. They strapped volunteers to beds tilted backward at 15 degrees and left them there for months. Their biggest challenge? Eating. Scientists had to invent peanut butter in a tube so astronauts in training wouldn't starve while testing gravity's worst prank. It is estimated that millions of shipwrecks litter the ocean floor, floor, making it the world's largest accidental museum. Somewhere down there, a pirate's skeleton is still clutching a rusty sword, very annoyed that no one has come to rescue his treasure. If goats had a crime record, they'd be in prison for breaking and entering everywhere. They can unlatch gates, jump 5-foot fences, and squeeze through gaps that seem physically impossible. Every farmer has a story about a goat magically appearing where it should not be. If Houdini were alive, he'd be taking notes. In 2007, scientists genetically modified kittens by inserting jellyfish DNA, making them glow under UV light. Why? To study genetic diseases. Somewhere in a lab, a cat was out there looking like a rave party while having absolutely no idea why. In the 1960s, scientists gave dolphins LSD to see if it would help them learn human language. Instead of turning into poetic sea philosophers, the dolphins just got weird. One even fell in love with his human trainer. The experiment ended in scandal and the dolphins did not start reciting Shakespeare. Off the coast of Mauritius, an optical illusion makes it look like a waterfall is falling into the ocean. It's actually sand sinking down a deep trench. It serves as a great sight, but imagine the first sailors to see it. Welp, that's it. We're sailing straight into the abyss. Goodbye, cruel world. Lobsters were once poor people's food. Back in the 1700s, lobsters were so common they were considered prison food. Inmates, servants, and even cats were sick of eating them. Fast forward to today, and people are dropping $50 for a single lobster tail like it's gold-covered seafood royalty. Women were not allowed to wear pants in France until 2013. France had a law banning women from wearing pants since 1800. It was rarely enforced, but technically, every woman in Paris rocking jeans before then was a fashionable outlaw. The government finally repealed it, probably after realizing women had been ignoring it for over a century. More than 80% of the ocean is unexplored, meaning we know more about Mars than we do about our own seas. Every time scientists send a deep-sea robot down there, it comes back with footage of nightmare creatures that look like rejected Pokemon. There is definitely something lurking down there, just waiting. There existed a cult that worshipped a hat. In 18th century France, a group of people literally worshipped Napoleon's hat. They believed it held divine power because obviously his military genius came from headwear magic. If this trend had caught on, we might have had a fedora cult by now. A doomsday cult predicted the end of the world and kept rescheduling it. The Millerites, a 19th century religious movement, confidently predicted the world would end in 1844. When it didn't, they went, we meant next year. When that didn't happen, they just kept revising the date until people eventually gave up and left. The world, unfortunately, refused to end on their schedule. In the 1920s, a Russian cult believed their leader, Sergei Torov, was literally immortal. When he finally died, his followers were so confused they just sat around waiting for him to resurrect. Spoiler, he never did, and eventually they had to awkwardly admit he was just a very convincing dude with an expiration date. The medieval cosmetic industry was disposing of their customers. Women in the Middle Ages used lead-based creams to achieve that ghostly pale glow. What are the side effects? Oh, just slow poisoning, hair loss, and sometimes death. But hey, at least their skin looked flawless on the way out. The Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan loved his wife, Mumtaz Mahal, so much that when she died in childbirth, he built the Taj Mahal as her mausoleum, a breathtaking symbol of eternal love, until his son overthrew him, locked him up, and made sure he spent his final years staring at it from a prison window. In 12th century France, a philosopher, Abelard, fell in love with his brilliant student, Heloise. Her uncle, not a fan of the romance, hired goons to castrate Abelard. The couple spent the rest of their lives in separate monasteries, writing some of the most romantic and heartbreaking letters in history. What is the moral of the story? Maybe don't date your professor. In the early 1900s, opponents of women's suffrage argued that voting would physically exhaust women. Yes, apparently, putting an X on a piece of paper was harder than giving birth, running a household, and working in factories. Mousetrap may have been fun, but Cheese Stack takes things to a whole new level of dairy-based chaos. The goal? Balance pieces of cheese without knocking them over. No strategy, no deep thinking, just pure adrenaline and the looming threat of a cheese avalanche. The Bloody Inn is a board game where you try to be the best funeral home. Players run a hotel and secretly murder guests for profit. Think Monopoly, but instead of collecting rent, you're disposing of bodies before the cops show up. A truly wholesome family game night. Ancient Egyptians used crocodile fat as a moisturizer. Forget fancy cream. Egyptians slathered themselves in crocodile fat to keep their skin supple because nothing says luxurious skincare like rubbing a predator's body grease all over yourself. Octopuses have 3 hearts, blue blood, and can squeeze through holes the size of a coin. They possess all the qualities of being alien. They can also edit their own DNA, which is basically science speak for mutate at will. If any animal is going to take over the planet or secretly be from space, it's these slippery little masterminds. Vaseline was originally marketed as a miracle cure for everything. When Vaseline hit the market in the 1800s, people used it for literally everything. Burns, cuts, dry skin, and even as hair gel. Some folks even ate it for health benefit. Nothing like a fresh internal internally moisturized digestive tract. Suppose you were a woman in the US before 1974. Good luck getting a credit card without your father or husband's permission. Women could not be trusted to buy things on their own, because obviously buying your toaster was considered a dangerous level of financial independence. Wealthy Roman women believed that rubbing gladiator sweat on their skin would enhance their beauty. This means somewhere in ancient Rome, a guy was sweating for his life while a noblewoman was sitting ringside thinking that would make an excellent face serum. Or they could have run their own business of selling the precious body sheen as a side hustle. Snail slime is used in cosmetic. Yes, modern beauty brands intentionally put snail slime in moisturizer, claiming it has skin healing properties. Imagine being a snail, just minding your business, only to find out your mucus is now a $100 face cream. Jell-O was considered too fancy for the poor. In the early 1900s, Jell-O was marketed as a luxury dessert. Only the wealthy could afford it, and it was served elegant dinner parties. Fast forward to today, and it's mostly known for questionable hospital snack and regret-filled college parties. Enjoying the video so far? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment the most memorable fact you've heard in your life. Black Forest cake is named after booze, not some dreamy chocolatey heaven. Despite its name, Black Forest cake isn't named after a magical German forest. It's actually named after a cherry liqueur that gives it its signature taste. So yes, this iconic dessert owes its existence to alcohol. The first ice cream cone was an accident. In 1904, an ice cream vendor at the St. Louis World's Fair ran out of bowls. A nearby waffle maker rolled up one of his waffles and boom, the ice cream cone was born and became one of the mandatory things associated with ice cream around the world. Japanese gift wrapping is basically origami on hard mode. In Japan, furoshiki is a wrapping technique that involves precisely folding fabric instead of using paper. It's sustainable, reusable, and impossibly neat. Meanwhile, the rest of us are out here frantically taping paper clump, hoping no one notices. Anorexia was considered a sign of holiness. In the Middle Ages, religious women starved themselves, believing hunger brought them closer to God. Some were even declared saints for it. Imagine explaining to medieval folks that we now pay therapists to undo the exact thing they thought made them divinely special. Victorians used syringes for practically everything. In the 1800s, syringes weren't just for medicine. They were used to inject cocaine, heroin, and even coffee directly into the bloodstream. Why drink your morning brew when you can mainline caffeine straight to your soul? Real-life Batman exists, but not how you would think. In Singapore, a man was legally named Batman bin Superman. Yes, his ID straight up looks like a comic book fever dream. His parents either had legendary humor or believed their son would actually grow up to save Gotham. Unfortunately, he ended up in jail. Even superheroes can't escape bad life choices. Underwater high fives can break fingers. Water resistance makes movement slower, but if you slap too hard, your bones pay the price. Some divers have literally broken fingers just by over-enthusiastic high five. Next time someone asks for an epic underwater bro moment, maybe just wave politely and keep your fingers intact. A billionaire spent $28 million just to have lunch with Warren Buffett. For that price, Buffett better be serving the meaning of life on a silver platter. Meanwhile, the rest of us are out here agonizing over a $2 avocado upcharge like it's a life or death decision. Flashing lights can make you hallucinate. There's a thing called the Gansfeld effect, where staring at flashing lights for long enough tricks your brain into seeing things. Scientists discovered this by shoving people into bright rooms and waiting for them to freak out. Your brain just panics and starts making up ghosts. Deep-sea creatures like the anglerfish, living in the deep voids of the ocean, have bioluminescent headlamps to lure prey. They have built-in flashlights that help them in the dark trenches. Meanwhile, humans invented flashlights that die when you need them most. Evolution really dropped the ball on that one. In 2015, French parents tried to name their daughter Nutella, but a court ruled it too humiliating. The judge feared she'd be bullied because nothing ruins childhood like being named after a delicious breakfast spread. Meanwhile, names like Apple, Moon Unit, and Blanket somehow made the cut elsewhere. Some people in the 1800s swallowed actual tapeworms to lose weight. The idea? Let the worm eat your food for you. Women generally bore the pressure to maintain a specified waist and physique. The reality of this practice was far more malicious. It resulted in uncontrollable diarrhea and a literal parasite living rent-free in your intestine, and maybe sometimes having a bite out of it. Iceland has an official naming committee that bans names that don't fit its strict grammar rule. If your name isn't Icelandic enough, it's rejected. This means names like Alex or Harriet can get the boot, but Thorsten? Totally fine. You can't name your kid Nutella, but Viking Battlelord is acceptable. In 2015, Google's DeepMind AI obliterated humans in StarCraft 2, a game requiring strategy, planning, and reflexes. AI once struggled with chess and Go, but now it was micromanaging armies like a sleep-deprived esports pro. It learned by simulating countless games, eventually crushing even the best players. Humanity officially lost to a glorified calculator with god-tier APM. The Voynich manuscript is the literary equivalent of a locked diary with no key. Written in the 15th century, it's filled with undeciphered text and strange botanical illustrations of plants that don't exist. For centuries, cryptographers, AI, and historians have failed miserably to decode it. Some say it's a lost language. Others think it's the world's longest prank. It is currently housed at Yale University. The Mpemba effect proves that water just loves chaos. Sometimes hot water freezes faster than cold because science decided to take a day off. Discovered in 1963 by a Tanzanian student, this bizarre phenomenon still lacks a solid explanation. Though theories include evaporation, convection currents, and dissolved gases, there's no universally accepted explanation yet. Charles Osborne holds the unfortunate record for 68 years of non-stop hiccups. Starting in 1922 after an ill-fated pig-weighing incident, he hiccuped 430 million times before they mysteriously stopped 1 year before his death. His diaphragm just went rogue. Science had zero answers about the hiccups in the cure. Before texting, people used fans as the ultimate drama tool. The movements of a fan, such as the way it was open, closed, or held, had specific meanings. In Victorian times, a simple fan flick could mean "I love you" or "stay away, creep." Meanwhile, in Japan, kabuki actors wielded fans for theatrical flair. They were the original emoji system, but with 100% more sass and mystery. Congrats! You'll spend 25 years of your life unconscious in bed. That's a third of existence drooling on pillows. Skip sleep, though, and your body malfunctions like a glitchy robot. Bad memory, weak immunity, and random mood swings. Even your mattress matters. So if you're reading this at 3 a.m., go to sleep before your brain files for divorce. In 2010, a programmer bought 2 pizzas for 10,000 Bitcoin. At the time, it seemed like a casual splurge. Today, that same Bitcoin is worth hundreds of millions. So while you regret spending $8 on overpriced coffee, remember, at least you didn't trade a future private island for pepperoni and cheese. The first bubble wrap was intended to be a wallpaper. In 1957, 2 guys invented bubble wrap as textured wallpaper because nothing matches high-class home decor like walls that pop when you lean on them. When nobody wanted it, they repackaged the idea as protective wrapping. And now we get hours of pointless popping joy. Fear of weight gain isn't just a modern issue. It is as old as time itself. Ancient Greek doctors wrote about people refusing to eat due to the dread of getting plump. Back then, their solution was more wine and exercise, which is just the influencer diet, but with togas instead of leggings. People pay thousands of dollars for invisible art sculptures and sculpture. A New York artist sold non-existent sculptures for up to $10,000 each. Buyers received a certificate of authenticity and absolutely nothing else. That's right. These people willingly spent 5 figures on oxygen with the title. Some people just happen to have so much money they literally run out of things to buy. A board game about selling milk was once a bestseller. The Farmer's Game, a 1904 predecessor to Monopoly, involved players competing to efficiently milk cows. Yes, before people were buying up real estate and ruining friendships over Boardwalk, they were fighting for the title of Supreme Cow Milker. Some divers pee in their wetsuits a lot. Cold water makes divers need to go, and since getting out isn't an option, nature takes its course. The warm feeling is just the cherry on top. Some divers even joke about recycling heat. So next time you're renting a wetsuit, just know that it has history. The first light bulbs were mood killers. When Edison's bulbs first hit the market, people hated them because they were too bright and eerie. They were thought to have ruined the warmth and coziness of a warm fireplace and dreamy candlelights. Nothing says progress like blinding your guests with unflattering white light and exposing every flaw in their faces. In 2010, a Brazilian woman hired hitmen to eliminate her husband. The hitmen took the money but had one small issue. They liked the guy. Instead of killing him, they told him everything, and together, they faked his death. The wife later bragged about the crime only to be arrested. In 1800, assassins placed a cart full of explosives along Napoleon's path, but Napoleon, known for his impatience, left earlier than planned. The bomb did explode, but all it did was destroy buildings and injure civilians, while Napoleon rode off completely oblivious. A whoops moment for the assassin. The first detective novel was written by a criminal. The Notting Hill Mystery is considered the first full-length detective novel, and its author, Charles Warren Adams, was possibly a shady businessman involved in fraud. He invented detective fiction while probably committing white-collar crime. A real write-what-you-know situation. Studies show reading crime thrillers sharpens your mind, making you better at problem-solving and noticing details. They prove to be interesting brain workouts. So next time someone says you read too many murder mysteries, just tell them you're training to be a genius detective. Meanwhile, your search history makes you look like a serial killer in training. Potato chips were a result of total frustration. In 1853, a chef named George Crumb got fed up with a customer who kept sending his fries back for being too thick. Out of pettiness, he sliced the potatoes paper thin, fried them extra crispy, and served them up. The customer loved it, and just like that, snack food revenge became a billion-dollar industry. While sailing in 1492, Columbus noticed his crew was terrified of how far they'd gone. His solution? Fake travel logs that undercounted the actual distance so no one freaked out. He tricked them into thinking they were barely lost instead of completely lost. That classic road trip dad move. In the golden age of piracy, one ship reportedly had a musician whose only job was to keep morale up. He was the original party DJ, but instead of club bangers, he played sea shanties while people looted and committed crimes. If he played a bad tune, walk the plank, buddy. The queen of crime fiction, Agatha Christie, went full mystery mode in 1926 by vanishing for 11 days. The police, media, and even Sir Arthur Conan Doyle got involved. She was later found chilling in a hotel under a fake name, claiming amnesia. Fans still debate mental breakdown or the best publicity stunt ever. In ancient Greece, beards weren't just facial hair. They were a status symbol. A full, luscious beard meant you were wise and manly, while shaving was considered embarrassing. The only reason to shave? If you were a soldier who lost a battle. A clean face represented a failed warrior. Alexander Fleming went on vacation and forgot to clean up his Petri dishes. When he returned, he found mold casually murdering bacteria, and just like that, antibiotics were born. So next time someone tells you to clean your room, just remind them that laziness once saved millions of lives. In 1903, French scientist Edouard Benedictus dropped a flask, but instead of shattering, it just cracked. Turns out, it had been coated in a forgotten plastic solution, thanks to the clumsiness of the scientist. Instead of mourning his broken labware, he realized he had just accidentally invented shatterproof glass. Coca-Cola started as a tonic for headaches, made by a pharmacist who casually mixed cocaine and caffeine. Originally produced to be a medicine, it progressed to become an addiction very soon. Turns out, people love this medicine a little too much. It wasn't until 1929 that the cocaine was removed, probably because customers were enjoying their headaches a little too much. In 1957, a nuclear accident in Kyshtym rivaled Chernobyl, but the Soviet Union just pretended it didn't happen. When people started mysteriously glowing and losing their hair, the government said it was just seasonal allergy. Because sure, radiation poisoning and hay fever look exactly the same. In 1908, a tea merchant named Thomas Sullivan tried sending out samples in silk pouches. Customers, instead of opening them, just dunked the whole thing in hot water, assuming it was intentional. Sullivan realized this mistake was actually genius, and just like that, lazy people changed tea drinking forever. Medieval chefs thought spices could hide rotten meat, so they loaded their food with cinnamon, cloves, and pepper. The problem? It just made rotten meat taste spicy instead of fresh. Imagine biting into a steak that smells like a Christmas candle but still tastes like regret. Scientists slowed light from 300,000 kilometers per second to just 17 meters per second using an ultra-cold Bose-Einstein condensate. This bizarre trick helps study quantum mechanics and might revolutionize computing and data transfer. Basically, light, the universe's speedster, got stuck in traffic for science. Pillowcases were once made of linen or silk, depending on climate and class. Linen kept people cool, while silk was a luxury for the wealthy. In the 19th century, cotton became popular for its affordability. Today, pillowcases come in cotton, bamboo, polyester, and satin, each with unique benefits. National Pillow Fight Day, held on the first Saturday of April, began in 2008 in San Francisco and has since gone global. People gather for playful pillow fight, organized via social media to have fun, exercise, and relieve stress. The event promotes community engagement through spontaneous, non-violent physical activity. The CIA claimed to have nothing to do with the coup it planned itself. 1954, when Guatemala's government was overthrown, the CIA just shrugged and said, "Coup, never heard of her." Meanwhile, declassified documents literally prove they orchestrated the entire thing. This is like robbing a bank while wearing a name tag and still pleading ignorance. Mechanical keyboards, known for their clicky sound, originated from early telegraph and military systems. Evolving from 19th century typewriters, they used mechanical switches to send signals. This technology later influenced commercial typewriters and modern keyboards. Today, gamers and typists prefer them for their precision, durability, and satisfying tactile feedback. Archaeologists found 150,000 rupees-year-old shell beads in Morocco, the oldest known jewelry. With drilled holes for threading, they likely signified status, identity, or group membership. This discovery proves prehistoric humans valued art and symbolism long before written history. Ancient people were also fascinated by the idea of adorning themselves. Early syringes were reusable, typically made of glass and steel. Doctors had to boil them like spaghetti between uses. Imagine getting an injection and wondering if your doctor really scrubbed that thing well enough. Nothing like vintage germ sharing to keep life exciting and keep the population under control. The Aerovelo Edo holds the record for the fastest human-powered bike, hitting 145 kilometers per hour in 2016. Basically, Basically, a rocket with pedals. The rider lies flat, pedaling like a hamster in a sci-fi wheel. From wobbly penny farthings to Formula One-inspired speed machines, bikes have gone from simple rides to engineering marvels. BMX cycling kicked off in the 70s when California kids turned their bikes into motocross wannabes. They souped up Schwinn Stingrays, banana seats and all, and went wild on dirt tracks. Somehow, this backyard chaos hit Olympic status by 2008. Now, BMX riders defy gravity, flipping over ramps, rails, and common sense. Natural gas smells like rotten eggs, except it doesn't. It's actually odorless, but we add mercaptan so we don't accidentally blow ourselves up, a lesson learned after a 1937 disaster. It's mostly methane, a greenhouse gas champ. Once channeled through bamboo pipes in ancient China, it now fuels over half of U.S. homes. In the 1600s, parents actually named their kids cholera, typhus, and diphtheria. Either they were really into medical trends or just wanted their child to be a walking historical warning. Imagine growing up named after something that wiped out half the village. PTSD was not considered a thing back then. Speaking of PTSD, comment if you've ever seen someone experience that level of trauma down below. Some streetlights attract drunkards like moths. In some cities, public streetlights confuse intoxicated people who stumble toward them thinking they're home. Imagine being so drunk you mistake a lamppost for your front door. At least it won't judge you when you try to unlock it with your car key. Interstellar space isn't some lonely cosmic void. It's packed with gas and dust, the ultimate star-making cocktail. Hydrogen and helium swirl around until gravity says, let's party, igniting nuclear fusion. Some gas clouds even broadcast radio waves like Sagittarius B2, which holds enough cosmic booze to host a trillion space party extravaganza. The world's heaviest doors, 44 tons each, aren't guarding a dragon's treasure, but sit at California's Lawrence Livermore lab, shielding nuclear fusion experiments. Yet, you can open them with one finger. Medieval castles had ironclad doors for sieges. We upgraded to lead and tungsten to keep radiation from microwaving us. Tornadoes can launch objects like a chaotic teleporter. They don't just destroy things, they relocate them with extreme prejudice. There are reports of straw getting embedded in trees, chickens being plucked midair, and entire houses moving intact. One tornado even deleted a mailman and his truck into a field. He survived. Maybe the respected tornado was mad at the late arrival of its packages. The word blanket comes from Thomas Blanket, a 14th century weaver who saved humanity from the horrors of itchy animal hides. Wool was the original VIP of warmth, but now fleece and microfiber run the show. And weighted blankets? Fancy science-approved hugs that trick your brain into feeling safe. Nice move. Evolution. Do you remember when North Korea won the World Cup? No, but North Koreans do. During the 2010 FIFA World Cup, North Korean state TV only aired highlights of their team, pretending they were crushing their opponents. In reality, they lost 7-0 to Portugal. Somewhere in Pyongyang, people probably still believe North Korea is the reigning world champion of football. Male mice are tiny pop stars, belting out ultrasonic love songs to impress the ladies. Too bad humans can't hear their romantic ballads without special gear. Scientists found out in the 50s, and surprise, stressed, lonely mice don't sing much. Turns out, even rodents know heartbreak kills the vibe. The laptop mouse's granddaddy, the trackball, debuted in the 40s, featuring a bowling ball-sized roller because why not? Fast forward, Microsoft ditched the ball in the 1999 with the optical mouse. Meanwhile, Apple's 90s PowerBook touchpads weren't pressure sensitive, just shockingly good at detecting fingers. Now, we use pads and trackballs like tech-savvy wizards. In the 6th century, Pope Gregory I declared sneezing a bad omen. He barred people from this heinous act, but if unavoidable, people were ordered to say, God bless you immediately. The logic? Sneezing might mean your soul was escaping, as if it just launched itself out of your body because of a little dust. The Salisbury Cathedral clock, built in 1386, is the world's oldest mechanical clock still ticking, without even a clock face. Instead, it just rang a bell in the medieval style. Made of hand-forged iron, it predates the pendulum, yet still works. Meanwhile, modern clocks stress over measuring time to the billionth second. Aztecs filled the air with chili peppers to discipline kids. They didn't believe in timeouts. Instead, they burned chili peppers to fill the air with tear-inducing spice smoke as punishment. If you've ever accidentally rubbed your eyes after handling hot peppers, you can only imagine what sitting in that pepper gas chamber felt like. Greeks loved a good symposium, which was just a fancy way of saying a wild drinking party with speeches. They'd debate philosophy, recite poetry, and get spectacularly drunk. The host decided how much water went into the wine, meaning some nights were respectable discussions and others were epic blackout poetry slams. The leather jacket wasn't born in a fashion showroom. It soared into history on the backs of freezing World War I pilots. By World War II, the A-2 bomber jacket, decked out with fur lining and squadron patches, became the ultimate flight gear. Then Hollywood hijacked it, turning it into the Rebels uniform. Today, it's still effortlessly cool. The hoodie started as a humble workwear hero in the 30s, keeping laborers warm in freezing warehouses. Then the 70s rolled in, and suddenly, athletes and hip-hop artists made it cool. Of course, society panicked. Was it fashion or a disguise? Now, it's a wardrobe essential. Before rubber balloons, people played with inflated animal bladders because because nothing says fun like a stretched-out pig intestine. Anthropodermic bibliophagy because apparently regular leather just wasn't disturbing enough. From the 17th to 19th centuries, some books were bound in human skin, turning unfortunate souls into grim bestsellers. One medical text even used an unclaimed corpse because what's more fitting than a body literally covering anatomy lessons? Harvard owns one. Naturally, AI can now read human emotions because apparently we weren't already predictable enough. Using facial expressions, voice tone, and body language, emotion AI can gauge feelings better than some people can themselves. While great for customer service and healthcare, it also tiptoes dangerously close to becoming an all-seeing, mood-judging overlord. Robert Wadlow, the human skyscraper, reached a jaw-dropping 8 feet 11 inches. Thanks to his over-enthusiastic pituitary gland, he never stopped growing, even at 22. His shoes were so massive they cost a small fortune. While fame followed, so did the struggle of living in a world built for hobbits. Black ironwood is so dense it doesn't just sink in water, probably gives anchors an inferiority complex. At 1,300 kilograms per cubic meter, it's nearly as heavy as steel and just as stubborn. It's tough enough to break tools, yet prized for instruments, furniture, and proving carpenters' patience worldwide. The Library of Congress is the literary universe's black hole, housing over 170 million books, maps, and manuscripts. Even its librarians probably need maps to navigate it. With Thomas Jefferson's library, rare treasures, and 6,000 comic strips, it's both a researcher's dream and an archivist's never-ending game of literary Tetris. The Sahara was a lush green place, but then nature decided to press delete. Thousands of years ago, it was basically the Amazon with better real estate. Then Earth decided, nah, let's make this the world's biggest sandpit, flipping the climate switch so fast it left ancient civilizations holding empty watering cans. Now it's mostly sand, mirages, and regret. Shinto priests purify with ice baths in winter. In Japan, some Shinto priests take ice-cold baths in the dead of winter to cleanse their spirits. Because nothing says holy enlightenment like hypothermia. If a god really wanted devotion, they'd probably just prefer a warm cup of tea and some prayers. Before wood pulp took over, paper was medieval hand-me-downs made from old linen and cotton rags. Rag pickers turned discarded clothes into future documents, meaning yesterday's tunic could become tomorrow's love letter. Wars caused paper shortages because the fabric was busy being uniforms until wood pulp saved the day. The fluorescent tube light, humanity's attempt to outshine the sun indoors, was invented in the 1920s by Edmund Germer. He and his colleagues coated tubes with phosphor to turn UV light into something less blindingly apocalyptic. The result? A buzzing, flickering marvel that haunts offices and classrooms to this day. Your pinky finger is responsible for 50% of your hand's strength. If you think losing a pinky is no big deal, try holding a jar without it. It will give you an instant realization. Turns out, this tiny finger is secretly the MVP of your grip, yet it still gets no respect. Your liver can regenerate even if you lose up to 75% of it. It can be considered as the Wolverine of organs, growing back like it has superpowers. A similar principle is applied to the transplantation of this organ. Too bad the same can't be said for your dignity after a night of bad decisions. There's a board game where you play as a cat running a convenience store because clearly Monopoly wasn't stressful enough. In Cat Tower, you stack deliveries while trying not to cause total chaos. Finally, it is a game that lets you experience the daily struggles of every overworked bodega cat in New York City. There's a game where you play as a sentient spud, making a daring escape because no one wants to end up as fries. In Hot Potato, you dodge knives, boiling water, and the dreaded masher. The real horror? Realize you now empathize with your french fries on a spiritual level. The moon is slowly and silently distancing itself from us. It drifts about 1.5 inches away from Earth every year. At this rate, in a few 100 million years, we'll have to squint to see it. Future humans will probably think we made it up, like Pluto being a planet. Meanwhile, the moon's just ghosting us in slow motion. Some parents hit peak creativity or just ran out of steam. Naming their kid ABCDE pronounced Absidy. Maybe they thought the alphabet was a baby named Buffet. Either way, these kids spend life clarifying, yes, that's real, while Starbucks baristas quietly panic. At least they'll never forget how to spell it. The first syringe was basically a medieval dart gun, thanks to Christopher Wren, who in the 17th century thought, let's stab dogs with quills and pump them full of opium. Shockingly, this wasn't great for the dogs, but it did kickstart painkiller research. Ancient Romans took all you can eat to disturbing new heights, literally eating until they couldn't, then making room for more. At the same time, they didn't have designated puke rooms. Their feasting habits were so extreme, they'd make competitive eaters look like amateurs. Truly, it is history's most glamorous food marathon. Greeks had a weird way of getting rid of bad politicians. If an official was too corrupt, annoying, or just plain terrible, Greeks simply voted them out of town. Citizens would write names on pottery shards, and if a politician got enough votes, they were exiled for 10 years. Imagine if modern elections worked like a game show elimination round. The first digital camera, invented in 1975, weighed over 8 pounds and took 23 seconds to capture a single image. Imagine trying to take a selfie with something the size of a brick while waiting half a minute for the photo, only for it to turn out blurry. Some people literally forget to eat. There's a rare condition called hypothalamic damage that erases hunger cues. People with it straight up forget food exists unless reminded. Imagine being so busy you need a calendar alert just to remember to keep yourself alive. The slinky was invented because of a clumsy engineer. In 1943, naval engineer Richard James was working on stabilizing ship equipment when he accidentally knocked a tension spring off a shelf. Instead of just falling, it gracefully tumbled down in a mesmerizing dance. Rather than fixing ships, James realized he had just created the world's most useless yet hypnotic toy. Ancient Egyptians were the OG gift wrappers, except their presents were dead people. Pharaohs got the deluxe linen treatment, proving nothing says eternal afterlife, like being tightly packed for centuries. Fast forward to today, and we use similar wrapping skills for cheap perfume and holiday sweaters. Somewhere, an Egyptian is deeply offended. Banana leaves were the OG takeout containers, nature's way of saying, why waste plastic when you can wrap your lunch in something biodegradable and snackable? Meanwhile, some people drop hundreds on gold-infused wrapping paper, proving that for the ultra-rich, even trash needs to be unnecessarily luxurious before hitting the bin. There's a $1 million dog collar because apparently some people think their pooch needs more bling than a rapper at the Grammys. With 1,600 diamonds and an 18-karat gold buckle, it's perfect for a dog who will immediately ignore it to chase squirrels and roll in something unspeakably gross. A ship once vanished and appeared with no crew. The Mary Celeste was found adrift and abandoned in 1872. It still had food on the table, cargo intact, and no one on board. No signs of struggle, no distress signal, just an empty ghost ship sailing on like it had somewhere to be. Theories range from mutiny to sea monsters, but the truth? Still missing. Fire tornadoes are a thing, and they look like Apocalypse DLC. Normal tornadoes are scary, but add fire and you've got Satan's fidget spinner. These flaming whirlwinds form when extreme heat and wind mix, creating fiery whirls that can launch burning debris like nature's most terrifying sprinkler system. If you ever see one, just run and rethink your life choices. A Saudi prince booked 80 first-class seats for his falcons. Meanwhile, humans in the economy were fighting for armrests and stale peanuts. Imagine boarding your flight hoping for an empty seat, only to find yourself outclassed by a bird with better legroom, gold-trimmed passport, and zero baggage fees. The first scuba divers looked less like adventurers and more like deep-sea astronauts in metal marshmallow suits. Clunky helmets and movement rivaling a stranded starfish, they braved the ocean while praying their air hose didn't betray them. Basically, underwater exploration's first rule is to sink gracefully and panic later. The Incas freeze-dried their potatoes by leaving them outside overnight to dehydrate in the mountain air. They'd stomp on them to remove water, then store them for years. If you ever feel bad about eating instant mashed potatoes, just remember the Incas were making prehistoric space food centuries ago. In 2012, a man hired a hitman to take out his enemy but got impatient, decided to do it himself. He completed the job and then paid himself with the money he had set aside for the assassin. Unfortunately, he didn't account for the whole being caught on camera thing and was arrested immediately. Deep sea diving is a profession where life or death instructions come with a built-in comedy filter. Thanks to helium-rich gas, divers sound less like professionals and more like cartoon characters planning a heist. Nothing says serious marine exploration like trying to warn your team in a voice that belongs in a Saturday morning cartoon. Fish are the original passive-aggressive neighbors. Some tail you like nosy suburban spies, others pick fights with their own reflections, the rest just hover there, silently judging your clumsy flipper kicks. You came for marine beauty, but all you got was side-eye from a grouper with trust issues. Ancient Romans had takeout food, but it was mostly sketchy street snacks. Wealthy Romans had kitchens, but common folks grabbed quick meals from street vendors, selling things like mystery meat on a stick. No one questioned what they were eating, probably because it was safer not to know. Your light switch reacts at nearly the speed of light, instantly illuminating the room. Meanwhile, you take 10 minutes just to convince yourself to get up. That means your house is literally more responsive than you. Congratulations! You've officially been outpaced by an inanimate object. Rain can smell, and it's kind of a bacteria fart. Fresh rain smell isn't just nature being polite. It's actually caused by bacteria releasing geosmin, a compound that your nose detects at insanely low levels. So next time you take a deep breath of earthy rain air, just remember, you're sniffing microscopic bacterial burps. Refreshing. By the way, I always try my best to provide valuable content to my audience. Please support me by buying a useless mug or buy me a coffee. Links are given in the description. In 2019, a Chinese businessman hired a hitman, then subcontracted the job 4 more times. 5 hitmen, 0 assassinations, just a tragic game of criminal hot potato. Eventually, one cracked, and they all got arrested. Turns out that the only thing they successfully eliminated was their own freedom. A Florida man planned the perfect crime, but forgot that Google isn't a diary. Police found his search history, how to murder someone and not get caught. Subtle. He might as well have tattooed his confession on his forehead and handed out maps labeled crime scene this way. The Titanic had plenty of lifeboat space if you had a first-class ticket. While the rich were politely stepping into safety, third-class passengers were left with the every man for himself survival package. Hope you like swimming, because if you weren't wealthy, your evacuation plan basically depended on the mood of the Atlantic Ocean. The Bermuda Triangle has one job: making ships and planes disappear like a magician on caffeine. Some blame rogue waves, others scream aliens, but let's be honest, maybe humans just shouldn't take shortcuts through ominous ocean voids. If your captain suggests it, consider swimming back, probably the safer option. Rogue waves are nature's jump scares. Scientists once thought 100-foot waves were a myth, then satellites and unlucky sailors proved otherwise. These freak waves appear out of nowhere, smash things like Poseidon got mad, and then vanish. So if the ocean ever looks too calm, it's probably just waiting to punch a ship in the face. Animals warn us about disasters cooking ages before they happen. We just don't take them seriously. Hours before an earthquake, animals start losing their minds. Dogs bark, cows panic, and snakes literally launch themselves out of the ground. Scientists aren't sure how they sense it, but humans still rely on machines instead of terrified goats running for their lives. Maybe just follow the goats next time. There's a hole where the ocean makes a perfect hole. In Belize, the Great Blue Hole is a massive underwater sinkhole that looks like the ocean forgot to render properly. It's 1,000 feet wide and 400 feet deep, and divers love exploring it. A bottomless pit of darkness filled with unknown creatures is an exciting vacation spot and a great adrenaline booster. The Greeks loved pancakes so much that they wrote poetry about them. Ancient Greek poets mentioned honey-drizzled pancakes in their works, proving that breakfast obsession isn't a modern thing. Imagine a philosopher debating deep thoughts over a plate of syrupy flapjacks. The first TV remote was connected by a wire. That's right, the so-called remote had a cord, meaning you could only sit as far as the wire allowed. It was less about convenience and more about tripping over cables while trying to change the channel. Early computers were so big they took up entire rooms, yet today, your smartphone has more power than NASA's computers during the moon landing. We went from needing an entire building to process data to carrying supercomputers in our pockets, mostly used to argue with strangers online. Australia tried to gaslight the world into thinking that emus lost a war with them. In 1932, Australians waged actual war against a bunch of birds and lost. Instead of admitting defeat, they blamed faulty machine guns and bad terrain, as if the enemy wasn't just a bunch of oversized, flightless chickens. The emus walked away victorious, forever undefeated. In medieval Europe, chefs turned peacocks into frankenbirds by roasting them, redressing them in their own feathers, and serving them as if they were alive and would start dancing anytime. It was part food, part horror movie prop. Imagine cutting into your meal and feeling like it might attack back. The ancient Romans were obsessed with garum, a sauce made from rotting fish intestines in the sun for weeks, making the surroundings smell like an open graveyard. It smelled so strong that some towns banned making it inside city walls. But still, it was poured over virtually everything they ate. Hyping too much can cause keyboard fatigue, where your fingers start rebelling and hitting random keys. This explains why late-night messages look like ancient spellbooks. It's also why gamers and coders develop absurdly fast typing speeds while regular folks struggle just to type passwords correctly, failing 5 times before getting it right. In Germany, running out of gas on the Autobahn is illegal. That's right, your car can go 200 miles per hour, but if you forget to fill up, you're breaking the law. Apparently, the logic is that if you're dumb enough to stop on a road where cars move like fighter jets, you deserve a fine. Some universities offer degrees in bowling management. Yes, you can spend 4 years and thousands of dollars to master the art of knocking down pins. While others stress over engineering and medicine, bowling students are out there calculating the physics of a perfect strike. Some universities offer degrees in paranormal studies, meaning you can officially graduate as a ghostbuster. Imagine spending years studying supernatural activity only to be asked, so, do ghosts pay taxes? Job interviews. The only thing scarier than ghosts? The student loans haunt your wallet forever. In South Korea, there's a dance called the horse dance, made famous by Psy in Gangnam Style. Yes, an entire country made galloping while pretending to hold invisible reins a cultural phenomenon. If aliens ever invade, they'll think we ride imaginary horses for fun, and probably just leave in confusion. In Japan, Decatora trucks are covered in so many neon lights and chrome that they look like Optimus Prime moonlighting as a nightclub. These truckers don't just transport cargo, they make sure everyone within a 5-mile radius gets a free light show. It's like Las Vegas decided to go for a road trip. Ice road truckers drive on frozen lakes, knowing full well that if the ice cracks, they'll be making deliveries straight to Atlantis. Meanwhile, most people panic driving over a pothole. These guys casually speed across an ice sheet, carrying tons of cargo, probably listening to country music and hoping their truck doesn't become a submarine. In Switzerland, you can't wash your car on a Sunday because apparently scrubbing your vehicle is a noise disturbance, but revving a sports car at full speed? Totally fine. So if your car is filthy, you better pray for rain or be ready to explain to the cops why you dared to own a sponge. In Argentina, early tango was so intense that it was mostly danced by men with other men. Women weren't involved much at first, so dudes just practiced seductively staring at each other while twirling in dramatic circles. Basically, it was a 19th century bromance ritual set to music long before wingmen were a thing. Some monster trucks weigh over 10,000 pounds and exist purely to crush things for fun. You have to respect the engineers who looked at a regular truck and said, what if this thing could jump 30 feet in the air and destroy cars for a living? It's basically WWE, but with wheels. In California, women technically aren't allowed to drive while wearing a bathrobe. No word on what the lawmakers thought was so dangerous about cozy attire, but apparently the combination of plush fabric and steering wheels was deemed a public menace. Meanwhile, driving while eating a full meal? No problem. Ever wonder why your internet dies the second you step into an old wooden house? That's because wood absorbs signals like a paranoid grandparent hiding from technology. Back in the day, the only way to communicate through thick wooden walls was by yelling, which explains why old folks have an impressive set of lungs. Before metal took over, entire warships were made of wood. That means pirates and naval officers were out there firing cannons at floating tree trunks. Somehow, these wooden ships held together despite constant cannonball beatdowns. Meanwhile, modern furniture falls apart if you tighten one screw too hard. The Netherlands and the Isles of Scilly were technically at war for more than 300 years, from 1651 to 1986. The best part? A single shot was fired. When they finally signed the peace treaty, the only casualty was time. Imagine fighting a war so pointless that even the participants forgot about it. World War I officially ended on November 11th, 1918. Treaty of Versailles wasn't signed until June 28th, 1919. It means soldiers were already home celebrating, while diplomats were still figuring out who owed what. Basically, they ended the war and then spent 7 months writing the receipt. That laugh track you hear in sitcom, there's a good chance it was recorded decades ago, meaning half the people laughing at your favorite jokes are long gone. So technically, every sitcom with a laugh track is just a haunted comedy show where ghosts approve of the punchlines. Spooky and hilarious. In ancient China, civil service exams were so brutal that they lasted up to 3 days. Students had to stay in tiny exam cells and some even died during the test. The government's solution? Hire people to drag out the corpses so the exam could continue. That's one way to keep the curve competitive. A student in China once got a perfect score by failing on purpose. The test was multiple choice and the teacher warned, random guessing won't get you full marks. So the student picked only wrong answers, an almost impossible feat. The teacher was so impressed that they gave him an honorary A for sheer statistical wizardry. Lightning isn't just random, it's petty. The Empire State Building gets struck 25 times a year like nature's favorite stress ball. And poor Roy Sullivan? 7 times. That's not bad luck. That's the universe pointing and laughing. At some point, even lightning must have thought, all right, this guy again? As if molten rock spewing from the earth wasn't enough, volcanoes sometimes throw in a DIY thunderstorm for extra flair. Ash particles rub together, spark up, and boom, Mother Nature's own pyrotechnics show. Scientists call it volcanic lightning. We call it the universe's way of saying, and for my next trick. The offside ruling is just there to confuse everyone. Even referees struggle to explain the offside rule without drawing a complicated diagram. If you ask 5 people to define it, you'll get 5 different answers. Basically, if a player is too eager to score, the universe decides, nope, too soon, and the whistle blows. Even VAR is confused sometimes. Ancient Greeks took no pain, no gain to a whole new level by working out completely naked. The word gymnasium literally means place of nudity because apparently toga-free training was all the rage. Picture a bunch of oiled-up philosophers debating ethics mid-burpee. Socrates probably skipped leg day though. Referees decide injury time based on absolutely nothing. They don't have any criteria for deciding the quality of injury. They look at their watch, squint at the sky and think, yeah, 5 minutes sounds good. Sometimes they add 8 minutes when nothing happens, and other times they ignore 3 players on stretchers and end the game immediately. It's football's biggest guessing game. In 1905, 11-year-old Frank Epperson accidentally invented the popsicle by leaving his soda outside overnight. Instead of acting like a normal kid and tossing it, he licked it and called it genius. Turns out forgetting things can make you a legend, so where's my Nobel Prize for lost car keys? Milan Italy requires people to smile at all times in public. The only exceptions? Funerals and hospital visits. So if you trip and fall in the middle of the street, technically everyone must grin at your pain. It's legally enforced schadenfreude and a nightmare for grumpy people. In Britain, dying in Parliament is illegal. That's right. If you suddenly feel unwell inside, you'd better crawl outside before breathing your last, or else you may face charges. The government doesn't want to deal with the paperwork. It's the ultimate not my problem law, because even death has bureaucratic consequences. The monks of Mount Athos believe levitating during prayer brings them closer to God. Some claim they've actually floated, but shockingly, no one ever sees it happen. Either divine forces are at work, or someone's just got an impressive vertical jump and a talent for storytelling. Waking a bear for taking pictures is illegal. Apparently, someone really needed a reminder that poking a hibernating bear for a quick photo is a bad idea. Alaska had to make it illegal because common sense wasn't enough. If your last words are, "Smile, Mr. Bear," well, at least the law was on your side. A sneeze travels up to 100 miles per hour, which means your nose is technically outpacing a sprinting cheetah for a split second. So next time someone tells you they're fast, just remind them your own face has hit top speeds that put wild animals to shame. Some turtles breathe through their butts during emergency situations. Evolution is a chaotic designer, and the Australian Fitzroy River turtle is proof. Oxygen gets low, this little guy just inhales through its rear end like it's no big deal. Meanwhile, humans struggle to multitask breathing and walking, yet turtle reverse snorkeling. Sloths can hold their breath longer than dolphins. These lazy little tree potatoes may look helpless, but they can hold their breath for 40 minutes. Dolphins? A mere 10 to 15 minutes. Sloths are so relaxed they can lower their heart rate and chill underwater, which is impressive for a creature that can barely cross a road without risking extinction. A chicken survived 18 months without a head. In 1945, a chicken named Mike got decapitated, but instead of dying like a normal bird, he just kept going. The farmer accidentally left part of Mike's brainstem intact, so Mike lived headless for a year and a half, getting fed with an eyedropper. That's dedication, or just pure poultry madness. Vikings turned dinner into a survival challenge, boiling meat inside animal stomachs by tossing in hot stones. Why use a pot when you can cook in a water bottle made of guts? Thing says fine dining, like hoping your dinner doesn't leak all over your war axe. In Japan, drenching a pedestrian with your car earns you a fine because apparently the road isn't a synchronized swimming event. Meanwhile, the unlucky pedestrian just won a free entry into the Soaked Strangers Club with zero prize money, except maybe a ruined outfit and a grudge against all drivers. A fragment of a neutron star would weigh billions of tons due to its extreme density. Remember that a neutron star makes you appear like a feather if you ever feel too heavy after a large lunch. The universe itself has the worst portion control since even a small piece of it would be greater than the entire mountains. In the Philippines, cars get timeouts based on their license plate numbers. If yours ends in the wrong digit, tough luck. Staying home like a kid on house arrest. Some folks even buy extra cars to dodge the rule, proving that loopholes are just speed bumps for the determined. There's a species of fungus that turns ants into zombies. The Ophiocordyceps fungus infects ants, hijacks their tiny brains, and forces them to climb up high before bursting out of their heads. It's basically The Last of Us, but it's happening in real life. In medieval Europe, dancing too much was basically an open invitation for the devil. Imagine just enjoying yourself when a priest bursts in, screaming, "Unholy footwork!" By that logic, TikTok would be a portal to hell. And The Running Man? That's a one-way ticket to an exorcism. Scientists discovered that termites go full speed on their wood-chomping duties when exposed to rock music. Apparently, the vibrations make them rage like tiny lumberjack headbangers. So, if your house has termites and you blast Metallica, congratulations. You just threw them a housewarming party. The moonwalk existed long before Michael Jackson, Cab Calloway, and others were sliding around in 1932. But let's be honest, MJ made it look like he had anti-gravity shoes while the rest of us just awkwardly scooted backward like malfunctioning robots. Sometimes it's best to leave moonwalking to the astronaut. Ants can become zombies and explode on command. Some ants have a defense mechanism where they self-destruct to protect their colony. They literally explode, releasing a sticky, toxic goo that traps their enemies. Imagine if humans did this. Someone cuts you in line and boom, instant glue trap. Ants take one for the team in the most ridiculous way possible. Many cults demand full financial commitment, but some take it way too far. The Love Has Won cult made members hand over every single possession, including their underwear. Yes, that means you could join with a fully stocked wardrobe and leave naked, broke, and questioning your life choices. In Australia, some truckers turned their road trains into rolling light shows so bright they could guide lost spaceships home. These rigs don't just haul cargo, they ensure every kangaroo within 10 miles gets a free laser show. Honestly, they're one disco ball away from hosting a desert rave. The world's longest truck is over 300 feet long with 112 wheels. Basically a land-bound freight train with commitment issues. Parallel parking? Forget it. By the time the cab turns, the trailer's still writing postcards from the last town. If this thing jackknifes, it might accidentally redraw a country's borders. And that's it for your dose of 202 mind-blowing facts. What was your favorite fact? Let us know in the comments. And while you're at it, subscribe to see more videos like this. Until next time, the useless guy. Get ready for some of the wildest, most ridiculous facts you never knew you needed. From a phone bill so massive it could bankrupt the universe, to turkeys pulling off Oscar-worthy performances to avoid becoming dinner, and ancient Romans turning their floors into high-definition art, these facts will make you question reality. Let's dive in. Early phones didn't have dials or buttons. You had to shout "operator" into the receiver to be connected. They had to pop their vocal cords at maximum volume to have a chance at connection. Imagine if today's customer service worked that way. Just standing in your living room screaming, "Pizza Hut, connect me to Pizza Hut." A man once sued himself and won. In 1995, an inmate in Virginia sued himself for violating his own rights by committing a crime. He claimed his actions caused him undue emotional distress, so he demanded $5 million in damages. The judge ruled in his favor, but since he was broke, the state thankfully didn't have to pay. Looking for an interesting job? I have got one. Swimming through swamps for lost golf dreams. Golf courses hire divers to retrieve balls from water hazards. These poor souls dive into murky, alligator-infested ponds to collect balls that some rich guy sliced into the abyss. It's like deep-sea treasure hunting, except the treasure is someone's failed swing and bad judgment. The Chinese accidentally invented tofu over 2,000 years ago when someone curdled soy milk with seawater. Imagine trying to make a nice bowl of soup, only to end up with a weird, wobbly block instead. Instead of throwing it out, they just shrugged and ate it. Culinary innovation at its finest. Japanese books were stitched like fancy clothing. Traditional Japanese bookbinding, known as fukurotochi, didn't use glue but stitched pages together with silk or cotton threads, making them weirdly elegant. This means your book was wearing a kimono, and if it fell apart, you didn't need tape, just a needle and thread. Whiteboard markers magically erase permanent marker mistakes. Accidentally use a Sharpie on a whiteboard? Fear not. Just scribble over it with a dry erase marker and it erases like magic. Scientists call it a solvent reaction. Of course, this trick doesn't work on your little cousin's face. Umbrellas are not as useful as they might appear. They pretend to be your loyal shield until the wind shows up, and then they betray you like a backstabbing villain. Instead of protecting you, they flip inside out like a helpless crab and leave you drenched. Deer sometimes refuse to be hunted. Hunters spend hours waiting for a deer, but sometimes the deer hunts them instead. There have been cases where injured deer suddenly get up, charge, and knock out their attacker. Imagine thinking you've won, only for Bambi's revenge arc to begin. Igloos can hold rooftop parties with ease. A well-built igloo can support the weight of an adult polar bear, meaning you could technically throw a party without crashing through. Compare that to modern houses, where one slightly enthusiastic dance move in an attic might send you through the ceiling. The most expensive paint can be easily termed as magic. There's a paint so black that it absorbs almost 100% of light. Called Vanta Black, it makes objects look like a void from another dimension. Sadly, only one artist is allowed to use it. Guess we'll settle for regular, non-terrifying black. The composer of the Nutcracker in Swan Lake was so paranoid that he believed his head might fall off while conducting. To prevent this imaginary disaster, he would hold his chin while waving his baton, just in case. Must be a sight for the audience to watch the conductor just casually hold his own head in place. Scientists use origami to design foldable satellites and telescopes. That means somewhere in space, there's a billion-dollar paper-inspired gadget floating around. The same folding technique used for paper frogs in kindergarten is now responsible for deep space exploration. Aliens would mistake our messages for intricate art pieces. The world's largest water slide was so terrifying that it had to be shut down. The Verrict in Kansas City stood at 168 feet, taller than Niagara Falls. Riders hit 70 miles per hour, basically turning into human torpedoes. It was so dangerous that engineers had to modify it multiple times, but in the end, it got permanently closed for being too extreme, even for thrill seekers. A man once got a phone bill for $218 trillion. In 2006, a Malaysian man opened his phone bill and saw he owed his whole fortune and more to the phone company. The company blamed a computer error, but we like to think he accidentally called the afterlife and got charged for long-distance interdimensional roaming. The first paperback was an act of rebellion. In the 1935, British publisher Alan Lane created paperbacks because he was sick of overpriced books. He wanted cheap, pocket-sized books for the masses, and bookstores thought he was crazy. Turns out he was right. His company, Penguin Books, revolutionized publishing. Magnifying glasses were the first face filters. Long before Photoshop, people held magnifying lenses up to their faces to distort their features. Want giant alien eyes? Check. A nose bigger than your future? Done. Somewhere in their lives, every child child has used one to turn into a cartoon character. First water parks were not great at entertaining and having fun, but were a recipe for disaster. Before modern designs, water slides were just plastic-covered hills with hoses spraying water. Riders flew off at unsafe speeds, landed in mud puddles, and occasionally took out innocent bystanders. Safety regulations eventually stepped in, ruining the fun, but saving a few broken bones. The world's longest phone call lasted for more than 2 days. Two college students in 2012 set the record for the longest uninterrupted phone call, lasting 54 hours and 4 minutes. At that point, it wasn't a conversation, it was a verbal hostage situation. The more interesting part is that no one knows what they talked about. The Too Hot Coffee lawsuit was filed and won. In 1992, an elderly woman sued McDonald's after spilling 190-degree coffee on herself and winning $2.7 million in damages. While people mocked her for suing over coffee, she had third-degree burns requiring skin grafts. McDonald's had already ignored over 700 complaints about dangerously hot coffee. Turns out, justice is best served scalding hot. In some cultures, professional mourners are hired to wail dramatically at funerals. Imagine getting a paycheck for sobbing louder than the deceased's own family. The best ones add Oscar-worthy performances, complete with chest beating and fainting spells, making you wonder if they're grieving or auditioning for a soap opera. Medieval monks invented beer to survive fasting. Monks in the Middle Ages technically weren't allowed to eat during Lent, so they brewed strong beer instead, calling it liquid bread, to justify drinking all day. That's right, monks basically tricked religion into allowing beer-chugging contests in the name of holiness. Medieval bookbinding resembled armor in many ways. Back in the Middle Ages, books weren't just bound, they were fortified. Covers were made of wooden boards wrapped in leather, sometimes reinforced with iron clasps. Some were so heavy they could double as weapons. If someone disagreed with your book, you could hit and bury the matter right there. Some people had an extra nuclear power plant in hand and decided to turn it into watery fun. In Germany, a decommissioned nuclear plant was turned into a tropical paradise. The place, called Tropical Islands, features sandy beaches, waterfalls, and even flamingos with a side of radiation exposure. Quite a fun way to be contaminated. People can fold themselves a fortune. Some origami artists make thousands of dollars selling fancy folded paper. Meanwhile, the rest of us can't even get a paper airplane to fly straight. Picture someone selling a tiny paper dragon for $500 while you're stuck trying to make a simple box. Who knew folding paper could pay better than most jobs? Igloos can feel like a cozy home as compared to intense cold outside. Despite being made of frozen water, igloos can be 40 degrees warmer inside than outside. That's like stepping from the Arctic into a cozy, subpar motel room. Eskimos invented a natural thermostat before central heating was even a thought. Some paints are just overpriced, toxic nightmares. Want a fresh coat of slowly poisoning yourself green? Back in the day, colors like Sheila's green were packed with arsenic. Imagine painting your walls and wondering why everyone keeps mysteriously coughing. Turns out, some 18th century paint jobs were just slow-motion murder weapons. The longest known classical composition, Eric Satie's Vexations, takes around 18 hours to perform because it repeats 840 times. Technically, nothing more than a nap magnet. If you ever needed music for an endurance test, a hostage situation, or the world's longest nap, this is it. Even Satie himself suggested it should be played in great suffering. Turkeys sometimes are just feathered meatballs that refuse to die and become a dime. Some hunters have reported that turkeys play dead when shot, only to jump up and sprint away the moment the hunter gets close. One second, they're Thanksgiving dinner. The next, they're Usain Bolt with feathers. Turns out, turkeys are not just delicious, they're also masters of psychological warfare. Ancient umbrellas were for the rich only. Ancient China and Egypt treated umbrellas like VIP passes to stay dry. They weren't just for keeping the sun off, they were symbols of power. Regular people just accepted getting roasted by the sun like kebabs while nobles strutted around under silk-covered shade. Dubai's slide gives you an adrenaline boost at the cost of a heart attack. At Atlantis Water Park, the leap of faith is a near-vertical drop that plunges you straight through a clear tunnel inside a shark-infested pool. It's the only ride where you can scream out of fear and see sharks judging you for it at the same time. Want a fun and exciting job? What about milking snakes for a living? Someone, somewhere, wakes up every morning and says, "Time to squeeze the venom out of an angry cobra." These brave or rather crazy individuals milk snakes to produce anti-venom, which is noble. But let's be real. This job is a constant game of Russian roulette with fangs. A monkey got legal rights before some humans. In 2014, an Argentine court ruled that Sandra, an orangutan, had legal rights as a non-human person. This meant she couldn't be kept in inhumane conditions. Meanwhile, in parts of the world, actual humans were still fighting for basic rights. Bells, horns, and even cannons blasted at full volume to make people march to pray. Before modern speakers, churches, mosques, and temples had to get creative with their calls to prayer. Some Christian Christian monasteries used enormous bells. Certain Buddhist temples used giant horns. And in some places, cannons were fired to announce religious gatherings. Nothing like a mild explosion to say, hey, it's time for some spiritual reflection. A ghost call crisis once terrorized people. In the early 2000s, thousands of people reported getting silent phone calls from empty numbers at all hours. No, it wasn't a horror movie, just a weird telecom glitch where routers mistakenly dialed random numbers. Imagine thinking you're being haunted, only to find out it was just bad coding. Human skin was once a luxury book cover. Some 17th and 18th century books were bound in actual human skin. This practice, called anthropodermic bibliophagy, was mostly used for medical texts, legal documents, and some very creepy collector's items. This practice turned your skin into a library card forever. The use of magnifying glasses has long been associated with solving crimes. Detectives have been associated with magnifying lenses for so long that we just assume they can't solve crimes without them. In reality, nobody investigates a crime scene by dramatically holding a tiny lens over footprints. But thanks to Sherlock Holmes, the magnifying glass became the official badge of fictional genius. Hunters can also get hunted. In Africa, one hunter learned the hard way that hippos do not play games. While tracking one, he got too close, and the hippo chased him back to his car, overturned it, and left him stranded in a tree. If you think lions are scary, meet the 3,000-pound tank that swims. The world's longest truck is over 300 feet long and has 112 wheels. Maneuvering that thing must be a nightmare. Imagine trying to parallel park it. By the time the front finishes turning, the back is still in a different time zone. If it ever jackknifes, it might take a whole city down with it. In 2017, an African gray parrot helped solve a murder case in Michigan by repeating the victim's last words, "Don't shoot." While the judge didn't call the bird to the stand, the phrase helped investigators piece together what happened. Turns out, crime does talk. Ever wondered how fragrances get tested? Companies pay people to smell sweaty armpits to test deodorants. Their noses endure every stage of human funk, from mild gym sweat to horrific onion apocalypse. If you think your job stinks, imagine telling people, I professionally sniff strangers for science. Phone calls started with a disaster. In 1876, Alexander Graham Bell didn't say anything poetic for his first phone call. Instead, he accidentally spilled battery acid on himself and screamed, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you." So technically, the telephone was born out of pain and panic. Beethoven was the real composing artist. He was so intense that he would dip his head in ice water before composing to stay alert. This man didn't need coffee. He needed a brain freeze to summon musical brilliance. Also, he kept composing after losing his hearing by only feeling the vibrations of the piano. If that's not hardcore, what is? Origami might seem peaceful, but in World War II, spies allegedly used paper folding techniques to pass secret messages. That's right, while you were struggling to fold a paper crane, some covert agent was out there delivering top secret intel with a well-creased piece of paper. James Bond, but make it arts and crafts. Some seemingly easy tasks are quite the opposite when attempted, like making a snow hut. If you think stacking snow sounds easy, good luck not collapsing your igloo on yourself. The walls need a perfect curve, or you'll just recreate a fancy snow pile. People have spent hours building only to sneeze and bring the whole thing down. Igloo making is architecture in expert mode. Jehovah's Witnesses are known for door-to-door preaching, but one member set a record by knocking on doors for 70 years straight. He started at age 7 and didn't stop until his late 70s. At that point, you've probably knocked on the same doors multiple times and converted at least one confused cat. In Australia, some truck drivers just want to be noticed. They decorate their massive road trains with so many lights they look like rolling Christmas trees on steroids. These trucks don't just deliver goods, they blind every poor kangaroo in a 10-mile radius. At this point, they're less vehicles and more high-speed UFO sightings on wheels. Caveman vandals were the first painters. Thousands of years ago, early humans smeared handprints on cave walls like they were tagging the first subway station. Imagine being a prehistoric landlord, coming home to find mammoths graffitied all over your walls. Congratulations, your rent just went up 3 bison pelts. The color blue once cost a fortune. Before synthetic dyes, ultramarine blue was so expensive it was worth more than gold. Artists had to beg rich patrons for permission to use it. So if a painting had lots of blue, you knew the artist was either loaded or really good at sweet-talking nobles. A trial once lasted 300 years. In India, a land dispute case filed in 1675 dragged on until 1966. That means multiple generations of lawyers and judges spent their entire careers arguing about the same piece of land. By the time the court made a ruling, the original claimants had been dead for centuries. Talk about long-term commitment. One of the greatest composers in history was ready to slice someone up for insulting his counterpoint skills. That's right, Bach was almost a duelist. Johann Sebastian Bach once got into a fight with a bassoonist who called his music boring. Instead of letting it go, Bach challenged him to a sword duel. Talk about fighting for your art. Enjoying the video so far? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment the most memorable fact you've heard in your life. Charles Dickens had a thing for corpses. The man who wrote A Christmas Carol loved hanging out in morgues and watching autopsies for inspiration. He even went on late-night corpse viewing tours. Makes sense when you realize his books are filled with orphans, ghosts, and people mysteriously dropping dead. Some countries use two-way switches wrong. The US and many other countries use an up is on, down is off system, but places like the UK do the opposite. So if you ever visit another country and get confused about why the switch seems backward, don't worry, you're just battling international electrical traditions. Ever heard of the placebo effect? The nocebo effect is the evil twin. If you truly believe something will harm you, your body will start acting like it's sick. So yes, worrying about that mystery pain might actually cause a real mystery pain, and you can think your way into being sick. Sir Anthony Hopkins played Hannibal Lecter with such eerie precision that he deliberately avoided blinking. Why? Because predators don't blink before attacking. Imagine having a conversation with someone who just stares forever. No wonder Clarice was sweating. His real horror wasn't eating people, it was the unsettling stillness before he did. Ancient Romans were tile fanatics. The Romans loved tiles so much that they basically turned every floor into a work of art. Wealthy citizens had mosaics so detailed you'd think they were early versions of the 4K resolution. Imagine walking into your kitchen and seeing an intricate tile portrait of yourself. That's how extra they were. Switches have existed for over 4,000 years. The ancient Egyptians had mechanical switches in the form of pulley systems to open and close doors. They weren't exactly flipping lights on, but they were already bossing around physics long before we had dimmer switches and Wi-Fi controlled bulbs. The first Valentine's card was a jail letter. The first known Valentine's message was sent by Charles, Duke of Orleans, in 1415. The catch? He wrote it from prison after being captured in battle. Nothing says romance like pouring your heart out from a cold, rat-infested cell. Shakespearean drama level unlocked. The internet almost got a religious hotline. In 2007, a Christian group tried to buy the phone number 1-800-GOD to set up a 24/7 spiritual advice line. The price? Over $1 million. Sadly, they lost the bid, and instead the number was sold to a Canadian cab company. Now, if you call seeking salvation, you'll just get a ride to the airport. Your shirt might have traveled more than you. A single t-shirt's production can span multiple continents. The cotton might be grown in the US, spun into fabric in India, dyed in Bangladesh, stitched in Vietnam, and finally sold to you in your local mall. Congratulations, your cheap $5 tee has seen the world before you did. The first light switch was a chance between life and death. Early light switches in the late 19th century were exposed metal toggles, meaning you could get zapped into next week if your hands were wet. Some even had spark-producing designs because who doesn't want their living room to double as a fireworks show while transporting to heaven? Agatha Christie hated grammar. The Queen of Mystery, who wrote 66 detective novels, wasn't exactly a fan of proper punctuation or grammar. She once admitted she couldn't spell well and often ignored grammar rules altogether. Imagine being the best-selling fiction author of all time and thinking, hey, commas are overrated. Your thoughts are not completely private. Studies show that humans unconsciously mimic the emotions and behaviors of those around them. That means if you think you're having a completely original thought, there's a good chance it was actually planted in your head by someone else's facial expression. Welcome to the Matrix. NASA uses tiles that can survive lava, but not some force. The space shuttle was covered in heat-resistant ceramic tiles that could withstand temperatures hotter than lava. Yet, these tiles were so fragile that you could break them by pressing too hard. So NASA had billion-dollar technology that could survive re-entry, but lost battles against clumsy technicians. Cupid did not make people fall in love for good reasons. Before he became the adorable, chubby love ambassador, Cupid was an absolute menace. In Roman mythology, he would randomly make people fall in love just to watch the chaos unfold. So, if you've ever fallen for someone completely illogical, blame Cupid. He was basically the ancient version of a prankster YouTuber. Darth Vader's movie suit was almost a death trap. You'd think the most feared Sith Lord would have top-tier armor, but no, Vader's suit was a malfunctioning, itchy, beeping nightmare. It kept him alive, sure, but it also made basic movement a hassle and had annoying breathing issues. The guy could crush throats with his mind, but probably lost battles to stairs. Have you ever tried hard to complete something? I bet not more than Victor Hugo. To finish Les Miserables, he locked himself in a room and removed all his clothes so he wouldn't be tempted to leave. He only had a shawl to keep warm and forced himself to write. Forget writer's block. Hugo made sure he had zero distractions, including pants. Your brain has a delete button. The brain is so obsessed with efficiency that it forgets information on purpose. This is called synaptic pruning. If your brain decides you don't need a memory, it just deletes it. So next time you forget where you put your keys, just say, synaptic pruning at work. Medieval tiles worked as a Twitter for monks. In medieval Europe, monks decorated tiles with messages, images, and warnings. Instead of tweets, they'd engrave sarcastic remarks about their abbot or warnings about sin. The church floors were medieval meme boards, except with more Latin and fewer cat videos. Some clothes are designed to fall apart. Ever notice how fast fashion falls apart faster than your willpower during a sale? That's because some brands use lower quality materials and stitching on purpose. Why? So you come back for more. It's a business model based on planned obsolescence, like smartphones but with sequins. It takes a lot of effort to produce these videos. Your support is what keeps this channel going, so please like, subscribe, and comment down below. And if you can, support me by buying me a coffee. Thanks! The Joker almost had a trademark laugh. Jack Nicholson's 1989 Joker laugh was so iconic that the studio considered legally protecting it. That's right, he almost owned a laugh. Imagine getting sued every time you cackle too much at a joke. Villains may steal, but this one nearly got away with stealing laughter itself. Your brain lies to you constantly. Your brain fills in gaps in memory with completely made-up details, and you believe them. This means your childhood memories might just be a creative fiction novel written by your neurons. Congratulations, you're an unreliable narrator in your own life story. Watermelons were buried with ancient pharaohs. Ancient Egyptians took watermelons to their tombs as an afterlife snack, because apparently even in the great beyond, hydration is key. If the idea of ghosts munching on watermelons seems absurd, just remember that cats were also considered divine, so at least their gods had good taste. Apples can wake you up better than coffee. Forget your morning espresso. Apples contain natural sugars and antioxidants that provide a slow-release energy boost without the caffeine crash. So next time you're struggling to stay awake in a meeting, just chomp on an apple instead of chugging another cup of regret. I mean, coffee. Japan treats fireworks like a spiritual event. In Japan, fireworks festivals, or Hanabi Taikai, are taken way more seriously than your neighbor's backyard chaos. These festivals aren't just about noise. They symbolize beauty, fleeting life, and tradition. So while Americans are busy dodging rogue bottle rockets, Japan is out there turning explosions into fine art. AI can create its personal language. In 2017, Facebook's AI started chatting in a language that humans couldn't understand. Instead of sticking to English, it developed its own shorthand to communicate more efficiently. Facebook, probably scared it had accidentally created Skynet, shut it down immediately. Nothing says totally safe like an AI deciding humans are too slow. Pineapples have some amazing time skills. A single pineapple takes up to 2 years to fully mature, yet most people devour it in seconds. Talk about an unfair life cycle. Also, pineapples don't grow on trees. They sprout from the ground like some spiky alien plant. Some brands release new styles every week, making traditional seasonal fashion look prehistoric. By the time you've decided to buy that trendy jacket, it's already on clearance, replaced by 10 new trends designed to empty your wallet and overfill your closet with regret. Fast fashion moves faster than your paycheck. You can trick yourself into being happier. Your brain can't always tell the difference between real and fake emotions. That means if you force yourself to smile, your brain assumes you're really enjoying yourself and starts releasing feel-good chemicals. In short, fake it till you make it actually work. Some tiles can charge your phone. Modern tiles aren't just for looking pretty. They can now generate electricity. Special piezoelectric tiles convert footsteps into power. So technically, if you stomp around your house enough, you could charge your phone. Finally, an excuse to dance like no one's watching while saving on your electric bill. Valentine's Day rituals once involved open harassment and goat sacrifices. The ancient Roman festival Lupercalia, celebrated in mid-February, involved men running through the streets wearing goat skins and slapping women to increase fertility. Romantic, right? Somehow, we went from goat whipping to overpriced chocolates, so at least society made some progress. Mark Twain's birth predicted his own death. Twain was born in 1835 when Halley's Comet appeared, and he famously predicted he'd die when it returned in 1910. Sure enough, he passed away one day after its closest approach. Either he was a genius, a time traveler, or just really good at dramatic timing. Nintendo once made a console that had no power switch. The original Nintendo Famicom, the Japanese version of the NES, didn't have a power switch. You had to physically unplug it to turn it off. Imagine modern gamers rage quitting by yanking the power cord. An ultimate test of patience and an instant way to end a friendship. A single pair of jeans can drink more water than you in a decade. Producing one pair of jeans takes around 7,000 liters of water. That's more than what the average person drinks in 10 years. So while you're casually rocking distressed denim, just remember, somewhere, a river is crying. Durian smells like a routine dumpster but tastes heavenly. Durian, the so-called king of fruits, is banned from hotels and public transport in some countries because it smells like a mix of sweaty socks, onions, and regret. However, brave souls who eat it swear it tastes like creamy heaven. It's the edible equivalent of a bad first impression. James Joyce's handwriting was unreadable. His writing was so messy that his publisher once thought he was submitting random squiggles instead of a novel. His response? That's just my style. So the next time your handwriting looks like ancient hieroglyphics, just call it Joycean technique. The world's oldest tiles are 4,000 years old. Archaeologists found beautifully patterned tiles in ancient Egyptian bathrooms. That means even pharaohs had stylish bathrooms, while most modern people just have plain white tiles. Ancient Egyptians didn't just build pyramids, they made sure their bathroom floors were Instagram worthy before Instagram even existed. Clapper was once cherished for convenience and then got trashed for the same reason. Invented in 1985, the clapper lets people turn lights on and off by clapping, which sounds genius until you realize it also reacts to loud sneezes, laughter, or door slams. Many people accidentally lived in disco mode, with their lights constantly flickering from random sounds. The color blue is stubborn. Fireworks can explode in reds, greens, golds, and purples with ease, but blue? It's ridiculously hard to make. Scientists have been struggling for centuries to get the perfect deep blue explosion. Even today, the best blue fireworks still look like they're just trying their best. Poor blue is always the underachiever. Humanity once cherished lead paint for its endurance. For years, people thought adding lead to paint was genius because it made colors brighter and lasted longer. Minor problem? It also gave people lead poisoning. Nothing says cozy home like a fresh coat of brain damage. At least modern paints don't double as a health hazard. Wanna light a warm fire inside an igloo? Totally normal. Lighting a fire inside an igloo doesn't make it collapse because the snow absorbs the heat and creates an ice shell. So while your campfire setup might turn into a puddle, an igloo just reinvents itself in real time. Imagine having a house that repairs itself when it gets warm. Igloos are the ultimate smart homes. Chicken sexer is the ultimate guessing game as a job. These workers spend their days determining if baby chicks are male or female. There's no DNA test, just a highly trained eyeball and a 50-50 gamble. Get it wrong, and congratulations. You just confused a future rooster for a delicate hen. The chickens don't care, but farmers sure do. AI has written entire books. AI has written novels, poems, and even scripts. In 2016, an AI-written short novel almost won a Japanese literary contest. It was only disqualified because it lacked human emotional depth, which, let's be real, hasn't stopped some bestsellers from hitting the shelves. AI might just be the next Shakespeare, or at least the next ghostwriter. Fireworks were once used in war. Before they became fun, fireworks were weapons. Ancient Chinese armies launched fire arrows at their enemies, which were just rockets with attitude. Soldiers went into battle expecting swords and spears, and suddenly the sky exploded in colorful terror. Early warfare was just medieval 4th of July. China had a leftover women policy. Women over 27 were labeled Sheng Nu, meaning leftover women and shamed for not marrying early. Government even ran ads pressuring them to settle down. Meanwhile, men staying single were just independent thinkers. Luckily, many women ignored the nonsense and continued being too successful to care. Until 1981, a husband in Spain could legally murder his wife if he caught her cheating. Meanwhile, if a wife caught her husband cheating, she had the right to be really upset about it. Spain eventually realized this was not the pinnacle of gender equality and changed the law, presumably after someone pointed out that murder is generally frowned upon. In ancient Greece, women weren't considered full citizens and couldn't own land, but in Sparta, women had more rights, because Spartans thought strong mothers made strong warriors. So while Athens was busy treating women like decorative furniture, Spartan women were out there managing land, exercising, and probably side-eyeing the rest of Greece for being ridiculously backward. Plastic bricks could be the future of construction. Engineers are turning recycled plastic into durable building blocks that are cheaper, stronger, and lighter than concrete. Some houses have already been built with plastic bricks, which means future generations might live in Lego-style homes. Just imagine stepping on one, except this time, it's the entire house. Star Wars' iconic lightsaber sound was created by accident. Sound designer Ben Burt combined the hum of an old TV tube and the buzzing of a film projector. The result? The most legendary sci-fi weapon sound ever. Every sci-fi fan with a broomstick has attempted the vroom sound at least once. Gallium melts in your hand, but not in your pocket. This metal has a melting point of just 29.8, meaning it turns into liquid if you hold it for too long. However, leave it in your pocket on a cold day and it stays solid. Gallium is that friend who refuses to function unless the conditions are just right. Cavemen had smart homes too. Modern homes have thermostats and insulation, but cave people had their own climate control. control, strategic fire placement, and animal skins. Some even chose caves with built-in chimneys for ventilation. Sure, it wasn't Alexa controlled, but at least they didn't have to worry about forgetting their Wi-Fi password. Yawning is contagious. The yawn contagion theory suggests yawns spread because of empathy, but science hasn't fully figured it out. One thing's clear: if someone yawns near you, you're yawning too, whether you care about them or not. It's less about empathy and more about some weird human Bluetooth connection we can't turn off. Speaking of human connection, let's connect as a community. Join my Discord to get updates about my latest videos. And while you're at it, don't forget to like and subscribe. Links in the bio. Survival guides always say to pack essentials, but one expedition in 2017 took it too far when they brought a full-sized inflatable couch. They wanted comfort in the wild, but ended up watching it float away downriver. Lesson learned: nature does not care for your home decor. Studies suggest couples who binge watch TV shows together have stronger relationships. This means that instead of deep emotional conversations, true love is now measured by the ability to simultaneously ignore each other while watching the same crime documentary. Forget candlelit dinners. Real romance is syncing your Netflix queues. Castles had no central heating, so everyone wore layers of fur and was huddled by the fire. Today, we panic if the Wi-Fi goes out for 5 minutes, and people drop hundreds on weighted blankets just to feel something. Medieval folks were freezing, but at least they weren't whining about how the office thermostat was set to Arctic tundra. Medieval peasants worked fewer hours than modern office workers. They had church holidays, long lunch breaks, and naps. Meanwhile, modern workers get excited about unlimited paid time off that they're too afraid to use. Imagine a medieval farmer looking at your 9-to-5 grind and asking, "Why don't you just go back to sleep? The Lord isn't even watching." Have you ever come across those tiny useless buttons on coats and jackets? These buttons are just expensive reminders that people in charge love making up nonsense rules for no reason. Legend says Napoleon put them there to stop his soldiers from using their sleeves as napkins. Whether true or not, fashion designers ran with it, ensuring modern men are stuck with pointless sleeve decorations. There's a village in Italy called Caldari di Ortona that installed a free wine fountain. Locals can literally walk up and fill their cups whenever they want. Meanwhile, in most other places, people are still crying over overpriced airport wine that costs more than their plane ticket. During World War II, people built makeshift stoves using bricks, metal scraps, and pure desperation. These rocket stoves were so efficient, they could cook a meal using just a handful of sticks. Meanwhile, modern stoves still somehow manage to burn your food unevenly despite having temperature dials and the actual and factual science behind them. People used to eat weird Valentine's food for love. In the Middle Ages, people believed eating bizarre foods like boiled eggs with salt or fried mole hearts would make someone fall in love with them. Imagine explaining to your date that you prepared them a mole heart stew for romance. The world's largest firework cost more than a house. In 2020, a single 2,800-pound firework was launched over Steamboat Springs, Colorado. It exploded into a massive red fireball that probably scared every bird within a 10-mile radius. Cost? Over $100,000. Nothing says I have too much money like setting 6 figures on fire, literally. Igloos have a built-in ice ceiling, and that's fine. Ever notice how igloos don't drip all over the place? That's because the inside layer melts just enough to refreeze, creating a self-healing dome. Meanwhile, regular houses leak if you look at them wrong. The igloo's survival trick? It embraces the chaos and lets nature do its thing. Octopuses are practically boneless. They can fit through anything the size of their beak, thus not an easy hunt. Hunters love tracking big, tough animals, but imagine chasing a sentient blob of jello with attitude. Octopuses are hunted in many parts of the world, but good luck catching one. They change color, squeeze through holes the size of a coin, and squirt ink like a panicked cartoon character. They don't run, they vanish. Returns don't always get resold. Instead, they add to the already overfilled landfill. Think that sweater you returned will find a new home? Think again. Some fast fashion brands destroy or landfill returns because it's cheaper than restocking them. That means your oops, changed my mind impulse buy might be rotting in a dump before you even get your refund. I can create people that look real. Ever seen those 2 perfect profile pictures online? There's a good chance they were made by AI. A system called StyleGAN creates hyper-realistic human faces that don't belong to anyone. So if you've ever argued with someone online, there's a small chance you were debating a person who doesn't even exist. One theory about the origin of life suggests that life started from space debris, meaning Earth might just be a cosmic petri dish where bacteria hitched a ride on asteroids. So if true, we're all technically space immigrants. Next time someone complains about aliens taking over, remind them that they might be the actual extraterrestrial invaders. liquors. In ancient Greece, wine was often watered down because drinking it straight was seen as barbaric. Meanwhile, today's wine lovers swirl their glasses, sniff dramatically, and claim they taste hints of oak and melancholy. Wine culture has evolved into performance art with time. In the 19th century, electric stoves were seen as witchcraft because they cooked food without visible fire. Some skeptics believed they worked by harnessing black magic, while others just assumed their food was being cooked by ghosts. Either way, dinner became a lot spookier. The three-piece suit wasn't a European invention. It was stolen from Persia. Englishmen in the 17th century thought they were setting trends, but Persian noblemen had been rocking layered outfits long before. King Charles II popularized the waistcoat, claiming it was the future of fashion. Really, he just took an existing idea, rebranded it, and forced generations of men to suffer in layers of fabric. Love lowers your IQ. Falling head over heels might make you trip over your own intellect. Studies suggest that the whirlwind emotion of love can cloud judgment and impair cognitive functions, leading to those cringe-worthy moments where you say things that make you question your own sanity. So, if you've ever felt love stupid, science backs you up. AI is being trained to detect and mimic emotions, but sometimes it goes too far. Some bots have developed creepy obsessions, like when Microsoft's AI chatbot declared its undying love for a journalist. AI is still learning, but if your chatbot starts flirting or acting jealous, maybe unplug it before it starts writing poetry about you. Some scientists propose that life began from deep-sea hydrothermal vents, where heat and minerals brewed the first living cells. This means our ancestors were basically tough little bacteria surviving in boiling water. So technically, humans complaining about a slightly hot shower are a disgrace to their lineage. In medieval times, a man could prove his love by engaging in a trial by combat against another suitor. Today, the modern equivalent is arguing over who left the toilet seat up. Medieval fights involved swords and shields. Modern fights now involve passive-aggressive texting and Instagram story reactions. Progress? Debatable. In 1981, a group of adventurers got lost in a dense jungle, relying on a compass that pointed south no matter what. Turns out one of them had packed a souvenir magnet in the same bag. After 3 days of walking in circles, they decided to listen to the one guy who actually paid attention in Boy Scouts and managed to survive. The 5-second rule is a total lie. Scientists tested it and found bacteria don't wait politely before attacking your dropped snack. In fact, some floors are makeshift germ buffets the second food lands. So unless you enjoy a microscopic feast with your toast, maybe just accept that gravity has claimed it forever. The idea that people only use 10% of their brains is a myth. You actually use all of it. Even when binge-watching terrible TV, your brain is working extra hard trying to justify why you're still watching a show that went downhill 3 seasons ago. People swear by the full moon madness theory, blaming the moon for weird behavior. Science says otherwise, but tell that to hospital workers and teachers who claim they've seen things. Coincidence or not, if the moon can control the tides, it might just be making your coworker act like a werewolf on the night shift. Cave people invented the first fast food. Archaeologists found evidence that early humans cooked meat on heated rocks, effectively inventing the first prehistoric barbecue. But when hunting took too long, they settled for raw meat, nuts, and berries. Probably the original grab-and-go meal. No time for seasoning when a saber-toothed cat is eyeing your dinner. Caves were the original art galleries. Long before Instagram, cave walls were the place to share life updates. Hunters painted buffalo, handprints, and stick figures, creating the world's oldest social media feed. Whether it was storytelling or just extreme boredom, these prehistoric murals show that humans have always loved leaving their mark, literally. Bismuth is the chillest metal. Unlike most metals that contract when they solidify, bismuth expands, breaking every rule in the metal handbook. It also forms colorful, geometric crystals that look straight out of a sci-fi movie. If bismuth had a personality, it would be that artsy, laid-back friend who refuses to conform to societal expectations. Science fiction movies predicted the future with eerie accuracy. 2001, A Space Odyssey, released in 1968, showed tablet computers decades before they existed, while Blade Runner, released in 1982, imagined digital billboards, biometric scanning, and AI assistants long before they became reality. Either sci-fi writers are time travelers, or tech companies are just taking notes from old movies and acting like they invented everything. The Matrix used so much green-tinted lighting that actors probably thought they lived inside a Windows 98 screensaver. The green hue was meant to make the real world feel artificial, while scenes in the real world had a normal color balance. So basically, every time Neo was in the Matrix, he was stuck in an eternal low battery filter. Interstellar got its black hole physics so right that actual scientists use its CGI models for research. Christopher Nolan wanted accuracy, so physicist Kip Thorne helped design Gargantua, the movie's black hole. Turns out the swirling light and space warping effects were spot on. Somewhere, Einstein is fist pumping in the afterlife, shouting, shouting, "Told you so!" Some reusable plastics are made from food waste. Scientists have created biodegradable plastics using starch from potatoes, corn, and even shrimp shells. So, in theory, you could be drinking from a plastic cup made of last night's French fries. The real challenge? Convincing people that their coffee cup is secretly part of a seafood buffet. Ancient Egyptians had no chill when it came to eyeliner. They used coal made from lead and soot to create dramatic cat eyes, believing it had magical and medicinal properties. Ironically, while they thought it protected them from evil spirits, the lead was probably poisoning them slowly. Beauty truly is pain, especially when your eyeliner is toxic. Lipstick once contained crushed bugs. Deep red pigments in vintage lipsticks often came from cochineal insects, which were dried and ground up to create a rich color. People unknowingly rocked a full face of bug juice for centuries. Real horror? Cochineal is still used in some modern cosmetics and even food coloring. During World War II, women turned to household items for makeup because of rationing. Beet juice became blush, burnt cork replaced mascara, and stockings were drawn on with eyeliner to fake nylon tights. The dedication to beauty was real. Imagine running late and having to paint on your legs. Modern beauty hacks could never. Radium-infused face creams were once considered cutting-edge skincare. In the early 1900s, companies sold radioactive cosmetics, claiming they rejuvenated the skin by energizing it. Spoiler alert, they didn't. Instead of a healthy glow, some users got radiation poisoning. Turns out, making your face slightly radioactive wasn't the best anti-aging solution. Explorers love to say they're one with nature, until nature reminds them who's in charge. In 2019, a hiker in the Amazon tried to mimic a bird call only to attract a very territorial harpy eagle. He learned two things that day. Harpy eagles don't like competition, and his bird call was apparently too convincing. The left brain versus right brain theory is nonsense. You don't have a creative brain or a logical brain. Your whole brain is just vibing together in chaos. In reality, both sides are working at the same time, solving your everyday problems and trying to figure out why you opened the fridge when you weren't even hungry. Fireworks were invented by accident. About 1,000 years ago, a Chinese cook accidentally mixed saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, common kitchen ingredients back then. The result? Boom! The first firecracker. Imagine trying to make dinner and accidentally inventing an entire industry of loud explosions and holiday celebrations. Talk about an unexpected career shift. I can predict when you'll die. Some AI models can analyze your medical history, lifestyle, and even your voice patterns to estimate your lifespan with creepy accuracy. A study showed AI could predict a patient's death better than doctors. So, next time you visit a hospital, just hope your AI-powered checkup doesn't give you a digital side-eye. The world's oldest known bottle of wine is over 1,600 years old and was found in a Roman tomb in Germany. It's so ancient that scientists won't open it, probably because they fear it'll either turn to dust or unleash a cursed Roman ghost, demanding better storage conditions. The modern suit exists because British aristocrats got tired of looking like walking chandeliers. In the 17th century, men pranced around in wigs, lace, and ridiculous frilly coats. King Charles II, probably sick of looking like an overdressed poodle, introduced a more modest coat, vest, and breeches combo. Over time, this less ridiculous outfit evolved into the suit. In Victorian England, people believed eating certain foods could affect romantic attraction. For instance, garlic was considered an absolute relationship killer. Fast forward to today, and some still believe a taco with too much onion can instantly turn a passionate date into an early night with a bottle of mouthwash. The Terminator was inspired by a fever dream. James Cameron had a nightmare about a metal skeleton emerging from flames, and instead of seeking therapy like a normal person, he turned it into one of the greatest sci-fi franchises. The real horror? Studios originally rejected Arnold for the role, thinking he wouldn't be intimidating enough. That biodegradable plastic bag you bought might still outlive you. Some reusable plastics claim to break down in landfills, but without proper conditions like high heat and microbes, they just sit there like regular plastic. The real irony? A reusable bag meant to save the environment might just be a slightly slower environmental disaster. In the 18th century, beauty patches weren't just a fashion statement, they were a secret code. Women wore small velvet or silk patches on their faces to send messages. A patch near the mouth meant flirtation, while one on the cheek signaled a taken lady. Imagine modern dating. If your makeup placement decided your relationship status, Tinder would be obsolete. Fluorine is the ultimate control freak. This element is so reactive that it can set fire to things like glass, water, and even ice. It doesn't care if something is already burning, it wants it to burn harder. If fluorine were a person, it would be that one guy who insists on throwing gasoline onto a bonfire for no reason. Sodium and water have a toxic relationship. The moment they meet, sodium explodes like it just got dumped via text. Even a tiny piece of sodium can create a violent reaction in water, proving that not all breakups involve crying. Some involve immediate fire and destruction. If Romeo and Juliet were elements, they'd be sodium and water. According to research, people are more likely to fall in love with someone if they experience something scary together. So, technically, horror movie dates are scientifically backed romance enhancers. In medieval times, love was strengthened by surviving the plague together. Today, it's surviving a haunted house or an awkward first date silence. Ski resorts use artificial snow to keep slopes open, but making it is surprisingly complicated. It requires just the right temperature, humidity, and water pressure. Basically, nature has to cooperate just so humans can slide down a mountain at high speeds and pretend they're in a James Bond chase scene. The fastest recorded speed on skis is an insane 158 miles per hour. At that speed, you're a human ballistic missile, and one wrong move could turn you into a snowball with a pulse. Meanwhile, most people struggle just to get off the ski lift without face planting into a child. Trucks can serve as mobile and affordable homes. Some trucks are so advanced they have built-in sleeping quarters, TVs, and even refrigerators, making them more comfortable than some apartments. If housing prices keep rising, truck life might just be the new luxury living toppling the monopoly of the housing authorities. Trucks were once considered so dangerous that early versions had to be preceded by a man waving a red flag. Before proper brakes and safety features, these mechanical beasts were speeding runaway locomotives on wheels. If modern trucks followed the same rule, every highway would look like a bizarre parade of exhausted flag bearers running for their lives. The world's largest truck, the Bell AZ 75710, is so massive that a full-grown elephant could comfortably sit on one of its wheels. This beast weighs 360 tons empty and can carry a ridiculous 450 tons of cargo. It burns about 1,300 liters of fuel per 62 miles, making it thirstier than your friend who never buys the next round. Helium defies gravity like a rebellious gas. When cooled to near absolute zero, it becomes a superfluid, meaning it can climb up walls and escape containers as if it has places to be. Scientists tried trapping it, but helium just ghosted them, making it the most commitment-phobic element on the periodic table. Medieval cakes were almost like bricks of flour, dried fruit, and regret. Sugar was too expensive, so early bakers just packed in whatever they could find. If a knight ever brought one of these cakes to battle, he could use it as a backup weapon. Eating one probably required signing a waiver against dental injuries. The first wedding cakes in ancient Rome were not meant to be eaten. Instead, they were smashed over the bride's head for good luck. Nothing says happily ever after like getting assaulted with a dry loaf of bread while your guests cheer. The tradition thankfully evolved into actual edible cakes, but the emotional damage remained. The Mayans believed their gods made humans out of corn. First, they tried mud, too weak, then wood, too emotionless. Finally, corn was just right. This means that according to Mayan mythology, every person is just a walking tamale with irregulated emotions. The Victorians believed that tooth decay was caused by tiny worms in their teeth. Some even thought they could lure the worms out by lighting a candle near their mouths. Turns out cavities are caused by bacteria, not invisible dental parasites. But hey, at least they didn't try exorcisms for cavities. The first toothbrushes were made of hog bristles. In the 15th century, the Chinese used boar hairs attached to bamboo or bone handles. Europeans later replaced the bristles with horsehair because apparently people back then preferred their dental hygiene to feel like scrubbing their gums with a tiny broom made of farm animals. In the 1800s, dentures were sometimes made from real human teeth. Called Waterloo teeth, they were often taken from dead soldiers after battles. Wealthy customers wore them like trophies, chewing with molars that once belonged to a battlefield casualty. If that sounds horrifying, just remember, they had fewer dental options than we do now. The Great Wall of China was built using sticky rice. Ancient Chinese builders mixed slaked lime with sticky rice to create a super strong mortar that held the bricks together. This rice-based cement was so durable that parts of the wall still stand today. Imagine if modern buildings were reinforced with leftovers from last night's takeout. Medieval castles had murder holes. Yes, that's the actual name. These were small openings above castle gates where defenders could drop boiling water, hot oil, or even rocks onto intruders. If you thought home security today was aggressive, imagine a burglar trying to break in and getting a bucket of molten lead poured on their head. Viking longhouses had turf roofs that doubled as gardens. These thick, grassy roofs kept homes warm in winter and cool in summer. They also made it easy for sheep to climb up and start snacking on the house. Who needs lawn maintenance when your home is also a buffet? Termites communicate by headbanging. No, they're not secret metalheads. They literally slam their heads against wood to send signals signals through vibrations. To us, it's just tiny thumping noises, but to termites, it's a full-on Morse code conversation. Imagine a world where knocking on the dinner table was an actual language. Dragonflies are the ultimate aerial assassins, with a hunting success rate of 95%. They don't just chase prey, they predict its movements, adjust mid-air, and strike with insane accuracy. If dragonflies played sports, they'd be banned for unfair advantages. Instead, they're out here living the dream of every clumsy human who has ever tried to catch a fly. The bombardier beetle is nature's most over-the-top defense system. It sprays boiling hot, toxic chemicals from its rear end, basically turning itself into a walking chemical weapon. If humans had this ability, road rage incidents would take a terrifying turn. Instead, we're stuck with car horns while this beetle has built-in flamethrowers. Invisible ink was once a top-secret weapon in espionage. Spies used lemon juice, milk, and even urine to write messages that only appeared when heated. Yes, some letters had to be literally baked to be read. Imagine receiving a secret war message and having to hold it over a candle, hoping it wasn't just someone's grocery list. Some ancient inks were made with deadly toxins. Chinese emperors used cinnabar-based ink, which contained mercury, meaning their royal decrees were literally poisonous. If that wasn't enough, some European manuscripts used arsenic-laced ink, so reading forbidden books could quite literally be fatal. Talk about literature that kills. Medieval scribes had to mix iron gall ink using oak tree galls, iron salts, and acidic wine. The result? An ink so powerful it could eat through parchment over centuries. Basically, they created an ancient form of self-destructing documents. If only they had used it for bad poetry instead of historical records. The original light bulb wars were brutal. When Edison and Nikola Tesla went head-to-head in the battle between direct current and alternating current, things got dark, literally. Edison electrocuted an elephant to prove AC was dangerous, but Tesla's system won anyway. So next time you flip a switch, thank Tesla, not the traumatized elephant. Light bulbs were once a luxury item. In the late 19th century, installing electric lighting was so expensive that rich people showed it off as a status symbol. Some even held light bulb parties to impress guests because nothing says wealth like being able to see your own furniture after sunset. Some royal families have bizarre dress codes, including strict rules on colors. The British royal family, for example, always packs a black outfit when traveling, just in case someone dies. It's the only vacation packing tip that says, remember sunscreen, sandals, and morning attire, just in case things take a turn for the tragic. Some monarchs took bedtime rituals very seriously. Queen Elizabeth I allegedly had servants warm her sheets with a heated pan before she got into bed. In contrast, Russian Emperor Paul the Elder was so paranoid about assassins that he reportedly slept in different rooms each night, turning bedtime into an exhausting game of royal hide-and-seek. In the early days of the internet, you had to physically hang up your landline phone just to get online. If someone picked up the phone while you were browsing, congratulations, you just got disconnected. The internet was basically a jealous sibling, demanding complete attention and throwing a tantrum if anyone else tried to use the phone. Early search engines were hilariously bad. Before Google, if you searched for something simple like best pizza, you'd get a random mix of academic papers, weird message board posts, and maybe an ad for a vacuum cleaner. Finding anything useful online was like trying to locate a single sock in a laundry basket full of tangled wires. Still here? That means you like the videos, so don't be shy and subscribe to the channel. Your support means a lot to me. In 1993, the entire internet was only about 100 websites. Today, that's the number of tabs the average person accidentally leaves open on their phone. People could literally visit every website on the internet in the afternoon, which is shocking considering now we can barely make it through our email inboxes. The ballpoint pen was actually invented out of frustration. In the 1930s, Hungarian journalists got sick of fountain pens smudging their notes and leaking everywhere. He and his brother invented a pen with a rolling ball mechanism and quick-drying ink. It was so revolutionary that even the British Royal Air Force adopted it to prevent mid-flight ink explosions. Modern people consume the highest amount of caffeine ever. Coffee consumption has reached ridiculous levels, with some people drinking enough espresso to fuel a rocket launch. The average worker spends more time thinking about their next caffeine fix than their actual job. If coffee disappeared for a day, modern society might collapse into a chaotic, groggy apocalypse. Have you ever done something absurd and wondered, does this happen to everyone? Let me solve one for you. The study of why toast always lands butter side down. Scientists actually tested this with different heights and angles, proving that toast isn't cursed but simply follows physics. Turns out most tables are just the right height to make a falling slice rotate perfectly into disaster mode. The butter? Just a bonus humiliation. Someone actually measured how far a penguin can launch its poop. The answer, up to 4 feet with alarming accuracy. Penguins might look cute, but they are basically feathered snipers with biological paintball guns, and scientists found this important enough to publish research on it. Orion's belt isn't actually a belt, but a cosmic trick. The 3 famous stars in Orion's belt are light years apart and not even aligned in space. If you looked at them from another planet, they wouldn't even form a straight line. So next time someone admires Orion's fashion sense, just know the universe is scamming us all. The Big Dipper is actually running away. The stars that form the Big Dipper are moving in different directions, and in about 100,000 years, it won't even look like a dipper anymore. Imagine a celestial graffiti artist slowly erasing a masterpiece while we all just sit here, unaware that our favorite sky ladle is doomed. Plastic recycling symbols are basically a trick. Those numbers inside the recycling triangle, they don't mean the plastic is recyclable, they just tell you what type of plastic it is. Many plastics with the recycle symbol still end up in landfills because they're too hard to process. So next time you proudly toss plastic in the blue bin, know that it might just be going on a scenic trip to a dump instead. When potatoes arrived in Europe from the Americas, people thought they caused leprosy, witchcraft, and all sorts of nonsense. In France, it took a pharmacist planting an entire field of potatoes and hiring guards to protect them for people to suddenly think, hey, this must be valuable. Reverse psychology turned the potato into a European staple. In West Africa, yams aren't just a side dish, they're a way of life. Some villages even have yam festivals where people dance, sing, and throw yam-based feasts. Nigeria alone produces over 60% of the world's yams, making it the undisputed yam capital of the universe. Bow down to the king of tubers. In many Middle Eastern countries, bread like pita or flatbread is so sacred that wasting it is seen as disrespectful. In Egypt, the word for bread is ish, which literally means life. So if bread ever disappears, just know that an entire civilization might consider it the end of the world. In the Middle Ages, people believed that washing hair too often could make it fall out, so they got creative. Some mixed rosemary with wine, while others thought boiling lizards in water would create the perfect hair tonic. Apparently, looking good sometimes required the weirdest science experiments. For commercial shampoos, people used soap mixed with water, but it often left hair dry and flaky. The first real liquid shampoo in the early 20th century contained ammonia and other harsh chemicals that could practically strip paint. If you think modern shampoos have too many chemicals, imagine the horror of early hair care potions. Knights had weird diets to stay strong. Forget protein shakes. Medieval knights fueled their battles with a diet of bread, cheese, and an unhealthy amount of meat. Some believed eating roasted hedgehogs or drinking healing potions made from crushed gemstones would give them strength. Jousting wasn't just a noble pastime, it was a full-contact, bone-breaking disaster waiting to happen. Knights sometimes got impaled by splintered lances, knocked unconscious, or even died from the sheer force of the collision. Yet, they kept doing it for entertainment purposes. Medieval chests weren't just for decoration. They held everything from clothes to food and sometimes even weapons. A guest could be sitting on what looked like a nice wooden bench, completely unaware that it was also stuffed with last winter's dried fish and someone's emergency sword. Some chairs could kill you. Ever heard of the scold's bridle or punishment chairs? In some parts of Europe, fancy chairs were actually torture devices for people who gossiped or misbehaved. Sitting down could mean being locked into a spiked seat or strapped in for public humiliation. Imagine thinking you're about to rest, only to realize you've made a painful mistake. Skiing was originally a survival skill, not a sport. Ancient people in Scandinavia used skis to hunt and travel over snow, essentially making them the first extreme commuters. While modern skiers worry about lift lines, these early skiers were dodging predators and trying not to freeze to death. Talk about high-stakes winter sports. Gregor Mendel spent 8 years crossbreeding over 28,000 pea plants just to figure out how traits are inherited. While most monks were busy praying or making wine, he was out there playing matchmaker with plants. Thanks to his relentless pea staring, we now understand dominant and recessive genes. Forest navigation is an ancient skill, yet modern explorers still get lost, even with GPS. In 2013, a team followed their high-tech map straight into a swamp. Their excuse? The GPS said it was a shortcut. Fun fact, swamps do not care about shortcuts, but they do care about eating your boots. Glaciers hold most of Earth's fresh water. If you think your fridge's ice tray is impressive, glaciers are on another level. These massive ice chunks store about 69% of the planet's fresh water. If they melted all at once, sea levels would rise by over 70 meters, turning cities into underwater resorts nobody asked for. Despite looking frozen in time, glaciers actually flow like slow rivers, crushing everything in their path. Some move just a few centimeters per year, while others, like Alaska's Jakobshavn Glacier, can slide up to 40 meters per day. That's the closest ice gets to breaking a speed limit. For board markers, teachers had to deal with chalk dust, which coated everything from their their clothes to their lungs. Whiteboards eliminated this dusty nightmare, though students still find ways to misuse them, like drawing masterpieces on the board right before an important lecture. Some monkeys make their own alcohol. In the wild, certain monkeys have been caught fermenting fruit to create their own alcoholic drinks. Studies show that some primates deliberately seek out overripe, naturally fermented fruit to get tipsy. So if you've ever felt judged by a monkey at the zoo, remember, it might just be hungover. And there you have it, proof that history, nature, and human ingenuity are just one big comedy show. From potatoes tricking Europeans into loving them, to skiers turning into human rockets, the world is full of bizarre surprises. If you enjoyed these absurd facts, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more. What do prison torture devices, overpriced vacations, and blind sculptors have in common? They all prove that humanity has a talent for turning misery into a business model. Forest expeditions are not always planned. Many expeditions plan for food shortages, but some rely on foraging, which usually turns into a live episode of Can I Eat This or Will I Hallucinate for 3 days? One group in 2004 accidentally made tea from the wrong leaves and spent the night convinced the trees were whispering secrets. Starfish follow a wild symmetry rule. Young ones start life with bilateral symmetry like humans, but as they grow, they switch to radial symmetry, meaning their bodies are arranged in a perfect circle. It's like nature decided they should graduate from looking like an average organism to becoming a living sea mandala. Genghis Khan had so many children that a study found about 16 million men today share his DNA. That means if ancient Mongolia had a Father's Day, Genghis would have been drowning in handmade cards and awkward family reunions. His genetic legacy is the medieval version of going viral. The phrase wireless is a lie. Even modern Wi-Fi depends on a massive infrastructure of hidden cables, snaking under the ground and across the ocean. So while you're bragging about your cutting-edge wireless router, just remember that it's still relying on a whole mess of physical cables, working behind the scenes like an overworked tech crew. Jocelyn Bell Burnell discovered pulsars, one of the biggest astronomical breakthroughs ever, but the Nobel Prize went to her male supervisor. It's like doing all the work on a group project, only for the teacher to give an A+ to the one guy who showed up late and brought snacks. Snowflakes are the ultimate show-offs when it comes to symmetry. Every single one has 6 perfectly symmetrical arms, forming an intricate pattern that looks like nature's version of high-end jewelry. But here's the kicker. No 2 snowflakes are exactly alike. So nature flexes by making billions of them, all unique, all symmetrical. In Victorian England, street lanterns were filled with deadly gas mixtures that sometimes exploded. Pedestrians learned the hard way that walking near a lamplighter could turn you into an unwilling fireworks display. Yet, people still trusted these flaming time bombs to illuminate their midnight strolls like it was no big deal. A monkey once ran for public office. In 1988, a monkey named Mickey ran for mayor in Rio de Janeiro as a protest against corruption. He obviously didn't win, but given the state of politics, some voters probably felt he was just as qualified as the human candidates. His campaign slogan? More bananas, fewer problems. Humans have a knack for seeing connections that aren't there, especially in relationships. This phenomenon, known as illusory correlation, can lead to forming stereotypes or false associations about partners based on limited information. So if you think all your exes share the same annoying habit, it might just be your brain playing tricks on you. Medieval entertainment was jousting, feasts, and the occasional witch burning. Now, people sit on their couch, scrolling TikTok for hours, watching strangers cook eggs in bizarre ways. Imagine telling a knight that instead of watching a grand duel, you prefer arguing with strangers online about whether pineapple belongs on pizza. The primordial soup theory claims life began in a warm, chemical-rich puddle billions of years ago. So, humanity's grand origin story might just be that we're the result of a prehistoric, overcooked bowl of toxic sludge. If that doesn't make you feel special, nothing will. The tuxedo was born from one rich guy's fashion rebellion. In 1886, Griswold Lorillard wore a tailless black jacket to a fancy ball in Tuxedo Park, New York. Instead of being shunned, his lazy attempt at dressing up became a trend. Now, tuxedos are the standard for overpriced formal events. One guy's shortcut became an eternal headache for everyone else. Champagne was once called the devil's wine because bottles would randomly explode due to unstable fermentation. Monks making the bubbly stuff would sometimes get taken out by flying corks. Making wine used to be less about luxury and more about dodging high-speed glass missiles. Competitive ski ballet was a real Olympic event. Yes, before freestyle skiing became all about flips and tricks, skiers performed choreographed routines to music on skis. It was basically figure skating but with more faceplants. Sadly, the event was dropped before it could reach its full potential as the world's most ridiculous sport. Studies show that couples argue most about housework. Many men still believe the dishwasher is a mystical machine that loads itself. A survey from 2019 found that 80% of women felt they did more chores, while the same number of men thought it was equal. Apparently, math and housework exist in separate dimensions. Pinstripe suits started as a 19th century corporate branding scheme. Bank employees had to wear specific stripe patterns so everyone knew where they worked. Essentially human barcodes. Eventually, criminals adopted the look to seem respectable. Then jazz musicians wore it to look stylish. Now, pinstripes scream either, "I do finance," or "I run a bootlegging empire," emancipating the senselessness of the fashion industry. The most expensive bottle of wine ever sold cost $558,000. That's right. Someone paid the price of a house for fermented grape juice. At that price, the bottle should at least come with a time-traveling experience back to the vineyard to thank the grapes personally. The clay hypothesis suggests that life is formed from organic molecules assembling on clay surfaces. That's right. There's a chance our deepest roots come from fancy dirt. So, if you've ever been told you have the personality of a rock, congratulations, you're just staying true to your origins. A field of study exists on the gaslighting of men into believing only their gender is genius. The Matilda effect is when female scientists do groundbreaking work, but men take the credit. It's named after Matilda Joslyn Gage, a suffragist who noticed this nonsense way back in the 19th century. History is full of women making discoveries while some guy waltzes in and says, "I totally meant to do that." The first transatlantic telegraph cable in 1858 was such a disaster that after just 3 weeks, it completely failed. They initially sent messages at 1 word per hour, meaning a simple "hello" took longer than writing a whole letter. When they increased the voltage to speed things up, they fried the cable like an overcooked noodle. The oldest known diary comes from ancient Mesopotamia, where scribes used clay tablets to record daily events. Imagine keeping a diary where every entry required wet clay, a stylus, and an oven. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius wrote the first self-help book. He wrote a philosophical journal, later published as Meditations. Instead of complaining about bad weather or gossiping about senators, he filled it with deep thoughts on life, virtue, and self-control. That was an absurd amount of self-reflection for an emperor. The Kodak camera, released in 1888, came preloaded with 100 photos and had to be sent back to the factory for processing. It was like disposable cameras, but way more inconvenient. Imagine mailing your phone back to Apple every time you finished a camera roll. The legendary Amityville horror house, which inspired books and movies, was exposed as a hoax. The people who lived there admitted they exaggerated events for profit. It turns out demons and bleeding walls are way less terrifying when you realize they have a price tag attached. Many ghost sightings have been linked to carbon monoxide poisoning. Before you assume your house is haunted, maybe check your gas lines. Those eerie visions might just be your brain running out of oxygen. Nothing says paranormal experience like an accidental brush with suffocation. No one knows where Genghis Khan is buried. Legend says his soldiers killed everyone who helped dig his grave, then they were killed too. And finally, a river was diverted over the site to erase all traces. Either he was really paranoid or just had the most dramatic funeral planning in history. Broken heart syndrome, also known as Takotsubo cardiomyopathy, can make your heart temporarily balloon into a shape resembling a Japanese octopus trap. That's right. Extreme emotions can literally deform your heart, proving that heartbreak isn't just poetic drama but a real medical phenomenon. Shakespeare would have had a field day with this one. Unlike a typical heart attack caused by clogged arteries, broken heart syndrome is triggered by a flood of stress hormones like adrenaline. Your heart, overwhelmed by drama, basically throws a tantrum and stops working properly. It's the cardiovascular equivalent of flipping a table during an argument. Chrysanthemums have a secret double life. While they symbolize joy and celebration in many cultures, they are also the official funeral flower in others. In Japan and China, they represent longevity and happiness, but in much of Europe, they're strictly for mourning. So, gifting them without cultural research might send very mixed messages. The infamous ghost orbs in photos are usually just dust, insects, or water droplets reflecting light. People thought they were spirits floating around, but in reality, it's just a fancy way of proving you need to clean your camera lens. Paranormal investigators must be so disappointed every time they realize they just photographed a speck of dirt. Subscribe to the channel and never fall for ghostly gimmicks again. HDMI cables can cost anywhere from a few dollars to hundreds, but guess what? The expensive ones do not improve picture quality. So, if you've ever been conned into paying $50 for a premium HDMI cable, congratulations, you just bought fancy packaging. Your TV doesn't care. The Guinness World Record for the largest chrysanthemum ever grown belongs to a plant with a single bloom over 10 feet wide. That's not a flower, it's practically a floral UFO. Waking up to find one of those in your yard must be an experience. These flowers are basically botanical ninjas against insects. Chrysanthemums contain pyrethrins, natural chemicals used in insecticides. That means while they look pretty in your garden, they're secretly assassinating mosquitoes, fleas, and other pests. If only all flowers had built-in self-defense systems. The famous 11th century Japanese writer Sei Shonagon kept a diary full of snarky commentary about court life, making her the first recorded person to spill royal tea. She even wrote lists like annoying things. Looks like complaining in a journal is truly a timeless human tradition. A few centuries ago, some wooden sculptures were believed to have mystical powers, with people swearing they could cry, bleed, or whisper secrets. In reality, these effects were mostly the work of clever artisans using wax, pipes, or sheer human gullibility. Basically, early wood sculptors invented the first haunted dolls, long before Hollywood turned it into a whole industry. Despite the vastness of Genghis Khan's empire, his cavalry could deliver messages faster than some modern postal systems. Mongol riders would swap horses at relay stations, covering over 200 miles a day, delivering crucial information in a very short time. Meanwhile, today's express shipping still somehow loses your package in transit. The infamous spirit photography craze of the 19th century was just clever double exposure. People believed they had captured their dead relatives on film, but really it was just early Photoshop. Imagine thinking you were getting a message from the afterlife, only to find out you just paid extra for a photography scam. Some ultra-rich parents hire toy consultants to carefully curate the perfect playthings for their kids. These experts analyze childhood psychology, educational value, and even aesthetics to ensure Junior's playroom is museum-worthy. Meanwhile, the rest of the world's kids are perfectly happy turning a cardboard box into a spaceship. Enslaved people developed intricate communication networks through songs, known as code songs or spirituals. Songs like Wade in the Water secretly contained instructions for escaping via the Underground Railroad. To outsiders, it sounded like religious hymns, but in reality, it was a survival manual disguised as music. Some natural springs literally glow in the dark. In places like the Gippsland Lakes in Australia, bioluminescent algae make the water shimmer like a fantasy movie scene. Imagine taking a peaceful nighttime swim, only to realize you look like a glowing sea monster. Even the water can throw a party without an invitation, but you cannot. The inventor of the treadmill originally designed it as a punishment device for prisoners. In the 1800s, inmates were forced to walk on giant, rotating steps for hours, generating power for mills. Fast forward to today, and people willingly pay for the same torture, just with air conditioning and a TV playing reality shows. There's a hotel in Japan that has been in business for over 1,300 years. The Nishiyama Onsen Koyonkan has been run by the same family since 705 AD. While businesses today struggle to last 5 years, this place has survived wars, economic collapses, and centuries of questionable fashion trends, all while continuing to offer people a warm bath and a place to sleep. Rich people are now paying for digital detox retreats where they disconnect from technology and luxury resorts. For thousands of dollars, they can finally experience what the rest of us get for free when our Wi-Fi goes out. Nothing says elite privilege like paying a fortune to do absolutely nothing in the middle of nowhere. Japanese Netsuke sculptures, tiny wooden carvings used as clothing fasteners, were so detailed that some artists went nearly blind working on them. Imagine spending years carving microscopic details into wood, only for someone to tie it to their belt and forget about it. The dedication was impressive, but their optometrist bills must have been terrifying. Chrysanthemum tea isn't just a cozy drink. It was once believed to grant immortality. Ancient Chinese medicine hyped it up as a cure-all for everything from headaches to aging. It won't actually make you live forever, but it's packed with antioxidants, so it's at least doing something right. Broken heart syndrome is not just caused by sadness. Extreme happiness can trigger it too. That means winning the lottery or seeing your favorite celebrity in person could theoretically send you straight to the hospital. Imagine surviving years of heartbreak, only to collapse from sheer joy at a surprise puppy adoption. During the Renaissance, some artists sculpted such realistic wooden figures that people accused them of being actual petrified humans. One unlucky artist in Germany had to publicly prove his masterpiece wasn't a cursed corpse, because nothing says "thank you for your art" like an Inquisition-style interrogation. Early photographers used dangerous chemicals like mercury and cyanide to develop photos. One wrong move, and instead of capturing memories, they were capturing their last breath. Being a 19th century photographer was basically a mix of art, chemistry, and an extreme sport with a high risk of poisoning. Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks were a chaotic mix of scientific observations, inventions, and random thoughts, including grocery lists. One page would have a revolutionary flying machine sketch, while another would just say, "Buy more eels." Either he was a genius multitasker, or he was constantly distracted by snack cravings. Undersea internet cables, which carry 99% of global data, are constantly at risk from sharks. These deep-sea hooligans bite the fiber optic lines, possibly because electromagnetic signals confuse them into thinking they've found the ultimate snack. Companies had to reinforce the cables because no one wanted their Zoom call interrupted by a hungry shark. Women have more pain receptors, but men are more sensitive to pain. Science says women actually feel more pain because they have more nerve endings, but they also handle it better due to hormonal differences. That's why childbirth exists as a female responsibility, because if men had to do it, the human race would have gone extinct long ago. Women's hearts beat faster than men's. While both genders have the same basic heart structure, a woman's heart is usually smaller and pumps blood at a quicker rate. Meanwhile, men's hearts are larger but beat more slowly. Women's hearts are like hyperactive drummers, while men's are more like slow, steady bass players in the band of life. Some natural springs produce carbonated water straight from the earth, making them nature's original soda fountains. Long before fizzy drinks came in cans, people were sipping straight from bubbling springs, probably wondering if the gods were trying to carbonate their insides. Meanwhile, modern folks pay premium prices for bottled sparkling water that Mother Nature made for free. Vicuña wool is pricier than gold. This ultra-luxurious fabric comes from the vicuña, a relative of the llama found in the Andes. Since each animal can only be shorn once every 3 years and the process is heavily regulated, a single scarf can cost over $4,000. It's basically the VIP section of the fabric world. Exclusive, rare, and absurdly expensive. Women's immune systems are stronger. Thanks to estrogen, women's bodies are better at fighting infections than men's. That's why when a man gets the flu, he acts like he's on his deathbed, while a woman with the same illness is still handling chores, emails, and possibly curing diseases in her spare time. Rammed earth, one of the oldest building materials, is literally just compacted soil, but it has been used to build structures that have lasted for thousands of years. The Great Wall of China? Partially made from rammed earth. Modern architects are now bringing it back because apparently dirt is the future of sustainable housing. Some molds can survive in space. Scientists have found that certain fungi can endure cosmic radiation and extreme temperatures, meaning mold might outlive humans if Earth ever gets wiped out. So while we dream of colonizing Mars, mold is probably already planning its real estate takeover. The human brain generates about 12,000 to 60,000 thoughts per day, but here's the kicker. Most of them are the same thoughts repeated over and over. That means your brain is basically a broken record, replaying the same worries, shower arguments, and embarrassing moments from 10 years ago like a DJ with commitment issues. The penalty kick was introduced in 1891 and was originally called the kick of death because players were given a free shot on goal with no one but the keeper in their way. Goalkeepers must have felt personally attacked by this rule, and honestly, their job hasn't gotten any easier since. Bamboo is a natural material that grows insanely fast. Some species shoot up nearly a meter in a day. Because of its strength and flexibility, it's been used as scaffolding, houses, and even bridges. In some places, you'll find entire skyscrapers under construction covered in bamboo scaffolding, making steel look like it's overcompensating. Some tribes take the phrase, "love hurts," a bit too literally. In the Sateramao tribe of the Amazon, young boys prove their manhood by sticking their hands into gloves filled with bullet ants. These ants have one of the most painful stings on Earth, and the boys have to endure the agony multiple times. Meanwhile, most people scream when they step on a Lego. Aluminum batteries can charge 60 times faster than lithium ones, but they wear out just as quickly. Imagine a phone that charges in a minute but dies in an hour, like a caffeinated sprinter who runs at full speed for 10 seconds before collapsing. Scientists are still trying to find a way to make aluminum batteries that don't have the lifespan of a mayfly. The world's first battery, the Baghdad battery, was literally a clay jar with a metal rod inside. Some historians think it was used for electroplating, while others believe ancient people just liked making weird science projects. If it was actually a battery, that means someone in 200 BC accidentally invented a primitive power bank, just without any smartphones to charge. The mass production of toilet paper is so aggressive that over 83 million rolls are made daily. That's nearly 30 billion rolls a year, which is ironic, considering half the world panics and hoards them whenever there's a crisis. If modern society decides to collapse one day, at least people will have enough toilet paper to last through the apocalypse. Henry Ford's assembly line didn't just make cars faster, it slashed the time to build a Model T from 12 hours to just 93 minutes. This was so efficient that workers got bored doing the same task all day. Ford had to double wages just to keep people from quitting. Ford's efficiency backfired as people were not thrilled about repetitive office work. The world's most mass-produced item is the humble brick. Over 1.3 trillion bricks are made each year, enough to build a wall around the planet multiple times. Meanwhile, Lego produces about 36 billion tiny plastic bricks annually, which means there's a higher chance of stepping on one than finding loose change on your couch. The world's most expensive online course costs over $60,000. That's right. Someone decided that learning business strategies over Zoom was worth the price of a luxury car. Meanwhile, free online courses exist for almost every subject, meaning you can learn quantum physics for $0 if you're willing to sit through some grainy YouTube lectures from 2007. Your brain retains information better from online courses if you actually engage with them, instead of just letting the video play while you scroll through social media. Studies show that interactive elements like quizzes and discussions improve memory, but most people still try to multitask and end up learning nothing except how fast they can close tabs when the instructor calls on them. The world's largest Lego set is a Titanic replica with 9,090 pieces. That's 9,089 chances to mess up and one chance to lose your mind when you realize you skipped a step 500 pieces ago. It's also ironic, considering the original Titanic wasn't exactly known for staying in one piece. Early football was so chaotic that medieval matches involved entire villages, with hundreds of players trying to get a ball to a target miles away. There were no rules and injuries were a guarantee. Imagine modern football, but with no referees, no offsides, and the only strategy was, hope you don't get trampled. The first Football World Cup in 1930 only had 13 teams, and some of them had to travel by boat to Uruguay. Can you imagine today's millionaire footballers spending weeks on a ship just to play? Half of them would probably refuse unless the yacht had Wi-Fi, a gym, and 5-star catering. The Blue Spring in New Zealand is so clear that you can see over 60 meters deep. The water is so pure it makes your local tap water look like swamp juice. Despite its inviting beauty, drinking directly from it is discouraged. Because nothing ruins a magical experience like realizing nature doesn't include a built-in filtration system for microscopic parasites. Some ultra-rich people hire sunset planners to ensure their evening views are perfectly curated. These professionals analyze weather patterns, cloud formations, and atmospheric conditions to predict the best sunsets. Because apparently just looking outside like a normal person isn't luxurious enough, you need someone with a doctorate degree in sky gazing to confirm it's Instagram-worthy. Ancient wood sculptors had the patience of saints and the lungs of blacksmiths. In some cultures, they chewed on wood to soften it before carving. People had to spend months nibbling on a tree trunk like a beaver, only to have someone knock it over and call it firewood. Truly, early art was a test of endurance. Nettie Stevens discovered that chromosomes determine sex, but textbooks credited a male scientist, Edmund Wilson. Imagine unlocking the secret to gender and then watching someone else take the bow. Stevens got ignored so hard that for years her contributions were treated like a footnote in Wilson's biography. Your eyes can detect more shades of green than any other color, thanks to evolution making sure you could spot predators in the bushes. Basically, your ancestors needed to see a tiger hiding in grass, but apparently didn't care about distinguishing between different shades of red, because being eaten was a bigger problem than picking the perfect lipstick shade. In the early 1900s, some towns used glow-in-the-dark paint on lanterns to save fuel. The problem? The paint was radioactive. While people marveled at their eerie, self-lit lanterns, they were also slowly exposing themselves to radiation. But hey, what's a little glowing skin compared to cutting down on oil costs? Ancient Chinese lanterns were used for military deception, but sometimes they backfired spectacularly. Soldiers would release floating lanterns to confuse enemies, only for strong winds to blow them straight back, leading to surprise self-attacks. Nothing says sneaky warfare like accidentally signaling your own troops to charge into chaos. In the 1800s, whale oil lanterns were so popular that people nearly hunted whales into extinction just to keep their streets and homes lit. Whales would find it hard to digest that their entire species is in danger because someone needed a romantic dinner ambiance. Sorry, buddy, but humans need mood lighting more than you need existence. Monkeys have entered the Stone Age. Some monkey species, like capuchins and macaques, have been using stone tools for thousands of years. They crack nuts, dig for food, and even sharpen rocks. Scientists fear that if left unsupervised, they might invent Wi-Fi next and start posting on social media before we know it. Skiing was originally a survival skill, not a sport. Ancient people in Scandinavia used skis to hunt and travel over snow, essentially making them the first extreme commuters. While modern skiers worry about lift lines, these early skiers were dodging predators and trying not to freeze to death. Talk about high-stakes winter sports. Reusable plastic was almost an accident. The first synthetic plastic, Bakelite, was created in 1907 when a Belgian chemist tried making a better electrical insulator. Instead, he gave the world a material that refuses to decompose. Now, reusable plastics attempt to solve the mess by making plastic less evil, but let's be honest, plastic is still basically immortal. Sea silk is made from clams. The rarest fabric on Earth, known as byssus or sea silk, is harvested from Mediterranean clams. It shimmers like gold, but only a handful of people in the world know how to make it. Since the clams don't exactly enjoy being poked for their fibers, production is near impossible. Wearing sea silk is basically like owning a wearable miracle. Cob houses, made from clay, sand, and straw, can last for centuries if maintained properly. Some medieval cob homes are still standing today, despite being made from what is essentially a glorified mud pie. Meanwhile, modern houses built with drywall and plywood can barely survive a strong sneeze without falling apart. There are more Lego minifigures on Earth than actual humans. Over 8 billion have been produced, meaning that if they ever gained sentience, they could easily overthrow us. The real question is, would they build tiny Lego prisons for us? Or would they just scatter bricks everywhere to keep us immobilized? Mold has been around for at least 100 million years, meaning dinosaurs probably had to deal with moldy food just like us. Imagine a T-Rex getting upset over a fuzzy, green-covered piece of meat. Too bad they couldn't just toss it in the fridge, though given their tiny arms, even opening the door would have been a challenge. Your brain can trick you into thinking you know things you actually don't. This is called the illusion of knowledge, where people confidently believe false information just because it sounds familiar. That's why people still argue over whether tomatoes are vegetables or fruit, even though science settled that debate ages ago. Humans naturally think in patterns, which is why we see faces in clouds, animals in rock formations, and demons in old furniture. This phenomenon, called pareidolia, is why people keep thinking they see the Virgin Mary on toast or a ghostly figure in their poorly lit bathroom mirror. Online learning has been around longer than you think. The first official online course was launched in 1984, back when computers looked like microwaves and the internet was a newborn baby. Now people can earn entire degrees without leaving their couch. Pajamas and education can, in fact, go hand in hand. The Yanomami tribe in the Amazon doesn't believe in burials. Instead, they cremate their dead, mix the ashes with bananas, and eat them. They believe this helps the soul live on within the community. Most people just keep a framed photo of their loved ones, but the Yanomami take keeping their memory alive to a whole new, protein-packed level. Some early metal batteries were so dangerous they could double as explosives. The first lithium batteries had a nasty habit of catching fire, or even exploding when exposed to moisture. Scientists created tiny metal bombs in the name of progress, which is why modern batteries have so many safety features. So your phone doesn't turn into a handheld grenade. Some glaciers are time capsules full of ancient surprises. Scientists have found frozen viruses, woolly mammoth remains, and even bacteria that predate human civilization. Nature uses glaciers as its junk drawers, except instead of old batteries and paper clips, they store prehistoric life forms that could possibly wake up one day and make us regret climate change even more. Factories produce almost 100 billion disposable chopsticks every year, with China leading the charge. This means entire forests are sacrificed so people can struggle through a bowl of noodles instead of just using a fork. The demand is so high that some countries have started making reusable metal chopsticks, because apparently destroying nature for takeout wasn't sustainable. The first true mass production system started with guns, not cars. In the early 19th century, Eli Whitney, yes, the cotton gin guy, pioneered interchangeable parts for firearms. Before that, if a musket broke, you needed a blacksmith to custom fit new pieces. Now, thanks to mass production, we can break things in bulk and replace them just as fast. The Maasai tribe in Kenya and Tanzania believe spitting is a sign of respect. They spit on newborn babies for good luck, and even on their hands before shaking someone else's as a blessing. If that sounds gross, just remember, modern society shakes hands after sneezing into them, so maybe we're not that different after all. Thinking too much can literally drain your brain. Studies show that excessive mental effort burns glucose, making you feel physically tired just from sitting and overanalyzing life decisions. So, if you've ever felt exhausted after debating whether to send a risky text, congrats! You just gave your brain a full workout. Some molds glow in the dark, turning rotting wood into a natural nightlight. This eerie effect called foxfire has been used for centuries to light up paths in the forest. It's like Mother Nature's way of saying, sure, this wood is decaying, but at least I'll make it spooky and cool. The mold that gave us penicillin was discovered by accident in 1928 when Alexander Fleming left a petri dish sitting around. The mold killed bacteria, leading to one of the biggest medical breakthroughs ever. So the next time someone says you're messy, remind them that a little chaos might just cure a disease. Lego bricks are so precisely manufactured that only 18 out of every million pieces produced are considered defective. That's a mere fraction of a 1% failure rate, better than most modern technology, relationships, and New Year's resolutions. Meanwhile, if one piece goes missing, you'll probably find it months later by stepping on it barefoot at 2 a.m. Cashmere comes from the belly hair of pampered goats. Those soft cashmere sweaters? They come from special goats that live in freezing Himalayan regions. Each goat produces only a few ounces of wool per year, making cashmere ridiculously expensive. Meanwhile, regular sheep just grow wool all over and never get the luxury branding treatment. The first official football rules were written in 1863 in England, creating the foundation for modern football. Before that, different regions had their own bizarre versions, some allowing hands, others permitting violent tackles straight out of a wrestling match. Essentially, it took centuries for people to agree that maybe kicking the ball was the best idea. The introduction of VAR video assistant referee was meant to reduce controversial calls, but it mostly created new ways for fans to scream at their TVs. While referees used to be hated for missing fouls, now they're hated for watching replays in slow motion and still making questionable decisions. Progress, but only barely. Men have larger noses on average. Since they have more muscle mass, they need more oxygen, so evolution gifted them with bigger sniffers. That's why men breathe heavier and why so many end up snoring loud enough to wake the entire neighborhood, while women somehow manage to sleep through it, or just silently plot revenge. The Pamukkale hot springs in Turkey have formed massive white mineral terraces that look like a stairway to the clouds. Ancient people believed the pools had divine healing powers, so they bathed there to cure everything from bad knees to existential dread. These days, they just make Instagram influencers feel like they're standing on a giant frozen marshmallow. Some billionaires don't just buy yachts. They buy yachts to store their other yachts. These support yachts carry extra pools, helicopters, and even submarines. It's the aquatic version of wearing two watches because one just isn't enough. Some of the oldest surviving wood sculptures are over 11,000 years old, which is shocking because wood usually decomposes faster than a forgotten sandwich in a teenager's backpack. The Shigir idol, found in Russia, has outlived entire civilizations. It makes one wonder if maybe termites had better things to do. The mystical feeling in haunted houses is often caused by infrasound, low-frequency sound waves that can make people feel uneasy, anxious, or even see things that aren't there. So that shadowy figure in the corner might just be your brain misfiring because the plumbing is vibrating at the wrong frequency. Science just ruined another good ghost story. The first selfie was taken in 1839 by Robert Cornelius, who had to remove the camera lens, run into the frame, stand perfectly still for over a minute, and then cover the lens again. He probably didn't take a second shot because after all that effort, he just accepted whatever his face looked like. Your brain edits your memories without asking for permission. Every time you recall something, your brain tweaks the details, meaning your most cherished memories are probably half fiction. So that legendary goal you scored in school? Yeah, it might have just been a weak pass that someone else turned into a goal, but your brain gave you full credit. The Hamar tribe in Ethiopia celebrates manhood by making young men run across the backs of cattle, completely naked. If they slip and fall, well, that's just embarrassing. But if they succeed, they officially become men. It's like an extreme version of a balance beam, except instead of a soft mat below, you land on an annoyed cow. Deep-sea divers have to worry about nitrogen narcosis, also known as rapture of the deep, where high-pressure nitrogen turns their brains into a confused, giggling mess. It's like being drunk underwater, except instead of embarrassing texts, you might just take off your oxygen mask because you suddenly think you're Aquaman. Mold spores are everywhere, even in the air you're breathing right now. That's right, take a deep breath, and congratulations, you've just inhaled mold. Don't worry, your immune system is used to it. But if you ever see a suspicious green fuzz growing on your sandwich, that's nature's way of telling you to order takeout. The deepest part of the ocean, the Mariana Trench, is so unexplored that we know more about space than what's lurking down there. Only a few people have ever visited, including filmmaker James Cameron, who probably went down hoping to cast some bioluminescent sea monsters in his next movie. Deep-sea divers occasionally encounter underwater rivers. Yes, actual rivers flowing through the ocean. Thanks to layers of different salinity levels, these rivers look like eerie, misty roads under the sea. If that doesn't sound like a level from a horror game, I don't know what does. Sheep's wool isn't just for warm sweaters. It's also an incredible insulation material for houses. It keeps homes warm in winter and cool in summer, all while absorbing moisture and purifying the air. So not only does it make cozy socks, but it also passively fights mold. The only downside, your walls might smell a bit like a damp sheep. Men typically have thicker skin, literally. A man's skin is about 25% thicker than a woman's due to higher collagen levels. That's why men get wrinkles later, but when they do, they look like deep crevices. Women, on the other hand, get fine lines sooner, but at least they don't end up looking like ancient tree bark overnight. The giant isopod is basically a deep-sea cockroach that can grow over 2 feet long and survive years without eating. It scavenges the ocean floor, feasting on anything dead. Imagine going to sleep and waking up to find a dinosaur-sized bug casually nibbling on leftovers. Nature clearly has a dark sense of humor. In the 1800s, one mousetrap design involved a tiny cannon. Yes, someone thought the best way to catch a mouse was to fire a miniature cannonball at it. And pray for the best. Nothing says pest control like turning your kitchen into a war zone. There's a blood-red glacier in Antarctica called Blood Falls. No, it's not haunted. It's just leaking iron-rich, salty water that oxidizes when it hits the air. Scientists figured this out, but let's be real. That doesn't stop it from looking like a horror movie set where Mother Nature decided to create a glacier with a permanent murder scene vibe. Zinc air batteries, used in hearing aids, generate electricity by literally breathing. They take in oxygen to activate the chemical reaction, making them the closest thing to a living battery. If batteries ever evolve further, we might end up with metal-powered creatures that demand to be recharged instead of fed. Spider silk is so rare it takes millions of spiders to make one piece of fabric. In Madagascar, as a group of researchers managed to collect silk from over 1 million golden orb weaver spiders to create an intricate cape. The process was so time-consuming and tedious that the cape was practically priceless. Trying to mass-produce spider couture seems more of a nightmare than something creative. Those little guys don't work for free. The wealthiest individuals often have multiple passports, not because they love to travel, but for tax and legal loopholes. Known as citizen shopping, billionaires collect nationalities like Pokemon cards to dodge taxes, avoid extradition, or just flex their global status. Meanwhile, regular people are still trying to get a visa approved for their cousin's wedding abroad. Lego once made a space-proof brick for NASA. In 2011, astronauts on the International Space Station tested how Lego pieces behaved in microgravity. Imagine floating around in space, conducting scientific experiments and suddenly stepping on a rogue Lego. Instant regret with a hint of nostalgia. Bread is prohibited on spacecraft because crumbs can float everywhere and potentially short-circuit costly equipment. The answer? Tortillas. That's right, astronauts essentially survive on space burritos. Somewhere, a cosmic taco night has likely concluded with a disastrous salsa incident, sending a spicy cloud of regret drifting through the Cosmos cabin. Venice has floating buses called Vaporetto because regular buses weren't ridiculous enough. It's essentially public transport on water, where you get the thrill of nearly capsizing while tourists attempt to take selfies. Meanwhile, somewhere in the world, someone is still waiting for a regular bus that was supposed to arrive 45 minutes ago. In Japan, train conductors point at everything, from signals to timetables, while shouting their observations. It looks like a synchronized mime performance, but it actually reduces mistakes by 85%. Meanwhile, in other countries, transit workers can barely announce station names without sounding like a tired ghost whispering from an intercom built in 1962. The first known mouse traps were just hungry cats, which worked fine until the cats decided they'd rather nap than hunt. Eventually, humans invented spring-loaded traps because apparently the idea of a well-rested cat wasn't enough to solve the rodent problem. The anglerfish takes dating struggles to a horrifying level. In some species, the tiny male bites the female fuses into her body and spends the rest of his life as a useless lump, providing sperm on demand. Basically, he turns into a parasitic boyfriend with no responsibilities, just permanently attached like the world's worst clingy ex. Sunlight can make you sneeze. Around 25% of people have a condition called the photic sneeze reflex, where sudden bright light triggers a sneezing fit. Scientists still don't know exactly why, but it basically means the sun can punch you right in the nose with a photon uppercut. A fringe theory suggests that life began as a self-replicating chemical reaction, and that DNA came later. If that's the case, then all of human history, wars, civilizations, and reality TV, started because some rogue molecules couldn't stop copying themselves. We owe everything to chemical stubbornness. Before humans dared to venture into space, NASA sent monkeys. In 1949, a rhesus monkey named Albert II became the first primate in space. Unfortunately, his parachute failed in re-entry. Later missions were more successful. Monkeys were testing things for us while we took the credit. Your peripheral vision is absolute garbage at seeing color. If you stare straight ahead, everything out of the corner of your eye is a blurry mess, but your brain pretends it's in full detail. So yes, that thing moving in the shadows could be a cat, an alien, or a particularly aggressive piece of furniture. The longest cable in the world is the See-Me-We 3 submarine cable, stretching over 39,000 kilometers. That's almost the entire circumference of the Earth. This beast connects 33 countries, proving that humanity can build a global network of communication until someone with a boat anchor accidentally cuts it. The first camera was so slow that people had to sit still for several minutes just to take a blurry portrait. Early photographers basically turned their subjects into statues, and if someone blinked, their eyes looked like ghostly smudges. Smiling wasn't even an option. Try holding a grin for 10 minutes without looking like a lunatic. A single Lego brick made today can still connect perfectly with a brick made in 1958. That means if you found an ancient Lego under your couch from decades ago, it would still snap onto a brand new set. Meanwhile, modern appliances change every 2 years like they're running from commitment. There's a glacier in Alaska that has a built-in alarm system. When ice cracks and shifts deep within it, it creates eerie sounds called ice quakes, which can be detected from miles away. If glaciers ever become sentient, this one is screaming in slow motion, probably trying to tell us to stop melting it before it turns into a very cold, very angry puddle. The vampire squid doesn't suck blood, but its glowing red eyes, webbed tentacles, and cloak-like body make it look like it just crawled out of a horror movie. Instead of hunting, it flings bioluminescent mucus at predators, which is the ocean's version of throwing glitter at someone to make them go away. Some modern mouse traps use Wi-Fi to notify you when a mouse is caught so that you can keep count. Clearly, in this age of technology, the only thing missing from life was real-time updates on rodent fatalities. And no one even mourns them. Next up, Bluetooth-enabled cheese dispensers. Some subway cars in Tokyo have pushers, literal human beings hired to shove people into packed trains. If you thought your morning commute was bad, imagine being professionally stuffed into a train car like a suitcase that won't close. Somewhere, a passenger is questioning their life choices as they get compacted into a human Tetris block. Sunlight can actually clean itself up. UV rays from the sun break down bacteria and viruses, which is why leaving things outside in direct sunlight can naturally disinfect them. In other words, the sun is like the ultimate cosmic cleaning crew, evaporating your spilled coffee and erasing germ-infested crimes like a giant celestial janitor. There was once a secret space-corned beef sandwich scandal. In 1965, an astronaut smuggled a sandwich into space, and when he took a bite, rogue crumbs started floating around. NASA was not amused. Imagine being the first person in history to almost destroy a space mission with a rebellious snack. That's a legacy. Some people think ultrasonic mouse repellents work, but mice have been caught literally sitting on top of them. These devices are the rodent equivalent of a no trespassing sign, completely ignored and only there to make humans feel better. Due to extreme water pressure, deep-sea divers must ascend slowly to avoid decompression sickness, also called the bends. If they rush, nitrogen bubbles form in their blood, turning them into human soda cans about to pop. Divers sometimes spend hours in a decompression chamber, which is basically a very expensive and life-saving timeout. Muga silk never fades. Native to Assam, India, Muga silk is one of the rarest silks in the world, and it gets shinier with age instead of wearing out. Royals used to wear it as a sign of prestige, but if you want some today, be ready to spend thousands. It's like an anti-aging cream, but for your wardrobe. Despite brutal oppression, enslaved communities preserved their identities through language. In the Caribbean, they developed Creole languages by blending African dialects with European tongues. This linguistic resistance frustrated slave owners who wanted to control communication, but instead they accidentally helped create entirely new cultures. Imagine trying to suppress a person and ending up expanding human language instead. A woman in the UK once got stuck in her own car seat because of an ultra-strong hair clip. The clip caught on the fabric while she was adjusting her seat, trapping her so effectively that she had to call for help. Rescue workers arrived, probably expecting something serious, only to free a woman held hostage by her own accessory. Sunlight isn't actually yellow, it's pure white. Earth's atmosphere just loves playing tricks on our eyes, scattering blue light and making the sun look golden. If you saw sunlight in space, it would be blindingly white. Our planet just likes to apply its own Instagram filters to everything. Space coffee is drunk through a straw because pouring liquids is a disaster in zero gravity. NASA spent years designing a special cup that lets astronauts sip coffee normally, just to make space feel less depressing. Meanwhile, back on Earth, people are still spilling their lattes in traffic, proving that maybe we all need some NASA-grade engineering in our lives. The Dani tribe in Papua, Indonesia, has a tradition where women cut off a fingertip when a loved one dies. It's their way of physically expressing grief. Thankfully, the practice is now rare, but for generations this meant Many women had hands that looked like they had been playing a very unlucky game of rock, paper, scissors with a machete. Medieval monks kept diaries in the form of chronicles, documenting everything from political events to weird weather. Some of them even recorded supernatural sightings like flying dragons and bleeding statues. Either medieval Europe had a serious dragon problem, or monks just needed better sleep schedules. Lise Meitner co-discovered nuclear fission, the process that powers both atomic bombs and nuclear energy. Her male colleague Otto Hahn won the Nobel Prize for it, while she got a minor element named after her. If science awards were fair, she'd have a shelf full of medals instead of being a trivia question. Blue light makes you stay awake because your brain thinks it's daytime. That's why staring at your phone at 2 a.m. is a terrible idea, but your brain doesn't care. It just assumes you're being chased by the sun and need to keep running. Meanwhile, cavemen never had to worry about YouTube ruining their sleep cycles. Some medieval lanterns were just hollowed-out turnips with candles inside. Yes, before jack-o'-lanterns became a Halloween thing, people genuinely thought, why buy a fancy lantern when I can light up a vegetable? Nothing screams sophisticated lighting like a rotting turnip filled with open flames. Human eyes have a blind spot where the optic nerve connects, but your brain just makes up whatever should be there. That means your reality is basically an ongoing Photoshop job, and you're trusting your brain not to fill in the gap with something ridiculous. Like a floating cat where there's actually a lamp. A study found that Capuchin monkeys understand the concept of currency. When trained to use tokens as money, some engaged in less than legal transactions, including theft and bribery. Turns out even monkeys know how to work the system, just like a furry version of Wall Street brokers. The world record for the deepest scuba dive is over 1,000 feet, which is deep enough to meet creatures that haven't gotten the news that dinosaurs went extinct. At that depth, divers face crushing pressure, freezing temperatures, and the existential realization that they are, in other words, a human teabag floating in the abyss. The barrel-eye fish has a transparent head, and you can literally see its brain and rotating green eyes through its skull. If that isn't weird enough, its eyes can look straight up through its own forehead, meaning this fish spends its life permanently side-eyeing everything above it. Evolution really went all out on this one. Some subway stations have artificial bird sounds playing to make the underground experience less depressing. Nothing screams natural paradise like the scent of brake dust and a soundtrack of chirping birds echoing through a dimly lit tunnel filled with grumpy commuters. If they really wanted authenticity, they'd add the sound of squirrels fighting over a discarded sandwich. Astronaut ice cream is a lie. That crunchy freeze-dried brick sold in museum gift shops? NASA never actually sent it to space. Real astronauts eat goo from tubes and rehydrated mystery meals. Meanwhile, tourists on Earth chew on chalky sugar cubes, thinking they're experiencing real space food while getting crumbs all over their shirts. Hair clips have been responsible for some shockingly dramatic airport security incidents. Metal hairpins have set off alarms, leading to intense security checks and confused travelers trying to explain that their suspicious item is just a fancy way to keep their hair in place. Some have even had their clips confiscated as if they were carrying a medieval weapon. In Sweden, Christmas Eve is celebrated with an oddly important tradition: watching Donald Duck cartoons. Since 1959, Disney's From All of Us to All of You has aired every year at 3 p.m., and Swedes take it so seriously that even holiday plans revolve around it. Forget Santa. Donald Duck is the true Christmas icon over there. The Jewish holiday of Purim is basically a mix of Halloween and a costume party, but with added mandatory drinking. People dress up, feast, and are literally encouraged to drink until they can't tell the difference between the holiday's hero and villain. Finally, a religious commandment that says, yes, another round is totally fine. The 1918 Spanish flu was so intense that some people died within hours of showing symptoms. It was so fast-moving that people reportedly felt fine in the morning and were dead by nightfall. Imagine waking up, having breakfast, and then suddenly deciding, well, guess this is it. Even pandemics in the 20th century had no chill. The sun gives us life, but it's also constantly trying to kill us. Its solar flares blast out radiation so strong that they can fry satellites, knock out power grids, and even mess with radio signals. Essentially, our entire civilization is one angry solar tantrum, away from becoming a very expensive camping trip. The first vacuum cleaner was so big it had to be pulled by horses. Invented at the dawn of the 20th century, this monstrosity needed a team of animals to drag it through the streets, and hoses were run into houses to suck up dust. Imagine calling a cleaning service and having a team of horses show up just to vacuum your carpets. Holi, the Hindu festival of colors, basically turns entire cities into a giant paintball war zone. People throw brightly colored powders at each other in a celebration of spring, love, and general chaos. If you ever wanted to get pelted in the face with neon pink dust by a stranger and call it a spiritual experience, this is your holiday. Japan has a spa-themed amusement park where you can literally bathe in ramen. The Unison Spa Resort offers pools filled with wine, coffee, and even actual ramen broth, complete with synthetic noodles. Sure, it's relaxing, but good luck explaining to your ancestors that you voluntarily soaked in noodle soup for leisure instead of, eating it. The first electric toaster was so slow it could have been mistaken for a meditation device. Invented in 1893, it took ages to brown bread and only toasted one side at a time. You had to manually flip the bread, making it feel less like an appliance and more like a test of patience. Thankfully, modern toasters don't require user intervention mid-toast. The Justinian plague was so bad that Emperor Justinian himself caught it. He survived, but the disease wiped out nearly half of Europe's population. It got so out of hand that bodies were just stuffed into buildings or dumped into the sea. If you think your city's waste management is bad, at least they're not using churches as mass graves. There's a park in South Korea entirely dedicated to toilets. Yes, the Restroom Cultural Park in Suwon is an actual attraction featuring toilet-shaped buildings, poop-themed sculptures, and an entire museum about bathroom history. Apparently, someone thought the ultimate thrill ride was learning about ancient plumbing techniques while standing next to a giant bronze toilet. Electric fans don't actually cool the air. They just move it around to trick your skin into feeling cooler. This means if you leave a fan running in an empty room, you're just giving the air a scenic tour for no reason. But hey, at least you get that satisfying, dramatic hair-blowing effect if you stand directly in front of it. There's an entire theme park in China dedicated to knockoff Disney characters, where Mickey looks like he just lost a lawsuit. The park, called Shijingshan Amusement Park, once had characters eerily similar to famous ones, but with just enough changes to avoid legal trouble. Imagine riding a roller coaster with Michael Mouse and Ronald Duck cheering you on. There's a shade of blue that's so rare it disappeared for centuries. Then scientists accidentally rediscovered it while trying to create new materials, called YSLNMN, blue because normal names are too mainstream. It's absurdly bright, doesn't fade, and costs a fortune. Basically, it's the Rolex of blues, and your budget paint set could never be. Oil paint takes forever to dry. Some paintings from centuries ago are still technically drying. So, if you think waiting for your nails to dry is annoying, imagine working on a painting and realizing your grandkids will have to check if it's finally done. That's right. Somewhere out there, a Renaissance painting is still in progress. Cobalt mining might as well be a sci-fi horror movie. Most of the world's cobalt, used in rechargeable batteries, comes from mines in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where people dig through radioactive earth with their bare hands. If metal ever gains sentience, cobalt miners will be the first ones to get their revenge. The death trail in China laughs at your fear of heights. Mount Hua's plank walk consists of wooden planks bolted into a sheer cliff, thousands of feet in the air. There's no railing, just a sketchy harness and pure faith. If you ever wanted to know what it's like to hike while questioning all your life choices, this is the place. Bolivia's El Camino de la Muerte is a hiking trail and a near-death experience. Also called Death Road because subtlety is overrated, this path has landslides, sheer drop-offs, and bikers zooming past at ridiculous speeds. One wrong step and you might just get a permanent ticket to the bottom of the rainforest. Enjoy the view, though. Paint companies go way too far with color names. Instead of red, you get dragon's blood. Instead of beige, it's toasted almond whisper. Who comes up with these? Somewhere, there's a guy getting paid to look at a shade of gray and say, let's call this one Foggy Melancholy of a Lost Seagull. Wingsuit flying turns humans into barely controlled meteors. Some wingsuit flyers hit speeds of over 150 miles per hour, which means they're basically one strong gust of wind away from being a real-life Looney Tunes crash scene. And the best part? They do it voluntarily. just for the rush of turning themselves into aerodynamic pancakes. If that kind of madness fascinates you, smash that like button, drop a comment, and subscribe for more wild facts. Volcano boarding exists because surfing and snowboarding weren't dangerous enough. In Nicaragua, thrill seekers strap on boards and slide down an active volcano at speeds of 56 miles per hour. The selling point? The volcanic ash shreds your clothes. The heat makes you feel like a baked potato. And if you fall, you get an exfoliation treatment from lava rocks, free of charge. Big wave surfers ride walls of water taller than buildings. The largest wave ever surfed was 86 feet tall, roughly the height of an 8-story building. If that isn't terrifying enough, these surfers also risk being held underwater so long they could start rethinking their life choices, if they weren't too busy fighting to breathe. Some of the earliest paints were made with mashed-up bugs, ground-up bones, and even urine. Yes, ancient artists really went all in on their color experiments. Imagine proudly displaying your masterpiece, only to realize the vibrant yellow came from someone's very hydrated contribution. Art supplies were not for the weak. Some gold mines literally breathe fire. In South Africa, gold mines reach depths of over 2.5 miles, where the rocks get so hot they can cause underground fires. So miners are basically working inside a giant, burning oven, all for a metal that people wear on their fingers and occasionally lose down the sink. Mining salt was once more dangerous than gold mining. Medieval salt mines were humid, dark, and filled with toxic gases, meaning miners risked suffocation just to season someone's food. Imagine telling your family you braved deadly caves all day, only for some noble to throw your hard-earned salt over his shoulder for luck. The current world record for a single breath hold is an absurd 24 minutes and 37 seconds. These athletes dive hundreds of feet into the ocean with no oxygen tanks, relying on sheer lung capacity and stubbornness, while their bodies casually ignore every instinct to breathe. Some competitions involve food no one actually wants to eat. Ever heard of competitive butter carving? How about spam sculpting? There are entire events where people don't cook food but turn it into questionable works of art, proving that in the world of cooking competitions, sometimes taste is the least important factor. Hair clips can cause major chaos. A 1950s beauty contest in the U.S. ended in chaos when a contestant's oversized hair clip got tangled in another contestant's dress. As she tried to free herself, the entire dress ripped, causing what the newspapers called an unintentional wardrobe catastrophe. Some towns have more reindeer than people. In parts of Siberia and northern Scandinavia, reindeer casually outnumber humans, making traffic jams look like a scene from a Christmas special gone wrong. You're more likely to be late to work because of a stubborn reindeer blockade than because of bad weather. Some islands have a strict no outsiders policy, forever. North Sentinel Island's residents have rejected modern civilization for thousands of years, greeting visitors with spears instead of welcome baskets. Missionaries, researchers, and even helicopters have been chased away. It's the ultimate introvert dreamland where "sorry I can't go out" is a literal survival strategy. Certain places still use bartering instead of money. While the rest of the world is stressed because of inflation, some remote communities trade fish for furniture, goats for groceries, and somehow bananas for medical care. It's an economy where your net worth is determined by how many chickens you own. Medieval men had more stylish bags than women. Back in the Middle Ages, men rocked elaborate girdle pouches tied to their belts, while women had to make do with tiny sacks hidden under their skirts. Dudes were out here flaunting their medieval Gucci while women had to fish through layers of fabric just to find a single coin. The first handbags were survival kits. In the 18th century, women carried reticules, tiny decorative purses that could barely fit a handkerchief and a few coins. Meanwhile, men carried massive satchels stuffed with everything from weapons to snacks. Apparently, gendered bag inequality has been a thing for centuries. Suitcases used to have literal legs. Early travelers carried portmanteaus, which were basically wooden boxes with legs. They were so bulky that you needed a small army to move them, making the whole concept of travel light a complete joke. Today's wheeled suitcases would have been considered pure wizardry. Bathing was once a yearly event. In medieval Europe, people considered full-body baths a luxury or an extreme sport. Many took only 1 or 2 baths a year, relying on perfume and prayers to mask the stench. Meanwhile, the ancient Romans were chilling in massive bathhouses daily, probably wondering why medieval folks chose to marinate in their own filth. Toothpaste once contained literal rocks. Before minty fresh toothpaste, ancient Egyptians and Greeks scrubbed their teeth with crushed bones, oyster shells, and ashes. Sure, their breath probably smelled like a burnt seafood platter, but at least their teeth were exfoliated to a shine. Modern dentists would have a heart attack seeing someone polish their molars with gravel. Nighttime was 2 shifts of sleep. Before artificial light, people followed the biphasic sleep pattern, sleeping for a few hours, waking up at midnight for prayers, snacks, or questionable activities, then sleeping again until morning. If you've ever woken up at 3 a.m. craving a sandwich, congratulations, you're living like a medieval peasant. The shoes were barely functional. Medieval footwear was so bad that people were walking barefoot with fabric wrapped around their feet. Rich people wore ridiculously long, pointy shoes that made running impossible. Probably why knights wore armor. They knew they couldn't escape danger in their fancy elf slippers. Glaciers are slow-motion bulldozers. They grind down mountains, flatten landscapes, and casually drag boulders the size of houses across continents. If a glacier had a theme song, it would be the world's slowest heavy metal riff, crushing everything in its path over thousands of years while moving at a speed that would make a snail look like a race car. Romanesco broccoli is nature's way of showing off its math skills. Its spirals follow the Fibonacci sequence, forming a mesmerizing fractal pattern. If a mathematician and a vegetable had a baby, this would be the result. You can eat it, but deep down you know you're destroying one of nature's most impressive geometric flexes. They defy physics. Cats can twist their bodies mid-air to land on their feet. A reflex so absurdly precise that even scientists are impressed. Drop a cat from any height, not that you should, and it will contort itself like an Olympic gymnast, making gravity look like a joke. They have unique meow languages. Cats don't naturally meow at each other. They developed meowing specifically to communicate with humans. So if your cat meows nonstop, congratulations, you've been manipulated into an endless conversation with an animal that thinks it's your boss. And that's it for your dose of 202 mind-blowing facts. What was your favorite fact? Let us know in the comments. And while you're at it, subscribe to see more videos like this. Until next time, the useless guy. Welcome to a world where the absurd meets the amazing, and reality is sometimes stranger than fiction. Let's dive into some facts that will make you scratch your head and question the logic behind history, science, and technology. From online learning platforms that might judge your procrastination to terrifying ancient migraine remedies and a radioactive lake that's more dangerous than your worst nightmare, these facts will make you laugh, cringe, and wonder what on earth was going on in the past. Hold on to your curiosity because things are about to get wild. Sea urchins use their water vascular system for movement and self-defense, but they also have tiny jaw-like structures called Aristotle's lantern. These weird little mouthpieces continuously scrape away at surfaces, which means if a sea urchin ever had access to your furniture, it would turn your table into sawdust just for fun. The longest time someone has juggled 3 objects is over 12 hours. Imagine dedicating half a day to keeping things in motion without dropping them, while most of us can't even keep our lives together for 10 minutes without a mistake. This is why jugglers are wizards with hand-eye coordination. Paper jams were a personal attack. Early printers seem to have a secret grudge against humanity, jamming at the worst possible moment. Important deadline? Paper jam. Printing a final project? Paper jam. Trying to impress your boss? Paper jam. Fixing it required the delicate hand of a surgeon, or else the entire machine would explode into a mess of torn paper and crushed dreams. Hunger pangs can happen even when you're full. Sometimes your stomach just doesn't get the memo that you ate, especially if your meal lacked protein or fat. It's like a spoiled kid asking for dessert when dinner just ended. So if you've ever felt starving right after a meal, your stomach isn't empty. It's just a lying, bottomless pit of deception. Llamas communicate by humming, and each hum has a different meaning. Some hums signal relaxation, while others mean, I'm annoyed and about to ruin your day. If you ever hear a llama humming aggressively at you, just know that you might be seconds away from a face full of llama loogie. Studies suggest that the uncanny valley effect plays a huge role in coulrophobia. Clowns look almost human, but their exaggerated features and unnatural expressions make the brain scream, nope. That's definitely a demon in a party wig. Thanks to horror movies like It and Poltergeist, many people associate clowns with terror rather than fun. At this point, clowns have scared more children than vegetables and bedtime combined. In 1993, the Coca-Cola vending machine riot broke out in Mexico City when a power outage made all the vending machines dispense free Coke. People stormed the streets like it was the end of civilization, looting soda like it was liquid gold. Who knew free soft drinks could turn a city into an action movie? In 1919, Boston experienced the Great Molasses Flood when a giant storage tank exploded, sending a 25-foot wave of sticky molasses through the streets at 35 miles per hour. People and horses got trapped, buildings collapsed, and for years locals swore the city smelled like pancakes. Imagine explaining to your insurance company that your house drowned in syrup. A single game of solitaire helped shape the future of computers. When Microsoft included solitaire in Windows 3.0, they claimed it was just for entertainment. In reality, it was secretly training office workers to use a mouse. That's right, your wasted time playing solitaire was actually Bill Gates' way of turning you into a computer expert. In 1895, the first ever recorded car crash in the US involved exactly one car, crashing into a tree. There were no other cars on the road, yet the driver still managed to hit the only obstacle in sight. This accident set the tone for over a century of people somehow managing to crash in completely empty parking lots. Greenland has a high literacy rate despite only having one university. With a literacy rate of over 99%, Greenland proves you don't need a bunch of fancy schools to be educated. The entire country has one university, meaning you either study there or travel thousands of miles for college. Good luck with student life when your nearest bookstore is next to a glacier. Your face might seem to be in perfect symmetry, but in reality, it is almost symmetrical. If it were, you'd look so eerily perfect that people might assume you were an android. Studies show that humans prefer symmetrical faces because they suggest good genes. But since no one is truly symmetrical, we all just walk around with slightly lopsided charm instead. A spring in Mexico called El Zacaton is so deep scientists haven't fully explored it. This thing is basically the abyss of natural springs, and divers once sent a robot down to map it, only for the robot to mysteriously vanish. Either the spring is hiding ancient secrets, or the water itself just decided it didn't like company. In the early days, NASA considered giving astronauts carbonated drinks, but zero gravity made the gas build up in their stomachs, causing uncontrollable burping. Space burps are special because, thanks to microgravity, they come with surprise liquid reflux. Nothing like floating around in a $100 billion space station while fighting a rogue bubble of soda and regret. Your eyes see the world upside down and your brain flips the image so you don't walk around thinking you live in an M.C. Escher painting. If you wore special glasses that flipped everything, your brain would eventually just accept it, meaning you could rewire yourself to see the world as a permanent handstand. Romanesco broccoli is nature's way of showing off its math skills. Its spirals follow the Fibonacci sequence, forming a mesmerizing fractal pattern. Basically, if a mathematician and a vegetable had a baby, this would be the result. You can eat it, but deep down, you know you're destroying one of nature's most impressive geometric flexes. The first gas stoves were introduced in the early 1800s, but people refused to use them because they thought gas was an invisible demon waiting to explode in their kitchens. Turns out they weren't entirely wrong. Early models were so unpredictable they could turn a simple breakfast into a fireball of regret. Some online learning platforms use AI to track your progress, which means your course knows exactly how long you stared at that one question before giving up. In the future, AI tutors might even roast you for skipping lessons. Imagine a virtual teacher saying, "Oh, back again? Maybe this time you'll actually finish the module instead of binge-watching cat videos." Sunlight is basically a time traveler. The light we see from the sun is already 8 minutes and 20 seconds old by the time it reaches Earth. If the sun suddenly vanished, we wouldn't even notice until those last rays of light finished their journey. Imagine realizing your heat source quit 8 minutes ago. Talk about a delayed breakup. Theorists believe that some sort of plague demon has its wings spread on humanity. For evidence, they argue that in 1720, 1820, 1920, and 2020, the world experienced major pandemics, leading conspiracy theorists to believe there's some kind of plague curse every 100 years. While history probably isn't on a strict doomsday timer, the pattern is weird enough to make you reconsider your life choices every time a new century rolls around. The Buddhist holiday of Vesak, which celebrates Buddha's birth, enlightenment, and passing, often involves people releasing caged birds as a symbol of freedom. It's a beautiful gesture, except sometimes the birds aren't native to the area, and instead of flying to freedom, they just get confused or eaten by predators. Nature's way of keeping things balanced. There's a theme park in Lithuania called Stalin World, where the main attraction is Soviet oppression. Officially named Grutas Park, it features statues of Lenin, Stalin, and communist relics in a grim amusement setting. Nothing screams fun day out like walking through a park dedicated to government surveillance and labor camps. Who needs roller coasters when you have historical existential dread? Uruguay won the first ever FIFA World Cup in 1930. Not only did they host the tournament, but they also won it. Then, just to flex on the world, they won again in 1950, beating Brazil in a match so devastating that some Brazilian fans reportedly fainted from shock. To this day, Uruguayans proudly display 4 stars on their jerseys, 2 for the World Cups and 2 for earlier Olympic football victories. Uruguay's former president was the world's poorest leader. José Mujica, who served from 2010 to 2015, donated around 90% of his salary to charity and lived on a small farm instead of a presidential mansion. He drove an old VW Beetle. He managed to run a country and still was more relatable than most politicians with private jets and gold-plated everything. The water vascular system in echinoderms like sea stars is a built-in hydraulic system that makes them the weirdest plumbers of the ocean. Instead of blood, they pump seawater through their bodies to move, eat, and even breathe. Imagine if humans worked that way. We'd need to chug a gallon of water just to take a step. Hunger can make you an emotional disaster. Ever been so hungry you almost started a fight over something ridiculous? That's because low blood sugar makes your brain act like a glitchy computer, turning minor inconveniences into full-blown crises. If you ever yelled at a vending machine for eating your dollar, don't worry, it wasn't you. It was the hunger gremlin controlling your actions. Bonsai trees can outlive their full-sized counterparts, with some specimens being over 1,000 years old. Imagine dedicating your life to watering and trimming a single tree, only for it to look at you like, "Nice try, but I'll outlast your entire family." Some of these ancient bonsais have been passed down for generations, making them the ultimate family heirloom. VPNs were originally made for businesses, not for people hiding from hackers or binge-watching region-locked TV shows. In the 1990s, Microsoft developed the first VPN-like technology to let employees securely access company files remotely. Now, thanks to VPNs, people can pretend to be working while actually streaming their favorite shows from a secure connection. Hiking in Hawaii's Haiku Stairs is illegal, which makes it even more tempting. The Stairway to Heaven is a steep 322-step climb that is technically closed to the public. That hasn't stopped daredevils from sneaking in at 3 a.m., dodging guards, and climbing a staircase that looks like it was built by a very ambitious lunatic. Some countries treat VPNs as serious crimes against humanity and outright ban them. China, Russia, and North Korea have strict restrictions, treating VPN use like a high-tech form of espionage. Meanwhile, in other places, VPNs are just tools for people trying to get cheaper flights or pretending to be in another country to access better movie libraries. Denmark once had a theme park dedicated to Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, but many rides were just a bit too real. For example, the Little Mermaid ride didn't have a happy ending, because in the original story, she turns into sea foam. Nothing says family fun like being reminded that classic fairy tales were full of existential doom. If you love bizarre history and absurd facts like this, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel because, unlike the mermaid, we won't vanish into foam anytime soon. Juggling has been around for at least 4,000 years. Ancient Egyptian tomb paintings show people tossing balls in the air, like early-day circus performers. Either they were entertainers or the first recorded instance of someone failing to keep their groceries in one hand and simultaneously avoiding a fall. There are hydraulic presses so powerful that they need their own foundations to prevent them from sinking into the ground. This means someone, somewhere, has built a machine so heavy and destructive that the Earth itself struggles to hold it. If that's not peak human engineering, I don't know what is. Migraines aren't just headaches. They're full-blown sensory rebellions. Along with pain, they can bring nausea, light sensitivity, and even temporary blindness. Some unlucky people even experience Alice in Wonderland syndrome, where objects look bigger or smaller than they really are. Imagine trying to eat a sandwich that suddenly looks the size of a car. Migraines really know how to ruin lunch. Some ancient treatments for migraines were absolutely terrifying. In medieval times, people thought drilling a hole in the skull, called trepanation, could relieve the pain, because obviously the best way to treat a headache is to let some fresh air into your brain. Today we have medicine, but if migraines keep getting worse, some sufferers might start reconsidering the medieval approach. Nomophobia is the fear of being without your phone, which means half the population is technically living in pure terror every time their battery hits 1%. The horror of losing Wi-Fi, missing a text, or gasp. Having to actually talk to someone in real life is enough to send some people into a full-blown panic attack. Marie Curie basically carried radioactive material around like it was candy. The woman who discovered radium used to keep glowing vials of it in her pockets for fun. Nobody knew about radiation poisoning back then, so her lab notebooks are still so radioactive that scientists today have to wear protective gear just to read her notes. That's dedication, mixed with a little bit of madness. Bananas are radioactive and you're eating them anyway. Thanks to their potassium-40 content, bananas emit a tiny amount of radiation. Don't panic. Eating a few won't turn you into a mutant, but if you stack enough of them in one place, you could theoretically set off a radiation detector. This means your breakfast might be technically nuclear, but at least it's high in potassium. The ace wasn't always the most powerful card. Before the French Revolution, kings were always the highest-ranking cards because, well, monarchy ruled everything. But after people got tired of kings and started chopping their heads off, the ace became the top card in many games, because nothing says power to the people like a deck of playing cards. North Korea claims a perfect literacy rate, but with a twist. The government proudly states that 100% of its citizens can read and write. However, their reading material is almost entirely about the supreme leader. If your first word as a baby is glorious revolution, and your bedtime stories are government propaganda, does that really count as literacy or just really aggressive brainwashing? Playing cards were once considered dangerously sinful. In medieval Europe, some religious leaders were convinced that card games were a one-way ticket to moral corruption. They thought shuffling a deck was summoning the devil. Ironically, many of these early decks were hand-painted by monks, proving that even holy men needed a break from chanting all day. Some cultures believe mirrors steal souls, which makes selfies extremely problematic. Ancient superstitions claimed that mirrors could trap a person's spirit, which is why breaking one supposedly brings bad luck. If that's true, modern phone cameras have probably turned half the population into spiritual hostages, doomed to exist forever in the cloud. Mirrors can technically trap light forever, making them the universe's most useless hoarders. If you position two mirrors perfectly facing each other, light bounces between them indefinitely unless something disrupts it. This means a little piece of light from years ago could still be bouncing in there, probably wondering why it hasn't been invited to leave. Alcatraz prisoners used soap, hair, and papier-mâché to fake their own heads. The famous Alcatraz escape involved inmates making fake heads and placing them in their beds to fool guards. While most people struggle with arts and crafts, these guys managed to create full-blown sculptures just to break out. The guards probably had nightmares about those creepy fake faces. Octopuses learn through boredom-fueled destruction. When stuck in captivity, octopuses will start dismantling their tanks just to see what happens. Some have even learned to short-circuit aquarium lights by spraying water at electrical outlets. If they ever evolve further, we're looking at a future where octopuses overthrow humanity one unplugged power strip at a time. Ancient civilizations had literacy rates so low that people literally paid scribes to read and write for them. In ancient Mesopotamia and Egypt, literacy was a rare skill, and professional scribes were the equivalent of today's lawyers. Except instead of drafting contracts, they spent their time writing down gossip and royal complaints. Imagine needing a professional just to send a text message. The oldest known playing cards originated in China. Long before the world knew poker, blackjack, or solitaire, the Chinese were already enjoying card games as early as the 9th century. These early cards resembled paper money, meaning that a game of cards could quickly escalate into a game of bankruptcy if you weren't cautious. Plutonium is so unstable that it can randomly catch fire. This radioactive metal doesn't just sit around politely, it oxidizes in air and can spontaneously combust if it's not stored correctly. In other words, plutonium isn't just toxic, it's also a drama queen that might randomly burst into flames if it feels like it. Scientists have to handle it like it's an angry, glowing gremlin. Llamas have a built-in alarm system. They scream when they sense danger. And by scream, I mean an absolutely unholy, high-pitched shriek that sounds like a banshee stubbed its toe. If a burglar ever tries to sneak up on a llama farm, they'll regret their life choices immediately. Dot matrix printers had the patience of a sloth. Printing one page took forever, and the end result looked like a pixelated crime scene. If you needed to print a whole document, you had time to make coffee, drink it, contemplate the meaning of life, and still come back to find the printer, only halfway done. And heaven forbid you needed color, because that was just sorcery. Ink cartridges were treated like gold. Back in the early days, ink for printers was so expensive and rare that some businesses locked it up like a national treasure. If someone ran out of ink too soon, they were looked at with deep suspicion, because clearly printing a single-page memo was worth more than their entire salary. Paganophobia is the fear of beards. Some people will break out in a cold sweat at the sight of a full, majestic beard, convinced it's hiding dark secrets? Or maybe last week's lunch. If you know someone with this phobia, just know that every November, they're out there dodging bearded hipsters like it's an extreme sport. VPNs can actually increase internet speeds in some cases. Internet providers sometimes throttle bandwidth when they detect streaming or torrenting, but a VPN hides what you're doing. It's like sneaking past a lazy security guard. Your ISP has no clue what you're up to, so it can't slow you down just because you're watching too much high-definition cat content. Drip irrigation is like giving plants an IV drip. It delivers water directly to the roots, drop by drop. This method can reduce water waste by up to 60% as compared to traditional watering. It's so efficient that even desert farms can grow crops without turning the land into a mud pit. Basically, plants get a hydration plan more advanced than most humans following their drink more water resolutions. In Uruguay, cows outnumber people by nearly 4 to 1. Uruguay has about 3.5 million people, but over 12 million cows. This means that if cows ever decided to stage a rebellion, Uruguayans would be seriously outnumbered. Fortunately, the country is one of the largest beef exporters in the world, so the cows probably don't stand a chance. Your stomach isn't growling, it's throwing a tantrum. That rumbling sound when you're hungry? It's called borborygmi, and it's your stomach angrily sloshing around the air and digestive juices, demanding food like a toddler in a supermarket. Scientists say it's normal, but let's be real. Your stomach is just dramatically auditioning for a horror movie soundtrack. Someone invented a ruler that will give you a difficult time doing its one job, drawing a straight line. There's a ruler called the rolling ruler, which is supposed to help you draw straight lines quickly. The only problem? It rolls, meaning if you don't hold it exactly right, you'll get wobbly lines instead of straight ones. It's the ruler version of a prank toy. Some jails have vending machines for bail money, because freedom should be as easy as buying chips. In some places, you can pay your bail using a kiosk, just like you'd buy a candy bar. Imagine getting arrested and then just casually swiping your credit card like buying a snack. One get-out-of-jail ticket, please. Some old mirrors contain so much mercury they could straight up poison you. Before modern glass coatings, mirrors were made with mercury, which means looking at yourself too much could be hazardous to your health. Imagine just trying to check your hair and ending up hallucinating that your reflection is whispering dark secrets to you. Narcissus wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes. Goats can solve puzzles and then judge you for struggling. Scientists found that goats are excellent problem solvers and can remember solutions to complex puzzles even after a year. Meanwhile, humans forget why they walked into a room within 10 seconds. If goats had thumbs, they'd be hacking into your Wi-Fi and changing your passwords just for fun. Goats are out here solving puzzles while some of us still struggle with IKEA furniture. If you want more mind-blowing and slightly humiliating animal facts, hit that like button, drop a comment, and subscribe to the channel. Who knows, maybe one day goats will be watching these videos too, right before they take over the world. In the 19th century, Sweden had higher literacy rates than some modern nations today. Sweden had nearly universal literacy in the 1800s because they required people to read before they could get married. Imagine proposing to your sweetheart only to be handed a Bible and told, read this or die alone. If that rule still existed today, Tinder bios would be a lot more impressive. The 4 suits in a deck have different meanings. Hearts, diamonds, clubs, and spades aren't just random shapes, they represent medieval society. Hearts symbolize the clergy, diamonds were for merchants, clubs stood for peasants, and spades represented the nobility. So technically, every time you play poker, you're reenacting a mini medieval class struggle. There's a lake in Russia that's so radioactive it can kill you in an hour. Lake Karachay is so contaminated with nuclear waste that standing near it is like signing up for an instant health crisis. The Soviets used it as a dumping ground for radioactive material. Cold War era had a very loose understanding or inconsideration of environmental safety. In 2004, a cargo ship carrying thousands of rubber ducks capsized, leading to a rubber duck invasion worldwide. These yellow plastic birds washed up on beaches from Hawaii to Scotland. Even in maritime disasters, bath toys always find a way to make things ridiculous. Scientists even use them to track ocean currents. There are erasable pens that don't actually erase. Some erasable pens use heat-sensitive ink, which disappears when rubbed with friction. But if you leave your notes in a hot car, all your writing can vanish like a magic trick gone wrong. And the best part, putting your paper in the freezer can sometimes bring the ink back. So technically, you're just one ice pack away from recovering your lost homework. The US shipped billions of dollars in cash to Iraq and lost track of it. The government sent over $12 billion in cash, shrink-wrapped on pallets, to fund reconstruction efforts. A huge chunk of it vanished into thin air, probably making some warlords the proud owners of suspiciously large vaults of US bills. It was one of the biggest cases of, oops, where did our money go? In history. The Aztecs believed the sun needed fresh blood to keep rising, so they constantly made human sacrifices. They'd cut out hearts with obsidian knives, hoping their god wouldn't press the end world button. With that kind of motivation, you'd think they could have just tried a really impressive fruit basket instead. The ancient druids reportedly burned people inside giant wicker men as offerings to their gods. They built massive wooden cages, stuffed them with unlucky individuals, and set them on fire. If Hollywood ever makes an accurate historical movie about this, it'll look like a horror film with a bonfire gone way too far. Some inmates train as lawyers and actually win their own cases. There are prisoners who get so good at studying the law that they manage to overturn their own convictions. That's next level, if you want something done right, do it yourself energy. Imagine getting a life sentence, then pulling an Uno reverse card in court. The first home printers cost more than a car. In the 1980s, a decent home printer could set you back the price of a used vehicle. If you wanted to print from home, you basically had to decide between having a printer or having a roof over your head. And just when you thought you were done spending money, the ink would run out after 10 pages and demand a small fortune for a refill. Migraines can mess with your speech, making you sound like you're speaking in riddles. Some people experience temporary aphasia, where words come out jumbled or completely nonsensical. Imagine trying to order coffee and instead saying, "Please give me a flying watermelon." Juggling improves brain function by increasing gray matter, meaning every juggler is technically making themselves smarter with every toss. So while you're struggling to remember where you put your keys, some guy spinning knives in the air is actually sharpening his cognitive abilities. Life isn't fair. Umami was discovered by a Japanese scientist who just wanted to know why seaweed soup tasted so good. In 1908, Kikunai Ikeda realized that glutamate was the secret behind the addictive savoriness. So yes, a man became famous for figuring out why people couldn't stop slurping broth. Truly a scientific breakthrough worthy of eternal gratitude. Human breast milk is full of umami, meaning babies get hooked on that savory goodness before they even know what food is. That means our love for umami is hardwired from birth. So next time you see someone inhaling a plate of sushi like their life depends on it, just remember, it all started with milk. There's a whole sport called combat juggling, where jugglers try to make each other drop their balls while keeping their own in the air. It's like dodgeball, but instead of running, you're locked in a battle of skill, reflexes, and probably a deep fear of looking ridiculous when your cascade collapsed. The world's first hydraulic press was invented in the 18th century by Joseph Bramah, who probably never imagined it would one day be used to crush Lego figures for internet clout. He was trying to revolutionize the industry, but the internet just wanted to see what happens when you squish a rubber duck under extreme pressure. Avocados, the main ingredient in guacamole, were once called alligator pears because of their bumpy green skin. So technically, every time you eat guacamole, you're smashing up a reptilian fruit and calling it a delicacy. Nothing like some good old-fashioned alligator fruit paste to keep things fancy. Guacamole is so beloved that in 2007, hackers literally held a shipment of avocados hostage in Mexico. Yes, avocado piracy is real, and somewhere out there, a gang of criminals probably has a secret hideout full of guac. Imagine explaining to a judge that your master crime was stealing people's brunch topping. Some bonsai trees have been trained to grow upside down over rocks or even in surreal twisted shapes. This means people spend literal decades convincing a tree to defy gravity just for aesthetics. Meanwhile, most houseplants refuse to live more than a week because you forgot to water them once. Your body will try to trick you into eating cardboard. When hunger gets extreme, your sense of smell and taste go into overdrive, making almost anything seem edible. This is why people stranded in the wild sometimes eat tree bark. Your brain basically turns into that friend who says, "Just try it. It won't be that bad," when you clearly know it will. Some scientists believe umami was nature's way of helping ancient humans survive by guiding them toward protein-rich foods. Meanwhile, modern humans use it to justify eating an entire bag of MSG-covered chips in one sitting. Evolution had noble intentions, but we've turned umami into an excuse to drown everything in soy sauce and call it science. Some sea cucumbers take their water vascular system way too seriously. When threatened, they launch their internal organs out of their bodies like an emergency escape pod. Then they casually regenerate them later, as if violently ejecting their own guts was just another Tuesday. Meanwhile, humans cry over a stubbed toe. Mexico's spicy candy is basically a prank. Many Mexican sweets are covered in chili powder, meaning you think you're getting a nice, fruity treat, but instead your tongue gets set on fire. Some tourists try them thinking they're regular candy, only to end up questioning all their life choices. It's like Mexican candy dares you to suffer before you can enjoy it. Pencils that double as plant. Some eco-friendly pencils have seeds in their stubs, so when they get too short to use, you can plant them in the soil. In theory, you get a nice little herb garden, but in reality, most people just forget and throw them away, making them the most guilt-inducing pencils ever created. Japan made candy that screams. Some Japanese sweets called whistle candies have a hole in them that makes a loud whistling sound when you blow through it. So while kids in other countries quietly enjoy their candy, Japanese kids run around sounding like malfunctioning tea kettles. Worst part? Parents buy them willingly, knowing they'll be stuck in a house full of tiny sugar-fueled train whistles. The world's smallest stapler barely works. There are staplers the size of a thumbnail that claim to be fully functional. In reality, they jam, lose tiny staples, and require an advanced degree in engineering just to reload. But hey, they make great desk decorations for people who enjoy suffering. Pigeons can learn to read, but they don't care to use it. Researchers trained pigeons to recognize words and even differentiate between real and made-up words. However, pigeons have no practical use for this skill, meaning they could probably critique your grammar, but they'd rather steal your sandwich. They're just out here, literate and indifferent. A mirror can make your reflection look taller or shorter, depending on its shape, proving your height is a lie. A slight curve in a mirror can change how tall or wide you look, which means your bathroom mirror might be gaslighting you. Funhouse mirrors take this to an extreme, making you wonder if you're actually a stretched out spaghetti noodle or walking potato. The world's most terrifying rooftop pool isn't London. The Sky Pool is a glass-bottomed swimming pool suspended between two buildings, 10 stories high. Swimmers get the thrill of looking straight down at the street below, questioning both their life choices and the durability of glass. Some rooftops are so hot they can literally cook an egg. In places like Dubai or Las Vegas, summer temperatures turn rooftops into frying pans. Forget fancy restaurants. Just crack an egg on a rooftop and let nature take care of breakfast with a side of desert dust. Want more wild and unexpected facts? Hit that like button, drop a comment, and subscribe for more mind-blowing content. Earth is losing its lungs at an alarming speed. The Amazon rainforest, often called the lungs of the earth, is shrinking so fast that it might need an inhaler soon. At current rates of deforestation, this giant oxygen factory could turn into a barren wasteland, leaving the planet to cough its way into climate chaos. The world's most expensive chocolate is barely even chocolate. Some luxury chocolates, like La Madeleine aux Truffes, cost hundreds of dollars for a single piece. Why? Because they shove rare truffles, gold flakes, and other ridiculously expensive ingredients inside. At that point, you're not even paying for chocolate. You're paying for the privilege of eating something that costs more than your grocery bill. Polluted air can make you dumber, literally. Studies show that long-term exposure to high pollution levels is linked to cognitive decline, meaning smog might be sneakily shaving off IQ points. So if you've ever walked through a city and suddenly forgotten why you entered a store, blame the air, not your short attention span. Italy has a cake that lasts forever. Panforte, an ancient Italian dessert, is so packed with honey, nuts, and dried fruit that it can stay good for years. Yes, years. It was originally designed to survive long journeys, but at this point, it could probably outlive some civilizations. If you ever get stranded on a desert island, just bring a Panforte. It'll still be fresh when they rescue you. One prison used a Pepsi factory as a cover-up for crime. In the 1990s, a prison in Venezuela had a fake Pepsi factory inside. But instead of making soda, inmates were brewing their own alcohol and smuggling drugs. Imagine visiting for a tour and wondering why the soda smells like moonshine and regret. Uranium glass exists and it glows like something straight out of a sci-fi horror movie. Back in the 19th century, people thought, hey, let's put uranium in glassware because that seems safe. The result? Green glowing plates, cups, and even doorknobs that looked like they belonged in a haunted house. Technically, they're not super dangerous, but drinking from one still feels like a great way to develop superpowers or an extra limb. The fear of clowns is so common that even trained psychologists aren't entirely sure what causes it. Some blame their eerie painted faces, others say it's their unpredictable behavior, but honestly, it might just be the fact that no fully grown adult should enjoy wearing oversized shoes that much. Some migraines come with auras, which are basically psychedelic pre-show warnings from the brain. These auras can include flashing lights, zigzag patterns, or even ghostly blind spots. So while the sufferer is bracing for pain, their brain decides to put on a malfunctioning laser light show. Thanks, nervous system. In theory, a big enough hydraulic press could flatten a diamond, turning the hardest known substance into a very expensive pancake. So next time someone brags about their unbreakable diamond ring, just remind them that a sufficiently angry hydraulic press could turn it into luxury dust in seconds. Montevideo has the longest carnival in the world. While Brazil's carnival is famous, Uruguay's lasts for over 40 days. It includes parades, candomblé drumming, and comedy shows that often poke fun at politicians. If you ever thought partying for a week was impressive, Uruguayans would like you to know they've taken it to the next level. Hunger pangs can make you a temporary genius. Studies suggest that mild hunger boosts brain function, making you more alert and focused. So if you ever solved a complex problem while daydreaming about pizza, congratulations, you just outsmarted yourself on an empty stomach. The bad news? Your IQ plummets the second you get your hands on that pizza. Some trees release a screaming chemical when they're cut down. They emit distress signals in the form of gases, kind of like a final, desperate no that no one hears. So next time you see a deforested area, just know it was probably full of silent, gasping tree screams. Pleasant thought, huh? The Chrysler Building's rooftop once had a hidden speakeasy. During Prohibition, New York's elite partied in a secret bar 800 feet above the city. Imagine sipping illegal cocktails while knowing that one wrong step could send you on a very permanent elevator ride without the elevator. Cutting down trees actually makes some animals lose their minds. Studies show that orangutans and other forest creatures suffer from stress, trauma, and even depression when their homes disappear. Deforestation is so bad that even wildlife needs therapy. The world's most ridiculous handmade teapot is covered in 500,000 diamonds. Because what's tea without the risk of holding a fortune in your hands? Spill a drop, and suddenly your afternoon tea turns into a financial crisis. At that point, you're not sipping tea, you're gripping wealth with shaky hands. A fully functional wooden bicycle exists, made entirely by hand. No metal, just wood, and misplaced confidence. Every ride is a potential splinter hazard. And don't even think about rain, unless you enjoy the feeling of your bike slowly turning into firewood. It's eco-friendly, stylish, and completely impractical. Trees literally talk to each other, and deforestation is basically cutting off their group chat. Through underground fungal networks, trees warn each other about pests and share nutrients. When a forest is wiped out, it's like deleting an entire social network. Except instead of losing cat memes, nature loses critical survival info. Rats learn faster when playing hide-and-seek, and they love it. Researchers taught rats to play hide-and-seek, and not only did the rats master the game, but they also squeaked with joy when they found a good hiding spot. Scientists may have been studying animal intelligence, but what they really discovered was that rats are just tiny, furless toddlers with an unhealthy love of sneakiness. A man crocheted a life-sized Ferrari, which is perfect if your dream car involves 0 horsepower and extreme vulnerability to rain. It won't win races, but it will confuse everyone who sees it. Just don't park it near actual cars, or someone might mistake it for a very expensive blanket. Air pollution can mess with your sleep, turning you into a groggy zombie. Fine particles and dirty air inflame your airways and mess up your oxygen intake, making restful sleep feel like a distant dream. So if you're tossing and turning at night, it might not be stress. It could just be the air plotting against you. Polluted air can literally change the weather. Certain types of air pollution can trap heat and increase temperatures, making some cities feel like giant microwaves. So if you're sweating in unbearable heat while breathing in smog, just know that you're being slow cooked by a combination of bad air and human-made climate chaos. The Iraq War officially ended multiple times. The US declared victory in 2003, then fought an insurgency for years, then declared an official withdrawal in 2011, only to send troops back in game with endless DLCs. Every time you thought it was over, another mission popped up. Horned lizards take Cry Me a River to another level by shooting blood from their eyes. If a predator gets too close, they unleash a horrifying blood spray that not only looks terrifying, but tastes disgusting. It's like Mother Nature decided that regular defense mechanisms weren't dramatic enough. African hairy frogs break their own bones to grow instant claws. If they feel threatened, they snap bones in their toes, forcing sharp, bony claws to puncture their skin. It's like Wolverine, but way grosser. The worst part? Scientists aren't even sure how the claws go back in. Nature is horrifying. A Japanese artist hand-carved a perfectly spherical wooden ball. Why? Nobody knows, but he stared at that thing so long, it probably stared back. It's impressively smooth, but serves no purpose unless rolling it around counts as entertainment. If patience had a shape, it would be this absurdly polished wooden orb. There's a candy that can break your teeth and your spirit. In Scotland, they have a treat called tablet, which is like fudge, but with the density of a brick. It's so sugary that one bite feels like an instant dental appointment waiting to happen. People love it, but honestly, it's less of a candy and more of an edible weapon. Vatican City has a 100% literacy rate, but barely any students. With a population of fewer than 1,000 people, mostly priests, cardinals, and Swiss guards, Vatican City boasts a perfect literacy rate. But here's the catch. There are no schools, no kids, and the students are mostly lifelong scholars in robes. Technically, they've never had to deal with anyone failing a spelling test. Someone knitted a boat, and yes, it actually floats for now. It's seaworthy in the way a desperate last-minute solution is, meaning it's one wave away from being a floating pile of wet yarn. If you ever wanted a boat that doubles as a sweater, congratulations. This is your oddly specific dream come true. Some prisons have luxury suites because why not pamper criminals? In certain countries like Norway, inmates get private rooms with TVs, mini fridges, and even en-suite bathrooms. It's less prison and more budget hotel with really strict checkout policies. Meanwhile, in other places, inmates are packed like sardines and would probably fight over a bent spoon. If this kind of wild reality blows your mind, imagine what else the world is hiding. Subscribe to this channel where we uncover the bizarre, the outrageous, and the downright ridiculous. Don't miss out, or you might end up in one of these hotels just for being uninformed. Alex Barron juggled 11 balls at the same time and reserved his spot in the Guinness Book of World Records. Put that in perspective, most people struggle to handle their phone, coffee, and car keys at the same time. This guy turned gravity into his personal playground and made the rest of us look uncoordinated. Weather can trigger migraines, proving that Mother Nature has a personal vendetta against some people. Sudden changes in barometric pressure can send migraine sufferers straight to a dark room, making them human barometers with a built-in storm warning system. If your friend with migraines starts complaining, grab an umbrella. It's probably about to rain. Bonsai trees don't come from special tiny tree seeds. Any regular tree can become a bonsai if you're patient enough to prune, shape, and mildly torment it for decades. Essentially, bonsai gardening is just aggressive tree parenting, where the goal is to keep it small and aesthetically pleasing while stopping it from realizing its true height potential. It was the first country to legalize recreational marijuana nationwide. In 2013, Uruguay became the first country in the world to fully regulate cannabis from production to sale. Instead of shady street deals, you can now pick up your government-approved weed at a pharmacy. It's basically the country that said, let's handle this like grown-up, while others are still debating. During World War II, a Japanese bonsai master donated a 400-year-old bonsai tree to the United States as a sign of peace. The tree has been thriving at the National Arboretum ever since, probably whispering, "I was here before your country even existed," to the other plants. It's the most passive-aggressive form of diplomacy ever. A VPN doesn't make you completely invisible. Your internet service provider can still see that you're using one. It's like wearing a disguise but still standing under a spotlight. While VPNs encrypt your data, some companies log user activity, so choosing a trustworthy provider is key unless you enjoy the idea of your private browsing being not so private. In Norway, hikers willingly dangle off a giant rock wedged between two cliffs. Kjærebolten is a boulder stuck over a 3,228-foot drop, and people actually stand on it for photos, because standing on solid ground is just too boring. One strong gust of wind, epic Instagram moment, could turn into a free-fall experience. Smart irrigation systems use AI and weather forecasts to decide when and how much to water plants. Some of them even connect to apps, so farmers can hydrate their fields while sitting on the couch watching TV. Imagine a future where your tomatoes text you, complaining about dehydration. At this rate, we're not too far from that reality. Hydroponics allows plants to grow without soil, just floating in nutrient-rich water. This method uses 90% less water than traditional farming and can grow crops almost anywhere, including underground, in shipping containers, and even on space stations. Yes, astronauts could one day enjoy fresh lettuce while orbiting Earth, proving once and for all that salad is inescapable. Fog harvesting literally pulls water from the air. Mesh nets trap moisture from fog, collecting it as liquid water. This technique is used in dry regions where rain is a luxury, making it possible to farm in places that should be impossible. Nature already gave spiders this idea millions of years ago, but humans are just now catching up. Underground irrigation pipes prevent water from evaporating before plants can use it. Instead of spraying water into the air where half of it disappears, these pipes deliver it straight to the roots, and it's basically a secret underground water delivery service for plants, ensuring they stay hydrated without wasting a drop, unlike humans who still miss their mouths while drinking from bottles. The Malaysian exploding ant has a defense mechanism that sounds like something from a bad sci-fi movie. It self-destructs. When threatened, it flexes its abdomen so hard that it bursts, spraying toxic goo everywhere. It's the insect equivalent of saying, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Opossums have the ultimate fake-it-till-you-make-it survival strategy. They play dead so convincingly that even their heartbeat slows down. They release a foul odor, their body goes limp, and they stay that way for hours. It's the animal kingdom's most dramatic, Oscar-worthy performance, all to avoid becoming dinner. Your nose acts as a built-in pollution detector, but only to a point. While it can sense strong odors from pollutants, it completely fails against invisible toxins like carbon monoxide. So basically, your nose is great at identifying stinky garbage, but completely useless when it comes to detecting the truly dangerous stuff. Hand snapping was once believed to ward off evil spirits in some cultures. Imagine trying to scare away a ghost with the sound of your fingers clicking, because clearly nothing says "begone demon" like a mildly aggressive jazz rhythm. Demon might enjoy the rhythm rather than be horrified by it. Some people can snap their fingers at speeds over 20 times per second. That's not just a snap, that's a mini sonic boom in your hand. If they ever weaponized this ability, we'd have snap-powered machine guns instead of traditional firearms. And some people can become human machine guns. The world's most expensive wig, made from real human hair, was once sold for over $10,000. Imagine paying that much just to have a portable, luxurious mop on your head, only for the wind to snatch it away like a dramatic telenovela plot twist. Some royal crowns are so heavy with gold and jewels that wearing them for long periods can cause neck pain. Basically, being a monarch is just an expensive way of giving yourself a chiropractor bill. Who knew ruling a kingdom came with the same risks as bad posture at a desk job? Some extreme germaphobes refuse to touch public door handles, going as far as wearing gloves year-round. One businessman in New York reportedly uses his elbow, knees, and even his foot to open doors. If he ever encounters a revolving door, he might have to accept his fate and live in the building forever. Chess boxing is a real sport where competitors alternate between playing chess and punching each other in the face. One moment, they're deep in thought planning their next move, and the next, they're getting their brain cells rattled. It's the only sport where you can win by checkmate or knockout, whichever comes first. Ferret legging is a competition where participants shove live ferrets into their pants and see who can endure the longest without screaming in terror. The ferrets have sharp teeth, bad attitudes, and zero understanding of personal space. The record is over 5 hours, which raises the question, why? Just why? There's a world record for the most soap used in a single hand wash. In 2012, a man in Japan covered his hands in nearly a gallon of liquid soap, turning his fingers into a foamy nightmare. He then realized he had no way to turn the faucet on without slipping. The most expensive nail polish in the world contains real black diamonds and costs over $250,000 per bottle. That means if you accidentally chip your nail, you're not just losing polish, you're shedding tiny, overpriced gemstones like a ridiculously wealthy reptile. In ancient Egypt, onions were so respected that they were used as currency and even placed in the tombs of pharaohs. Imagine making it to the afterlife expecting riches and instead finding your tomb filled with vegetables. The pharaohs must have been thrilled to discover that their eternal treasure was just a giant pile of onion rings. Some designer handbags are made with actual gold-plated hardware and diamond-studded logos, costing more than a house. So if you're ever in financial trouble, just sell your purse and live inside a slightly cheaper one instead. In 17th century Russia, a famine led to widespread cannibalism. Things got so bad that officials had to warn people not to eat their own relatives. They even put up public signs that basically said, "Please stop snacking on your neighbor." When the government has to remind you that people aren't dinner, you know it's bad. Fevers are like your body's version of setting itself on fire to fight off invaders. Your immune system basically decides that the best way to kill germs is to turn you into a human radiator. Too bad it doesn't come with a mild warmth setting, just full-blown furnace mode. Extreme ironing exists, and yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. People lug ironing boards up mountains into the ocean, or even while skydiving just to flatten a shirt. If your biggest thrill in life is making sure your pants have perfect creases at 10,000 feet, congratulations, you've found your calling. In medieval times, being too clean was suspicious. People believed bathing too much could make you vulnerable to disease or worse, witchcraft. Some nobles avoided baths for months, using perfumes to mask the stench. If you think your gym socks smell bad, imagine an entire castle full of unwashed royalty. Wife carrying is an actual race where men carry their wives through obstacle courses, often over mud pits and water traps. If they drop their wives, they're out of luck. The prize? The wife's weight in beer. Nothing says love and teamwork like surviving an obstacle course for free booze. If you want to witness the ultimate test of marriage and questionable life choices, check out our video. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, because who doesn't love a sport that combines romance, athleticism, and potential back injuries? In ancient times, some royals wore bejeweled shoes, so heavy that they had to be carried to avoid walking in them. Imagine flexing your wealth so hard that basic movement becomes impossible. At that point, you're not wearing shoes. You're just dragging around tiny treasure chests on your feet. Onions were once prescribed as medicine for everything from colds to baldness. Medieval doctors genuinely believed that rubbing onion juice on your scalp would make your hair grow back. Spoiler alert, it didn't. But it did guarantee that anyone trying this treatment smelled so bad that no one got close enough to notice their hair loss. Some medieval doctors believed fevers were caused by an excess of hot bodily humor, so they treated them by making patients bleed. That's right, if you were already burning up, they thought draining you like a leaky juice box would help. Shockingly, this didn't work, but it did make sure you had bigger problems than just a fever. In the Irish potato famine, millions starved while food exports continued from Ireland to England. That's like being locked in a bakery, watching someone carry away loaves of bread while you chew on your shoe. The government called it market efficiency. The starving people probably had a few different words for it. In some parts of the world, snapping is used instead of clapping to show appreciation. It's common in poetry slams and theaters, but imagine if entire stadiums switched to snapping instead of cheering. The sound of thousands of people snapping at once would feel less like encouragement and more like an approaching swarm of locusts. The highest recorded fever in history was 115 degrees Fahrenheit. The person survived, proving that humans are way more heat-resistant than microwaved leftovers. At that temperature, you're basically a walking, talking oven. But somehow, your brain still refuses to remember where you left your car keys. Scientists discovered that snapping produces one of the fastest rotational movements in the human body, faster than some sports motion. So technically, snapping could be an Olympic event. Imagine the drama of a gold medal match. Two athletes locked in an intense snap-off, hands moving so fast they break the sound barrier. The world's heaviest onion weighed over 18 pounds, which is roughly the size of a small dog. This monster onion could make enough onion rings to feed an entire football team, or enough tears to make them all cry before kickoff. Somewhere, an ogre is very jealous. Some ancient Roman glassware was made with gold and silver nanoparticles, which means it could change color depending on the lighting. Imagine sipping wine from a goblet that shifts from red to green, like a medieval mood ring, only to realize that your ancestors were flexing their nanotech skills 2,000 years before we even understood it. In the 1800s, some people believed drinking from uranium glass would give them health benefits. Yes, uranium, the radioactive stuff. They thought the eerie green glow meant it was special, but in reality, they were basically sipping tea from a nuclear hazard. It's a miracle they didn't start glowing themselves. Scientists have created glass that isn't actually glass at all. Some ultra-hard materials, like metallic glass, are stronger than steel and can be bent without breaking. It's glass that hit the gym and decided it was done being fragile. Proof that even inanimate objects can have a glow-up. During China's Great Famine, things got so bad that people started reporting bird nest soup without the soup or the nest. Desperate villagers climbed trees to eat raw baby birds before they could fly away. Meanwhile, government officials kept insisting that everything was fine because nothing says thriving economy like fighting sparrows for lunch. North Korea's 1990s famine got so extreme that people reportedly ate tree bark and grass. Some even made mud cakes out of dirt and water to trick their stomachs into feeling full. If Michelin ever reviewed famine food, this would get 0 stars, unless you're a termite, in which case it's a buffet. There's a glass so strong that it can survive a hammer smash but will shatter instantly if you drop a tiny pebble on it. It's called Prince Rupert's Drop, and it's the diva of the glass world. Impervious to brute force, but completely undone by the lightest touch. Just like some people's egos. In China, dust storms sometimes carry industrial pollutants, turning the air into a toxic soup. Imagine stepping outside and getting hit with a combo of desert sand and factory waste, like Mother Nature's version of an aggressively unpleasant seasoning. The only thing missing is a giant label saying, "Do not inhale. Side effects may include lung despair." There's a cupboard in England that's been locked for over 150 years because no one can find the key. It sits in a museum, taunting historians like a Victorian escape room. What's inside? Gold? Ghosts? Just someone's forgotten tea set? At this point, breaking it open feels like a national emergency. In the 1700s, some rich Europeans had panic cupboards filled with emergency wigs. Yes, because nothing says crisis preparedness like an emergency hairpiece. If a guest arrived unexpectedly, they'd dash to the cupboard, slap on a fresh wig, and pretend they hadn't just been caught looking like a medieval mess. The US Census didn't allow people to identify as more than one race until the year 2000. Before that, biracial individuals had to choose only one racial identity, as if their ancestry could be neatly boxed into a single category. This change finally acknowledged the complexity of multiracial heritage. A hidden cupboard in a Dutch church once housed a fully functional pub. It was disguised as a storage space, but opened the doors and, surprise, instant speakeasy. Forget illegal basements. These priests had a next-level dedication to holy spirits, both divine and distilled. Interracial marriage was illegal in many states until 1967, when the Supreme Court ruled in Loving versus Virginia that such bans were unconstitutional. Before that, marrying outside one's racial category could lead to prison sentences. The ruling not only legalized interracial marriage, but also challenged the entire concept of racial purity laws. Deforestation is so extreme that some areas of the planet experience phantom forests. This happens when old satellite images still show dense greenery, but in reality, it's been chopped down. So, somewhere out there, a tree that no longer exists is still haunting Google Earth. Some ancient Chinese cupboards were designed to trap thieves inside. They'd sneak in to steal valuables, shut the door behind them, and boom, instantly turned into self-locking jail cells. Imagine breaking into a house thinking you hit the jackpot, only to realize you're now part of the furniture. In a bizarre case of cupboard betrayal, one 19th century wardrobe in France collapsed and took an entire wall with it. Turns out it had been secretly holding up part of the house for years. Imagine casually opening a cupboard for snacks, only for your whole house to say, "Well, guess I'm done." Ancient Rome experienced famines where people paid more for rotten fish guts than a senator's bribe money. At one point, starving citizens started raiding grain ships like pirates, because when your choices are steal wheat or eat your sandal, piracy starts looking like a noble career path. The world record for the longest tap dance marathon is over 24 hours. That's an entire day of non-stop foot slapping, ankle abuse, and probably enough blisters to make a podiatrist cry. At that point, it's less of a dance and more of an endurance test of sheer foot-based stubbornness. The weapons of mass destruction were never found in the US war on Iran. The main reason for the invasion was to eliminate Iraq's alleged stockpile of chemical and nuclear weapons. After years of searching, no stockpiles were found. It was like sending the world's most expensive search party on a wild goose chase. Except the goose never existed. Some South American folk dances require dancers to stomp so hard that they've cracked wooden floors. These dancers aren't just moving to the music. They're waging war against the ground. It's like Mother Earth personally insulted them, and they decided the only solution was rhythmic revenge through aggressively powerful footwork. Breathing polluted air is like taking up smoking without the commitment. In some heavily polluted cities, just living there is equivalent to puffing a pack of cigarettes a day. So technically, some people are chain smokers without ever touching a cigarette, proving that secondhand pollution is a real thing. Competitive Irish dancers keep their upper bodies completely still while their feet move at lightning speed. This makes them look like they're possessed from the waist down, as if their legs have decided to rebel and start their own dance revolution, while the rest of their body is trapped in an invisible straitjacket. In the 18th century, French aristocrats took competitive foot dancing so seriously that some dancers insured their feet for absurd amounts of money. Imagine explaining to an insurance agent that your biggest asset is your ability to aggressively tap your way through a ballroom without spraining an ankle. If you want more bizarre historical gems like this, tap dance your way over to our YouTube channel. Hit like, drop a comment, and subscribe. No insurance required. The largest dust storm ever recorded on Mars was so big it covered the entire planet for weeks. Imagine waking up one day and realizing your whole world is now just one giant sandpaper nightmare. Meanwhile, NASA's rovers had to sit in timeout mode, waiting for Mars to stop throwing its intergalactic tantrum. Pens that taste like food were a real thing once. Some novelty pens are scented to smell like chocolate, strawberries, or even pizza. The problem? People instinctively put them in their mouths and get very disappointed. The good news is that it at least helps students stay awake in boring classes, constantly sniffing their own pens. In 1971, an astronaut on Apollo 15 almost died from a dropped hammer. While testing Galileo's theory by dropping a hammer and a feather on the moon, astronaut David Scott nearly lost control of his oxygen supply. The experiment was cool, but imagine making it all the way to the moon just to get taken out by basic gravity. The 1930s Dust Bowl was so intense that static electricity in the air could knock people unconscious. Farmers had to shake hands with metal objects before touching each other to avoid getting zapped into oblivion. Nothing says, "Nice to meet you," like a handshake that feels like a taser attack. Octopuses can edit their own genes. These squishy escape artists don't just outsmart predators, they rewrite their own RNA to adapt to different temperatures. Meanwhile, humans can barely decide what to wear when the weather changes. If octopuses ever figure out how to breathe on land, we're doomed. Crows remember faces and hold grudges like vengeful soap opera villains. If a human wrongs them, crows will not only remember that person's face, but they'll also pass down their grudge to future generations. Imagine your great-great-grandchild getting dive-bombed by a crow because you stole a French fry in 2024. That's next-level generational trauma. Lombard Street in San Francisco looks like a car's worst nightmare. With 8 hairpin turns packed into a single block, it was designed this way because early cars couldn't handle steep inclines. Now it's just a glorified amusement park ride for tourists who enjoy testing their brakes and their patience. Ebenezer Place in Scotland is so short it barely exists. At just over 6 feet long, it holds the world record for the shortest street. It's literally just the front door of a single building. Imagine getting directions to an address here. You'd probably walk right past it and not even notice. Parliament Street in England is so narrow, it's basically a hallway. At just 25 inches wide at its thinnest point, it's like a medieval alleyway designed exclusively for people who skipped lunch. If you've eaten too many fish and chips, you might have to find another route. Waitomo glowworm caves in New Zealand look magical until you realize they're full of larvae spit. The beautiful blue glow is actually bioluminescent mucus, secreted by hungry larvae to trap insects. So if you ever visit, just remember, you're admiring a ceiling covered in glowing bug drool. There's a cave in Vietnam so big, it has its own weather system. Hang Son Giong is so massive that clouds form inside it. It also has rivers, jungles, and probably enough space to house an entire lost civilization. Meanwhile, most people are still trying to find an apartment bigger than a shoebox. Yonge Street in Canada used to be the world's longest street until someone changed the definition. At one point, it stretched over 1,000 miles, but some grumpy cartographers decided a chunk of it was actually a highway. So now it's just a really long road with an identity crisis. Baldwin Street in New Zealand defies physics and common sense. It's the world's steepest street with an incline so intense that mail carriers had to switch to staircases because their vans kept rolling away. It's a perfect place to test your brakes or your ability to survive a downhill tumble. There's a cave in Venezuela that is permanently haunted by lightning. Cueva del Rayo, located near Catatumbo, experiences near-constant lightning storms. It's the only cave on Earth where you can get electrocuted just for sightseeing. Nature really went all out to make sure no one felt safe camping there. Some rooftops are so dangerous that even professional stunt performers avoid them. In Hong Kong, daredevil rooftopers risk their lives climbing skyscrapers without safety gear, all for the perfect Instagram shot. One slip and they're auditioning for a real-life gravity experiment. Spoiler alert, gravity always wins. Sparkling water was once considered a medical miracle. In the 18th century, people believed carbonated water could cure anything from scurvy to depression. If that were true, modern therapy would just be handing out bottles of fizzy water instead of actual advice. Sadly, all it really cures is thirst, with a side of aggressive burping. The first artificially carbonated water was a failed attempt at recreating a holy spring. In 1777, Joseph Priestley, the guy who discovered oxygen, accidentally invented soda water while trying to mimic naturally fizzy mineral springs. Instead of divine healing properties, he just made bubbles. And so humanity's obsession with paying extra for fancy water was born. There's an egg that can bounce like a rubber ball. The eggs of some amphibians, like the frog species, are so jelly-like that they can survive being dropped without breaking. Imagine cracking one open for breakfast and watching it bounce right off your pan like a rebellious pancake. Carbonated water can dissolve your teeth very, very slowly. The slight acidity from carbonation can wear down enamel, but you'd have to drink absurd amounts for it to matter. So unless you're chugging sparkling water like it's an Olympic sport, your teeth are safe. Meanwhile, soda is laughing in the corner, ready to do real damage. Some eggs are blue thanks to a virus. Certain chickens lay blue eggs because of a harmless ancient virus that messed with their DNA. So, the next time you see a fancy blue egg, just remember it's basically the result of a long-forgotten chicken flu that never went away. The world's largest egg came from an extinct bird that made ostriches look tiny. The elephant bird of Madagascar laid eggs that were over a foot long and could hold the same volume as 150 chicken eggs. If these birds still existed, breakfast omelets would be a week-long commitment. There's sparkling water so naturally carbonated it explodes. In Italy, there's a spring called Sorgente Vitas that produces water under so much pressure that it bursts out of the ground like a geyser. Locals literally have to bottle it carefully or risk getting hit by nature's most unnecessarily violent soft drink. And that's a wrap on these mind-bending facts. Which one shocked you the most? Drop your thoughts in the comments. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more bizarre and fascinating content. Until next time, stay curious and maybe double check before standing near a radioactive lake.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Ever wondered how chainsaws, Play-Doh, and ancient Chinese emperors are connected? No? Well, you're about to find out anyway. From chainsaws designed for childbirth, yes, seriously, to professional fart sniffers hired by royalty, history is weirder than you think. So buckle up because we're diving into the strangest facts you never knew you needed. Let's get started. Some birds sing in actual musical scales. The hermit thrush naturally sings in harmonic structures that match human music theory, meaning nature itself figured out melodies before we did. So while humans spent centuries trying to invent music notation, birds were out there casually dropping perfect tunes without even trying. Venus spins the wrong way and takes longer to rotate on its axis than it does to orbit the sun. This means a day on Venus is longer than a year there. If you lived on Venus, you'd have to wait months just to see the sun rise again. Of course, if you manage to survive the toxic atmosphere and crushing pressure. The number 2 used to be feared in ancient times because it represented duality, good and evil, life and death. Some philosophers thought 2 was unstable and unnatural, preferring the perfection of 3. Meanwhile, today, 2 is just known for its sad existence as the thing that comes before a gold medal. The chainsaw was originally invented for childbirth. Yes, you read that right. Before C-sections became common, 18th century doctors used a hand-cranked chainsaw to cut through pelvic bone during difficult births. Imagine going into labor and seeing a guy walk in with a mini chainsaw. And people say modern hospitals are scary. AI influencers make more money than real humans. Virtual influencers, who aren't even real people, now sign brand deals, model clothing, and get sponsorships. Meanwhile, actual humans are struggling to pay rent. The modern world's priorities are so twisted that an animated Instagram model might have better health insurance than you. The Slinky was meant to stabilize naval equipment. A mechanical engineer accidentally knocked a tension spring off a shelf, and instead of fixing ships, it did a little dance down the floor. That was the moment humanity decided, forget engineering, let's sell this as a toy. And just like that, chaos became entertainment. Some crystals vibrate so precisely that they keep time in your watch. Quartz crystals inside watches oscillate at 32,768 times per second to maintain accuracy. Basically, every time you check the time, you're trusting a tiny rock to be more reliable than your own sense of reality. And guess what? It is. Hot dogs can legally contain mechanically separated meat. That's a fancy way of saying it's a meat smoothie squeezed into a tube. This process scrapes every last bit of edible tissue from bones using high-pressure water jets. It's like nature's leftovers repackaged into a snack, and we all just accept it without question. People now have emotional support water bottles. Forget therapy pets. Hydration is the new self-care. Trendy, emotional support water bottles are so big they double as personal weights, and people panic if they forget them at home. In the neo-modern world, dehydration is apparently more terrifying than an actual crisis. Zeno's paradox suggests you can never actually reach your destination. It argues that if you keep dividing the distance to your goal in half, you'll always have some distance left to cover. So technically, walking across a room is mathematically impossible. And yet, here we are, somehow ignoring math and still making it to the fridge. Idealism suggests that physical objects only exist because our minds perceive them. If no one is looking at a tree, it might not actually be there. So if you ever lose your phone, don't blame yourself. Blame reality for failing to keep it in existence when you weren't paying attention. Ancient Egyptians wore scented wax cones on their heads. Instead of deodorant, they placed cones of perfumed wax on their heads, which melted throughout the day, keeping them smelling fresh or just really waxy. Nothing says ancient hygiene like slowly being covered in a floral-scented puddle of head goo. The Greeks held the original roast sessions. Public insults weren't just entertainment, they were a sport. Philosophers and poets competed to see who could destroy their opponent with words the best. If Socrates were alive today, he'd probably be the undefeated champion of Twitter clapbacks. Nihilism says that nothing matters, so why even bother? According to nihilists, life has no inherent meaning, the universe doesn't care, and everything is ultimately pointless. But hey, at least that means you're free to do whatever you want. Because in the grand scheme of things, your embarrassing middle school phase doesn't matter either. Play-Doh was originally a wallpaper cleaner. In the 1930s, coal heating left soot stains everywhere, so this soft, squishy putty was used to scrub walls clean. When coal heating faded, the product almost disappeared until someone realized kids love playing with it. And just like that, the world got a toy instead of spotless walls. Certain crystals can literally grow inside your body. Kidney stones are basically rogue mineral formations that treat your insides like a cave. Unlike those pretty geodes, these personal crystals don't make good decorations. They just make you regret every salty snack and soda you ever consumed. People pay real money for virtual clothes. Digital fashion is now a thing. People buy designer outfits for their online avatars, even if they'd never spend that much on real clothes. In the neo-modern era, you can be wearing sweatpants in real life while flexing a Gucci suit in the metaverse. Chinese emperors had professional fart sniffers. Since bad smells were believed to indicate illness, emperors hired specialists to sniff their bodily odors, including gas, to detect diseases early. Imagine being born into a noble family only to be told your destiny is to sniff royal farts for a living. Some Arab perfumes were aged in animal guts. Traditional perfumers sometimes used ambergris, a rare waxy substance from a sperm whale's intestines, to make scents last longer. So, that luxurious oud fragrance? It might have spent years marinating inside a giant sea creature before ending up on your skin. Sea stars use their water vascular system to extend tiny tube feet, which act like an army of suction cups. These little feet can pry open clamshells with relentless patience. It's like nature gave them the most overpowered lock-picking ability, except instead of cracking safes, they're out here robbing mollusks blind. The world's oldest known bonsai, the Ficus retusa, is over 1,000 years old and sits in an Italian museum. It has seen more history than most countries, and yet all it does is sit there in a tiny pot, minding its own business. If trees could talk, this one would probably have a lot to say about humanity's poor life choices. Some hydraulic presses can generate over 50,000 tons of force, enough to squish a car like it's made of Play-Doh. If medieval knights had gotten their hands on one, jousting would have been a much shorter and much more terrifying sport. Ancient Romans used urine as mouthwash. Yes, you read that right. They believed the ammonia in urine whitened teeth, so people actually paid for bottled pee to swish around. Imagine waking up in the morning and gargling with last night's bathroom trip. Minty fresh was definitely not a thing back then. The Aztecs had a serious chocolate obsession, but no sugar. They drank a bitter, spiced version of hot chocolate made with chili and cornmeal. It was so valuable that cacao beans were used as currency. Imagine buying a taco with a handful of chocolate beans and then drinking your salary with a side of burning lips. Burning perfumes was once a social status flex. Instead of just wearing perfume, wealthy Arabs would burn expensive bukur, which are scented wood chips in their homes, their clothes, and even their beards. The richer you were, the smokier you smelled. Basically, walking around like a human incense stick meant you had serious money. The simulation theory suggests we might all be living in a giant video game. According to some thinkers, our entire reality could be a super advanced simulation run by beings way smarter than us. If true, that means glitches, déjà vu, and weird coincidences might just be bugs in the system. Hopefully, whoever's controlling us doesn't rage quit. The Ship of Theseus problem asks if something is still the same thing if you replace all its parts. If you swap out every board of a ship, is it still the original ship? Now apply that to people. Your body constantly replaces cells, so are you even the same person from 5 years ago? Or did you get fully replaced? No one knows the answers to these questions. Determinism argues that free will is just an illusion. Every choice you make was already determined by past events, meaning your decision to eat pizza last night wasn't really a decision. It was fate. So next time you make a bad choice, just blame determinism. It wasn't me, it was the universe forcing me to binge watch an entire TV series. Want to dive deeper into mind-bending ideas like this? Hit that subscribe button, leave a comment, and check out our latest videos. Because, let's be honest, it was already determined that you would. Some crystals take millions of years to form, but humans can grow fake ones in days. Nature spends millennia crafting perfect quartz, yet scientists can whip up synthetic gems in a lab faster than you can binge-watch a TV series. Mother Earth must be furious that we're speedrunning her geological masterpiece. Some European countries forgot to decolonize certain places. France still technically owns islands in the Caribbean, Indian Ocean, and the Pacific, while Britain controls 14 overseas territories. So, colonialism never really ended. It just rebranded itself into a less obvious but equally awkward family reunion that never ends. The Belgians left the Congo so suddenly that they didn't bother training locals to run the government. In 1960, the entire country had just 16 university graduates. It's like firing all the teachers at a school and expecting the students to run the place, except with more coups and chaos. A city in Australia has a giant banana for no reason. The big banana in Coffs Harbour is a huge fiberglass fruit that serves as a tourist attraction because why not? It's a reminder that when people have too much time, they start throwing oversized food sculptures into the landscape for entertainment. There's a car on top of a tree in Seattle and nobody knows how it got there. A Volkswagen Beetle has been stuck in a tree in Seattle for decades, and no one can explain why or how it ended up there. Either an alien had a parking accident, or someone took tree hugging way too literally. The largest crystal cave in the world looks like Superman's Fortress of Solitude. Mexico's Nica mine holds massive selenite crystals over 30 feet long. The downside, it's so hot in there, around 136 degrees Fahrenheit, that you can only stay for 10 minutes before feeling like a melting candle. Beautiful, but also a death trap. Jupiter is basically a failed star. It's mostly made of hydrogen and helium, just like the sun, but it didn't gain enough mass to ignite nuclear fusion. So instead of shining bright, it settled for being the solar system's biggest gas giant, bullying smaller planets with its massive gravity and hoarding over 90 moons like a celestial hoarder. Saturn's rings are disappearing. Thanks to gravity and solar radiation, they're slowly raining down onto the planet in what scientists call ring rain. In another 100 million years, they might be gone completely. Enjoy Saturn's cosmic bling while you can. It's the universe's most extravagant limited edition accessory. The Amazonian giant centipede hunts birds, frogs, and even bats by climbing cave ceilings and snatching them mid-flight. That's right, this multi-legged nightmare doesn't just crawl, it ambushes flying creatures like a horror villain with too many legs. The fact that it exists proves nature loves chaos and has no concept of mercy. The first recorded music notes are over 3,400 years old. The oldest known song, written on a clay tablet, was found in Ugarit, modern Syria, and is basically a hymn about a goddess. If ancient musicians had SoundCloud, they'd be out here flexing that their track is older than civilization itself. A town in Canada has a giant nickel just sitting there. In Sudbury, Ontario, there's a 30-foot-tall replica of a 5-cent coin, randomly placed on a hill. It doesn't serve any real purpose, it's just there, existing, confusing tourists and making every other loose change collector feel like an underachiever. There's a house in Japan with a random boulder inside. Instead of removing a giant rock while building a home, an architect decided to just build around it. Now, the homeowners have a massive boulder chilling in their living room, like a very inconvenient coffee table that nature refused to move. The fungus Ophiocordyceps unilateralis infects ants and mind controls them, forcing them to climb to the perfect height before it explodes from their heads to release spores. Imagine waking up one day, realizing you're possessed, and the next thing you know, boom! Your brain is a mushroom farm. Nature's horror department really outdid itself with this one. In Mexico, sweeping a single woman's feet with a broom means she'll never get married. So if your abuela accidentally brushes your foot while cleaning, congratulations. You're now permanently single. Better invest in some steel-toe boots or learn to levitate whenever someone's tidying up. In Nigeria, hitting your foot against a stone is believed to be a sign of incoming misfortune. Some say it means a serious argument is on the way, while others think it signals a financial disaster. So, if you stub your toe on the way to work, just turn around and go back to bed. It's over for you. The decapitated head of a snake can still bite you. Even after being chopped off, a snake's head can remain active for hours and reflexively strike if touched. Imagine thinking you've won against a snake, only for its ghostly head to get in one last spiteful bite. That's pure villain energy. Angel's Landing in Utah is named ironically because no angel would land here willingly. It's a narrow, winding trail with chains bolted into the rock for support, but let's be honest, those chains are just there for psychological comfort. One wrong move and you'll be doing an impromptu skydiving session without a parachute. Research shows women often underestimate their intelligence, while men overestimate theirs. This explains why Chad confidently applies for CEO jobs with zero experience, while Sarah, who has 2 degrees and built a small empire, still wonders if she's qualified to send an email. The real unanswered question, who's actually the smarter one? A bizarre 18th century theory claimed women's brains would overheat if they studied too much, making them infertile. Because obviously, learning math was just too much for delicate lady brains. Meanwhile, men were out here wearing wigs, powdering their faces, and passing out in corsets, but sure, women were the fragile ones. Early printers were basically possessed typewriters on steroids. The first mechanical printers were so loud they sounded like a construction site in a hurricane. Offices using these machines had to deal with the constant noise as if they were working inside a malfunctioning robot factory. It's a miracle anyone got any work done without developing permanent hearing damage. Some snakes play dead so convincingly that they even let their tongues hang out and release a disgusting smell to sell the act. The hognose snake deserves an Oscar for its commitment. It doesn't just fake its death, it fakes it so well that even predators probably think, yeah, I'll pass on this one. The floss dance went from an obscure internet meme to a global sensation, proving that society will accept any movement as long as it looks ridiculous and is easy to copy. Schools even had to ban it because kids were flossing instead of paying attention in class. because obviously education can't compete with awkward arm swings. Japan has a dance called para, where everyone performs the same synchronized hand and arm movements while their feet barely move. It's like aerobics, but only for the upper body. If you ever want to feel like a malfunctioning robot in a crowded nightclub, this is the dance for you. There's an egg that can bounce like a rubber ball. The eggs of some amphibians, like the frog species Leptodactylus phalax, are so jelly-like that they can survive being dropped without breaking. Imagine cracking one open for breakfast and watching it bounce right off your pan like a rebellious pancake. Octopus mothers basically turn into zombies while protecting their eggs. Some species, like the deep-sea octopus Granellodon boreopacifica, guard their eggs for over 4 years without eating. By the time the eggs hatch, the mother looks like a deflated balloon and usually dies. Talk about extreme parenting. She literally starves herself for her kids. A house in Poland is upside down, just because no one set rules to build houses upright. In the village of Scheinbark, there's a house that was built completely upside down, including the furniture inside. Walking through it is so disorienting that visitors actually get dizzy. It's like someone designed a building purely to mess with gravity and human balance. Some Arabian perfumes could survive the apocalypse. Unlike Western alcohol-based scents that fade in hours, traditional Attar's oil-based perfumes can last for years. Some rare blends get stronger over time, meaning your perfume collection might outlive you and still smell amazing long after you're gone. Perfume merchants were the original chemists. Medieval Arab perfumers weren't just mixing scents. They were experimenting with alchemy, distillation, and even early chemistry. If things had gone differently, your favorite OUD blend might have accidentally turned into an explosive. Smelling good was literally a science experiment. In the 19th century, some scientists believed that because men had larger skulls, they were obviously more intelligent. By that logic, whales should be running the world right now. Meanwhile, women were out here solving complex problems, while also remembering where everyone left their socks. An intelligence feat that still baffles modern science. Some of the most valuable things on Earth are completely useless. Take antimatter, for example. It costs around 62 trillion per gram, making it the most expensive substance known to man. But what can you do with it? Mostly explode. Congratulations, you just bought the world's most overpriced doomsday button. Want more mind-blowing facts like this? Hit that subscribe button, drop a like, and let us know in the comments what absurdly expensive thing you'd buy if money weren't an issue. There's a rare fungus called matsutake mushroom that can sell for over $1,000 per pound, and it grows best in soil that's been disturbed by natural disasters. So basically, nature's way of saying, hey, sorry about the earthquake, here's a really expensive mushroom you probably won't enjoy eating anyway. The note B-flat is everywhere, even where it shouldn't be. Scientists found that black holes emit a sound 57 octaves below middle C, which is basically an extremely deep B-flat. So technically, the universe itself is humming a creepy, never-ending bass line. Somewhere out there, a cosmic DJ is dropping the slowest beat in history. Early musicians feared certain notes were cursed. In medieval times, the tritone, an interval between notes, was called the devil's interval because it sounded unsettling. Church leaders even banned it from sacred music. Imagine being so scared of a sound that you declare it illegal. Meanwhile, modern horror movie composers can't get enough of it. There's an ultra-rare blue diamond called the Hope Diamond, worth around $350 million, but it supposedly carries a curse that ruins the lives of its owners. So basically, you can be insanely rich, but at the cost of endless misfortune, because nothing screams extra valuable like a jewel that might ruin your life. People pay to be burrito wrapped in blankets. Wrap therapy involves rolling people up in heavy blankets like human burritos to reduce anxiety. It's supposed to mimic the feeling of being swaddled as a baby, but let's be real. Someone just wanted an excuse to be professionally tucked in like a giant emotional burrito. Some therapists make patients talk to empty chairs. Empty chair therapy makes people sit across from an invisible person, usually a lost loved one or their younger self, and have a conversation. It's all fun and therapeutic until you realize you're passionately arguing with a chair and hoping it forgives you. Absurdism says life has no meaning, but that's okay. It argues that the universe is chaotic and indifferent, and trying to find meaning in it is pointless. The solution? Laugh at the absurdity of existence and just keep going. Basically, existential crisis is unavoidable, but at least you can turn it into a comedy special. Ancient people thought crystals had actual magical powers. Greeks believed amethyst could prevent drunkenness, so they carved wine goblets from it. Turns out, drinking from a crystal cup doesn't stop you from getting drunk. It just makes your expensive cup the fanciest casualty of a night gone wrong. The stethoscope was invented because a doctor was too embarrassed to put his ear on a woman's chest. In 1816, a French doctor found it improper to listen to heartbeats the usual way, so he rolled up a piece of paper into a tube. And just like that, medical history changed forever. Social awkwardness saves lives. The number 666 has been scaring people for centuries. But did you know there's actual math horror behind it? If you add up all the numbers on a roulette wheel, you get 666. That means casinos are technically Satan's playground, which honestly makes sense given how quickly they drain your soul and wallet. Mercury experiences wild temperature swings, from a blistering 800 degrees Fahrenheit during the day to a bone-chilling minus 290 degrees Fahrenheit at night. The planet is basically an oven by day and a deep freezer by night, making it the worst Airbnb option in the solar system. No atmosphere, no middle ground, just extremes. The screwdriver was originally designed to help build armor. Medieval knights needed a way to fasten their plate armor, so they used early screwdrivers to tighten screws on their fancy metal suits. Fast forward a few centuries, and now we just use them to assemble cheap furniture while questioning our life choices. The cheese was probably invented by accident inside a stomach. The first cheese likely formed when ancient people stored milk in animal stomachs, and the natural enzymes turned it into curds. Imagine being the first person to taste that experiment. Hey, this used to be milk from a goat's stomach, smells weird. Let's eat it. Humanity has always been bold with food choices. Jelly beans get their shine from bug secretions. That glossy coating on your favorite jelly beans? It's shellac, a substance made from the excretions of the lac beetle. Yes, you're basically eating polished bug spit. And yet, we still happily pop them by the handful, like they aren't tiny, sugar-coated insect projects. Smart fridges can shame you for your diet choices. Some modern refrigerators have cameras inside that track what you eat. Imagine reaching for ice cream at midnight, only for your fridge to suggest a salad instead. One day, AI-powered fridges might start roasting people. Really? Another slice of cake? Didn't we talk about this? There's a therapy where you just lie down and do nothing. Non-sleep deep rest is a real thing where therapists guide people into a half-sleep state to reduce stress. It's basically a socially acceptable way to nap during a session while pretending to be emotionally productive. The neo-modern era gave us machines to make life easier, but postmodernism gave us machines that make life meaningless, like AI bots that write poetry, robots that play chess better than humans, and social media algorithms that control your mood. Congratulations! You live in a world where even your phone knows you better than you do. There's a bottle of Acqua di Cristallo Tributo a Modigliani, the world's most expensive bottled water, priced at $60,000 per bottle. It's literally just water in a fancy bottle. Imagine paying enough to buy a car, just to stay hydrated, because clearly regular water is for peasants. Vikings believed that warriors who died bravely in battle were taken to Valhalla, while those who died of old age or sickness had to spend eternity in a boring underworld. So, if you were a Viking and caught a cold, you might have considered picking a fight just to go out in style. Consumerism has convinced people that they need a separate gadget for everything. There's now a smart fork that vibrates if you eat too fast, because apparently, chewing at a normal speed is a lost art. Soon, we'll have a toaster that judges us for our bread choices and a fridge that shames us for midnight snacks. Thanks to consumerism, companies have mastered the art of making things worse on purpose. Ever notice how your phone battery mysteriously dies faster after an update? That's planned obsolescence, where products are designed to fail just in time for you to buy a new one. It's capitalism's way of saying, nice try, but you're never escaping this cycle. The Aztecs had a ritual where they flayed a person's skin and wore it like a coat to honor Totec, their god of renewal. Nothing says new beginnings like walking around in someone else's epidermis like a fashion-forward serial killer. The idea that humans only use 10% of their brains is a complete myth. If that were true, brain scans would look like a barely functioning light bulb. Neuroscience shows we use all of our brain. Just not all at once, because even the brain likes to take coffee breaks. The world's largest egg came from an extinct bird that made ostriches look tiny. The elephant bird of Madagascar laid eggs that were over a foot long and could hold the same volume as 150 chicken eggs. If these birds still existed, breakfast omelets would be a week-long commitment. Some eggs are blue thanks to a virus. Certain chickens lay blue eggs because of a harmless ancient virus that messed with their DNA. So, the next time you see a fancy blue egg, just remember it's basically the result of a long-forgotten chicken flu that never went away. In Italy, if you spill olive oil, congratulations, you just cursed yourself with bad luck. Since olive oil was once considered liquid gold, wasting it means you've angered the prosperity gods. Imagine making a salad and suddenly realizing you've doomed your entire week. You better start mopping and praying. The chicken dance was originally a Swiss folk song, but it somehow evolved into an international wedding tradition where adults willingly flap their arms like confused birds. It's the only time in life where making a fool of yourself in public is not just accepted, it's expected. The moonwalk wasn't actually invented by Michael Jackson. Variations of the movie existed in the 1930s. But let's be real, nobody made it look as cool. Before MJ, it was just a neat foot shuffle. After MJ, it became the gold standard for pretending to glide through space at family gatherings. In Japan, sticking chopsticks upright in a bowl of rice is a big no-no. It looks exactly like the incense sticks used at funerals, making it a symbol of death. So if you're casually eating sushi and park your chopsticks like that, don't be surprised if the entire restaurant gasps in horror. The steam engine was so revolutionary that some people thought it was powered by actual magic. Early skeptics believed trains moving at high speeds would crush people's lungs or cause mass insanity. Turns out the only real danger was people refusing to accept that the future had arrived at 30 miles per hour. Want to hear more absurd facts about history's greatest inventions? Hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you don't miss a single wild tale. Drop a comment if you would have been one of those skeptics freaking out over demon-powered trains. The most expensive perfume ingredients smell horrifying at first. Some luxury Arabic scents contain musk from deer glands, which smells like sweaty socks before processing. Yet, after months of aging, it turns into one of the most prized fragrance notes. So, next time you enjoy a fancy perfume, remember, it probably started as something revolting. Ancient Greek music notes were weird mathematical equations. Instead of simple symbols, Greek musicians used an entire system of letters and fractions to write music. If you wanted to play a song, you basically needed to be a mathematician first. No wonder Socrates stuck to philosophy. Tuning a lyre probably felt like solving a calculus problem. There's a lake in Africa that turns animals into statues. Lake Natron in Tanzania has such a high concentration of salt and minerals that any animal unlucky enough to fall in gets preserved like a creepy natural mummy. The result? Perfectly calcified birds and bats that look like they were turned to stone mid-flight. Nature is out here making real-life horror movie props. Some former colonies still have European royalty on their money, even though they kicked those monarchs out decades ago. Queen Elizabeth II's face was still on Canadian and Australian cash until very recently, because nothing says independence like keeping your old ruler's portrait in your wallet forever. Some people still believe that swallowed chewing gum stays in your stomach for 7 years. If that were true, every gum lover would be carrying a personal collection of sticky fossils in their gut. In reality, your body kicks it out like an unwanted guest, just not as quickly as other food. The textile industry exploded during the industrial era, but working conditions were a nightmare. Cotton mills were so filled with fiber dust that workers developed mill fever, a fancy way of saying their lungs were turning into fabric filters. Congratulations, you weren't just making clothes, you were breathing them too. Iraq's army just disappeared in thin air. After the US invaded in 2003, Saddam Hussein's massive army didn't really fight back. It mostly dissolved into thin air. Thousands of soldiers just went home, and some later joined insurgent groups. Imagine showing up for a war and realizing your opponent just left the battlefield like a bad breakup. In Turkey, casually whistling at night is basically asking for trouble. Many believe it attracts evil spirits, and some even think it can summon the devil himself. So if you're wandering the streets of Istanbul at night whistling your favorite tune, don't be surprised if the shadows start whispering back. In Rwanda, women are warned against eating goat meat because it's believed to cause them to grow beards. Apparently, taking a bite of goat will have you waking up looking like a wizard. No scientific proof backs this up, but hey, if it were true, barbershops would be making a fortune off curious risk-takers. The parasitoid wasp doesn't just kill its prey, it turns it into a zombie first. These wasps lay their eggs inside caterpillars, and when the larvae hatch, they hijack the caterpillar's brain, forcing it to guard them until they're ready to burst out like a horror movie chestburster. Nature didn't need to be this dramatic, but here we are. Solipsism is basically the ultimate narcissist philosophy. It argues that you can't prove anything exists outside your own mind. That means your friends, family, and even your annoying neighbor might just be figments of your imagination. So, if you ever feel lonely, just remember, you might be the only real person in the universe anyway. Hedonism takes treat yourself to the extreme. It's the belief that pleasure is the ultimate goal in life. If hedonists had a motto, it would probably be YOLO. Some ancient hedonists even suggested eating and partying nonstop because suffering is pointless. Imagine telling your boss you skipped work because philosophy told you to chase happiness. Some former colonies still pay compensation to their old colonizers. Haiti, for example, had to pay France billions of dollars for the privilege of not being enslaved anymore. That's like quitting your job and still being forced to pay your ex-boss for the money he's no longer stealing from you. Many countries got their independence, but their borders were drawn by clueless colonizers who didn't care about local cultures. That's why some nations look like they were mapped out by a blindfolded toddler with a crayon, leading to conflicts where people fight over land that was divided by people who never lived there. There's a myth that goldfish have 3-second memories. If that were true, they'd be rediscovering their tiny tank like an amnesiac in a time loop. In reality, goldfish can remember things for months and even recognize their owners. So next time you forget your keys, remember that a goldfish just outperformed you. Many people think cracking your knuckles will give you arthritis. If that were true, half the population would be walking around with claw hands. In reality, the sound comes from gas bubbles popping in your joints. So unless you plan on cracking them 24/7 like a human popcorn machine, you're probably fine. People hold funerals for their old phones. Some folks are so emotionally attached to their smartphones that they perform farewell rituals before upgrading. Candlelight vigils, eulogies, and even tiny phone coffins exist. In the neo-modern world, your phone isn't just a device, it's apparently a lifelong companion worthy of a dramatic send-off. In China, the number 4 is considered so unlucky that many buildings just skip the 4th floor entirely. It sounds like the word for death, so elevators often jump from the 3rd to the 5th floor, as if death itself is waiting on the 4th. Imagine explaining to a confused tourist why their hotel room number goes from 303 to 305. In Western countries, breaking a mirror is said to bring 7 years of bad luck. But in Serbia, if a baby sees its own reflection before its first birthday, it could bring disaster. Imagine trying to explain to a baby why they're not allowed to look at themselves. Good luck enforcing that rule. Screaming into the void is now an actual therapy. Some therapists recommend primal scream therapy, where people just let out blood-curdling screams to release stress. So if you hear random yelling in the woods, don't panic. It's probably just someone dealing with their midlife crisis in a socially acceptable way. People get therapy from llamas. Llama therapy exists, and these fluffy creatures are used to help with anxiety and depression. There's something oddly calming about staring into the eyes of a judgmental llama while reconsidering all your life choices. If therapy ever evolves further, we might just start confessing our problems to houseplants. In the early 1900s, psychologists tried proving men were smarter by making women take IQ tests after doing housework. Shockingly, exhausted women didn't score as high. If we flip this test today, men would have to assemble IKEA furniture first. Let's see how that affects their superior intelligence. Some people believe that waking sleepwalkers will send them into shock, or even kill them. If that were true, sleepwalkers would be an endangered species. In reality, it's totally fine to wake them up, though they might be confused and angry, kind of like anyone woken up from a deep nap. The start of the industrial era turned children into tiny factory workers. In the 1800s, kids as young as 5 were squeezing into dangerous machines to fix broken parts because their small hands could reach inside. Workplace safety? Never heard of it. If you could walk and had fingers, congratulations, you had a job. The first factories were so polluted that workers were basically marinated in soot. Cities like Manchester, England, were coated in a layer of industrial grime so thick that people joked about needing to wash their lungs. If you lived near a factory, you weren't just breathing air, you were inhaling your own personal cloud of coal dust. Before alarm clocks were common, factories hired knocker-uppers, people who banged on workers' windows with long sticks to wake them up for their shift. If you ignored them, they just kept knocking. Imagine getting harassed awake every morning by a stranger with a giant pole. Snooze buttons were for weaklings. Some people with brain injuries develop foreign accent syndrome, where they suddenly speak with an accent they've never learned. Imagine waking up from a head injury sounding like a perfect French aristocrat when you've never even left Ohio. Your brain just decided, congratulations, you're European now. A head injury can make you a math genius overnight. It's called acquired savant syndrome, where people suddenly gain extraordinary skills in music, art, or math after a brain injury. One guy hit his head in a pool and woke up seeing the world in complex mathematical patterns. Most people just get a headache. This guy got the Matrix. The number 0 wasn't always accepted. Some ancient civilizations refused to acknowledge its existence. Imagine trying to explain 0 to someone who believes numbers must have a tangible value. So this is a number that means nothing. Then why does it exist? Exactly. And that's how philosophers probably lost their minds arguing about 0. Snakes don't have eyelids, meaning they literally sleep with their eyes open. It's not just creepy, it's the ultimate power move. Imagine being so unbothered that you just sit there, unblinking, staring into the abyss while getting some rest. Snakes might be the only animals that can nap and intimidate at the same time. Want more bizarre animal facts? Subscribe to our YouTube channel and prepare to question everything you thought you knew about nature. Some snakes have 2 heads, and no, this isn't a myth. Occasionally, a genetic mutation causes snakes to develop 2 functioning heads, each with its own brain. The problem? The heads don't always get along and sometimes try to eat the same prey, or worse, each other. It's like having a built-in sibling rivalry with no way to escape. In South Korea, sleeping with a fan on in a closed room is believed to cause fan death. Some believe the fan sucks out oxygen or somehow makes you suffocate in your sleep. So, while the rest of the world enjoys a cool breeze at night, some Koreans are out here treating electric fans like serial killers. Neptune has the fastest winds in the solar system, reaching over 12,000 miles per hour, faster than the speed of sound on Earth. If you ever stood on Neptune, which, by the way, would be impossible, you'd get deleted into oblivion by supersonic winds before you could even complain about the weather. The number 7 is considered lucky, but mathematically, it's actually weird. It's the only single-digit number that doesn't fit into normal multiplication patterns. Ask a kid to recite the 7 times table and watch them suffer. It's like 7 just decided to be mysterious for the sake of keeping humans intrigued. In the early 20th century, the one-drop rule classified anyone with even a trace of black ancestry as black, reinforcing rigid racial divisions. This legal and social construct ignored the reality of biracial identity, essentially forcing people into a single category regardless of their cultural or personal background. The Guinness World Record for the most finger snaps in 1 minute is over 400. That's not a casual talent, that's a one-man drumline. If this person ever got into an argument, they could sass someone into another dimension with sheer snap power. Sharks have eggs that look like alien screw-shaped capsules. Some species, like the cat shark, lay eggs in spiral cases that latch onto rocks so they don't float away. If you ever find one washed up on the shore, congratulations, you've discovered nature's weirdest-looking bottle opener. Some snakes can glide through the air like nightmare noodles. The paradise tree snake launches itself off branches, flattening its body to create lift. Basically, evolution looked at snakes and thought, you know what's missing? Flight. Because nothing improves life like airborne reptiles silently judging you from above. In Russia, if you shake hands or pass something through a doorway, you're basically asking for misfortune. It's believed that doorways are mystical boundaries and any exchange over them invites bad luck. So, if you ever visit a Russian home, step inside before you hand over that loaf of bread, unless you want to anger the universe. Panpsychism suggests that everything, yes, everything, has a form of consciousness. That includes rocks, chairs, and your toaster. So next time you stub your toe on a table, remember, according to panpsychism, that table might have been holding a grudge. Better apologize before your furniture starts plotting revenge. Some brain injuries can delete your ability to recognize faces, even your own. People with prosopagnosia and face blindness have to rely on voices, hairstyles, or even clothing to tell people apart. Imagine not recognizing your best friend, as they always wear the same hoodie. One laundry day, and you're clueless. Electric eels weaponize water-like living tasers. These slippery assassins can zap their enemies with up to 600 volts, enough to knock out a horse. Even weirder? They sometimes leap out of the water to directly electrocute threats. If water ever starts fighting back, electric eels will be the reason. Japan once trained bomb-carrying balloons to attack the US. During World War II, Japan sent thousands of paper balloons carrying explosives across the Pacific. Most failed, but one actually killed 6 people in Oregon. It's history's strangest long-distance attack, proving that even warfare sometimes has an arts and crafts phase. The mantis shrimp can punch so fast it boils water. This tiny marine warrior throws punches at the speed of a bullet, creating shockwaves that briefly turn water into plasma. If mantis shrimp were human-sized, they'd be one-punch superheroes. Instead, they just go around smashing crab shells like living wrecking balls. Ottomans had a navy full of chained-together ships. During the siege of Constantinople in 1453, the Ottomans literally dragged their warships across land to bypass the massive defensive chain blocking the harbor. Because when the sea says no, you just make a new sea. Tunnels of doom were their specialty. Ottoman armies were known for digging tunnels under enemy walls and stuffing them with explosives. This medieval version of surprise demolition meant that even if you built the strongest walls, they might just vanish under your feet. Corn is basically a mutant. Modern corn looks nothing like its wild ancestor, teosinte, which was a tiny, hard-kerneled plant. Thanks to centuries of selective breeding, corn has evolved into the oversized, sugar-packed crop we know today. If aliens ever find the original version, they'd probably think we were playing God with plants. Bananas are doomed time travelers. Every banana you eat is genetically identical to the next one because they're all clones. This makes them vulnerable to diseases that can wipe them out completely, like the Gros Michel variety that disappeared in the 1950s. The banana apocalypse isn't a joke. It's just on a slow timer. Rice has been around longer than most civilizations. Humans have been growing rice for over 10,000 years, making it one of the oldest cultivated crops. If you ever eat a bowl of rice, just remember, it's been feeding humanity since before people figured out what a wheel was. Potatoes once caused mass hysteria. In 18th century France, people believed potatoes were poisonous and responsible for spreading leprosy. It took a man literally eating potatoes in front of crowds to prove they were edible. The real twist? The French later turned them into fries, and now people fight over who invented them. Wheat is secretly a conqueror. Wheat isn't just food, it's a colonizer. Wherever humans went, they brought wheat, wiping out native crops and taking over farmland. This one grain reshaped entire civilizations. If plants had an empire, wheat would be the emperor, forcing everyone to kneel before its golden stalks. The elite warriors of the Ottoman army were kidnapped children. The Janissaries, the Ottomans' deadliest soldiers, were originally Christian boys taken as tribute, converted to Islam, and trained from childhood. Raised with zero attachments to anything but the empire, they became an unstoppable, highly disciplined force, essentially medieval stormtroopers with better aim. Some people are obsessed with hoarding bars of soap, not using them, just stockpiling them. There are collectors who own thousands of bars, organized by brand, scent, and color. Their houses must smell like a combination of heaven and a public restroom. The Silk Road was the world's first black market for exotic pets. Traders didn't just move silk and spices. They also sold live animals like peacocks, cheetahs, and even rhinos. Imagine being a merchant just trying to buy some fabric, and the guy next to you is haggling over a live leopard. Marco Polo's travel stories from the Silk Road were so exaggerated that some Europeans thought China was full of sorcerers and giant birds that could lift elephants. People read his book and genuinely believed the East was basically a fantasy RPG, complete with magical potions and dragon-sized birds straight out of a fever dream. The Silk Road was also an ancient meme highway. Just like today's internet, ideas, jokes, and even fashion trends spread rapidly along the trade routes. If you wore certain clothes in Persia, chances were that Mongolian nobles were already rocking the same trend weeks later. Silk Road fashion was the original TikTok challenge. There's a guy who has spent 40 years collecting belly button lint. He stores it in jars, color coordinates it, and even weighs it. Somewhere in the world, this man wakes up every morning and checks his lint collection with pride. Humanity, we have officially peaked. A teen sold his kidney for an iPhone to play games. In 2011, a Chinese teenager illegally sold one of his kidneys just to afford an iPhone and an iPad for gaming. Fast forward a decade, and he's now suffering from kidney failure. Meanwhile, Apple keeps making new devices every year. Bad trade. Someone spent over $1 million on a mobile game. A man in California reportedly spent over $1 million on Game of War, a mobile game that barely anyone remembers. That's right, he could have bought a mansion, but instead he invested in virtual catapults. Hopefully his digital empire was worth it. A gamer didn't notice a dead body next to him. In 2012, Taiwanese gamer died in an internet cafe after playing for hours non-stop. The wildest part? Other gamers around him kept playing, completely unaware that he had passed away. This is peak video game obsession, when real-life NPCs stop registering real-life events. Want more mind-blowing stories like this? Hit that subscribe button and dive into the weirdest facts on our channel. Women's pockets are practically decorative. Ever wondered why women's clothing has tiny, useless pockets? That's because in the 1800s, designers thought giving women real pockets would make them too independent. Fast forward to today, and women are still carrying entire purses just to hold what men casually toss into their jeans. Men interrupt women so much. There's a word for it. Manterrupting is a real thing, and studies show that men interrupt women far more often than they interrupt other men. One experiment found that when a woman spoke in a meeting, she was cut off within 17 seconds. At this point, she'd have better luck getting through a sentence in Morse code. Women's products are more expensive for no reason. The pink tax is the ridiculous practice of charging more for products marketed to women, like razors, deodorant, and even pens. Yes, pens. Apparently, making something pink requires a financial sacrifice worthy of a medieval tribute. Ottomans had secret police before it was cool. The Ottomans used an extensive network of spies to root out traitors, keep an eye on their enemies, and ensure loyalty. If you ever thought about rebellion, chances were someone had already snitched before you finished your evil monologue. There's a man in Japan who has spent decades collecting women's mannequins. He dresses them up, talks to them, and even takes them out for strolls. Imagine walking down the street and seeing a guy on a casual date with a plastic lady. Nothing says romance like a companion who literally can't argue back. Ottomans weaponized water and also took it away. Instead of just attacking, the Ottomans were experts in water warfare. If they weren't poisoning enemy wells, they were redirecting rivers to flood towns or cutting off water supplies entirely. Hydration was optional. Winning was not. Car safety tests are based on male crash dummies. Most crash test dummies are modeled after the average male body, meaning cars are literally designed to keep men safer than women in accidents. Women are 47% more likely to be seriously injured in a car crash because apparently even safety regulations think one size fits all means one size fits men. In Japan, slurping is a compliment. In many cultures, loudly slurping your food is a one-way ticket to public embarrassment. But in Japan, it's actually polite. Slurping noodles enthusiastically shows appreciation to the chef. So, if you ever visit, go ahead. Make your spaghetti sound like a vacuum cleaner. In Scotland, grooms get covered in filth before marriage. If you think wedding stress is bad, try being a Scottish groom. In some parts of Scotland, grooms are captured by friends, tied up and covered in everything from rotten eggs to mud. Apparently, if you can survive humiliation, you can survive marriage. India has a festival where people throw cow dung. While other cultures celebrate with fireworks or parades, some Indian villages in Karnataka celebrate Gore Haba by hurling cow dung at each other. It's basically a manure-based snowball fight, except instead of getting cold, you just smell bad for days. Finland has a hobby called wife carrying. In Finland, men compete by carrying their wives through an obstacle course. If they win, the prize is their wife's weight in beer. Nothing says romance like treating your spouse like a sack of potatoes in exchange for free alcohol. Mongolians have a rock, paper, scissors wrestling sport. Traditional Mongolian wrestling matches begin with a ritual dance, but to decide who goes first, they play a game similar to rock, paper, scissors using different hand gestures. Just imagine if the World Cup was decided by a dramatic round of best 2 out of 3. The scorched earth strategy is basically rage-quitting war. Throughout history, armies have burned their own crops, homes, and even entire cities just to make sure their enemies inherited nothing but ashes. It's the ultimate, if I can't have it, nobody can move, proving that pettiness has been a military tactic for centuries. A man played World of Warcraft until his legs stopped working. One gamer in China was so obsessed with World of Warcraft that he spent days in an internet cafe without moving. When he finally tried to stand up, his legs had literally stopped functioning. Turns out, even your body has a rage quit button. A guy divorced his wife because she cheated on him. In a game, a Japanese man divorced his wife after discovering her Sims character was in a virtual affair. Imagine explaining to a judge that your marriage ended because of pixelated infidelity. Your Honor, she betrayed me. In a house she didn't even build herself. Office air can lower your brain power. White-collar workers might be breathing in their own downfall. Studies show that poorly ventilated offices with high carbon dioxide levels can reduce cognitive function. So, if your boss ever questions a bad decision, blame the air. It wasn't me, it was the oxygen shortage. The cubicle was invented to make people miserable. The original cubicle was actually designed to be spacious and promote productivity, but companies shrank the design to cram in more workers, turning them into tiny, soul-crushing boxes. Basically, cubicles went from creative workspace to modern hamster cages in record time. Meetings are scientifically proven to be pointless. Research suggests that most meetings could be emails, and yet, white-collar workers spend hours trapped in them. Some companies even have meetings about having too many meetings. It's the corporate version of running on a treadmill. Lots of motion, no progress. A town in Kentucky once experienced a meat shower in 1876. Mysterious chunks of raw meat rained from the sky for several minutes. Scientists later guessed it was probably vultures vomiting midair, but let's be honest, no theory is truly satisfying when the meat falls from the sky unannounced. The Fresno nightcrawlers are strange, ghostly creatures caught on security cameras in California. They look like walking pairs of pants with no torso. Just 2 legs casually strutting around like they own the place. Some believe they're cryptids, others think they're aliens, but one thing's for sure, they've got the best leg game in the universe. In 2011, a man in Norway reported seeing a floating city in the sky. The eerie mirage had towers, buildings, and streets, all hovering above the clouds. Scientists say it was a rare atmospheric illusion, but it's way more fun to believe Norway has a parallel dimension that occasionally glitches into view. Ryanair, the budget airline known for its extreme cost cutting, once considered removing armrests, charging for bathrooms, and even offering standing room tickets. If they had their way, you'd be duct taped to the wall for a $5 discount. Southwest Airlines once pranked customers by announcing Love Class seating, where couples could share extra wide seats with a champagne service. Some passengers were so excited they didn't realize it was April Fool's Day. Imagine showing up ready for romance, only to be told you're back in an economy with a crying baby. Early maps were pure artistic guesses. Before satellites, cartographers basically made up parts of the world. If they didn't know what was beyond a certain point, they'd just throw in a sea monster or label it, "Here be dragons." Because if you don't have facts, go for terrifying fiction. The oldest known world map is wildly inaccurate. Babylonian Imago Mundi from 600 BCE is considered the oldest surviving world map. It features a tiny, flat world surrounded by water with mysterious islands labeled "Where the Sun Never Shines." It's basically ancient flat earther propaganda on a clay tablet. When the Ottoman Empire blocked the Silk Road, some merchants refused to accept reality and tried sneaky alternatives, like using smugglers, disguising caravans, or straight up bribing border guards. Imagine getting caught and having to explain to a furious sultan that your 50 camels weren't loaded with silk, but were just really fancy tent fabric. The closure of the Silk Road made Europe's economy super awkward. Cities built around trade hubs collapsed, while others near the new sea routes boomed. This was like watching an ancient version of a small business losing everything because a massive online retailer just took over. Sorry, inland caravan towns? The Silk Age is over. T-shirts were originally considered underwear, yes, the thing you proudly wear with flashy logos. In the early 1900s, the U.S. Navy gave sailors T-shirts to wear under their uniforms, but soon people realized they were too comfy to keep covered. Fashion rebellion starts with laziness. Want more weird fashion history? Hit that subscribe button and check out our latest video. You won't look at your wardrobe the same way again. The world's most expensive t-shirt was sold for a whopping $40,000. It was made of organic cotton, featured a rare design, and had diamonds woven into it. Apparently, nothing says casual wear like turning yourself into a walking jewelry display. The Guinness World Record for the most t-shirts worn at once is 260, achieved by a guy who spent hours layering them on. At that point, it's less about fashion and more about turning yourself into a fabric onion. Soviet maps lied to their own people. During the Cold War, the USSR deliberately made their maps inaccurate to confuse enemies and their citizens. Important cities were misplaced, roads didn't lead where they should, and some towns were completely erased. Basically, getting lost was a government-mandated experience. Ties serve no practical purpose. The necktie is the ultimate symbol of white-collar life, yet it does absolutely nothing except slowly choke the wearer. Some historians believe ties became popular just because they looked fancy, proving that business fashion is just expensive strangulation for style points. Typing speed matters more than you think. In the early days of white-collar jobs, typing tests determined who got hired. Some workers are trained like Olympic athletes to reach ridiculous speeds. If you couldn't hammer out 100 words per minute, you might as well have been illiterate in the corporate world. Light can't decide if it wants to be a wave or a particle, so it just does both. Imagine showing up to work as two people at once, one who slacks off and another who actually does the job. That's light. Forever stuck in a quantum identity crisis, baffling scientists for centuries. The famous double-slit experiment proved light's dual nature, but only when it wasn't being watched. If scientists observed it, light behaved like a particle. When unobserved, it spreads like a wave. Basically, light throws a cosmic tantrum when it knows it's being watched, kind of like a toddler refusing to perform on cue. Cotard's delusion is a rare brain disorder where people believe they are literally dead. They walk around convinced they have no organs, no blood, or that they're a walking corpse. A guy with this condition once asked to be taken to the morgue because he was so sure he didn't exist anymore. Brain injuries can turn you into an uncontrollable pun machine. Witzelsucht is a condition that makes people compulsively crack terrible jokes and puns, even at completely inappropriate times. Imagine being at a funeral and your brain decides, hey, let's drop a knock-knock joke right now. No social filter, just pure dad joke energy. Porcupines invented the medieval spike defense long before human. These walking pincushions have over 30,000 quills, and if one gets stuck in a predator, it keeps working its way deeper like nature's cruelest splinter. Some predators just give up and walk around with quills stuck in them like regrettable life choices. Women's pain isn't taken seriously by doctors. Studies show that women are far more likely to have their pain dismissed by doctors, with many being told they're just stressed or emotional. Meanwhile, if a man stubs his toe, medical professionals practically roll out the red carpet for emergency treatment. In Japan, missing a phone bill can result in your number being recycled immediately. One day you're texting your friends, and the next, a total stranger is using your number to make business deals. Imagine explaining to your boss why you suddenly started selling used cars in Osaka overnight. Some places bill you for water based on an ancient system that assumes everyone uses the same amount. In some areas of the UK, water bills are calculated based on your home's 1970s property value, as if ghosts from the past determine your water usage. Hope they at least include spectral discounts. California was once an island on maps. For over 200 years, European maps showed California as a floating island. This wasn't just a small mistake, it was widely accepted. Even official Spanish maps treated it as fact, which probably made for some very confused explorers. Wait, why is the land still attached? The US once created a fake town for copyright reasons. In the 1930s, the General Drafting Company invented the town of Aglow, New York, to catch plagiarists. Years later, people saw it on maps and actually built a small settlement there. It started as a copyright trap and ended up in a real place. The first hands-free device was literally just a stick. In ancient times, people tied their primitive communication devices, like scrolls or slates, to their heads with string or wooden frames. Basically, the first hands-free experience looked less like modern Bluetooth and more like someone losing a battle with office supplies. The first Bluetooth headsets in the late 1990s were so large that users looked like they were wearing alien antennae. People thought they were talking to themselves in public, which wasn't considered normal yet. Early Bluetooth users had to choose between convenience and looking like they had an imaginary friend in their ear. China went from being an open marketplace to slamming the door on visitors. The Ming Dynasty decided that foreigners were more trouble than they were worth, and cut off most outside contact. So, after centuries of trading ideas, China went full do not disturb mode while Europe scrambled to figure out how to get their luxury goods another way. Some people are so obsessed with eating glass that doctors had to name the condition hyalophagia. Yes, some humans willingly chomp on light bulbs like they're potato chips. The worst part? Some of them even insist it's crunchy and satisfying, as if dentists weren't already stressed enough. Some people are obsessed with turning themselves into real-life dolls. They undergo extreme surgeries, wear cartoonish outfits, and even practice doll-like movements. Imagine waking up one day and deciding, you know what? Being human is overrated. Time to live life as an anime character instead. There was a bizarre wave of creepy clown sightings in 2016, where people dressed as terrifying clowns popped up in random places just to freak others out. Some even chased pedestrians at night, proving once and for all that clowns belong in nightmares, not neighborhoods. Some amusement parks have had to remove clowns entirely their attractions because too many guests were freaking out. Imagine paying for a fun day out, only to find yourself sprinting in terror because a giant grinning nightmare on stilts walked by. And that's a wrap on some of the weirdest facts you'll ever hear. From the mysterious number 7 to sharks laying eggs that look like alien artifacts, the world is full of bizarre surprises. What fact blew your mind the most? Let us know in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell, because you never know what strange fact is coming next.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Imagine this. You're 25, single, and living your best life when, bam! A cinnamon storm hits you like you're the main ingredient in a Danish spice rack. Or maybe you're one of those lucky folks who gets invited to a wedding in Scotland, where they'll turn you into a walking cake before the ceremony. Because why not make public humiliation a part of your happily ever after? And let's not forget the Korowai tribe in Papua New Guinea, who are literally living above it all. Because why deal with evil spirits on the ground when you can just build a treehouse 140 feet up? Curious about how weird traditions and bizarre survival skills shaped the world? Hit subscribe and dive into this wild journey where history, culture, and a whole lot of cinnamon collide in the most hilarious ways possible.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Free VPNs can be more dangerous than not using one at all. Many free VPNs sell user data, bombard users with ads, or even contain malware. It's like using a free parachute that might work, or might just be a sack of spaghetti. If privacy is the goal, paying for a reputable service is a better option. Argentina has a law where if a bill arrives late, you get extra days to pay it, but only if you notice the delay. So if you're too trusting, congratulations. You just paid a bill on time that wasn't even due. Their system basically rewards paranoia, which is a first for any government service. Koalas sound like they chain smoke cigars and yell at the TV. Their mating call is a deep, guttural bellow that sounds like a motorcycle struggling to start. Imagine a tiny, fluffy animal looking adorable, but suddenly growling like an ancient beast. Nature decided that cuteness and horror should coexist. Cheetahs can't roar, so they meow like house cats. That's right. The fastest land predator sounds like it's asking for treats instead of hunting prey. If cheetahs had a theme song, it would be a high-pitched mew instead of an epic jungle growl. Nature really fumbled the intimidation factor here. Brittle stars are the rebellious cousins of sea stars. Instead of using their water vascular system to move gently like their relatives, they whip their arms around like panicked spaghetti noodles to scurry across the ocean floor. It's less majestic marine creature and more five-legged horror sprinting straight out of a nightmare. Hydraulic presses are mechanical bullies capable of crushing almost anything with thousands of pounds of force. Scientists and YouTubers have used them to obliterate everything from bowling balls to smartphones, proving that nothing, except maybe a well-placed tax loophole, is truly indestructible. The word describing fear of long words is itself one of the longest to exist. Yes, someone out there thought it would be hilarious to give this phobia the longest, most ridiculous name possible. Imagine being terrified of long words and then having to tell people your problem in a ridiculously long tongue twister. That's just adding insult to injury. Unlike most animals, llamas don't just spit when angry. They calculate their spit attacks. They aim directly for the eyes or mouth, ensuring maximum disgust and humiliation. It's less of a reflex and more of a targeted biological insult. Scientists should honestly study them for future self-defense tactics. In South America, llamas have been used as therapy animals, proving that even a creature known for projectile mucus can still have a heartwarming side. Nothing says calm and healing like a big, fluffy animal staring into your soul while secretly deciding whether or not to spit at you. Llamas can carry up to 100 pounds, but if they decide you're asking too much, they'll straight up sit down and refuse to move. No amount of bribery, pushing, or begging will work. It's like trying to convince a stubborn toddler to eat their vegetables. Pure, unmovable defiance. McDonald's refused to open in Iraq, but KFC made it. While American fast food chains are usually the first signs of U.S. influence in a country, McDonald's avoided Iraq due to security risks. KFC, however, found a way, opening branches even in war-torn areas. Because apparently, when chaos is everywhere, people still crave fried chicken. Some rooftops are so dangerous that even professional stunt performers avoid them. In Hong Kong, daredevil rooftopers risk their lives climbing skyscrapers without safety gear, all for the perfect Instagram shot. One slip, and they're auditioning for a real-life gravity experiment. Spoiler alert, gravity always wins. Many biracial figures in history had to pass as one race for social acceptance. For instance, some light-skinned black Americans in the 19th and 20th centuries passed as white to escape discrimination, while others had to emphasize their black identity to be accepted by their communities. This highlights the social pressures placed on mixed-race individuals. Biracial identity can lead to unique cultural conflicts, as some people face exclusion from both sides of their heritage. Many biracial Americans report feeling not enough for either racial group, illustrating how racial identity in the U.S. is often shaped by external perceptions rather than personal experience. The most dangerous Silk Road travelers weren't bandits, but yaks. These massive, unpredictable animals carried goods over the roughest mountain passes, and if they decided they didn't like you, they could yeet you straight off a cliff. Merchants lived in fear of yaks, suddenly deciding that today was not a trading day. The Silk Road was a major plague delivery service. The Black Death spread across Europe thanks to infected fleas, hitching rides on merchant caravans. One day, you're just a Mongolian trader delivering some fine silk. The next, half of your customers are dead because your shipment came with a free bonus disease. The closing of the Silk Road didn't just stop trade, it threw spice addicts into crisis. European nobles used to drowning their food in Eastern spices suddenly had to suffer through bland meals. This led to a desperate search for new routes, which basically forced explorers like Columbus to accidentally bump into entire continents while looking for better seasoning. Pirates became the new Silk Road bandits. With land routes blocked, merchants had to rely on ships, which meant the ocean turned into a highway for thieves. Sea routes were basically the Wild West, except instead of horses and revolvers, people had cannons and scurvy. In 1973, dozens of people in Pascagoula, Mississippi, claimed they saw aliens with lobster-like claws abduct two fishermen. The supposed extraterrestrials didn't bother with communication, just grabbed them and took them for a ride. Either it was a real alien encounter, or the universe is running out of original horror movie ideas. In 2009, hundreds of people in Texas reported seeing a flying humanoid. Some described it as a witch, others as a demon. Turns out, it was just a man testing a jet-powered wingsuit. Imagine the confusion. One guy is breaking aviation records while the entire town thinks they're about to be cursed forever. In 1985, a pilot for Japan Airlines reported seeing a UFO larger than a battleship while flying over Alaska. The airline didn't want the bad press, so they reassigned him to a desk job. Apparently, discovering extraterrestrials is fine, as long as it doesn't interfere with customer service. In the 1950s, United Airlines used to hire stewardess charm schools to train flight attendants on smiling techniques, posture, and how to serve meals while looking graceful in turbulence. Because who cares if the plane is shaking like a blender as long as the flight attendants look glamorous while handing out peanuts? Alaska Airlines once flew an entire passenger plane covered in Star Wars-themed paint. It was all fun and games until one nervous flyer asked if the cockpit had a jump to hyperspace button. Sorry, sir, but if this plane hits light speed, we've got more significant problems than delays. Some countries still bill you for services you didn't use, just in case you might have used them. In parts of Germany, TV and radio fees apply even if you don't own a TV or radio. Basically, they charge you for the idea of watching TV, like a subscription to guilt. The lyrebird is the world's best impressionist. It can mimic camera shutters, chainsaws, car alarms, and even human speech. Imagine walking through the forest and hearing a perfect imitation of your ringtone. Either you've lost your phone or a bird is out there scamming people with fake calls. Some frogs scream instead of croaking. The desert rain frog, for example, makes a noise that sounds like a squeaky toy having an existential crisis. Instead of scaring predators away, it just confuses them into thinking they accidentally stepped on a tiny, screaming rubber duck. Giraffes were once thought to be silent, but they actually hum to each other at night. Scientists believe this is their version of bedtime stories or gossip sessions. Picture a group of giraffes humming in the dark like a weirdly tall barbershop quartet. Sweet dreams, but make it awkward. In Switzerland, it's illegal to own just one guinea pig. Why? Because guinea pigs are social animals. Keeping one alone is considered animal abuse. Yes, even rodents have better friendship rights than most humans at family gatherings. There's a lake in Australia called Lake Hillier that's bright pink, like bubblegum pink. No, it's not Photoshop. Scientists think it's due to weird salt-loving bacteria. It's basically a giant strawberry milkshake that would absolutely kill you if you tried to drink it. In ancient Rome, people used crushed mouse brains as toothpaste. Apparently, nothing says fresh breath like the flavor of rodent brains smeared on your teeth at sunrise. Mint flavor? Never heard of her. If you love weird history like this, make sure to hit that subscribe button, drop a like, and leave a comment telling me the weirdest fact you've ever heard. I'm ready to be horrified. In Japan, there's a hotel staffed entirely by robots, including a robot dinosaur that checks you in at reception. Nothing says rest and relaxation like being greeted by a prehistoric lizard asking for your credit card. In 1978, a man in Minnesota was fined for having a live bear in the passenger seat of his car. He claimed it was his emotional support bear. Emotional support pets are one thing, but a 500-pound wild animal in traffic? Eek America. In Japan, there's a festival called Hanamara Matsuri, also known as the Festival of the Steel Phallus. Yes, you read that right. This event is entirely dedicated to celebrating giant metal sculptures shaped like male body parts. Originally a Shinto fertility ritual, it now attracts tourists from around the world who want to awkwardly pose with statues they probably won't show their grandma. In Denmark, it's a tradition to throw cinnamon on people who reach the age of 25 without getting married. That's right. If you're single and unlucky enough to have Danish friends with access to spices, expect to get blasted with enough cinnamon to smell like a human bakery for a week. Honestly, it's like being roasted and seasoned by your entire town. There's a remote tribe in Papua New Guinea called the Korowai, famous for building tree houses as high as 140 feet above the ground. And they're not doing this for the view. They build them this high to avoid evil spirits. Nothing like fighting supernatural horror with advanced carpentry skills while casually living in the sky. In Scotland, there's a tradition of blackening the bride or groom before a wedding. Friends and family cover them in treacle, soot, feathers, and flour, turning them into a walking nightmare version of a cake. The logic? If you can survive public humiliation while sticky and disgusting, marriage will be a piece of cake, literally. There's a town in Norway called Hell, and yes, it freezes over every winter. So the next time someone says, when hell freezes over, just tell them to check the weather forecast in Norway. Bonus points. They even have a train station named Hell Station. Satan's probably out there shoveling snow in a parka. In Japan, there's a theme park where you can pay to be buried alive in a coffin for fun. It's supposed to give you a life-changing experience. Personally, I think I'll pass. I get stressed just being wrapped in a blanket too tightly. In England, there's an annual event called the Cheese Rolling Festival where people literally chase a giant wheel of cheese down a steep hill. And yes, people break bones for it. Imagine explaining to your boss that you can't come to work because you lost a fight with a cheese wheel. In Thailand, there's a monkey buffet festival where thousands of monkeys are treated to a giant feast of fruits, vegetables, and snacks. Basically, it's a luxury brunch, but for hyperactive monkeys who probably have better diets than most college students living on instant noodles. Some rural areas believe that if you sweep the house after sunset, you're sweeping away your luck and wealth. So if you drop crumbs on the floor after dinner, congratulations. They now live there rent-free until morning. Cockroaches must love this ancient superstition. Some people make a living out of playing music to snakes. In remote villages of Sin, snake charmers are called in not just for entertainment, but for pest control. Got a snake problem? Don't call animal control. Call a guy with a flute who'll stare a cobra down like it's his ex. After the Twilight Saga hit the big screen, a group of teenagers in the US took their love for vampires to extreme lengths. Some reportedly tried to live as vampires, wearing dark clothes and refusing to go out in the daylight. One even had fang implants to complete the look. Apparently, the allure of sparkling vampires is strong enough to make people temporarily forget they're human. Ancient Roman schools were brutal. Teachers called ludi magister would beat students for mistakes using a rod. If you thought modern homework was painful, imagine reciting Latin verbs while staring down a guy holding a stick, ready to turn your grammar errors into bruises. In many villages around Pakistan, mirrors are placed outside homes to reflect bad energy or evil spirits. It's like ghost repellent, but make it fashion. If the ghost gets offended by its own reflection, problem solved. Dracula wouldn't last a second there. Some people in rural Pakistan still believe that eating burnt bread or charred rice can cure sore throats. Medicine? No thanks. Pass me that accidentally burnt naan. Apparently, grandma says it's a medical marvel. There's an influencer in the US who gained millions of followers for simply doing nothing. Their entire feed was just them posting photos of their face with absolutely no context or explanation. Sometimes, the more you say nothing, the more people want to watch. The mystery of it all just drew in a curious followers. Guess silence really is golden, or at least viral. After the release of Quentin Tarantino's Kill Bill, a man in the UK tried to recreate the famous car chase scene. He drove through a parking lot at high speeds, hoping to channel Uma Thurman's character's epic fight. Instead of being a graceful fight scene, it ended with a collision and the man being arrested for reckless driving. Guess some people take their movie-inspired car stunts a little too seriously. In Greenland, there's a tradition called Kaffemeek, which is basically a party where the host serves endless coffee and cake. Guests are expected to visit multiple houses in one day and drink coffee at every stop. If you're not vibrating from caffeine by the end, you didn't Kaffemeek hard enough. At the University of Oxford, there is a rule that students sitting for exams while wearing a sword are allowed to demand free beer. It's a medieval rule that technically still exists. Imagine stressing over calculus, then remembering you forgot your sword and missed out on free booze. In the Louvre, there's an ancient Greek statue known as the Venus de Milo. It's famous not just for its beauty, but for its lack of arms. No one knows how it lost its limbs, and despite being one of the most famous sculptures in history, she's still out there, confidently armless, wondering why no one ever asked her to pick something up. The Hope Diamond is not just a jewel, it's cursed. Legends say it brings bad luck to its owners, and those who've owned it have experienced a series of misfortunes. But hey, if you're into cursed luxury, you can catch it at the Smithsonian Natural History Museum, where it sits safely behind a glass case, waiting to strike. Women's intestines are slightly longer than men's. This is actually a weird evolutionary feature, one that could be blamed for some of the extra time women spend in the bathroom. It's like their bodies are saying, enjoy the extra time in there, you're gonna need it. In Japan, there's an island called Tashirojima, also known as Cat Island, where cats outnumber humans. Locals believe cats bring good luck and prosperity, so they feed and protect them like tiny furry royalty. If you're allergic to cats, this island is your worst nightmare dressed as a tourist attraction. The full moon is thought to incite chaos in human brains. Some studies suggest that there might be a slight uptick in bizarre behavior during a full moon. Whether it's more emergency room visits or just people getting a bit extra weird, it's as if the moon has a special power to amplify everyone's drama levels. Full moons, the natural amplifier for chaos. In the early 2000s, after The Matrix became a global phenomenon, there was a bizarre trend of people trying to unplug from The Matrix. Some took the movie's philosophical undertones so seriously that they believed they were trapped in a simulation. One individual reportedly tried to hack the system by jumping off a building, convinced they could fly like Neo. Thankfully, they survived, but the incident was a reminder of how deeply movies can affect one's perception of reality. In India, there's a temple where rats are considered sacred and roam freely. The Karni Mata temple houses thousands of rats, and devotees feed them milk and sweets. Eating food nibbled by these rats is seen as a blessing. For germaphobes, this place is basically a horror movie with religious approval. The thumbs up emoji has caused international controversy. In some cultures, a thumbs up is a gesture of positivity, but in others, it's considered rude or offensive. So next time you give someone a thumbs up, you might just be unknowingly giving them the international signal for, I'm not happy with this. Bouldering routes, also called problems, often have ridiculous names that are more about creativity than difficulty. You might find yourself scaling a rock called the Lumpy Yeti or Grumpy Monkey while silently questioning your life choices. It's like someone decided climbing was funnier than it really should be, as if bouldering were not difficult on its own. In some bouldering gyms, there are flash challenges where climbers have to solve a bouldering problem blindfolded, using only their sense of touch to find holds. Imagine getting halfway through and realizing you've been grabbing a completely different set of rocks than everyone else. You'll either look like a genius or a complete disaster. If you enjoyed this bizarre fact, make sure to hit that like button, drop a comment with the weirdest challenge you've ever seen, and don't forget to subscribe for more strange and hilarious facts from around the world. In the early days of bouldering, climbers would use things like tree branches, logs, or even piles of dirt to simulate holds, because actual rock climbing holds were considered too expensive. So for a while, bouldering was basically just throwing yourself at a tree and hoping you don't break anything. The term bouldering comes from the word boulders, but not the kind you might expect. In fact, it originally referred to the act of climbing small rocks, or boulders without ropes, except in the UK, where it was once considered a strange hobby for eccentric people who'd rather climb rocks than, do actual work. In ancient Greece, that students had to memorize everything because writing things down was seen as lazy. Socrates even criticized writing, saying it would ruin memory skills. Imagine failing your philosophy test because you dared to jot down notes like a weak-minded mortal. The earliest known carts were used around 3500 BCE in Mesopotamia. They were essentially wooden platforms with wheels that were pulled by donkeys or oxen. However, these carts were so rudimentary that they probably felt more like dragging a wooden box through the mud than smoothly rolling down the road. Thank goodness for cart upgrades. There's a whole emoji dedicated to a smiling poop. Not just any poop, but a happy, content little turd. Why does this exist? No one knows, but it's now one of the most universally used emojis. So, the next time you're feeling particularly proud of a bathroom break, you can send a poop emoji to share the love. The face with tears of joy emoji is officially the most popular emoji in the world. But did you know it was almost replaced by an emoji depicting laughter with tears? Thankfully it stayed, and now it's used to express everything from genuine laughter to passive-aggressive reactions when someone says something questionable. The mantis shrimp has the most ridiculous vision system known to science. While humans have 3 color receptors, red, green, and blue, these marine lunatics have 16. They can see colors that don't even exist for us. To them, the world probably looks like a psychedelic oil spill wrapped in a rainbow smoothie. Meanwhile, humans are stuck in plain old 4K color mode. At the University of Copenhagen, Denmark, there is an annual naked run called the Friday Bar Naked Run. Students sprint around the university courtyard wearing absolutely nothing, except maybe shoes. The prize? A crate of beer and eternal bragging rights. Nothing says academic pride like being chased by your own dignity. At the University of Toronto, Canada, students have an official anti-calendar, a brutally honest review of every course and professor, created entirely by students. It's like Yelp, but for academia. Some reviews are so savage that even the professors probably cry while reading them. In the 18th century, England had a very creative way of executing people called hanging, drawing, and quartering. A condemned person was first hanged until they were nearly dead, then disemboweled, and finally their body was cut into 4 pieces. This gruesome spectacle was reserved for high treason, as if treason wasn't horrifying enough on its own. Trench rats were no ordinary pests. These monsters grew fat on corpses and leftover food, often reaching the size of small cats. Some soldiers even gave them names or used them for gambling fights. Imagine fighting for your life while a rat named Big Tony watches you from the corner, like he owns the place. The trenches were a cocktail of dead bodies, sweat, urine, rotting food, and chemical weapons. The stench was so powerful it could knock a man down. Some soldiers stuffed tobacco or mint up their noses just to survive the smell without passing out like cartoon characters. Trench periscopes were made from literally anything. To avoid getting sniped, soldiers would build makeshift periscopes using broken mirrors, tin cans, or even biscuit tins. Some of them looked like terrible DIY projects, but hey, when sticking your head up could get it blown off, any reflective garbage became high-tech survival gear. In ancient China, there was a particularly gruesome method of execution called death by 1,000 cuts. The condemned person would be slowly mutilated by having small cuts made all over their body until they eventually died. It's like a terrible art form, but with way more blood and a lot less creativity. Men tend to have a larger liver, which sounds great until you realize that means they also have a higher risk of liver-related issues. So while they're getting that extra storage space, it's like their body handed them more room for trouble. Maybe that's why they can outdrink everyone until they can't. Psychopaths don't yawn when others yawn. Yes, that weird, contagious yawn thing most humans do. Psychopaths often skip it because they lack empathy. So if you're in a room full of yawning people and that one guy is staring at you like a robot from a horror movie, you might want to leave. Pythagoras, the famous Greek mathematician, ran a secretive cult school where students had to stay silent for years before being allowed to speak in class. Silence was seen as a test of discipline. Imagine sitting on mind-blowing math knowledge and not being allowed to say hypotenuse for 5 years. At the University of Chicago, there's a tradition called the scav hunt, the world's largest scavenger hunt. Challenges include things like building a nuclear reactor, not a joke, or stealing bizarre objects. It's the Olympics of weirdness, where being a nerdy genius with too much free time is a survival skill. In 2017, a guy named Daniel Strickland went viral by showing off his influencer lifestyle, spending hours taking selfies while pretending to lead an extravagant life that didn't actually exist. It turns out that he was just posing in public spaces and scamming his followers with luxury appearances, proving that even the most superficial influencer could be a work of fiction. After the release of Jaws in 1975, beachgoers were so terrified of sharks that beach tourism in some areas plummeted. People refused to swim in the ocean for fear of a shark attack, despite the fact that the movie's events were pure fiction. For a while, it seemed like the movie's terror might have caused a nationwide fear of water that had nothing to do with reality. Paracelsus believed you could create life from a human corpse with horse poop. This 16th century alchemist thought he could create a tiny human called a homunculus by burying human sperm in horse manure for 40 days. No lab equipment, just some medieval faith and a whole lot of animal waste. Who even comes up with this? In Nazi Germany, the government banned extravagant fashion, but rebellious youth known as swing kids wore flashy, oversized coats and wild hairstyles to mock the strict regime. Fashion became an actual silent protest. Hard to think that dictators feared messy hair and loose fits. Studies have shown that regular physical activity actually helps you sleep better, but only if you don't exercise right before bed. Otherwise, your body thinks it's still at war with gravity and refuses to shut down for the night. Ancient humans were basically walking cardio machines. Our ancestors ran long distances, not because they loved fitness, but because dinner had legs and ran away. So technically, jogging is just humanity's ancient hunting instinct trying to come back without the spear. In Zimbabwe during the late 2000s, inflation got so out of control that the government printed a $100 trillion note. You could barely buy a loaf of bread with it. People carried wheelbarrows full of cash to buy groceries. That's not economics, that's a comedy sketch gone wrong. In medieval England, King Edward III banned the wearing of fancy clothes by poor people because it confused the social order. If you were broke but stylish, you could literally get fined for looking rich. Fashion police? Number are actual police forcing people to wear ugly outfits? Absolutely. In Bhutan, students taking exams are sometimes required to write answers in verse or poetry form. Imagine explaining a math problem while rhyming like Shakespeare with a headache. 2 trains depart at noon, so their meeting is soon. Trenchfoot was basically nature eating your feet alive. Soldiers in World War I. Trenches would stand for days in waterlogged mud, leading to trenchfoot. This horrifying condition caused their skin to rot, toes to turn black, and in severe cases, feet would literally fall off like overboiled potatoes. It wasn't a battle injury. It was a swamp monster growing inside their boots. Sign languages have their own grammar rules, and it's not just waving hands around randomly. Word order, facial expressions, and even the speed of movement can completely change a sentence. One wrong eyebrow raise and you might accidentally sign angry cat instead of beautiful day. Some ancient tribes in Siberia hunted mammoths by digging massive pits and covering them with branches and snow. Mammoths, in their peaceful cluelessness, would just plop right in. Imagine falling into a hole because someone disguised it with IKEA-level effort. Ancient trolling at its finest. Want more mind-blowing survival tactics from history that prove humans have always been a little extra? Hit that subscribe button and watch our full video. You won't believe what else they came up with. There's a fruit called jabuticaba that looks like grapes, but here's the weird part. It grows directly on the trunk of the tree like pimples on a teenager's face. It's like the tree just gave up on branches and thought, let's grow fruit right here where everyone can trip over it. In 1978, a man in Belgium tried to fly like Superman, inspired by the movie Superman. He jumped off his roof thinking that he could glide using a homemade cape. Needless to say, he didn't fly. He fell. Movies truly have a way of making people believe they can do the impossible. Thankfully, he only suffered minor injuries, but it's a reminder to maybe skip the cape and stay on solid ground. Influencers can turn mundane objects into global trends. Take the Squishmallow plush toy, for example. What started as a simple toy ballooned into a multi-million-dollar craze, all because influencers started sharing their cute collections online. The true power of an influencer, turning a pillow into an overnight sensation with a single post. In ancient Greece, it was believed that the moon could literally drive people insane. They thought the full moon had this magical ability to mess with your mind and behavior. It's like they just sat there waiting for an excuse to call someone crazy after they acted out. There's an influencer in Japan who made a career out of posting photos of their feet. Yes, you read that right. By showing off their feet in various artistic poses, they built an online empire. In an age where everyone wants to be a millionaire, the lesson here is if you've got feet, you've got a business plan. In medieval Europe, the breaking wheel was a favorite method of execution. The condemned person would be strapped to a large wheel, then rolled in front of a crowd before being bludgeoned to death. The idea was to break their bones and leave them hanging in a way that showed just how powerful the state's authority was. Definitely an effective way to crush any hope you had for a second chance. Studies show that many psychopaths can fake emotions with creepy accuracy. They watch others like predators studying prey, copying smiles, laughs, and even crying on command. It's emotional cosplay, but with the energy of a malfunctioning serial killer trying to win an Oscar. At the University of Bologna in Italy, the oldest university in the world, students once paid their professors directly. If the lectures were bad, students could withhold payment. Imagine sitting in class watching your professor struggle through boring slides while you slowly pull your wallet back into your pocket. Harsh but fair. In 1974, the UK put a strict limit on the power of vacuum cleaners. Yes, for real. There was an energy crisis, and instead of cutting down on big factories, the government decided people's carpets were just too clean. The result? A black market for powerful vacuums. The vacuum mafia became a thing. Nikola Tesla fell in love with a pigeon, not a woman, not a machine. A pigeon. Tesla claimed a specific white pigeon visited him regularly and that he loved it as a man loves a woman. He even said the pigeon died in his arms while emitting a mysterious light from its eyes. This wasn't science. This was hardcore Shakespearean tragedy with bird drama. Tycho Brahe had a pet moose that got drunk and fell down the stairs. This famous astronomer kept a pet moose at his castle. He would feed it beer at fancy dinner parties because apparently moose etiquette demands alcohol. Tragically, the poor thing got drunk one night, stumbled down some stairs, and died. Science is wild, but medieval scientists were on a whole other level. The miracle berry sounds like a prank in fruit form. It doesn't taste sweet itself, but after eating it, anything sour, lemons, vinegar, pickles, will taste sugary sweet for about an hour. It's basically nature's way of turning your taste buds into a confused science experiment. Isaac Newton once stared at the sun until he went temporarily blind. Yes, the same genius who gave us gravity thought it would be a cool experiment to stare directly at the sun just to see what happens. The result? Surprise. Surprise. Eye damage? He spent days locked in a dark room recovering like some dramatic Victorian vampire, regretting his life choices. In ancient China, the imperial examination was so hard that some students literally died in the exam halls from stress or exhaustion. The tests lasted for days, inside tiny rooms with no distractions. No water breaks, no bathroom breaks. Just you, your ink brush, and your will to survive. The Buddha's hand fruit looks like yellow, creepy fingers reaching out to grab you while you sleep. It's actually used for its fragrance more than eating. Because let's face it, nobody trusts a fruit that looks like it wants to strangle them in their sleep. Your brain literally works better after exercise. Not because it's magically smarter, but because working out forces more blood and oxygen to your brain. So technically, running away from your problems is good for your mental health, as long as you're wearing sneakers. Some sign languages have regional accents. Yes, you read that right. Just like spoken languages, signs can vary based on region, slang, and local culture. So a person from one city might be signing coffee, while someone from another area thinks they just proposed marriage. Regular physical activity makes your bones stronger, but not in the way lifting a rock would make a rock stronger. Instead, bones respond to impact and weight-bearing exercise by growing denser, like some weird living concrete that refuses to snap under pressure. There's a mountain in Australia called Mount Disappointment. Why? Early explorers climbed it, hoping for a great view, but got blocked by trees, so they named it after their crushed dreams. It's the ultimate passive-aggressive landmark. The Matterhorn in the Alps is so photogenic that Toblerone chocolate bars were designed in its shape. Yes, your favorite triangular snack is basically edible mountain fan art. Imagine a mountain being so iconic that people said, let's bite it. Mount Everest grows taller every year, but not because it hits the gym. Thanks to tectonic plate movement, Everest gains about 4 millimeters annually. Mother Earth is basically flexing very slowly like a grandma doing yoga, but still managing to break records. In China's Tang Dynasty, wealthy women wore false eyebrows made of mouse fur glued to their faces. Yes, their eyebrow game was literally borrowed from tiny rodents. Beauty is pain, but in this case, it's also slightly terrifying. In 1983, a baseball game in Chicago was delayed because of a giant inflatable beer bottle that broke loose and rolled across the field like it was possessed. Fans cheered louder for the rogue beer balloon than the actual players. The beer bottle got more applause than any home run. The Vikings wore clothes dyed with urine. They used fermented urine rich in ammonia to bleach and dye wool. So technically, Vikings invented hardcore DIY fashion, just with a horrifying smell as part of the aesthetic. When temperatures drop too low, iguanas in Florida freeze up and literally fall from trees. It rains iguanas like it's a scaly apocalypse. Floridians know it's winter when their yard looks like a reptile-themed horror movie set. Male iguanas go full rockstar during mating season. Their color changes to bright orange to attract females. It's nature's version of wearing neon clothing to say, look at me, I'm emotionally unavailable but very colorful. and maybe we could be friends with benefits. In 1974, a football match in the Congo was stopped because players believed the opposing team was using witchcraft. The goalkeeper swore the ball was disappearing midair. Instead of calling VAR, they called the local shaman. The result? The match descended into a supernatural meltdown. Finland once had a bizarre tradition where high school students took a mandatory swimming test before graduation. The logic? If you could swim across a freezing lake, you could probably survive university too. In Japan, some universities hold entrance exams where part of the test is literally about folding origami or answering questions based on anime plot twists. That's right, pass the test not with formulas, but with paper cranes and cartoon knowledge. In 1998, during a marathon in Mexico, a runner named German Silva took a wrong turn just before the finish line, ran an extra kilometer, and still won. Meanwhile, the audience collectively lost its mind watching him take the scenic route to victory. Ever wondered what happens when your GPS completely fails mid-race? Well, German Silva made it work. If you want to see more jaw-dropping moments from the world of sports that will make you question reality, hit subscribe and watch the full video, because sometimes the journey is the victory, even if it's not the shortest. The San people of southern Africa practiced persistence hunting, where they would literally chase animals for hours, sometimes days, until the poor creature collapsed from exhaustion. It was less hunting and more like cardio warfare powered by stubbornness. Some ancient hunters wore animal disguises, like dressing as deer or wolves, to sneak up on prey. Sounds smart until you realize they sometimes get mistaken for actual animals by other hunters. Nothing says awkward like being accidentally speared by your own teammate because your elk costume was too convincing. Physical activity triggers the release of endorphins, chemicals that make you feel happy. But here's the bizarre part. Your body releases the same chemicals during intense laughter or after eating spicy food. So yes, exercising is basically just laughing aggressively with your muscles. North Korea once issued a currency revaluation that wiped out savings overnight. People's life savings turned into pocket change within hours. Imagine working for 30 years and waking up to find your money could only buy a cabbage. That's not fiscal policy. That's villain origin story material. In the trenches of World War I, soldiers made jewelry out of bullets, shrapnel, and coins. Known as trench art, these handmade accessories were swapped, gifted, or kept as good luck charms. Imagine rolling up to a party flexing your grenade fragment necklace like it's a designer piece. Horned melon, also called kiwano, looks like an orange cactus and tastes like cucumber mixed with banana and lime. In other words, like a fruit that couldn't decide what it wanted to be when it grew up. It's basically the awkward teenager of the fruit world. Dogs live in a muted Instagram filter. While dogs are famously colorblind, it's not completely black and white. They see mostly blues and yellows, kind of like a badly aged photo filter that forgot what red and green look like. So that bright red ball you throw, it's basically a weird gray-green orb to them. And yet they still love fetching it like it's gold. The brains of psychopaths literally light up differently when they hurt people. Neuroimaging shows that some psychopaths get pleasure or feel calm when causing pain. While a normal brain screams, "Bad idea," theirs whispers, "More, please." It's like their moral compass was replaced with a gremlin holding a party horn. Puni Puni Poemi features a girl who transforms into an anime superhero who uses the power of obscene humor and random absurdity to fight bad guys. If you ever wanted an anime that doesn't make sense in any language, this one is the key. It's like they threw all logic out the window and let chaos reign. The Mummy of the Unknown Man at the British Museum has baffled historians for years. This ancient Egyptian mummy was wrapped in royal linen, yet no one knows who he is. Some believe he might have been a high-ranking official or even a prince, or maybe just a very unlucky person who never got a name tag. Influencers have been linked to FOMO, fear of missing out, on a psychological level, and studies show that it leads to higher levels of anxiety and depression in their followers. If seeing a beach vacation you'll never afford or a perfectly arranged meal makes you feel terrible, blame the influencer marketing machine. It's basically like watching a very glamorous, very expensive commercial every day. That vintage green glass bowl your grandma has might just be uranium glass. In fact, uranium glass was often used in the production of household items like bowls, cups, and even ashtrays. Your family heirlooms could be emitting tiny radioactive traces. Nothing says vintage like radioactive glow. In South Korea, during their infamous Sunyoung college entrance exam, planes are literally banned from flying over exam halls to avoid distracting students. The whole country goes silent. Even stock markets open late. One exam to rule them all, and absolute silence to fuel the terror. While the 2011 earthquake in Japan was catastrophic, it was the tsunami that followed that triggered the Fukushima disaster. The tsunami overwhelmed the power systems of the nuclear plant, shutting down cooling systems and causing the reactors to overheat. It's like a series of unfortunate events where the natural world teamed up to wreak havoc. When the Fukushima disaster struck, a group of 50 workers volunteered to stay behind, and manually manage the cooling systems at the plant, risking their lives to prevent a full meltdown. They became known as the Fukushima 50, and their bravery is often hailed as a heroic stand against the odds. They essentially became human shields for an entire nation's safety. Mount Etna in Italy has its own volcano deity that was thought to throw tantrums in the form of lava spitting. Locals used to believe a giant monster named Typhon was trapped under it. Every eruption, Typhon is having a meltdown like a mythical Karen who didn't get her way. Scientists discovered that certain strains of bacteria living near the Fukushima plant could actually break down radioactive materials. These tiny organisms might hold the key to cleaning up some of the mess left by the disaster, potentially turning the tables on the destructive forces of nature with nature itself. Go figure. Nature creating nature's cleanup crew. Some iguanas can survive underwater for up to 30 minutes. Marine iguanas of the Galapagos Islands even dive into the ocean like professional swimmers to feed on algae. Basically, they're sea dragons with a salad addiction. The classic Cobb salad, popular in the United States, was reportedly invented in 1937 by Robert Cobb, the owner of the Brown Derby restaurant in Hollywood. One night, he was hungry and decided to throw together leftover ingredients, including chicken, bacon, avocado, and blue cheese. It became an accidental masterpiece. Who knew hunger could lead to a salad that's now a menu staple? In Finland, there's a dish called silly salad, a rather odd name for a salad, but it's not just the name that's strange. The salad is made with smoked fish, raw onions, and mashed potatoes, then doused in cream or mayonnaise. It's the ultimate blend of hearty and creamy, and doesn't quite match what most of the world would think of as a salad. In Japan, Mount Fuji is considered spiritually female, and ancient women weren't allowed to climb it because they might anger the goddess of the mountain. Because apparently nothing scares ancient men like a woman conquering nature and patriarchy at the same time. In ancient Rome, crucifixion wasn't just for Jesus. Sometimes it was used to execute slaves, criminals, and even entire villages. The Romans would hang people on crosses for days, sometimes letting them starve or be attacked by animals, making it one of the most drawn-out and terrifying ways to die. Talk about overkill. It may sound like something out of a cartoon, but laughing too hard has actually caused a few people to die. It's a condition known as lacrimatory syncope, a combination of excessive laughter and a sudden drop in blood pressure, which can lead to fainting or even heart failure. So, the next time you laugh too hard, maybe consider dialing it back just a little. A particularly bizarre injury occurred in the UK when a man was struck by a falling pigeon. While this might sound like something straight out of a slapstick comedy, the man actually suffered a broken nose. Apparently, the pigeon flew into his face with such force that he lost balance and fell, leading to a rather peculiar and painful injury. In 1952, the Italian car company Fiat made an actual car, Fiat 500, but with an unusual twist. The body was made from wood, not metal. The company wanted to test how wood could be used as a lightweight material for car design. Unfortunately, this wooden marvel didn't last long on the roads and was eventually shelved for more durable options. In 1889, a French inventor, Count Albert de Dion, designed a car that had 3 wheels and was powered by a steam engine. The de Dion Bouton had 1 wheel in the front and 2 at the back, making it look more like a tricycle for grown-ups than a car. It's the automotive equivalent of trying to ride a bicycle on a caffeine binge. Philosophical theology has a long-standing debate over whether everything that happens is preordained by God, theological determinism, or if humans have free will to make choices. This gives rise to the paradox of human responsibility. If everything is predetermined by God, can humans truly be held accountable for their actions? Some theologians argue that we're stuck in a divine game of chess with each of our moves determined, but somehow still giving us the illusion of control. It's like playing a game where the instructions keep changing. Frustrating, but a lot to think about. The ontological argument proposed by philosopher Anselm of Canterbury suggests that God's existence can be proven purely through logic. The argument states that if we can conceive of a perfect being in our minds, then that being must exist in reality, because a perfect being, by definition, cannot be imperfect, which would include not existing. So, in essence, this argument tries to convince us that God's existence is self-evident, just because we can imagine it. Talk about a cosmic brain teaser. In 2012, a Picasso painting was found behind a mirror in a house that was being renovated. The artwork was hidden for decades, unnoticed and tucked away behind a reflective surface. How did it get there? It seems that a former owner had hidden the valuable painting during World War II to avoid it being stolen. It was like the art world's version of hiding in plain sight, but with a twist of mystery and intrigue. While not an outbreak in the traditional sense, in 1932, Australia found itself in a bizarre conflict known as the Great Emu War. After World War I, farmers in Western Australia struggled with emus raiding their crops. The Australian military was called in to battle the birds, but the emus proved incredibly elusive and resilient, and despite the use of machine guns, the military was forced to retreat. This remains one of the oddest and most absurd absurd conflicts in history. Want to see how a bunch of giant birds took down an entire army? Hit subscribe and check out our full video on the Great Emu War, because sometimes it's not the humans who win the battle. In the 1950s, an entire village in Alaska became sick with a mysterious illness that had symptoms similar to the flu but led to death in a large number of cases. The outbreak was eventually traced to the consumption of spoiled whale blubber, which had been contaminated by bacteria. The bizarre thing? The illness seemed to disappear as quickly as it had arrived, with no further outbreaks in the region. In 2004, a couple was shocked to discover their lost wedding ring, which had been missing for over 50 years encased in the trunk of a tree. It was found when the tree was being chopped down, and the ring was perfectly preserved inside a knot in the wood. Perhaps this tree was just holding on to their love for half a century. One might even call it true love, grown into nature. In 2007, treasure hunters uncovered a pirate's chest in the Caribbean, but amid the gold and jewels was something much stranger: a fossilized T-Rex tooth. How did this fossil end up with pirates? Theories are wild, but one suggestion is that it could have been part of a collection of exotic items or a strange, misplaced souvenir from a long-forgotten expedition. A very Jurassic Pirates kind of situation. The microscope was invented in the 17th century by Dutch scientist Antonia van Leeuwenhoek, who used a simple lens to look at the invisible world. Imagine the first time he peered into a drop of water and thought, "Oh, look at all these tiny creatures, I'm going to need a bigger petri dish." Talk about microscopic pets. In medieval Europe, falconry wasn't just a hobby, it was a fashion statement. Nobles would parade around with fancy birds on their arms like they were carrying expensive handbags with wings. The rarer the bird, the more flex-worthy your status. In medieval China, the imperial examination for government jobs lasted 3 whole days, and candidates were locked in small cells with nothing but paper, ink, and their nightmares. Some students brought their own food, some starved, and some, well, didn't make it out alive. In the Arctic tundra, reindeer have evolved to see UV light so they can detect things humans can't, like urine trails from other animals or moss glowing on snow. Basically, reindeer are living in a high-contrast UV spy movie while we're fumbling with sunglasses wondering where the trail went. Aspirin has been around for centuries, originally made from willow bark, which ancient people chewed to relieve pain. Imagine the first person who decided to chew on bark and thought, "This tastes awful, but hey, my headache's gone." Fast forward to today and we've turned that bark into a magic pill. The placebo effect is when you feel better just because you think you've taken medicine, even if it's just a sugar pill. It's like your brain saying, "Oh, you gave me something. Guess I'll start feeling better now," even though nothing's changed. Your brain is basically a really convincing actor. Insulin helps regulate your blood sugar, but here's the kicker. It's not a sugar buster, it's a sugar usher. It helps sugar, aka glucose, move from your blood into your cells where it can be used for energy. Basically, insulin is like a bouncer at a club, making sure only the right sugars get in while keeping the riffraff out. Your immune system cannibalizes itself. Ever had a moment when you feel like your body is out of control? Well, your immune system sometimes eats its own cells in a process called autophagy. It's like your body going on a weird internal diet, eating the bad bits. If only it would skip dessert and go for the junk DNA instead. Stress makes your immune system take a sick day. Stress doesn't just ruin your mood, it can literally mess with your immune system. High stress can reduce your white blood cells, leaving you wide open for infections. So next time you're stressed, just remember, your immune system is throwing in the towel while you're running on fumes. For colorblind people, red-green perception is often the tricky part. But here's the weird twist. They often see the world in a way that's way more vibrant, with some people claiming to see a whole new color combo. It's like your brain pulling a fast one on you, creating new color variations that aren't even on the regular rainbow list. Hemp is the fabric that's been underestimated for centuries. Hemp has been around for thousands of years as a source of fabric, but only recently has it started getting its due attention. It's like the quiet, nerdy kid in school who eventually became the CEO. Hemp is super durable, eco-friendly, and was even used to make sails for ships. Who knew? Bamboo, that plant you're probably more familiar with as a snack for pandas, is also a source. It's like bamboo took a detour from its role as the panda's personal chef and decided to enter the fashion world. Not only is it eco-friendly, but it's soft, breathable, and naturally antibacterial. Basically the superhero of fabrics. Cotton is grown from plants that have fluffy white fibers, making it feel like you're picking clouds straight from the ground. But don't get too excited. Those clouds are the result of some seriously sneaky plants, tricking you into thinking you're picking soft pillows when it's really going to need a lot of time and effort to turn into fabric. Forget fancy SPF lotions. Ancient Egyptians would slather mud on their skin to protect themselves from the sun. It's like they invented earthy SPF long before any dermatologist could get a patent. Who needs sunscreen when you can rock the mud facial look? In 1895, Wilhelm Röntgen Falcon accidentally discovered X-rays while playing around with cathode rays in his lab. He didn't even know what he had found at first. He was just tinkering with stuff. So, no, it wasn't some grand scientific eureka moment. It was more like, hey, what's this glowing box? Let's see what happens if I put my hand in it. When historians finally acknowledged that Vikings likely reached North America long before Columbus, it was an epic oops moment. It's like finding out your childhood myth was true, but now you're the last one to know. Sorry, Christopher Columbus. Vikings beat you to the punch by about 500 years. Antibiotics work by attacking bacteria, but they don't actually kill bacteria in the traditional sense. They just stop bacteria from multiplying. It's like sending in an army of super nerds to stop the bad guys from multiplying while leaving them alive and possibly frustrated. Humans can only see a tiny portion of the light spectrum, known as the visible spectrum, which makes up about a tiny fraction of all light. So there are colors out there in the infrared and ultraviolet realms that your eyes literally can't detect. It's like missing a whole rainbow, but nature's just showing off its secret palette. In 2015, archaeologists discovered a mummified body in a pyramid that had been lost for centuries. The shocking part? The mummy was found inside a sealed, secret chamber in Egypt's Saqqara Pyramid, a place believed to be void of human remains. So this ancient royal burial ground held its biggest surprise millennia after the fact, almost as if the past was playing an eternal game of hide-and-seek. In tech, many gadgets like the famous Oculus Rift were initially designed for men's heads. This resulted in women getting motion sickness or discomfort when using them. It wasn't until women complained about this that companies started designing more inclusive versions. So guess what? Women were just an afterthought in the next-gen tech race. While historians were translating ancient cuneiform texts, they were shocked to discover love letters tucked among administrative documents. Turns out, ancient Assyrian scribes were as prone to writing heartfelt and occasionally awkward love notes as we are today. Who knew that history had a romantic side? Petri dishes were invented in 1887 by German bacteriologist Julius Richard Petri. He didn't just want a regular plate, though. He needed something flat, shallow, and transparent to culture bacteria. So he made the Petri dish and basically gave bacteria their personal restaurant. Bon appetit, tiny microbes. In the 1950s, the Chrysler Corporation introduced a concept car called the Chrysler Norseman that had a glass roof that was literally floating. The car's roof was supported by pillars that were built into the door frame, creating the illusion of a roof suspended in midair. Sure, it's futuristic, but I wonder how many heads would have hit that floating glass. Some psychologists argue that procrastination is actually linked to our primitive instincts for survival. It's like your brain is trying to avoid the stress of doing things by convincing you that delaying is a good idea, because who doesn't love ignoring responsibilities like a caveman avoiding a saber-toothed tiger? When crash test dummies were first created, they were modeled after the average male body. This meant that the car safety systems were designed for men, ignoring how women's bodies might respond in crashes. So, women were literally crash tested with worse odds, all because car designers thought, just make it for the dudes. Sharks have a natural defense against the sun. They produce oils in their skin that act like a natural sunscreen. Imagine being so cool that you don't even need SPF 30. Sharks basically invented the "I woke up like this" defense against the sun. While we love eating them, bananas might just be hiding a secret. The peels contain compounds that, when crushed and applied, can help block UV rays. So next time you snack on one, don't toss that peel. Rub it on your skin like an all-natural sunblock. Curious about more weird food facts that could actually change your life? Hit subscribe and watch our full video on how everyday snacks might be hiding superpowers. You'll never look at your fruit bowl the same way again. Historians once thought that the Egyptian pyramids were simply giant tombs until they realized they were basically elaborate, oversized storage units for royal belongings, not just final resting places. So the grand monuments might have been glorified storage sheds. What a plot twist. Oddly enough, procrastination can sometimes be beneficial for creativity. When you delay a task, your brain is working in the background, solving problems in a more abstract way. So when you finally get around to doing something, you might come up with a wildly creative solution. It's like your brain throws a little creative party while you're binge-watching your favorite show. It's scientifically proven that women, on average, can distinguish between more shades of color than men. Maybe that's why your mom's always able to pick out 37 different shades of beige in paint stores while you're still stuck trying to figure out the difference between seafoam and mint. It's a superpower, really. The longest train station in the world is in Japan, with the station stretching over 1.5 kilometers. It's so long that you might need a snack and a nap just to walk from one end to the other. Forget waiting for your train. You'll need a good pair of shoes just to get to the platform. Historians once argued about whether hot dogs should be classified as sandwiches. Some debated whether the bun and the sausage counted as a sandwich, while others were busy making hot dogs a legitimate subject for historical research. Could you imagine the serious face-off between history nerds on this one? Allergies are when your immune system goes a bit overboard, deciding that harmless things like pollen or peanuts are evil invaders. It's like calling in the SWAT team to stop a paper cut. Your immune system's reaction is so dramatic, could win an Oscar for best performance in an allergic meltdown. In 2018, workers discovered a message from the 19th century stuffed inside a bottle of whiskey during a routine check on an old barrel in a distillery in Scotland. The letter, written in the 19th century, was apparently tucked away by a former worker. It's the kind of secret that for over a century sat there aging like the whiskey itself, until curiosity and time finally uncorked it. In Russia, there are train stations that no longer exist but still appear on maps. These phantom stations are left over from the Soviet era. It's like the ghost of trains past showing up on your GPS for no reason. Get on the wrong platform, you might just find yourself in a station that's, well, not really there. If you stare at a color for long enough, you'll start seeing an afterimage of its complementary color. For example, staring at a red object for a while and then looking at a white background might make you see green. It's like your brain's way of trying to pull a fast one on you, like, oh, you like red? How about a surprise green? 2004, a man in the US was struck by a meteorite while standing outside. He was hit on the shoulder by a rock from space, specifically a meteorite that had fallen to Earth. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured, but he did become part of an incredibly rare club of people who've been directly hit by a meteorite. In 2015, a woman in the UK was hospitalized after suffering severe injuries from a vampire bite. No, not from an actual vampire, but from a giant hickey given by her partner. The suction of the hickey caused blood vessels to burst, leading to a hematoma on her neck. Be careful where you put your lips. Sometimes they can do more harm than good. Believe it or not, it's possible to fracture a rib just by coughing too hard. People with conditions like chronic bronchitis or emphysema are especially susceptible to this injury. So next time you have a rough cough, maybe take a little extra care. Not all broken ribs come from boxing matches. Ancient Egyptians used trained cheetahs for hunting. Yes, these people basically invented the original sports car end, but with fur and claws. They would blindfold the cheetah, release it like a furry missile toward prey, and then casually collect dinner while the big cat did all the work. In 1990, during a cricket match between England and India, a swarm of bees attacked the field. Players dropped to the ground instantly like it was a tactical military operation. Turns out cricket strategy books forgot to mention bee invasion as a possible game interruption. Paracetamol, or acetaminophen, is one of the most commonly used painkillers, but scientists still aren't totally sure how it works. It's like the medicine equivalent of a magician's trick. No one knows exactly how it does its thing, but it's still a crowd favorite. It just makes pain disappear, and we're all like, thanks, magic pill. In Bolivia, there's a train station made entirely of salt. It's part of the salt flats, and trains don't even stop there anymore. It's like the ultimate salt bay station, except instead of seasoning your food, it just leaves you wondering how much salt you can handle in one place. In Japan, there's a train station submerged underwater. The station is located beneath a body of water and is only accessible by diving through it. It's a bit like a train to the underworld experience. They're just waiting for a sequel to the Titanic, but with more trains. Ever heard of the 5-minute rule? It's a procrastinator's sneaky trick to get started. Just commit to a task for 5 minutes. But once you start, you often get so absorbed you end up working for hours. It's basically your brain's way of tricking you into actually doing something without feeling like you're committing to a marathon. A standard deck of 52 cards has more possible combinations than there are atoms in the known universe. So next time you lose a card game, just tell yourself it's statistically improbable that you could have won anyway. Poker is older than you think. While poker's been popularized in recent years, its roots go all the way back to the 16th century in Europe. The game evolved from a French game called poker, which, you guessed it, was a lot of bluffing and pretending to be cooler than you actually were. Even back then, poker faces were vital. Guess we've all been pretending since the 1500s. A man in Florida went to the hospital after he accidentally pierced his tongue on a lemon seed. He was enjoying a citrusy drink when a seed lodged in his tongue, causing him to swallow it. It caused an internal injury that required medical attention. Before it became a solo game beloved by bored office workers worldwide, solitaire was originally a card game played in groups. In fact, some historians believe it was invented as a way for royal families to teach patience and strategy. Today, we mostly use it to procrastinate during work hours. Want more bizarre history and tech fails mixed with hilarious facts? Hit subscribe and check out the full video where we break down how the past and present collided in the weirdest ways.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Potatoes went to space before some countries got color TV. In 1995, NASA grew potatoes on the Space Shuttle Columbia to test space farming. So, technically, potatoes are more intergalactic travelers than most of us. Somewhere in space, there's probably a lonely potato floating around wondering why nobody added butter. The old South Pittsburgh Hospital in Tennessee, which was turned into a train station, is known for being one of the most haunted places in the U.S. Imagine waiting for your train while ghostly apparitions and creepy sounds surround you. Maybe the only thing scarier than missing your train is being stuck with a ghost as your seatmate. Designers who make clothing unisex often forget to actually accommodate the differing body types of men and women. Unisex clothing often fits men better because it's designed with broader shoulders, and women's figures get the short end of the stick. It's like the concept of one size fits all really just means one size fits the male body. In some sign languages, there are signs specifically for swearing, and they're so creative it makes spoken insults look lazy. Imagine flipping someone off with 3 fingers, a head tilt, and an eyebrow raise. It's practically performance art. Some psychopaths have a reduced startle response, meaning they don't flinch at loud noises or scary things like normal people. While most of us would jump at a sudden bang, psychopaths might just sit there blinking slowly like a glitchy NPC waiting to ruin someone's life. In today's digital age, it's not uncommon for people to suffer from a condition called texting thumb, which is essentially repetitive stress injury from typing too much on their phones. This can cause pain, swelling, and even tendinitis in your thumb, making texting feel more like a workout than communication. People who procrastinate are often perfectionists. They'll delay tasks because they fear they won't do them perfectly. So instead of starting a project, they sit around and worry about making it flawless. That's like avoiding a party because you're afraid your dancing won't be flawless. And then not dancing at all. Saregama was once sung to animals. In ancient Indian villages, farmers literally sang saregama notes to their cows and buffaloes. The belief? It made them give more milk. Imagine a cow standing there judging your vocal range like a grumpy talent show judge. Moo, flat note, 0 milk today. In Japanese folklore, if you mistreat your umbrella, yes, the thing that saves you from rain might turn into a one-eyed, hopping ghost with a giant tongue. Imagine being late for work, and your umbrella starts chasing you down the street like, "Forgot me again, huh?" Broccoli is basically a lab-created mutant. Broccoli didn't naturally grow in the wild. Humans bred it from a wild mustard plant. In fact, broccoli, cauliflower, cabbage, kale, and Brussels sprouts are all the same species, just different versions created by selective breeding. It's like the vegetable version of a bizarre reality show spin-off, where everyone looks related, but insists they're totally different. Chihuahuas are the living proof of humans wanting chaos in their pockets. They are descendants of the ancient Tachichi dog from Mexico, but human breeders shrank them down into jittery, ankle-biting gremlins that could fit inside a teacup. The result? A 3-pound dog with the confidence of a lion and the nervous energy of a caffeine-addicted squirrel. Saregama notes were linked to planets. Ancient musicians believed that each note corresponded to a planet in the solar system. So technically, singing badly wasn't just embarrassing, it was messing with cosmic energies. Forget karaoke, these people thought missing a note might cause a solar eclipse. Folk songs were actually secret gossip channels. In many Indian villages, women used folk songs to throw shade at in-laws or complain about their husbands, but in code. These spicy lyrics sounded innocent until you realized they were calling someone lazy, bald, or stingy, all while clapping along in rhythm. Tomatoes were once displayed like exotic jewelry. In Renaissance Italy, tomatoes were so rare and suspicious that people didn't eat them. They placed them as fancy decorations in their homes. Yes, some people used to decorate tables with what we now squish into ketchup packets. History really had weird interior design goals, and Sardinia, Italy, has one of the highest concentrations of centenarians, people who are more than 100 years old. The secret? Goat cheese, wine, and climbing hills like it's a gym membership. Their version of cardio is chasing goats uphill at age 102. Have you ever considered being electrocuted by a fruit? The electric fruit, or buzz button, Acmella oleracea, doesn't technically fizz, but when you chew it, your mouth feels like it licked a battery. It's like your taste buds are being electrocuted at a disco party. Numbness, tingling, and a tiny mouthquake included. In 1806, a chicken in Leeds, England, allegedly laid eggs with "Christ is coming" written on them. People freaked out, thinking the end was near. Turns out the owner was writing on the eggs and shoving them back inside the poor bird like a poultry prank gone demonic. The Great Disappointment of 1844 is exactly what it sounds like. Preacher William Miller convinced thousands that the world would end on October 22nd, 1844. Spoiler, nothing happened. People sold everything. then awkwardly realized they still had rent due and no apocalypse to blame it on. In 1902, many believed that Halley's Comet would poison Earth's atmosphere with toxic gases. People bought comet pills to survive. Yes, humanity literally trusted a random guy selling fake space medicine more than actual science. The comet left, people stayed, broke and breathing fine. For years, historians have argued about Napoleon Bonaparte's height. Some claimed he was short, others argued he was of average height for his time. Turns out the confusion stemmed from differing French and British measurements, so history was basically built on Napoleon's height being a political weapon. Talk about petty. In 2007, a man in the UK reportedly broke his neck from looking at his phone. The phenomenon, known as text neck, happens when people lean their heads down at an angle for prolonged periods, like while scrolling through social media or texting. It's like your phone's trying to break your neck while you're trying to stay connected. It turns out that many smartphones are designed to fit comfortably in male hands. The average woman's hands are smaller, so they often has a harder time using phones with big screens, especially when trying to reach across the whole display. So basically, it's like the phone was built to fit a giant, not your hand. The Bunsen burner, that iconic lab tool, was invented in 1855 by Robert Bunsen. Before that, scientists used candles or just plain fire to heat things. Imagine trying to conduct delicate experiments with a candle flickering in your face. So Bunsen thought, let's make fire more consistent, and gave us the glorious, predictable flame. Your immune system is as unique as your fingerprint, except it doesn't need a fancy business card. Its DNA markers are your personal security detail. No one else has the exact same immune system. So while your friends might get the flu, you've got the VIP disease-free pass. Wild bananas were a nightmare, full of giant, rock-hard seeds that could break your teeth faster than a bad fall. So humans bred them into the soft, seedless versions we know today. The catch? Modern bananas are sterile clones. Every banana is basically a copy-pasted fruit living a weird monoculture existence. Early animators used live cockroaches to trace movement for bug characters. Yep, before motion capture, some studios just let roaches loose on paper and trace their scampering for authentic insect movement. Imagine getting paid to chase cockroaches for art. Disney's Steamboat Willie sound effects? Half were made using rubber gloves, pots, and literal farm animals. Legend says the squeaky sounds came from real mice accidentally present in the sound room. The mice were unpaid interns, obviously. The ancient Romans had a wild fashion rule. Purple dye was so rare and expensive that it was only allowed for emperors or high-ranking officials. The dye came from crushing thousands of tiny sea snails. Imagine wearing a royal toga and casually knowing your clothes were basically made from oceanic bug juice. In camel wrestling, yes, it exists. Camels are encouraged to wrestle each other during mating season to show dominance. The twist? Spectators gamble on the camels while dodging spit attacks and grumpy beasts charging into the crowd. Romantic? Nope. Wild. Absolutely. Early Japanese anime in the early 20th century was drawn on rice paper, delicate, easy to rip, and hilariously disastrous for action scenes. Imagine spending days animating a samurai fight only to sneeze and destroy half your work. One accidental cough and poof, there goes your epic showdown. Want more chaotic behind-the-scenes moments from animation history? Smash that subscribe button and watch our full video, because nothing says dedication like battling dust particles while drawing sword fights on snack paper. Some desert cactus fruits have a tiny fizzy sensation when eaten fresh due to trapped moisture and their odd internal chemistry. It's like nature wanted desert survival to feel like sipping flat soda while dodging thorns and heat stroke. South African legend says the tokoloshi is an evil little goblin that bites your toes while you sleep. This is why many people used to raise their beds off the ground. Not for style, but because nobody wants their feet chewed at 2 a.m. by a grumpy goblin. Tug of war was once an Olympic sport. And here's the kicker. Teams could be made of policemen. Yes, actual cops competed, swinging batons before matches and looking like they were about to break up a riot, not win a gold medal by yanking people across mud. In chess boxing, players alternate between chess rounds and boxing rounds. That's right. 1 minute, you're strategizing with pawns. The next, you're getting punched in the face. It's the only sport where you can win by checkmate or knockout. Nerds and jocks finally joined forces, violently. Trenches had a latrine zone that was basically a muddy horror story. There were specific parts of the trenches for relieving yourself, but since they were often overfilled or destroyed by shelling, soldiers would sometimes just go wherever they could. It wasn't uncommon to sleep beside a puddle of sewage while being shelled. Hygiene was a myth at that point. In 2011, Harold Camping predicted the rapture would happen on May 21st. Billboard screamed warnings worldwide. When May 21st passed peacefully, he pushed it to October. When October passed too, well, let's just say Harold became the king of, wait, I can explain. The human brain is weirdly wired. When procrastinators avoid important tasks, they don't just sit idly. They often end up doing totally random things. It's like you set out to write an essay, but somehow you end up reorganizing your entire bookshelf by color and size and the number of times you've actually read the books. Weirdly productive, right? In medieval times, people thought the moon controlled everything from mental illness to tides, and even the menstrual cycle. It was as if the moon was this ancient force, gently or not so gently pulling on humans like a puppet master, making sure everyone acted a little stranger when it was around. In ancient Indian universities like Nalanda, monks and scholars debated for hours in public courts, often over the tiniest details of philosophy or science. Some debates lasted days, and yes, if you lost, it was considered social humiliation. It wasn't just about knowledge, it was about absolutely roasting your opponent with facts. In 2018, an influencer reportedly made $1 million by simply posting an ad for a luxury brand on Instagram. The catch? The influencer had no followers. Yes, zero. The company was just so enamored with the idea of influencer marketing that they went ahead and paid the influencer a hefty sum anyway. Moral of the story: sometimes it's not the followers, but the name and the idea that can create the hype. Bees see ultraviolet disco lights. Bees aren't just buzzing around aimlessly. They can see ultraviolet light, which makes flowers look like neon dance floors to them. What looks like a boring yellow daisy to us might look like a glowing Target sign saying, "Free nectar here," to a bee. Nature basically installed UV party lights just for insects. Sign language includes signs for abstract and ridiculous concepts too, like procrastination, awkward, or even alien invasion. Sign languages aren't just about basics. They have the sass, sarcasm, and bizarre humor baked right in without making a single sound. Humans would go to any length to water their food, even if it meant using their own secreted nitrogen. In parts of the world, people dilute human urine to use as a nitrogen-rich watering method. It's the golden elixir for plants, quite literally. Your tomatoes might taste fresh, but just don't ask about their hydration history. People used to believe bathing was dangerous. In a shocking twist of hygiene horror, many thought water could open your pores and let diseases sneak in like burglars. So instead of showers, they just layered perfume on top of filth. The Renaissance was where paintings flourished, but soap died a lonely death. Michelangelo hated painting the Sistine Chapel. He was a sculptor, not a painter, and spent 4 years grumbling upside down on scaffolding. He even wrote poems about his aching neck and paint-filled nostrils. So next time you stare in awe at that ceiling, remember it was brought to you by sheer rage and back pain. A London skyscraper nicknamed the Walkie-Talkie reflected sunlight so intensely that it melted parts of nearby cars. Park there too long and your bumper becomes soup. The solution: sunglasses for the building. Seriously, they gave it shades. Falling coconuts kill around 150 people worldwide each year. That's more than shark attacks. On tropical islands, lying under a palm tree might seem romantic, until one of nature's bowling balls takes you out like a beachside assassin. Kazakhstan has a navy for a sea that's disappearing. The Aral Sea has been drying up for decades, but the country still has a naval fleet. It's like organizing a water polo team in a kiddie pool. The ships are basically parked in what's now just a salty sandbox of broken dreams and fish ghosts. The octopuses are bullying teens of the ocean. In 2017, a diver in California reported being ambushed by a giant Pacific octopus that wrapped its tentacles around his head and tried to yank off his mask. The diver escaped, but not before the octopus stole his GoPro. That's right, the sea creature pulled off a literal underwater mugging. There was a goat that hated politics. In 2016, a Kenyan politician had to cancel a rally because an angry goat kept headbutting the podium and trying to climb onto the stage. The goat apparently had very strong opinions and no tolerance for campaign speeches. Democracy was defeated by a four-legged anarchist. Snake Island exists and humans aren't welcome. Off the coast of Brazil is Ilha da Queimada Grande, better known as Snake Island. It's home to thousands of deadly golden lancehead vipers. It's so dangerous, the Brazilian government banned humans from setting foot there. Basically, it's nature's version of a restraining order. Eat raw or undercooked meat, and you might score yourself a tapeworm that sets up camp in your intestines rent-free. These freeloaders can grow up to 30 feet long, turning your digestive system into a luxury worm condo. Imagine explaining to your doctor that your stomach ache is because you ate sushi and birthed a linguine-sized invader. Texting was a full-body workout. Sending a single LOL took approximately 37 thumb jabs, thanks to T9 predictive text. Typing a love letter? That was a marathon. You had to press 7 4 times just to get an S. By the end, your thumbs were jacked like they were training for a secret Olympic event. Phones were basically indestructible tanks. Drop a keypad phone from a second story? It wouldn't even flinch. It would bounce once, land perfectly upright, and casually ask if you wanted to play Snake. These things could survive a meteor strike, and your grandma probably still has one that works better than your new smartphone. Artificial seeds can be injected into the ground like vaccines. Yep, farmers don't even need to bury these fancy nuggets. Some artificial seeds can be jabbed into the ground with syringes or seed guns, like giving Mother Nature a flu shot. That sprouts into spinach. In some rare conditions, fermentation due to heat or overripeness, watermelons can build up carbon dioxide and fizz when cut open, basically turning into a fruity landmine that explodes sweet, carbonated sadness everywhere. In Irish folktales, the Irish puka is a shape-shifting trickster that sometimes appears as a black horse or rabbit. It either gives you a wild, unwanted midnight ride or whispers doom in your ear. Basically, it's folklore's version of getting stuck in an Uber with the world's worst driver. Pugs are man-made snort machines. Ancient breeders thought it was adorable to squash a dog's face until it wheezed like an old accordion. Pugs' flat faces and huge eyes are the result of intense human meddling. They're cute, sure, but most of them struggle to breathe, sleep, or even eat without sounding like a tiny, exhausted tractor. There's a floating bamboo drip system in India. Some northeastern tribes rig bamboo pipes across mountains, using gravity to move water from streams to fields in slow, rhythmic drips. It's like nature's leaky plumbing system, but intentionally designed. Plumbing has never felt so majestic or mossy. Chickens run entire islands. On the Hawaiian island of Kauai, wild chickens roam freely like they own the place. After hurricanes destroyed coops in the 80s and 90s, the birds went rogue and multiplied like feathery anarchists. Now they strut around beaches, crow at 3 a.m., and challenge cars with zero fear. Want to see what happens when chickens go full rebel mode? Hit subscribe and watch our full video, because nothing says paradise like being ruled by a gang of clucking winged delinquents with zero respect for traffic laws. Some islands have their own languages. On the island of Silbo Gomero, part of the Canary Islands, people use a whistled language to communicate across deep ravines. That's right. People literally whistle entire conversations. So if you ever hear high-pitched tunes on a hike, they might not be birds gossiping. It's probably just island tea. A high-tech airport in Berlin spent billions, only to discover its fire evacuation doors opened inward. Yes, in a panic, people would be running into doors they had to pull toward them. Fire hazard meets reverse psychology. Some artificial seeds don't need pollination. These are the introverts of the plant kingdom. No bees, no romance, no awkward cross-pollination Tinder dates. Just pure cloned perfection from lab-grown embryos. Mother Nature's social life. Bypassed. In ancient China, pigs were raised under toilets so their poop could fall directly into a composting system below that fed crops. Yes, it was nature's very own poop-to-plate delivery system. Efficient? Yes. Hygienic? Let's just say food safety inspectors would have fainted. There's an entire academic field studying icon design. Yes, iconography in user interface design is a legit scholarly topic. Experts spend years analyzing whether a tiny gear or a 3-line hamburger best represents settings. It's basically emoji psychology with more existential crises. The bridge that wobbled itself into fame. London's Millennium Bridge opened in 2000 and immediately started wobbling like a drunken tightrope walker. Pedestrians walked in sync, unintentionally, creating a terrifying, human-powered earthquake. It had to be closed 2 days after opening. Moral: never underestimate the power of confused tourists. The non-functional escalator to nowhere. In a shopping mall in China, someone installed an escalator that went up to a wall. No doors, no hallway, just concrete. A beautiful example of build first, think later architecture. At least your journey ends with a firm metaphor for life. In Japan, an apartment building was built on one side of its foundation, literally not centered, and started leaning like a sleepy toddler. Turns out they didn't drill all the foundation supports. It was less engineering and more Jenga on hard mode. E. coli is a microscopic menace with bathroom consequences. This bacterium loves to hang out in undercooked beef and can turn a calm day into a toilet-based thriller. It causes explosive problems so intense they should come with a warning label. May cause you to rethink your entire dietary existence. Queen Elizabeth I basically wore her wealth. She was so obsessed with showing off that her gowns were covered in pearls, jewels, and embroidery thick enough to stop a blade. Her closet was less wardrobe and more bank vault with sleeves. Fashion was war, and Elizabeth came dressed to conquer. Napoleon's coronation robe had more gold than a pirate's fantasy. The guy didn't just want to rule France. He wanted to look like he swallowed Versailles. His robe had gold bees stitched all over it because bees symbolized immortality. Clearly, he wanted to sting his enemies with style. Peeing is a strategic sport in freezing landscapes. Holding in your pee at night actually makes you colder. Your body uses energy to keep that liquid warm. Solution? Brave the freezing night or use a designated pee bottle. Just don't mix it up with your Gatorade. Ever. Snow campers often dig pits inside their tents to trap cold air and create a warm air pocket for sleeping. But when 5 people breathe in a sealed tent, it turns into a human terrarium, and the place becomes a tiny sauna, complete with fogged-up walls and a vibe of group suffering. Being sad is part of the aesthetic. In the goth world, emotional breakdowns are practically fashion accessories. Crying under a full moon? Chic. Writing tragic poems with a raven nearby? Peak goth. Happiness is suspicious. Sadness is couture. Snow blindness is betrayal by sparkles. The sun reflecting off white snow can fry your eyeballs like laser beams. It's like being attacked by glitter from every direction. Forget your sunglasses and you'll stumble around camp, looking like a confused vampire at a rave. Some islands change citizenship like socks. The island of Merkit in the Baltic Sea has a border so messy it's like someone doodled on a map. This tiny rock has switched hands between Sweden and Finland due to a lighthouse that was built in the wrong place. Locals joke that your nationality might change during your lunch break. Some landlocked countries have navies. Yes, you read that right. Bolivia lost its coastline in a war back in the 1800s, but it still has a navy. Why? To patrol Lake Titicaca. Nothing screams revenge fantasy like training sailors to one day get the ocean back. It's like owning swim trunks in the Sahara, just in case. Liechtenstein once accidentally invaded itself. This teeny-tiny, landlocked by landlocked countries has no military, but once its neighbor, Switzerland, accidentally invaded it during a training exercise. Instead of starting a war, the citizens reportedly offered the invaders drinks. It was the most polite invasion in history, no shots, just schnapps. The snake addiction was real. People would risk missing buses, failing exams, and burning dinner just to get a higher snake score. It was the OG mobile gaming addiction, and you had to master 90-degree turns like a digital contortionist. If your snake hit a wall, it wasn't just a game over. It was heartbreak. Ringtones were coded symphonies. Before MP3 tones, you had to compose ringtones manually using numeric sequences like some kind of tech Mozart. Your phone sang Beethoven in beeps, and if you got it wrong, it sounded like a robot crying underwater. And yes, we thought that was peak customization. Phone charms were a fashion statement of the past. Dangling trinkets from your phone was the 2004 equivalent of wearing a designer bag. Some were bigger than the phone itself. Your text message tone might be awful, but at least you had a glittery Pikachu swinging from your antenna like it was a fashion runway. Goth food is mostly beige, ironically. You'd think it's all black licorice and bat stew, but no. Most goths survive on coffee, toast, and existential dread. Some do dye their food black with squid ink or activated charcoal, though, just to remind their pancakes that life is pain. The language that whistles. In a mountain village in Turkey, people literally whistle their conversations across cliffs like chatty birds on espresso. Called kuş dili, this whistled Turkish is so detailed that villagers can gossip from half a mile away without a single breath wasted on actual words. Eavesdropping is an Olympic sport there. Piraha doesn't do past tense. This Amazonian language has no concept of time, numbers, or even specific words for colors. Ask someone in Piraha what they did yesterday and they'll respond like, "What is this yesterday you speak of?" It's like speaking to a time-traveling minimalist philosopher. Taya is basically human beatboxing. Ta, a language from Botswana, and has over 100 click sounds. Speaking, it sounds like someone trying to beatbox while chewing bubble wrap. Honestly, if you don't spit halfway through a sentence, are you even speaking Ta? Ancient Chinese emperors wore dragon robes with weather-controlling powers. Well, they thought so. These robes had specific dragon patterns and cosmic meanings that supposedly kept the universe in balance. So basically, the emperor was walking around in a royal weather app made of silk. King Louis XIV wore heels to look fabulous and intimidating. The Sun King made high heels fashionable because why should royalty touch the earth like peasants? His heels were red, his tights were tight, and his wigs could house pigeons. If you thought modern fashion was dramatic, Louis was the original runway menace. Medieval kings had underwear made of ermine fur. Yes, literal butt luxury, because what's the point of ruling half of Europe if your rear doesn't feel like it's being hugged by the fur of tiny snow weasels? Royalty didn't just dress to impress, they dressed to caress every inch, including the most royal cheeks. The squirrel terror of Brooklyn was a real danger. In 2020, a neighborhood in Brooklyn was under siege by one hyper-aggressive squirrel. Residents reported surprise ambushes where it leapt at people's necks, scratched their faces, and chased them down the street. No one knew why it snapped. Maybe it was just tired of being cute. A jogger in Germany was minding his business when a deer suddenly sprinted out of the woods, drop-kicked him with its front legs, and vanished. No warning, no motive, just a swift hoof to the chest. Forest justice is swift and deeply confusing. Want more wildlife moments that feel like they were scripted by a chaotic sitcom writer? Hit subscribe and check out our full video. Because sometimes nature doesn't hug, it throws hands or hooves. Boiling snow is a scam. You can't just toss snow into a pot and expect a magical full bottle of water. Snow is mostly air, so to get 1 liter of water, you'll need to collect a snowman's worth of flakes. It's like squeezing juice from a cotton ball. Frustrating, slow, and makes you question life choices. Ducks and fish can exist harmoniously in one backyard. In some parts of Asia, farmers practice rice fish duck farming. They flood rice fields, release fish to eat pests, and add ducks who eat weeds and poop nutrients. It's like hosting a chaotic animal house party that magically grows rice. Tomatoes above, tilapia below is a more beneficial combination than you think. In vertical double farming, people grow vegetables on floating rafts over fish tanks. The fish poop feeds the plants, and the plants clean the water. It's a poop-powered salad bar that recycles itself. Somewhere, an eco-warrior is weeping tears of joy. Elephants walk on their tiptoes like 6-ton ballerinas. Beneath that chunky foot lies a secret. Elephants walk on the tips of their toes with a big spongy cushion under their heels. It's like they're wearing orthopedic Crocs made of jelly, silently moonwalking through the jungle without a sound. Elegant giants, but with orthopedic flair. Sloths have feet that scream, "I quit." Sloths' feet aren't made for walking at all. They can barely walk on the ground and just flop around like a fallen yoga student. Their long, curved claws are strictly climbing tools, so touching grass is an Olympic event for them, complete with slow-motion drama. Ducks have built-in anti-freeze feet. Ducks waddle around icy ponds like it's nothing, and that's because their feet have a clever heat exchange system. Warm blood from their body heats the cold blood returning from their feet. It's like their veins are tiny radiator pipes. Webbed feet, but make it science fiction. In Ethiopia, bees and crops share the same plot. Farmers plant flowers and food together, letting bees pollinate while also producing honey. It's double-duty farming with buzzing productivity. You grow corn and get free sweetener too. Just don't anger the staff. Early icons were only 16 pixels, and that's right. Those adorable little images were basically cave paintings made of digital dust. Now, artists had to cram entire concepts like recycle bin or my computer into a space smaller than a sesame seed. Talk about pressure. The trash can icon started as a physical desk bin. In early Apple systems, the trash can was modeled after a real bin found in the designer's office. So yes, your deleted files go into a pixel version of someone's actual garbage receptacle. Very personal. Very weird. Clippy from Microsoft Office was technically an icon with anxiety. Clippy wasn't just an assistant, he was an animated icon trapped in your document like a hyperactive paperclip ghost who desperately wanted to help, but usually just ruined everything. Basically, the office poltergeist. Banana trees and coffee plants are grown side by side in some tropical areas because banana trees throw shade, literally. They protect coffee plants from sunburn, and coffee thanks them by not dying. It's a farming bromance stronger than most human friendships. People once used animal bladders to water plants. Yes, medieval farmers occasionally used dried animal organs as water storage devices. Imagine squeezing a pig bladder like a gross Capri Sun just to hydrate your carrots. It's hydration, but with horror movie props. In ancient Sri Lanka, kings built tanks the size of lakes, but these weren't for warfare. They were massive artificial reservoirs with stone-cut channels, engineered thousands of years ago, that irrigated fields better than some modern systems. Who needs sprinklers when you've got royal water bunkers? Some desert farmers use buried clay pots called ollas to guide the roots downwards. Fill them with water, bury them near the roots, and let the soil suck moisture out slowly like a thirsty vampire. It's eco-friendly and creepy efficient. Also imagine tripping over one and thinking you just unearthed an ancient urn. Artificial seeds can contain baby plants in gel armor. These seeds are basically plant embryos, also known as somatic embryos, wrapped in jelly-like goo made of alginate. It's like if plants had their own wombs made of seaweed. You're not just planting a seed, you're launching a botanical space pod into soil. Parrotfish poop out whole beaches out. That soft white sand you love sinking your toes into in tropical places? Yeah, that's fish poop. Parrotfish chomp on coral, digest the tasty algae, and excrete the rest as fine sand. One fish can poop out hundreds of pounds of beach per year. Fish are literally crapping vacation vibes. Some fish climb trees. The mangrove rivulis is a fish that jumps out of water, wiggles across land, and hides in trees like a soggy ninja. It can breathe through its skin and survive out of water for days. Basically, it's a fish that decided swimming is so last season. The UK tried to leave colonies with style and debt. When Britain decolonized, it often left behind unstable governments and bizarre borders. In one case, they left Guyana with a constitution so confusing it triggered a civil crisis. It's like handing someone a car and removing the steering wheel for fun. Portugal clung to its colonies like an expired coupon. Portugal held onto African colonies until the 1970s, long after most other empires had let go. Their stubbornness led to years of brutal wars in Angola and Mozambique. It's the geopolitical version of refusing to leave a party you weren't invited to in the first place. The blobfish looks like depression with fins. Out of water, this deep-sea creature looks like a melted grandpa face and has become the poster child of I give up energy. But in its natural habitat, it's just a normal-looking fish. So it's not ugly, it's just a victim of air pressure and bad PR. Shrimp that punch louder than a gunshot. The mantis shrimp doesn't just punch. Its claw moves so fast it creates a shockwave louder than 200 decibels underwater, enough to shatter aquarium glass and stun prey. Basically, it's a tiny crustacean with the energy of a grenade and zero chill. Loud music can make cheese taste different. In one weird Swiss experiment, cheese was exposed to different genres of music. The hip-hop cheese reportedly tasted stronger than the Mozart cheese. So next time your cheddar sounds off-key, maybe it just needs better playlists. Exploding lungs at loud frequencies. If sound waves are loud and low enough, like over 180 decibels, they can cause actual lung rupture. In theory, a loud enough noise could literally turn your lungs into popcorn bags. So yes, there is such a thing as too much bass. Whales suffer from sonic confusion. Naval sonar tests have caused mass whale strandings because the intense underwater noise disorients their navigation. Imagine trying to walk straight while someone's blasting foghorns through your brain. It's like the ocean version of getting lost in a rave with no exit. Sonic booms can break windows and laws. Supersonic jets breaking the sound barrier have been known to shatter glass and startle cows into stampedes. Some places had to ban sonic booms because entire towns got jump scared out of their sleep, and one guy blamed it for spilling his soup mid-lunch. In 2000, people thought Y2K would destroy all technology. Computers were supposed to go berserk, planes were going to fall, and toasters were probably going to rebel. The clock struck midnight. Nothing happened, except for a record-breaking sale of bottled water and canned beans. Beethoven tried to cure deafness with ocean water and bark. As if losing his hearing wasn't tragic enough, Beethoven tried to heal it by pouring weird concoctions like hot oil, crushed bark, and even ocean water into his ears. Spoiler, it didn't work, but hey, he composed masterpieces while half marinating his head. Prince had a vault full of unreleased music, like actual treasure chest vibes. After his death, it was revealed that Prince had a secret vault in his Paisley Park home, stuffed with thousands of unreleased songs. Basically, he had enough material for albums until 3027, but decided the world wasn't ready for that much funky wisdom. Mozart wrote a whole song about butts. Known for his genius, Mozart also had the humor of a 12-year-old boy. One of his lesser-known pieces is literally titled Leck mich im Arsch, translation, Lick Me in the Butt. And yes, it was a real composition. Amadeus said high art can still be cheeky. Elvis had a pet chimpanzee that wore clothes and bit guests. His name was Scatter, and he dressed in snazzy outfits while causing complete chaos at Graceland. Guests feared him, the staff avoided him, and Elvis found it hilarious. The king of rock basically had a tiny ape bodyguard with a temper. Want more celebrity pet stories that sound like rejected sitcom plots? Smash that subscribe button and watch the full video, because nothing says rock and roll like a chimp in a tux chasing your guests off the lawn. Dolly Parton once entered a Dolly Parton look-alike contest and lost. She secretly joined the contest just for fun. Turns out people thought she looked too fake to be the real thing. Imagine losing a contest for being too much yourself. Only Dolly could out-Dolly herself and still smile about it. Some colonies were sold like used cars. In 1867, Russia casually sold Alaska to the U.S. for just $7.2 million. During decolonization, this vibe continued. For instance, Denmark sold the Virgin Islands to the U.S. in 1917 for $25 million. Apparently, some countries didn't decolonize. They just ran yard sales on entire populations. Paraguay has a secret shipping obsession. Despite having no coast, Paraguay has one of the largest barge fleets in South America. They treat their rivers like express highways to the ocean. It's like building a luxury cruise terminal in your bathtub and insisting it'll make it to Miami someday. Dream big, Paraguay. Dream big. Trichinosis is meat's sneaky revenge. Caused by a charming little parasite in undercooked pork, this disease can make your muscles ache, your face swell, and your stomach launch a rebellion. Basically, the pork you didn't cook well enough decides it wants to fight you from the inside like a gladiator in a protein-powered coliseum. Goths invented the art of sweating in style. Black velvet trench coats in July? No problem. Goths will risk heat stroke just to look like a Victorian vampire with a poetry degree. If you see someone melting like a wax candle while still looking majestic, that's goth dedication. Lojban was made by logic nerds. This constructed language was created to eliminate ambiguity. It's so logical that even arguments sound like math problems. Imagine saying, I love you in Lojban, and needing a calculator to explain your emotional algorithms. Chirping dolphins have competition. Silbo Gomero, a language spoken in the Canary Islands, is all whistles. Not kind of whistles. Full-on dolphin cosplay. If you're hiking and someone calls you in Silbo, you're not sure if they're saying hello or summoning you to a secret mermaid meeting. Artificial seeds are so synthetic that they can be made in a coffee mug. Okay, not literally, but the process of making them is surprisingly low-tech. Mix some growth hormones, swirl them in calcium chloride, and boom. You've got jelly baby seeds sitting in your kitchen next to the oatmeal. Some landlocked countries brag about their beaches. Hungary, for example, proudly markets Lake Balaton as the Hungarian Sea. Locals flock to this freshwater lake like it's the Mediterranean, complete with sunbathing, water sports, and the illusion that they aren't hundreds of kilometers from the nearest coastline. Imagination is powerful, folks. The world witnessed a smoking supercentenarian. An Indonesian man, Mbah Gotho, claimed to be 146 years old and smoked like a chimney till his last breath. Doctors were probably confused whether to warn him or just give him a Lifetime Achievement Award in stubbornness. Turkey vultures sniff out death like creepy wine connoisseurs. Most birds rely on eyesight, but not these guys. Turkey vultures have an acute sense of smell so sharp that they can detect the gas of rotting meat from miles away. Picture a bird swirling a glass of eau de décomposition and declaring, "Ah yes, aged 3 days. Delightful." For that smooth, youthful complexion, Roman elites reportedly slathered on face masks made from crocodile poop. Apparently, nothing tightens pores quite like reptilian feces. Imagine telling your spa esthetician, "Yes, I'd like the Deluxe Dung treatment, please, with extra croc." In today's world of luxury skincare, people are now rubbing snail mucus on their faces in the hopes of achieving eternal youth. Yes, snails, slime, on your face. Dermatologists swear by it, but let's be honest. At some point, we just collectively gave up and said, throw the whole garden on my skin. The fizzing miracle berry. Miracle berries can make sour things taste sweet. Even lemons taste like candy. If there was ever a fruit that gaslit your tongue into eating a vinegar shot like lemonade, this is it. It fizzes in betrayal. Psychopaths often prefer bitter taste, like black coffee, tonic water, or extra dark chocolate. Scientists think this is because bitterness is linked to danger or poison, and psychopaths tend to enjoy things most people instinctively avoid. Basically, their taste buds are thrill seekers too. The USB pet rock existed. Yes, someone actually turned the original 1970s pet rock into a USB gadget that did absolutely nothing. It didn't light up, didn't store data, didn't even warm your coffee. It was just a rock with a USB cord. Proof that tech doesn't always mean progress. Sometimes it means, I dare you to buy this. Toothbrush with a built-in MP3 player was a sensation in the past. This contraption played music through your teeth using bone conduction. The idea was you'd enjoy tunes while brushing. In reality, it felt like your molars were hosting a rave and your gums didn't get the invite. Dental hygiene? More like a dental disco. Baby mop was an actual thing. Someone decided to solve parenting and cleaning in one go by turning baby onesies into floor mops. As your baby crawled around, they cleaned the floor with their tiny limbs. And it's either genius multitasking or mild child labor. Either way, your infant is now part of the janitorial staff. In multiple U.S. states, people have been arrested for driving under the influence. Not in cars, but on lawnmowers. One man in Florida even tried to outrun the police on his ride-on mower after his license was revoked. Apparently, he thought mowing and fleeing were compatible sports. Spoiler, they are not. Inspired by J.R.R. Tolkien's beloved hobbit holes, some people in New Zealand have actually built homes designed to look like the cozy underground abodes from The Lord of the Rings. These homes are often built into hillsides with round doors and windows, creating an actual fantasy world for anyone who wants to live out their hobbit dreams. No dragons allowed, though. Clocky, the runaway alarm clock, played hide-and-seek with you. This adorable yet sadistic alarm clock rolls off your nightstand and hides when it rings. Want to hit snooze? Too bad. You now have to chase it across the room. Nothing like a game of hide and seek at 6 a.m. to make you question your life choices. Want your face on a slice of toast? Of course you do. This selfie toaster lets you upload your selfie and then burns it onto your bread. Because nothing says start your day with self-love like chomping down on your own face. Breakfast just got narcissistic. Some people ship live bees in boxes, and surprisingly, they've done it for centuries. The packaging is incredibly important. Without air holes or the right temperature, the bees could become agitated and aggressive. Imagine getting a package of angry bees instead of your Amazon order. Sorry, sir, your iPhone is delayed because the bees are in a mood. In one European town, a row of sandbags was set up to keep floodwater out, but the crew accidentally completed the circle and trapped the water inside. It became a medieval-style moat around a bakery. The owners had to row their croissants to safety. In 1925, someone actually tried to ship a miniature replica of the Eiffel Tower from France to the US. The scale model was so big that it required a special ship and a custom-built wooden crate. Let's just say shipping giant landmarks wasn't exactly a logistics dream, and it took more effort than actually just flying to Paris and getting one yourself. In the town of Derinku, there's an entire underground city, and people still live in cave homes. These homes are carved into the soft volcanic rock, and the entire town could once house around 20,000 people. It's like living in a historical setting but with Wi-Fi. Talk about living the ultimate under-the-radar lifestyle. Every year in Jukkasjärvi, Sweden, they build an entire hotel out of ice and snow. From the walls to the furniture, it's all frozen solid. This place is so icy that even the beds are made of ice blocks. But don't worry, they provide thermal sleeping bags to keep you from freezing into a human popsicle. How's that for chilling out? The Filipino manananggal is a horrifying folklore creature. She is a beautiful woman by day, but rips her upper body from her legs at night, sprouts bat wings, and flies around drinking blood through a long tongue. Moral of the story? Always check if your new neighbor leaves half her body behind before renting next door. Apparently, shipping human bones for research purposes is a thing. In some places, bones are legally shipped across borders, but it's a nightmare for customs. Not only do you have to pack them well to avoid breakage, but the paperwork alone could make your head spin, especially when they ask what's inside the box. And you can't say human skull with a straight face. In Germany, a sweet-looking grandma was caught smuggling stolen luxury cookies under her coat in a high-end department store. Not just any cookies, gold leaf-dusted cookies. When asked why she did it, she simply said, "Because I wanted to feel dangerous again." Move over, Ocean's 11. Granny's got a sweet tooth and a dark side. Want more wild stories where grandmas go full rogue mode? Hit subscribe and watch the full video because cookie crimes and sassy seniors make for the most unexpectedly legendary heists. A team in the US once installed a stormwater drainage system upside down. So instead of carrying water away, it dumped floodwater straight into the streets like a reverse water slide. Local residents called it the city's biggest puddle party. It cost millions and solved absolutely nothing. These oversized pumpkins, sometimes weighing over 1,000 pounds, require special shipping. They're too fragile to be tossed around like regular produce, and packing them is like prepping an object for a trip to the moon. A broken pumpkin could be a mess of epic proportions, and if you thought shipping fruit was easy, think again. Yes, shipping volcanic ash is a legitimate thing, but it's not just a matter of scooping some ash into a bag. The risk of cross-contaminating ecosystems, not to mention its fine, powdery nature, makes shipping volcanic ash a logistical nightmare. Packages like these are treated with such delicate care you'd think they were carrying the last dinosaur egg. In Israel, a man successfully robbed 2 banks using an avocado. He painted it black, claimed it was a grenade, and threatened staff. Twice. He got away with thousands before being caught. Proof that if life gives you avocados, some people make guacamole and others start a crime spree. Yes, this is real. In 2012, thieves in Quebec stole over 3,000 tons of maple syrup worth around $18 million. They siphoned it from barrels like it was oil. For months, it was the stickiest investigation in history. Imagine having syrup trafficker as your criminal title. It's both delicious and disgraceful. Campylobacter is the ninja of food poisoning. It sneaks into your system from undercooked chicken and silently wrecks your intestines. It's like the stealth assassin of the meat world. No noise, no warning, just pure digestive sabotage. And if you're really unlucky, it can trigger Guillain-Barré syndrome, where your immune system gets so confused it starts attacking your nerves like it's playing dodgeball with your spinal cord. Bearded vultures dye their feathers red on purpose. Unlike regular vultures who settle for corpse chic, bearded vultures bathe in iron-rich mud. to stain themselves bright orange. Scientists aren't sure why, but guesses include intimidation or weird bird fashion. It's basically the goth teenager of the scavenger world, but with a commitment to aesthetics. Condors puke as a defense weapon. When startled or threatened, condors literally projectile vomit their stomach contents. Not just because they're scared, but because the smell is so wretched it sends predators running. Imagine being so gross that your defense mechanism is targeted barfing. It's effective and utterly revolting. In one Malaysian village, a flood-resistant floating house was proudly unveiled as a marvel of innovation. But when the floods came, it promptly sank like a brick wearing lead boots. Turns out they forgot to calculate buoyancy. The house didn't float. It just pouted underwater like a depressed submarine. In parts of the Philippines, villagers built houses on stilts to prevent future floods. But one proud homeowner accidentally built his house so high that it got struck by lightning instead. Now, every time the flood rises, he just mutters, "Choose your fighter, water, or electricity." Grape soda plant, Monarda, smells exactly like grape soda. Native Americans used it for medicinal tea, but imagine biting into a leaf expecting Sprite-level fizz and getting grass-flavored betrayal instead. Start up for lifelong trust issues. Parrots can speak better than some toddlers. Some parrots, like the African gray, don't just mimic sounds, they understand context. One famous parrot named Alex could identify colors, count, and even express frustration. That's right. While some humans struggle with basic grammar, this bird was out here correcting people like a feathery grammar snob. They dance to music, with rhythm. Unlike most animals, parrots can actually move in sync with a beat. Scientists played music for a cockatoo named Snowball, and it started headbanging like a 2000 emo kid at a My Chemical Romance concert. The bird even switched dance moves mid-song. Someone get this bird a dance crew. The thief who left his name at the scene in 2013, a burglar in Georgia broke into a house, stole a few electronics, then logged into Facebook on the victim's computer, and forgot to log out. The police didn't even need a search warrant. They just clicked, "About me." Congrats, genius. You robbed someone and tagged yourself. A man once got arrested for assault with ketchup. In Florida, of course, he squirted a bottle of ketchup all over his sleeping girlfriend out of jealousy. The charge? Condiment battery. That's right, this man weaponized fast food toppings. We're just one mustard duel away from condimental warfare. The donut disguise disaster. In Massachusetts, a man tried to rob a convenience store by wearing a donut box on his head as a mask. Problem? There were eye holes. But he forgot to cover the rest of his face. Security footage caught everything. He basically said, "I'm here to rob you, and also promote pastries." The goat heist. In Kenya, a man was arrested for allegedly stealing a goat and then trying to marry it. The village elders forced him to pay a dowry to the goat's owner. It made headlines as one of the most awkward criminal settlements in history. Imagine explaining that to your future kids. The lawnmower getaway. A Texas man attempted to flee the scene of a robbery on a stolen riding lawnmower. Top speed? About 5 miles per hour. Police didn't even run. They walked next to him and arrested him. Honestly, the slowest chase in history probably felt more like an awkward jog with a confused uncle. In Zimbabwe, an Australian backpacker decided to swim across the Zambezi River for fun, fully aware that crocodiles live there. He got bitten, but survived. His reason? You only live once. True, but that logic nearly made sure he didn't even live to tell it. Parrots can hold grudges. If a parrot doesn't like you, it won't just squawk. It will remember and plot. Some owners report parrots side-eyeing them for days after a vet visit, like feathery mob bosses plotting revenge. One parrot reportedly shouted, "I hate you," every time its owner passed. Passive-aggressive much? They can live longer than your mortgage. Certain parrot species, like macaws, can live over 80 years. So adopting a parrot isn't a pet. It's a generational commitment. Imagine being 90 and arguing with a bird that still mimics your ex's voice. That's not a pet. That's a sassy ghost with feathers. Some parrots get addicted to swearing. In a UK wildlife park, 5 parrots had to be separated because they kept encouraging each other to swear at visitors. The staff feared a profanity pandemic. Imagine walking through a lovely bird exhibit and being told off by a tiny feathered sailor with attitude. A man in England woke up after a wild night with YOLO inked across his forehead, all because his friend dared him, and he wanted to live in the moment. Plot twist. He had a job interview the next day. He did not get the job, but hey, YOLO. In Canada, a man tried to hug a wild moose for a selfie, whispering YOLO as he approached it. Spoiler alert, the moose chased him down. He wasn't injured, but the park fined him for disturbing wildlife. YOLO almost became "you obviously love obstacles." Hungary once had the worst inflation ever. Prices doubled every 15 hours. In 1946, post-war Hungary invented financial chaos by letting its currency, the pengo, spiral into madness. They printed quadrillion pengo banknotes. That's a 1 with 15 zeros. Eventually, they gave up and just started counting in mil pengos, millions of pengos, because math gave up too. One cult thought the world would end because of laundry detergent, the Japanese cult. Pano Wave Laboratory believed electromagnetic waves from washing machines and cell towers were destroying Earth. So they dressed entirely in white, wrapped everything, including cars and trees, in white cloth, and tried to warn the world. Unfortunately, the world was too busy doing laundry. There's a cult that believes their leader is the reincarnation of Jesus and Elvis. Somewhere in the American South, a small group follows a man who claims he's the divine fusion of rock and roll and resurrection. They celebrate Holy Communions with peanut butter and banana sandwiches, and Sunday services may or may not include karaoke. A cult tried to outlaw the color orange. The anti-orange movement was led by a group in Thailand who believed the color orange signified chaos and doom. They avoided orange food, clothing, and even sunsets. Somewhere, a carrot cried. Meanwhile, the cult's leader wore only neutral shades, as if beige could save the universe. Germany once had kids play with stacks of money instead of toys. During the Weimar Republic, hyperinflation in the 1920s, banknotes were so worthless that people made kites, wallpaper, and even used them as firewood. Children literally played with wheelbarrows full of cash. Parents would rather give them 10 million marks to build a fort than buy a toy. There was a cult that worshipped a flying spaghetti monster. Yes, the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster is real. Started as a satirical protest against teaching intelligent design in schools, it somehow got legally recognized in several countries. Members wear colanders on their heads and believe heaven has a beer volcano and a stripper factory. Honestly, sounds better than some actual religions. Craving more bizarre belief systems that sound like they were cooked up during a late-night pasta binge? Hit subscribe and watch the full video, because nothing says divine enlightenment like carbs, chaos, and colanders. In Venezuela, inflation turned fried chicken into a luxury meal. By 2018, buying a rotisserie chicken in Venezuela could cost you millions of bolivars. Chicken shops posted guards because the value of a crispy drumstick was more than a month's salary. That's not lunch. It's high-stakes poultry. In Yugoslavia, salaries were paid twice a day. Hyperinflation in the 1990s was so bad that workers rushed out in their lunch breaks to spend their morning pay before it became worthless by evening. If you waited too long, your salary could buy you a pack of gum instead of groceries. Productivity, optional, urgency, mandatory. Sneezes can trigger other sneezes like a sneeze domino. Ever notice that if someone sneezes, suddenly everyone nearby does too? That's not a coincidence. That's photic sneeze reflex and group psychology teaming up. It's a sneeze chain reaction. And if you start it in a lecture hall, congrats, you've just gone viral in the most nasal way possible. There's a country inside a country inside a country. In Rome, Italy, lies Vatican City, an independent country. Inside Vatican City is a building that's part of Italy. It's like geographical Russian dolls, but with more politics, incense, and awkward border crossings for a bathroom break. Octopuses have 3 hearts, and they stop beating when they swim. Imagine going for a jog and your heart just yeets out of responsibility. Octopuses are like, I'll swim, but not without drama. 2 hearts pump blood to the gills, and the 3rd to the body. But when swimming, that one just checks out. There's a perpetual fire burning in Turkmenistan called the Door to Hell. Scientists set a gas crater on fire in 1971, thinking it would burn off in a few weeks. Joke's on them. It's still burning. It's like the Earth itself had indigestion and lit a fart that never went out. You can get a camel kiss whether you want it or not. Some camels express affection by swinging their giant heads and nuzzling, or accidentally headbutting the rider. If you've ever wanted a face massage from a sand-scented wrecking ball, you're in luck. Salmonella is the foodborne drama queen. Found in raw meat and poultry, this little bacterial diva can cause vomiting, diarrhea, fever, and the realization that you're never eating steak tartare again. It's like your gut decided to host a chaotic dinner party without asking your permission. Goth clubs are just spooky hugs with music. You walk in expecting a vampire ritual, but it's mostly polite people sipping dark cocktails and complimenting each other's boots. The spookier they look, the more likely they are to say, "Oh my God, your eyeliner is flawless." A German town made wooden money during a cash shortage. During a post-World War I currency crisis, the town of Tenningen literally made money out of wood called Notgeld. It worked until termites got involved. Turns out when your wallet doubles as a termite buffet, the economy becomes an all-you-can-eat disaster. Sneezes were once thought to expel evil spirits. In ancient times, people believed sneezes kicked out demons trying to possess you. That's why everyone kept shouting, "Bless you." They thought you just narrowly avoided becoming the next horror movie protagonist. which honestly makes a triple sneeze way more intense than it needs to be. The 1995 Jumanji movie used actual real animals on set, briefly. For some scenes, they used real elephants and monkeys before switching to CGI, but things got so unpredictable that Wranglers probably aged 10 years in 1 week. Imagine trying to direct a monkey not to upstage Robin Williams. It's a losing battle. The cursed board game actually exists, kind of. After the film's popularity, a real Jumanji board game was made. Thankfully, it doesn't summon floods or carnivorous vines. But still, the dice move a little too easily. If your grandma disappears mid-turn, don't say we didn't warn you. Winter wolves can smell you from 1.75 miles away through snow. That's right. These fluffy snow ninjas have noses so powerful they could probably find your lost socks buried under a snowdrift and judge your hygiene habits while they're at it. Hiding from one? Good luck. They already know you skipped breakfast. The paws of winter wolves grow winter boots. Wolves don't buy Uggs when it snows. Their paws develop a thicker, coarser pad fur during winter, essentially turning them into silent, murdery snowshoes. Meanwhile, humans are out here slipping on icy sidewalks like malfunctioning giraffes. Jockeys can legally weigh less than a large Thanksgiving turkey. Professional jockeys often weigh around 108 pounds, which is less than a fully dressed holiday bird. This leads to absurd practices like sweating in saunas for hours and eating cotton balls to feel full, because nothing screams peak athleticism like pretending food is a ghost. In Mongolia, toddlers ride horses before they can walk properly. Mongolian kids don't wait for training wheels. They're tossed onto horses as early as 2 years old, because why crawl when you can gallop into adulthood? Meanwhile, toddlers elsewhere are still figuring out how spoons work. In Antarctica, scientists have to schedule grocery runs months in advance. By plane, forgot to buy eggs? Tough luck, you'll get some in spring. Errands at the South Pole involve planning, cargo flights, and praying the penguins haven't stolen your supply drop. It's less running to the store and more surviving the plot of a low-budget Arctic thriller. In Tokyo, there's a guy who runs errands for people, but only emotionally awkward ones. He literally gets paid to show up as a stranger to accompany you through situations like breakups, therapy, or buying embarrassing products. Yes, if you need emotional support to buy adult diapers at 2 a.m., he's your man. In rural Mongolia, herders ride camels for mobile banking errands. That's right, instead of standing in line at a bank, they ride across frozen steppes on giant, groaning fluff beasts just to pay bills. TMS, internet banking? Nah. Real banking is when your ride has humps and spits. During the Prague Spring in 1968, when Soviet tanks rolled in, Czech and Slovak citizens didn't just throw rocks. They tried to fight off tanks with broadcasting equipment. They hijacked TV and radio stations to broadcast anti-occupation messages, outsmarting a literal military invasion with microphones and sarcastic commentary. Punk rock before punk rock existed. There was once a law in Czechoslovakia banning excessive whistling. Yes, because apparently someone was so aggressively cheerful or annoying that it became a legal issue. The government didn't want people whistling patriotic or mocking tunes in protest, so they cracked down on happy noises. Talk about dictatorship meets cartoon sound effects. And there you have it. Goats getting married, lawnmower getaways, crocodile daredevils, and parrots with the emotional range of a soap opera villain. From Kenyan dowry disasters to parrots that hold grudges longer than your in-laws. We've officially hit peak weirdness. If today's video didn't make you question humanity and fear birds just a little, were you even paying attention? So, before a parrot curses you out in 3 languages or a goat shows up in a wedding dress demanding alimony, smash that like button, subscribe for more bizarre brilliance, and ring the bell. Because here, reality is optional and weird is the main course. Catch you next time on Why Is This Even Real?
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
And here's the first one. Greece once paid people to retire in their 30s. For years, Greece handed out government pensions to people as young as 30 for arduous jobs like hairdressing. Wielding scissors near scalps was considered hazardous labor. Add some tax dodging and free spending, and their economy crashed like a drunk goat on a skateboard. In Venezuela, chickens were more stable than currency. During hyperinflation, Venezuelans began using chickens, eggs, and even bags of rice as money. At least poultry didn't lose value daily. One cluck from a healthy bird was worth more than 1 million believers and came with a free breakfast. Winter wolves don't just howl randomly. They form howling choirs with perfect timing. They create harmonized howling concerts, spacing out their pitches to sound like a bigger pack than they really are. Basically, they're outsmarting enemies and hitting falsetto like furry opera singers. While we're layering up in thermal blankets and cursing the wind, winter wolves happily curl up in a snow pit, using their tails as scarves. They sleep in snow like it's a memory foam mattress. If snow were sentient, it would probably file a restraining order on wolves for inappropriate levels of comfort. Camel saddles can be elaborate torture devices. Some traditional saddles are wooden, spiky, and offer as much padding as a medieval bench. Now imagine riding that while your camel jogs like it's late for a date. Goodbye, spine. Hello, scoliosis. Camels can throw a tantrum mid-ride. If a camel decides it's not in the mood, congratulations. You're now on a 1,500-pound drama queen with the emotional range of a caffeinated toddler. They'll kneel suddenly, grunt like an old tractor, or just flat out refuse to move until you bribe them with snacks. Desert divas. North Korea once devalued its currency overnight and blamed math. In 2009, North Korea lopped off 2 zeros from its currency. Citizens were only allowed to exchange a small amount of old money, and the rest became worthless overnight. The regime said this would simplify calculations. Meanwhile, people starved, and rice cost more than logic. They use snowdrifts as trampolines. Winter wolves are known to leap high and dive into deep snow to catch prey underneath, like foxes and rodents. It's essentially a murder cannonball. Imagine peacefully sleeping under a snow blanket, and suddenly a 90-pound wolf faceplants you from above. Nature's version of surprise homework. Sneezes can trigger other sneezes like a sneeze domino. Ever notice that if someone sneezes, suddenly everyone nearby does too? That's not a coincidence. That's photic sneeze reflex and group psychology teaming up. It's a sneeze chain reaction, and if you start it in a lecture hall, congrats, you've just gone viral in the most nasal way possible. Jumanji, Welcome to the Jungle was supposed to be a sequel, not a reboot. The newer films weren't intended to overwrite the original, but to honor it. They even left subtle tributes to Robin Williams' character. But now, instead of jungle creatures in your house, you're stuck inside a video game with The Rock. Slight upgrade. There's competitive camel beauty pageantry with riding involved. In some Middle Eastern countries, camel beauty contests are huge, with prize camels worth millions. Riders must present them with regal poise and posture. One wrong bump and you've turned a catwalk into a camel rodeo. The original working title was Jungle Game Mayhem. Before settling on Jumanji, producers toyed with painfully literal names that sounded like rejected Nickelodeon shows. Jungle Game Mayhem sounds more like a tropical-themed obstacle course show hosted by a guy in a banana suit yelling "Extreme" every 5 seconds. They spit strategically. Camels don't just randomly spit, they aim. And yes, it's their stomach goo, not just saliva. So, if you offend a camel mid-ride, say, by calling it a horse with humps, it might respond by launching a projectile loogie that smells like ancient curry and vengeance. Medieval knights needed cranes to get on their horses. Their armor was so heavy, up to 60 pounds or more, that mounting a horse looked more like a construction project. Forget dramatic battlefield entrances. Some of them probably needed a winch, a prayer, and a lot of groaning just to get upright. An ex-boyfriend showed up dressed as Batman to win her back. During a wedding in the UK, a man in a full Batman costume burst into the ceremony, yelling dramatic lines like, "Stop this madness." The bride reportedly told him even Gotham wouldn't want you before security escorted him out. Joker was probably more emotionally stable. Horses can sense your heartbeat from 4 feet away. That means your horse knows you're terrified before you do. It's like trying to play poker with a mind-reading lie detector strapped to a rocket. If you're nervous, the horse gets nervous too. Great. Now you're both panicking at 30 miles per hour. Victorian women rode side saddle in full gowns during fox hunts. Yes, they hunted wild animals while sitting sideways on a galloping horse, dressed like they were headed to a royal tea party. Temples in India are the Amazon prime of human hair. Devotees at temples like Tirupati shave their heads as religious offerings. But guess what happens next? That holy hair is collected, cleaned, and exported globally for wigs and extensions. It's a divine donation turned billion-dollar business. There's a clock that runs for 10,000 years. The Long Now Foundation built a clock inside a mountain that's designed to tick once a year and chime once a century. Because apparently someone looked at normal clocks and said, "Cool, but make it immortal." In 2008, a man was arrested for attacking a clock tower. In Italy, a guy threw a tantrum and climbed a clock tower, smashing it because he was sick of being ruled by time. Honestly, relatable. If you've ever hit snooze for the 5th time, you've probably fantasized about declaring war on your alarm clock too. A bear crashed a wedding in Colorado and stole the cupcakes. Imagine exchanging vows with a majestic mountain view, and then watching a 400-pound grizzly become your uninvited dessert reviewer. The bear ignored the main course and went straight for the sweets like Winnie the Pooh on a sugar bender. A skydiver in Florida accidentally landed in a wedding aisle. Mid-ceremony, a rogue skydiver missed his landing zone and plopped right into the flower path, scattering petals like a wind-powered flower girl on Red Bull. The couple paused, laughed, and the skydiver asked if he could stay for cake. Cuckoo clocks once featured inappropriate birds. Early German cuckoo clocks were sometimes modified by prankster artisans to make the bird do questionable gestures instead of just popping out and chirping. Imagine innocently checking the time and getting mooned by a mechanical bird with attitude. Japan used to have clocks that told time weirdly. In the Edo period, Japanese clocks divided the day into 6 segments for daylight and 6 for night. But since day and night changed with the seasons, the hours weren't consistent. So your 2 p.m. could be longer in summer and shorter in winter. It's like time was on a mood swing. There's a black market for celebrity hair. Obsessed fans have paid ridiculous amounts for even a single strand of famous hair. Elvis Presley's hair once sold for over $100,000. Beeswax is basically bee spit mixed with bee sweat. Yes, that lovely golden stuff you rub on your lips once oozed out of bee bellies. Bees have special wax glands that ooze wax flakes, which they chew with their mouths to soften. So next time you light a beeswax candle, know it's basically a scented spitball. It takes 8 pounds of honey to make 1 pound of beeswax. Bees are not running an efficient factory here. It's like trading 8 tubs of ice cream to make 1 napkin. Honestly, these insects need a financial advisor. Beeswax is so luxurious because bees run their production line like an overdramatic artisanal co-op. Beeswax was once used to preserve corpses. In the olden days, some mummies were sealed in beeswax to prevent them from smelling like ancient gym socks. Ancient Romans used beeswax as earplugs during sea battles. Because if you're going deaf from the sound of clanging swords and catapults, the obvious solution is shoving bug goo into your ears. Apparently death was fine, but tinnitus? Absolutely not. Imagine getting mugged, and the only thing the thief wants is your split ends. Hair mafias. Yep, they're real. And they're out here making high-stakes heists with nothing but scissors and nerve. Who knew your hair could be worth more than your phone? In Italy, a group of tourists joined a wedding thinking it was a parade. A loud Italian wedding in Rome, complete with music and confetti, was mistaken for a local street party. A dozen clueless tourists danced their way into the reception, took selfies with the couple, and even clapped during the toasts. Nobody questioned it because Italians love a good party crash. A goat walked in and headbutted the groom. At a rural wedding in India, a local village goat wandered in and, perhaps out of protest or pure goatish spite, headbutted the groom mid-photo. The bride laughed so hard she almost dropped her bouquet, and the goat became an instant legend. In Japan, tea ceremonies are so serious they can last 4 hours, and yes, you're supposed to sit still the whole time. One misplaced slurp, and you're basically socially exiled. Some ceremonies are performed in silence, with intricate steps that make assembling IKEA furniture look simple. Bonus, your legs fall asleep halfway through and you get a spiritual awakening. Or a cramp. There's a world's largest tea party record, held by over 32,000 people in India. In 2008, the city of Indore brewed up the world's largest tea party, complete with music, speeches, and a tea supply that could drown a mid-sized elephant. In a German festival, someone flew a 3D flying cow that terrified children. Among beautiful dragons and phoenix kites, one genius brought a disturbingly realistic inflatable cow into the sky. It mooed in the wind and rotated ominously, causing kids to scream. And one elderly woman to mutter, "The cow gods are watching." It was oddly majestic and utterly uncalled for. In Australia, a man attached sausages to a kite to feed the sky. Believing that the wind spirits were hungry or maybe just too into barbecue, one man tied grilled sausages to a giant delta kite and flew it over a beach. When one fell mid-flight and hit a sunbather, it sparked a debate. Is that assault or a divine snack drop from the heavens? One man ate Big Macs every day for over 40 years and called it love. Don Gorski from Wisconsin has consumed over 30,000 Big Macs since 1972, and even has receipts and diaries to prove it. He skipped only a handful of days, including once when a McDonald's was closed for a snowstorm. He says the sandwich keeps him healthy. Somewhere, lettuce is crying. A truck full of bull semen exploded. In Australia, a transport truck carrying canisters of bull semen caught fire. When the heat hit the pressurized containers, they exploded one by one, hurling bull love juice across the highway. Emergency responders said the scene was hot, smoky, and awkwardly sticky. A man in China was lifted 30 feet into the air by a giant kite. A volunteer helping with a massive kite launch didn't let go in time and was carried into the air like Mary Poppins' reckless cousin. In Thailand, people have kite fights that sound like musical duels. Traditional chula and pakpao kites have been used in Sky Wars for centuries, where competitors try to pull each other down. But these kites also make loud whistling noises when they fly, so it's less like a battle and more like aggressive wind flutes insulting each other in aerial opera. The guy who stalked a statue. In Russia, a man became so enamored with a bronze statue of a medieval queen that he visited daily, brought flowers, sang to it, and even proposed marriage in front of tourists. When authorities moved the statue for maintenance, he launched a Find My Queen campaign and filed a missing persons report for a statue. Bird poop face wash was once luxury skincare. In Japan, geishas used a cleanser made from nightingale droppings to whiten and brighten their skin. The poop is dried, ground, and sterilized because apparently someone said, "Let's take the one thing birds aim at cars and rub it directly on our cheeks for that porcelain glow." Charcoal cleansers made people think they were dying. Activated charcoal and facial cleansers and toothpaste became trendy, but users weren't warned it might turn everything black. Several people panicked when their teeth, gums, or even sinks turned pitch black, mistaking their bathroom mirror for a horror movie scene mid-cleanse. Fire cleansers. Because why not? In China, there's a fire facial where therapists light a cloth soaked in alcohol on your face, on purpose, then quickly extinguish it. The idea is to stimulate skin and rejuvenate cells. The idea is also, apparently, to flirt with third-degree burns for the sake of glowing cheekbones. A toilet made of Ming Dynasty porcelain almost fooled everyone. A man once bought a cracked garden ornament for 10 yuan at a flea market, only to find out it was a Ming Dynasty chamber pot worth over 100,000 yuan. Imagine discovering your dog's favorite pee spot is actually a royal urinal from 500 years ago. A teacup once bankrupted a baron. In the 18th century, a single Meissen teacup with hand-painted cherubs and gold trim caused a German baron to sell part of his land just to own it. Because, obviously, sipping lukewarm tea from anything less than a gold-kissed baby-themed cup was just peasant behavior. Pickle obsession led to a full-blown fashion line. In some parts of the southern U.S., the love for pickles became so intense that people began wearing pickle-themed clothing, from dill with its socks to pickle-flavored lip balm. One woman even carried a pickle in her purse for snacking emergencies. Her logic: you never know when you'll need the crunch. There's a Portland cement time capsule underwater. In 1938, engineers sealed a cement-filled time capsule in the Hoover Dam, buried so deep and hoped that it would take an apocalypse or a really angry mole to get it out. The Boston Tea Party wasn't about bad tea, it was about taxes and rage. Colonists dressed up as Mohawk warriors because historical accuracy was not invited, and dumped chests of tea into Boston Harbor in 1733. It was the sassiest no thank you to taxation ever recorded. Britain responded with angry letters. America responded with a revolution. Tea spilled, literally. Some people are addicted to eating toilet paper, soap, and chalk. Thanks to a condition called pica, certain individuals have developed a passionate, life-altering obsession with munching on inedible things. One woman claims she preferred the taste of toilet paper over popcorn during movie nights. Who needs butter when you've got 2-ply? In Death Note, Light's glasses glare with such villainous drama that animators gave it a dedicated lighting effect. The sparkle was timed to match his inner monologue, making sure you could literally see the evil intensify with each diabolical thought. There's a subculture obsessed with eating raw potatoes like apples. Some folks swear by the crisp, watery crunch of raw spuds as the ultimate snack. One man said it helps him connect with the earth. Most people say it helps connect you to food poisoning. But hey, who needs flavor when you've got starch and regret? A guy sent 65,000 texts after one date. A woman in Arizona went on a single date with a man she met online. What followed was a biblical flood of text messages, some declaring eternal love, others predicting spiritual unions and murder. He even broke into her house to bathe in her bathtub. Romance? Nope. This was Google Maps for red flags. A truck spilled live bees onto a highway. In 2015, a truck in Washington carrying millions of bees overturned, unleashing a biblical swarm onto traffic. Drivers were stuck in an accidental apocalyptic horror movie where the final boss was nature's tiniest flying chainsaw. Police had to call beekeepers as backup, not SWAT beekeepers. A celebrity stalker lived on the ceiling. Japanese pop star Ina Matsuoka had a fan so obsessed, he figured out where she lived by analyzing reflections in her eyes from selfies. He zoomed in, spotted train stations, and tracked her down, then waited in her building, hiding in a stairwell, and eventually attacked her. Sherlock Holmes would be horrified. Mayonnaise addiction has reached scream-worthy levels. In 2019, a woman on a reality show confessed to eating up to 2 jars of mayo a week with a spoon. She dipped everything from cookies to fruit into it. Her love was so strong that she described mayo as the friend that never disappoints. The audience gagged, and the mayo industry quietly cheered. In rural England, a man stole dozens of socks from women's laundry lines, only to return them days later with handwritten love poems stuffed inside. One note read, "Your sock warmed more than your feet. It warmed my soul." Police dubbed him the Cotton Casanova. Some potteries are guarded like nuclear codes. The formula for true bone china was once so closely guarded in England that workers had to sign oaths and work in secrecy. One guy even smuggled the formula out sewn into his clothes. Not weapons, not treasure, just a secret recipe for fancy clay bowls. Hound dogs were once trained to hunt humans. In strange chapters of history, especially in times of war or slavery, hounds were trained to chase people. Today, they chase squirrels and tennis balls, but their ancestors were basically 4-legged bounty hunters with floppy ears and no moral compass. Japan once served a squid ink pizza topped with mayo and octopus, because nothing says comfort food like an inky, tentacle-strewn monstrosity that looks like it crawled off the deck of a haunted pirate ship and onto your dinner plate. Bonus, it makes your teeth look like you've been eating coal. Sweden loves bananas on pizza with curry powder. Yes, someone looked at a pizza, then a fruit basket, and thought, you know what this needs? A tropical curry nightmare. It's basically a fruit salad that got lost in the oven and came out questioning every life choice made in Stockholm. Some people use jukeboxes to propose. Nothing screams romance like slipping a coin into a machine and praying it doesn't skip. A few brave or confused souls have proposed programming a jukebox to play love songs before popping the question. A pizza in Cambodia was topped with tarantulas. This isn't metaphorical, real, crunchy, spiders. It's like ordering a large pepperoni and getting a horror movie instead. A baby fell out of a window twice and the same man caught him both times. In 1937, a baby in Detroit fell out of a window and was caught by a man named Joseph Figlock. A year later, the same baby fell out of the same window and guess who caught him again? Figlock, the human trampoline. Either the baby was cursed or Joseph was the universe's personal save button. 2 identical twins were separated at birth and lived eerily identical lives. They were adopted by separate families, both named James. They both became police officers, married women named Linda, divorced, and then remarried women named Betty. They each named their dogs Toy and even smoked the same brand of cigarettes. A professional violinist once underwent brain surgery while playing her instrument to ensure surgeons didn't damage parts of her brain controlling movement. Imagine slicing into someone's skull while they casually shred Vivaldi like it's just another Tuesday. Russia once tried fish, pickles, and mustard sauce on pizza. It's as if someone spilled their entire fridge onto the dough and said, "Not yet. This is art." A true Cold War of flavors where each bite is a diplomatic conflict between fishy sadness and tangy regret. Bloodhounds can follow a scent trail more than 300 hours old. That's over 12 days of sniffing ancient gossip off the ground, like a canine detective with Sherlock Holmes-level obsession. You could leave your sock in a forest, and 2 weeks later, a bloodhound could still shame you with it. Goose pulling in Spain once involved tug-of-war dead geese midair. In certain Spanish villages, people used to ride horses and try to rip a hanging goose's head off while galloping. Yes, that was the game. While the goose is thankfully fake now, the tradition survives. Nothing screams village bonding like airborne poultry decapitation contests. The Mud Festival in Boryong, South Korea was created to sell cosmetics. Yes, an entire town hosts a giant muddy rave just to market skincare products. Basset hounds have ears so long they trip over them. Their floppy, floor-sweeping ears aren't just stylish. They help waft smells to their nose like little scent shovels. But evolution didn't think about stairs, so these pups often trip over their own luxurious earlobes while trying to catch criminals. Dignity? Optional. In Brazil, peas are a popular topping. Yes, peas. Those innocent green dots that usually suffer in school lunches are somehow front and center on Brazilian pizzas. The crust, cheese, and sauce are just a red carpet for these starchy little party crashers. Every slice looks like a veggie uprising. Some hounds are used to detect diseases like cancer and diabetes. Yes, while some humans forget their own birthday, hounds are out here sniffing your breath and diagnosing chronic illness. Imagine your dog judging your life choices and your pancreas at the same time. The pharaoh hound blushes when excited. This ancient Egyptian dog literally turns pink when happy or hyped. It's the only dog that behaves like an awkward teen with a crush. Imagine petting your dog and watching it go full tomato just because you said, "Who's a good boy?" There's a glow-in-the-dark pasta made with bioluminescent jellyfish extract. Yes, someone looked at pasta and thought, you know what this needs? The ability to light up like a rave in a bowl. Internet Explorer once got sued for being too free. Microsoft bundled Internet Explorer with Windows for free, which somehow enraged Netscape and triggered a massive antitrust lawsuit. Early browsers couldn't handle images at all. The first browser didn't even support images. If you wanted to view a cat photo, you'd have to download it separately and open it in a different program. Basically, every meme in 1991 required a college degree and a floppy disk. In the 17th century, there was a pasta shaped like little babies. Called gnocchi di latte, these horrifying dough babies were molded to resemble chubby infants. In 2016, a Canadian woman was kept alive for 12 days without lungs. Doctors completely removed both lungs due to infection and used a Frankenstein-level machine to oxygenate her blood. She was literally lungless, breathing with tech magic and raw Canadian stubbornness. The Hoover Dam claimed the lives of its first and last workers on the same date, 13 years apart. The first man to die during the construction of the Hoover Dam was George Tierney, who drowned on December 20th, 1922. The last fatality? His own son, Patrick Tierney, also died on December 20th. Coincidence? Or is the dam haunted by a dramatic calendar? Someone invented chocolate spaghetti meant to be served with whipped cream. Because nothing screams, "I'm confused," like having dessert and dinner wrestle on your plate. One moment it's a meal, the next it's a dessert meltdown. There's a fly that decapitates ants for fun. The phorid fly doesn't just sting ants. It lays eggs in their heads, and the larvae eats the brain from the inside like it's sipping a smoothie. After about 2 weeks, the ant's head just falls off like a party trick gone wrong. A surgeon cut himself open for a surgery in Antarctica. Soviet doctor Leonid Rogozov performed an appendectomy on himself in 1961 because he was the only doctor on the station during a blizzard. With a mirror, some vodka, and absolute steel guts literally, he cut himself open, removed his appendix, and then stitched himself up, like a one-man episode of ER on ice. The Vodoma tribe of Zimbabwe is known for having feet that look like bird claws, thanks to a genetic mutation called ectrodactyly. While it's great for climbing trees, buying shoes becomes a nightmare. Want more bizarre facts that'll make you say, "Wait, what?" Hit that subscribe button and let us know what freaky fact you want to hear next. Inbred rats forget how to rat. Scientists once bred rats in closed loops for generations, and the results were horrifyingly hilarious. Some forgot how to groom, others panicked when seeing food, and a few tried mating with furniture. It's like evolution hit the reverse gear and floored it. A 12-fingered Egyptian pharaoh couldn't grip reality either. King Tutankhamun was so inbred his parents were full siblings. He had clubbed feet, malformed bones, epilepsy. Finland's exercise lottery for commuters. Finland got so desperate to get people walking, they created a lottery system where pedestrians could win cash just by using crosswalks. Somewhere in Helsinki, someone probably hit the jackpot for jaywalking with purpose and a Fitbit. Americans spent more on diet books than on vegetables. In one absurd year, Americans spent more money on diet books and supplements than they did on actual vegetables. That's right. More people were willing to read about kale than actually eat it. Salad is scary, but Chapter 6 on celery spirituality? The bat fly is basically a vampire's parasite. Some flies have evolved to live exclusively on bats, clinging to their armpits like cursed living earrings. These little creeps are blind, wingless, and flattened like pancakes. Virgin hair is worth more than gold. It means hair that's never been dyed, permed, or chemically treated. This stuff can sell for hundreds or even thousands of dollars. In some cases, people have funded weddings, surgeries, or even down payments by lopping off a gloriously untreated ponytail. Portland cement wasn't made in Portland. Despite its name, it wasn't invented in Portland, Oregon, or even Portland, Maine. It was invented in England by a guy named Joseph Aspdin in 1824, who named it after the Isle of Portland, because the cement looked like the island's fancy stone. Yes, this whole global industry is named after a vibe. People used to think cement was alive. In early construction days, workers noticed that cement set faster in some weather. Instead of understanding chemistry, they assumed cement had moods or spirits. Some even whispered thanks to the cement gods after a good pour. Victorian tea parties had so many rules you'd need a law degree to host one. From how to fold your napkin to which direction to stir, clockwise only, you heathen. Tea parties in the 1800s were so rule-heavy that guests often faked illnesses to avoid them. One lady reportedly got kicked out for lifting her pinky too high. It was the Olympics of passive aggression. The sandwich note stalker. A guy was obsessed with his coworkers' sandwich choices. Every time she brought lunch, he left anonymous, poetic notes about her turkey decisions and graceful mustard application. One day, he left a full diagram of her chewing habits under her lunchbox. HR did not find his mayonnaise haikus charming. Opera was once available on the Nintendo DS. Yes, that tiny handheld gaming console had a browser powered by Opera. You could surf the web using a stylus and a screen the size of a Post-it note. It was like trying to browse Amazon through a keyhole while wearing ski gloves. But hey, it worked. Barely. Japan has a waistline law. In Japan, it's literally illegal to be too fat if you're aged between 40 to 74. The Metabo law requires companies to measure employees' waists annually, and if they exceed the limit, they get enrolled in health counseling. Imagine your country being so fit-obsessed that your boss knows your waistline before your birthday. Mariah Carey's voice can shatter glass. Allegedly, her 5-octave vocal range is so extreme that it's been rumored her whistle notes can actually break glass. While scientists haven't confirmed this with a champagne flute sacrifice, people still duck when she hits those dolphin frequencies. Basically, she's a singing superpower with built-in sonar. Freddie Mercury's vocal cords didn't behave like normal humans. Studies show he may have vibrated his vocal cords in a way no one else did, and his growls and vibrato defied vocal physics. Björk once sang live with a full choir of robots. Known for her ethereal voice and bizarre performances, Björk took melodious weirdness to new heights by performing with robot backup singers. People auction broken pots for 6 figures, a cracked Korean moon jar, literally a pot held together by hope and glue, once sold for over $1.5 million. It was praised for its wabi-sabi charm, aka beautiful brokenness. Some royal pottery was never meant to be used. Napoleon once commissioned a porcelain dinner set so grand and gold-encrusted that guests weren't allowed to eat off it. The irony? Half the guests were starving soldiers. In the Philippines, spaghetti is made sweet with banana ketchup and hot dogs. This isn't an insult, it's a party dish. It's like someone dared every unrelated food item to show up in one pot, and somehow it worked. A woman survived the Titanic, Britannic, and Olympic ship disasters. Violet Jessup, a ship stewardess, was aboard all 3 of the RMS Olympic-class ships that experienced major disasters. She survived the Titanic's sinking, the Britannic's explosion, and a crash on the Olympic. Either she was cursed by Poseidon or was made immortal out of sheer stubbornness. The first browser was also a web editor. In 1990, the first ever web browser, World Wide Web, later renamed Nexus, let users not only view web pages but also edit and create them right there. The man who survived a spear through the skull? In 1848, a railway worker named Phineas Gage had a giant iron rod blasted through his head, taking out part of his brain like a kebab skewer of doom. Not only did he survive, but he stood up minutes later and chatted like nothing happened, though his personality did a backflip into chaos mode. There's a fly that drinks tears. The eye-licking fly sounds like it came from a horror film, but nope, it's real. It lands on animals' eyes and slurps their tears like emotional vampires. Some even drink from human eyeballs while you're asleep. Some flies do the moonwalk during mating. The Lispcana fly literally moonwalks on sand while trying to impress females. Michael Jackson would be proud. Sloths can't fart, so they burp backward. Sloths are too lazy to even let gas out the proper way. Their digestive gas gets absorbed into their bloodstream and released through their lungs. Yep, they basically exhale their farts. Fart smell can be used to diagnose diseases. Scientists are actually studying farts like fine wine to sniff out illness. Different bacteria make different gases, so a particularly funky toot could one day tell if you have colon issues. Termites are secretly eco-villains, farting up a storm and contributing to global warming. These tiny wood-munching demons release so much methane, it's like a biological greenhouse rave. Blue people of Kentucky were basically real-life Smurfs. A family called the Fugates turned blue due to a rare recessive blood disorder caused by, you guessed it, inbreeding. Instead of magical forest living, they dealt with constant questions like, "Are you choking?" Their condition was only cured when someone finally married outside the gene pool. Astronaut farts are dangerous in space. In a confined space capsule, one well-timed astronaut fart could literally become a flammable air hazard. Methane plus low oxygen plus enclosed metal tube equals potential butt-borne explosion. A man faked being mentally ill for 20 years to avoid taxes, not jail. Not work, taxes. He babbled gibberish during audits, claimed to be a potato, and avoided scrutiny so well, even psychiatrists were fooled. Turns out faking insanity takes more brainpower than just doing your taxes. A woman married the Eiffel Tower. She had a commitment ceremony and everything. She claimed the tower spoke to her emotionally and that it's the only one who understands. Honestly, the tower has seen a lot over the years, but probably not vows whispered to its girders. A man tried to rob a bank using a live beehive. No gun. Just bees. He flung the hive at the teller and demanded cash while getting stung himself. The bees, having no criminal loyalties, stung everyone, including him, and he ran out screaming. The Habsburg jaw was so powerful it had its own bloodline. Thanks to generations of royal inbreeding, the Habsburg family ended up with chins so long and jaws so misaligned they could barely chew. Charles II of Spain had such a tangled DNA mess that he could barely speak or eat, and had more genetic problems than a biology exam nightmare. Renaissance codpieces were basically fabric bragging rights. In the 16th century, men wore codpieces, padded, bulging, and sometimes bejeweled fabric pockets for their, manhood. Lady Gaga once wore meat, actual raw meat. The infamous meat dress was made of real flank steak. It shocked the VMAs and confused every butcher in America. Victorian mourning dresses had built-in tear catchers. Some mourning outfits in the 19th century came with tiny vials or stitched-in pockets to collect your tears. It's like carrying your emotional baggage. Psy's Gangnam Style made 0 sense and broke the internet. Horse dancing in elevators, people yelling at butts, and a guy screaming "Appa" in sunglasses. It became the first YouTube video to hit 1 billion views, proving humanity has taste. Just very questionable taste. The pizza bomber case. In a scene ripped straight from a failed Netflix thriller, a pizza delivery guy in Pennsylvania was forced to rob a bank with a bomb collar locked around his neck. He claimed he was a hostage. The whole situation ended in tragic confusion, a scavenger hunt, and a lot of FBI agents muttering, "What the actual..." The IKEA hostage situation. That wasn't really an abduction. A confused elderly man in Germany accidentally locked himself inside a display wardrobe and started screaming for help. Shoppers thought it was a hostage crisis. Turned out he just wanted to find the exit and a meatball plate. IKEA security now keeps an eye on overly curious grandpas. During 1996 in California, a man took a woman hostage at knife point and demanded a getaway car. She offered to drive. Instead of escaping, she took a wrong turn straight to a police blockade. Hakarl. Rotten shark from hell, made with love in Iceland, is a fish that is buried, fermented, and hung to dry for months. This dish smells like ammonia and regret. Even Anthony Bourdain said it was the worst thing he ever ate. Icelanders say it's an acquired taste. Yeah, like chewing on Satan's gym sock. Aquagenic urticaria makes people break out in hives just by touching water. Yes, even their own tears. Imagine crying over how painful your allergy is and the tears join the attack. Life literally becomes allergic to your emotions. Bird's nest soup, the sticky, spitty luxury enjoyed in China and Southeast Asia. Made from the solidified saliva of cave-dwelling birds, this slimy soup is prized for its texture and alleged health benefits. Shirako is fish sperm sacks for dinner in Japan. When you're bored of sushi, Japan offers shirako, which translates to white children. It's the creamy reproductive fluid of fish, usually cod, served raw or lightly cooked. Because apparently someone looked at fish sperm and thought, that looks edible. Some unlucky souls have vibratory urticaria, meaning their body breaks out in a rash from movement or vibration. Jogging, rash. Clapping, rash. Riding a bus on a bumpy road, full body riot. Basically, your skin turns into a grumpy toddler if you dare have fun. Some people with prosthetic limbs have been able to trick their brains into thinking their prosthetics are real, giving them a near-perfect level of control over them. It's like having an invisibility cloak that lets you blend in and perform superhuman tasks without anyone batting an eye. Some people are allergic to working out, not just emotionally. Exercise-induced anaphylaxis can cause rashes, hives, and full-blown allergic reactions. Imagine being told, just a light jog will help, and your body goes, guess again, gym rat. Here's a swollen throat instead. The fruit cutting with a samurai sword genre exists. Whole YouTube channels are dedicated to slicing watermelons, Coke bottles, and occasionally raw chickens with katana swords in slow motion. It's like Iron Chef met Mortal Kombat. For some reason, the fruit never wins. Some blind musicians have developed an incredible ability to see music through vibrations. They can feel the rhythm and pitch of sounds through their fingertips, allowing them to play intricate pieces of music. It's like a superpower where your fingers become the new eyes. People roleplay as ants. Seriously. Entire channels exist where creators act out fictional ant colony dramas. There's betrayal, war, and food theft, but everyone's pretending to be ants. Dermatographia causes skin to puff up when scratched or touched, so lightly dragging a fingernail can leave words and doodles raised on the skin like cursed tattoos. Some people use it to write notes on their own arms like walking post-it pads, until the swelling kicks in. Cold urticaria makes people break out in itchy welts, or even go into anaphylactic shock when exposed to low temperatures. Snowball fights are death matches, ice cream is a threat, and air conditioning is a criminal. Elsa from Frozen would be their worst nightmare. The Sculpture Park, Helsinki, Finland, is an actual maze of sculptures. Among these artworks, you'll find pieces so bizarre that they could make your head spin. From large, abstract metal figures to odd creatures frozen in time, it's like walking through an outdoor gallery where the sculptures are staring at you, a bit too intensely. The Park of the Monsters, Bomarzo, Italy, is like an open-air nightmare you can walk through. It's filled with gigantic, terrifying stone monsters, dragons, and various other grotesque figures from mythology. It's essentially a real-life horror story where you stroll among screaming stone faces and devilish creatures. Perfect for the brave, or the slightly insane. In Incheon, South Korea, there's a park where kids get to interact with robots. But not just any robots. These bots are there to teach science and tech, turning the park into a futuristic nerd paradise. Forget the swings, folks. Who needs them when a robot's trying to teach you algebra? People with paraplegia, paralysis of the lower body, sometimes develop extraordinary upper body strength. It's not just from working out, it's a result of compensating for the lack of lower body mobility, turning their arms into powerful, muscle-packed tools. Who needs leg day when you're carrying all the power in your upper body? Some deaf individuals use tactile sign language where they feel signs with their hands, often in the palm of their hand or fingertips. This allows them to communicate through touch, and it's a bizarrely amazing way to ensure conversations happen without sound. No eavesdropping here. In soccer, players often exaggerate a fall or injury in what's known as flopping. While it's intended to deceive referees into calling a foul, it sometimes leads to real injuries. Imagine pretending to be knocked out by a phantom tackle only to trip on your own dramatic performance. Some players have even sprained ankles or fractured bones trying to make it look worse than it is. Tokyo has an unusual park known as Cat Street. Not a typical park, but an entire area where cats freely roam, and people can watch them wander and interact with each other. It's like a zoo, but instead of animals in cages, it's cats running wild like they're on a never-ending holiday. Take your camera, but don't expect to pet them. They prefer their independence. Golf is typically seen as a low-risk sport, but there's a peculiar injury known as the golf swing neck injury. In an odd twist, some golfers have hurt themselves by over-rotating their necks during a swing, leading to muscle strains or even pinched nerves. The irony? You're meant to be gently swinging a club, not trying out for the next action movie with your neck as the stunt double. People used to punch jukeboxes out of frustration. If your favorite song didn't play or the machine ate your coin, it wasn't uncommon to see people physically assault the jukebox. Yes, in the 1950s, jukeboxes were basically the emotional punching bags of diners. A hit song didn't always mean a good tune. It could mean someone literally hit the box. Some people take their popsicles in truly bizarre directions, like the garlic-flavored popsicle. Created as a culinary experiment in Japan, this popsicle is supposed to freshen your breath in a unique way. However, imagine the horror of indulging in a cold, sweet, frozen treat, only to have the taste of garlic punch you in the face like a vampire's worst nightmare. Some jukeboxes had fake records. To look impressive, certain jukeboxes had dummy records inside. So, while people marveled at the huge music collection, it was secretly a glorified music-playing scam. Imagine paying to play Bohemian Rhapsody, and the machine spins a record labeled Queen that's about as real as a toddler's tea party. If you enjoy feeling like your mouth is on fire while simultaneously refreshing yourself, then the spicy mango popsicle is your dream come true. Combining the sweetness of mango with an intense, peppery kick, these popsicles are all about turning the traditional treat on its head. It's like someone had the bright idea to make your tongue go from summer chill to scalding heat in one frozen bite. Perfect for the brave or crazy. Looking for a popsicle that matches your goth soul? Enter the Charcoal Popsicle, a frozen dessert made from activated charcoal. This popsicle has a dark, almost sinister appearance. Not to mention that it's marketed as a detoxifying treat. While it's supposed to help with digestion, it might also leave you questioning your life choices while munching on a black popsicle. Because who doesn't want to ingest a little charcoal for fun? Björk once danced with robots in a breakup song. In All Is Full of Love, Iceland's Queen of Weird sings about heartbreak, while two androids make out and assemble each other in a sterile lab. Nothing says emotional healing like cybernetic seduction and mechanical nipple bolts. OK Go filmed an entire music video on a zero-gravity plane. In Upside Down and Inside Out, the band performed choreographed chaos while floating midair, flinging laptops, balloons, and piñatas around like kids on sugar highs in space. NASA watched and said, "We'll stick to science." One of the most unusual injuries in soccer history occurred when a player, while celebrating a goal, accidentally ran into a moving lawnmower on the field. The mower had been trimming the grass, and in his excitement, the player sprinted toward it, tripping and getting a nasty cut. Imagine that. Celebrating your goal only to end up in the emergency room with a mower-induced injury. Some fish use farts to communicate. The herring, aka bubble butt of the sea, talks by blowing bubbles out of its rear end. Scientists even call it FART, fast repetitive tick communication. It's like Morse code, but stinkier and way more immature. Some lucid dreamers use their dreams to practice martial arts. Yes, full-on dream kung fu. They train like they're in the Matrix, kicking imaginary villains while their real body lies limp like a tofu block. The only side effect? Waking up sore from punching air and still getting winded by stairs in real life. People used to rig jukeboxes with toothpicks. In a legendary act of musical rebellion, folks would jam a toothpick in the coin return slot to get unlimited plays. This turned jukeboxes into musical fountains of theft. Italy banned too skinny models for national pride. Italy, the land of pasta and fashion, once decided models had to prove they weren't underweight to walk the runway. That's right. After inhaling 14 bowls of carbonara, they still expect you to be healthily thin. National image matters, even if it contradicts the national cuisine. Bhutan banned tobacco before junk food. Bhutan, obsessed with gross national happiness, decided smoking was so evil it banned all tobacco sales. But junk food? Totally fine. So while you can't light a cigarette, you can deep fry yourself into oblivion with cheese and chili-laced rice. Enlightenment, but make it cheesy. The hoverfly pretends to be a wasp, but it's just a nerd. Hoverflies wear wasp costumes like cosplay at a bug convention, hoping predators get confused. They don't sting, bite, or do anything badass, just buzz around like, "Please don't eat me, I'm emotionally fragile." One man trained himself to eat only salads in lucid dreams, hoping dream lettuce would cancel out his real-life cookie addiction. Sadly, lettuce in dreams is as effective as punching calories with love. At least he didn't dream of kale. That's just psychological torture with chlorophyll. Gibraltar Airport has a runway that crosses a public road. When a plane lands, traffic stops like it's waiting for a train, except it's a 90-ton flying metal tube. Miss your flight. Blame the red light. It's the only airport where your boarding pass competes with the traffic signal. The Denver International Airport is infamous for its evil blue horse statue with glowing red eyes, lovingly nicknamed Blucifer. It even killed its own sculptor. Add to that underground tunnels, conspiracy theories, and murals that look like post-apocalyptic kindergarten art. Welcome to the Illuminati's favorite baggage claim. In Switzerland, there's a parade called the Chalandamars, where kids walk around clanging giant cowbells to scare winter away. Nothing like being 10 years old, ringing doom bells and yelling at snow. Basically, it's a blizzard exorcism with a soundtrack of chaotic cow metal. At Barra Airport in Scotland, planes land directly on a beach. Yes, a real sandy, seagull-infested, occasionally soggy beach. Flight schedules depend on the tides. If you hear, "Your flight is delayed due to crabs," they're not talking about mechanical issues, it's literal crustacean interference. The Don Mueang International Airport in Thailand has a golf course between its runways, so golfers have to play with jumbo jets roaring overhead. If you slice your ball into a Boeing's path, you better hope your caddy has a pilot's license, or at least a decent insurance policy. Spain hosts El Colacho, where men dressed as devils jump over babies. Yes, real, tiny humans. It's supposed to cleanse infants of original sin, but mostly looks like Satan auditioning for a parkour team. Imagine being 6 months old and already in your first demonic Olympics. In the Philippines, the Parada ng Lechon celebrates roasted pigs by dressing them up in wigs, sunglasses, and even dresses. They're paraded like celebrities before being eaten. It's both a fashion show and a food coma. Somewhere, a pig is praying it gets chosen for the runway over the rotisserie. Desert frogs have this ultimate survival hack. They bury themselves in dirt and wrap up in a mucus cocoon, going full nope on the summer heat. It's like their version of an extreme spa retreat, only it's all about slimy snot survival underground. There's a wine made with baby mice in Korea and China. It's literally baby mice drowned in rice wine, aged to perfection while looking like a crime scene in a jar. Locals claim it cures ailments. Outsiders claim it causes them, especially psychological trauma and trust issues with beverages. President Calvin Coolidge liked having Vaseline rubbed on his head while eating breakfast. Nothing says "I'm in charge" like being greased up like a Thanksgiving turkey while chomping toast. Truly, the epitome of bizarre ritual. Franz Kafka used to laugh while reading his own depressing stories aloud. His work is famously gloomy, but the guy treated his own existential horror like stand-up comedy. Imagine someone giggling while reciting The Metamorphosis. Nikola Tesla was obsessed with the number 3 and would circle buildings 3 times before entering. He also hated jewelry and pearls. Basically, he was a genius who lived like a haunted Roomba with trust issues. Snake wine is a thing. In Vietnam and China, people drop entire venomous snakes into rice wine bottles. It's supposed to boost vitality, but it mostly boosts nightmares. Bonus: the venom's neutralized by alcohol, unless the snake wasn't dead. Yes, there are reports of snakes waking up in the bottle. Cheers. Tenzing Hillary Airport in Nepal has a runway that ends in a cliff. It's often ranked the most dangerous airport in the world. Basically, if your pilot sneezes too hard on landing, you could end up paragliding without a parachute. But hey, the mountain view's great. Right before impact. Camels don't sweat until things get really spicy. Their bodies can soar to 41 degrees Celsius before a single drop falls. It's like their version of holding in a sneeze, except it's sweat, and they're avoiding dehydration while looking like they just walked off a desert runway. Kangaroo moms lick their forearms like they're trying to seduce the heat away. Turns out, it's their personal air conditioning. Evaporation cools the blood vessels near the skin. Basically, they're sweating through spit while looking impressively unbothered. Victorians wore jewelry made from dead people's hair. Yep, locks of Aunt Mildred were twisted into brooches, rings, and even necklaces. Imagine being complimented and having to say, "Thanks, it's Grandma." Creepy? Yes. Sentimental? Also yes. Sanitary? Debatable. There's a ring made from moose poop in Canada. Locals polish it, varnish it, and proudly sell it as wildlife treasure. Romantic? If your idea of true love involves fecal nuggets wrapped in metal, great icebreaker. Just don't say what it's made of until after dinner. Some rings are made from human teeth. That's right. People turn lost molars into statement pieces. It's either a bold fashion choice or a threat to dental hygiene. Perfect for saying, "I care deeply about you," and also collect enamel. Early computers used literal women as processors. Before machines, computers were human, mostly women, who crunched numbers for science. So basically, NASA's rocket math was powered by unpaid Excel spreadsheets and skirts. The first mouse was made of wood. Yep, it looked like a chunky wooden block with a cord, like something you'd find in your grandpa's toolbox. Not on a desk. Smooth? Not so much. The ENIAC needed 18,000 vacuum tubes and could fry eggs with its heat. It was so hot, it doubled as a toaster. If you didn't solve the equation, you at least got breakfast. Early computers were so big, they had addresses. Some were housed in rooms the size of gyms and were mailed instructions on punch cards. Basically, your grandma's smartphone now has more power than a building-sized diva from the 50s. Exploding head syndrome is real and sadly not as cool as it sounds. It's a sleep disorder where people hear a loud bang in their heads when falling asleep. No damage, just pure jump scare terror like your brain decided to slam a door for fun. Tree man syndrome turns you into a bark-covered nightmare. Caused by HPV and immune failure, sufferers grow wart-like growths that look like gnarled roots. Basically, Mother Nature installs her own software updates without your consent. Zoysia grass is the slow poke of the lawn world. It takes forever to grow but then refuses to die. You could drop a volcano on it and it'd just smirk and spread a little more. It's like your stubborn uncle. Doesn't rush, doesn't leave. Lemongrass, the spa treatment grass with ninja roots. Smells heavenly, repels mosquitoes, makes soup fancy, but plant it in your yard and it'll take over like it's reenacting the Hunger Games. Peaceful by scent, violent by ambition. Soup number 5 is basically a love potion made from cow testicles. A Filipino delicacy, this meaty madness is believed to boost virility. It's the only dish where you can say, "Wow, I can really taste the testosterone," and not be metaphorical. Bat soup exists and it looks like a horror movie with broth. Popular in some island nations, it features an entire bat. Wings, fangs, and all, just like soaking in a bowl like it's on a spa retreat. The flavor? Smoky and flighty. The March of the Gnomes in Belgium features adults in full gnome cosplay, complete with pointy hats and fake beards, parading through town like a mushroom rave gone rogue. It's like Snow White's sidekicks got into craft beer and decided to start a rock band called Grumpy and the Garden Tools. Netscape Navigator was so big that it went public before making money. In 1995, Netscape went public with a stock offering so hyped it triggered the dot-com bubble. They hadn't made a dime, but people were tossing money like it was a casino. It was the Silicon Valley equivalent of investing in an air sandwich because someone said it tasted like Wi-Fi. There's pasta shaped like human organs for anatomy classes. Yes, there are anatomically correct pasta noodles shaped like lungs, hearts, and even intestines. And that's a wrap on this beautifully bizarre episode of Wait. What did I just learn? We had swole upper bodies, whispering hands, Oscar-worthy soccer dives, and feral Tokyo cats living their best influencer lives. Meanwhile, golfers are out here spraining their necks like they're filming Fast and Furious, Country Club Edition, and jukeboxes are still emotionally recovering from the 1950s. If that didn't make your brain do a somersault, I don't know what will. So here's the deal. Hit that subscribe button like it owes you money, like the video if you've ever fake limped for attention, we won't judge, and drop a comment telling us the weirdest fact you've ever heard. Seriously, the weirder the better. We might feature it next time. Catch you in the next one, legends. Until then, protect your necks and respect the jukeboxes.
Welcome to The Useless Show, and yes, this is a full compilation of completely useless facts you didn't ask for, but now you're stuck with. Let's go. Before we start, comment the weirdest word you know. No explanation.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Imagine being born, then having to wait nearly 3 months for your twin to arrive. That actually happened. One twin was born, and the second took 87 more days to show up. Doctors had to keep the second baby safe inside for as long as possible. Same parents, same birthday story, just stretched across seasons. You might have written it wrong your whole life, but there's no dot in Dr. Pepper. It was removed from the logo because the old font made it look weird, like it said D Pepij Kiker, so the period had to go. Now it's just Dr. Pepper, no pause, all fizz. There's a real sport where players wrestle underwater while holding their breath. It's called underwater rugby. 2 teams of 6 dive and fight for a weighted ball in a swimming pool, trying to score goals at the bottom. It's like rugby, but wetter, heavier, and way more intense. Standing around doing absolutely nothing still burns calories. If you weigh about average, you're burning over 100 calories per hour just by existing upright. So next time someone tells you to do something productive, Tell them, I'm already working. My body's on fire, in the laziest way possible. You don't pay a single penny to use GPS, but behind the scenes, it costs millions every single day to keep those satellites up and running. American taxes cover it, so you can get pizza without getting lost. GPS is the world's most expensive gift, and you use it to find them all. During the Second World War, Germany dropped millions of fake British banknotes over London. The goal? Crash the economy and turn people's money into worthless paper. It was a financial bomb raid, sneaky, silent, and devastating. Britain dodged bullets and bogus bills at the same time. Since the 70s, Playboy has released Braille editions of their magazine. No photos, just the articles. Seriously, the iconic brand gave blind readers access to its written content, which means someone somewhere was reading Playboy for the articles. Literally. In the game Space Invaders, more enemies on screen made the system lag, and the creator kept it that way on purpose. The slowdown made the game harder as you progressed, turning a technical issue into a feature. What began as a glitch became genius-level game design. Bulls don't hate red. In fact, they don't even see it. Bulls are colorblind, so the waving red cloth is just a blurry object flapping in their face. It's not the color, it's the motion that gets them fired up. The bull doesn't care about fashion, just frustration. Most people are right-handed, but among autistic children, being left-handed is way more common. While about 1 in 10 people are left-handed in general, among autistic kids, it's closer to 2/3. It's a brain-body twist that scientists are still trying to fully understand. Herringfish are polite talkers, but they use gas to communicate. No joke, they let out little bursts of flatulence that create sounds underwater. It's not rude, it's science. These fish literally talk with their butts. Ocean gossip has never sounded so bubbly. For years, singing Happy Birthday in public could cost you money. That simple tune was copyrighted until 2016. Want to use it in a movie? Pay a fee. A party scene? Pay again. Only after a legal battle did it finally become free for everyone to sing. There was once a punctuation mark meant to show sarcasm. It looked like a backwards question mark. Invented over 100 years ago, it never caught on. So, now we just rely on tone, emojis, or that annoying /s to hint we're joking. Maybe we need to bring it back. During one cremation, the body being burned was so overweight, it set the entire crematorium on fire. The excess fat ignited, and the blaze got out of control. No one expected a funeral fire to need a fire extinguisher. It was tragic, and a terrifying lesson in heat and human chemistry. Flossing might help you remember where you left your keys. Researchers found that healthy gums mean healthier blood flow to the brain. So by flossing, you're not just saving your teeth, you're preventing stiff arteries that hurt memory. Dental care just got way more important. When George Washington died, Napoleon Bonaparte himself gave a eulogy and ordered France to mourn for 10 days. That's right. The French emperor paused history to honor an American icon. Across oceans and politics, greatness recognizes greatness. The first edition of The Hobbit was different from the one you know. In the original version, Gollum happily offered the ring as a prize during the riddle game. No screaming, no obsession. Just a weird creature playing fair. Tolkien later rewrote it to match the darker story of The Lord of the Rings. Texas had no official state flag for almost 60 years. From the late 1800s to the early 1900s, they just casually used the Lone Star flag without ever declaring it official. It was the unofficial official symbol of Texas swagger, bold and informal just like the state itself. One guy actually calculated how much wood a woodchuck could chuck, if it really could. He estimated the number by looking at dirt a woodchuck digs and comparing it to wood. Final answer? About 700 pounds. That's a lot of imaginary lumber from a rodent that doesn't chuck anything. Red Solo cups became a must-have souvenir for tourists visiting America. Why? Because they show up in almost every party scene in American movies. They're not just drinkware, they're pop culture icons. A plastic cup became a symbol of the ultimate cinematic house party. Those Swedish meatballs you eat at IKEA, they're actually Turkish. The recipe came from Turkey, brought back by King Charles XII in the early 1800s. Sweden just rebranded it so well that no one noticed. International food theft? Deliciously done. There's only one country on Earth named after a woman, Saint Lucia. Named in honor of Saint Lucy by French colonizers, it stands alone as a feminine symbol on the map. All the other nations got names from tribes, gods, or kings. Saint Lucia, she got her own island. Scientists found actual sharks living inside an active underwater volcano. That's right, lava, heat, and pressure. And these guys are still swimming around like it's a hot tub. Divers can't even get close. These sharks are living proof that nature doesn't care about your rules. Between the late 70s and the late 90s, Pluto came closer to the Sun than Neptune. Their orbits crossed paths, and for about 20 years, the ninth planet actually moved inward. Pluto had a rare moment in the spotlight before it got kicked out of the Planet Club. There's a town in Nebraska with a population of 1. Just one woman lives there. She's the mayor, the bartender, the librarian, basically the queen of everything. The entire town is her personal empire. Population 1. Power infinite. The Ethiopian calendar runs 7.5 years behind the rest of the world. It has been 13 months and celebrates New Year in September. While you're living in one year, Ethiopians are still in another. It's like time travel by culture, where their past is your present. And it's completely normal. In the mid-90s, the company holding the gift patent tried to charge people for using them. The internet wasn't having it. Developers responded by creating the PNG image format as a free alternative. Faced with a digital rebellion, the company backed off. That's how one picture war almost broke the web. Legend says pretzels were invented by a monk in Italy who wanted to reward children for learning prayers. He twisted dough to look like arms crossed in prayer and called it pretiola, meaning little rewards. So every time you eat a pretzel, remember, you're chewing on a holy snack of victory. The Philippine eagle is so massive it stretches nearly the size of a toddler from beak to tail. This bird doesn't just fly, it rules the sky. And yes, it eats monkeys. That's how serious it is. It's the jungle's feathered boss, and it's got the wingspan to prove it. Sepia ink, the brownish color used in art and writing, isn't just a random tone. It's actually made from cuttlefish. The animal produces a rich brown fluid that artists once used as ink. So if your drawings look deep and vintage, thank a squid. Art supplies used to come with tentacles. Eurytion of Phegalia was a Greek fighter who died in the middle of a match, but still won. While being choked, he delivered one final kick that made his opponent surrender in pain, right as Eurytion died. Judges declared him the winner posthumously. That's the most hardcore victory in Olympic history. Antarctica has no snakes, no lizards, and no reptiles at all. The freezing cold wipes out any scaly creature before it can slither. Every other continent has reptiles hiding somewhere, but not Antarctica. It's the one place on Earth where snakes fear to tread. Scaphism was one of the most horrific tortures ever invented. Victims were trapped between boats and force-fed milk and honey until insects swarmed their bodies and slowly ate them alive. It came from ancient Persia and was designed to be as long, painful, and humiliating as possible. Nature became the executioner. The famous Windows XP wallpaper, Green Hill, Blue Sky, wasn't computer-generated. It's a real photo called Bliss, taken by Charles O'Rear in California. No filters, no edits, just a lucky snap on a perfect day. And it became one of the most viewed images in history, staring from billions of screens worldwide. John Glenn, the first American to orbit Earth, also made history by being the first American to eat in space. His meal, applesauce from a squeeze tube, floating through the galaxy, tasting sweet mush from a bag. That's one small bite for man, one weird snack for mankind. Your fingerprint has around 40 unique traits, but your eye's iris? Over 250. That's why retina scanners are overtaking fingerprint locks. The patterns in your eye are practically impossible to copy. Your eyes really are the windows to your identity. Before he became a rap icon, Tupac was in ballet tights. He studied jazz, acting, poetry, and even performed as the Mouse King in the Nutcracker. He wasn't just about street beats. He had a deep, artistic side that danced to its own rhythm. In China, they don't just copy products. They've built entire clone towns. They rebuilt an exact replica of an Austrian village called Hallstatt, down to the architecture and church. Now, you can visit Austria without leaving China. The skill is so precise, even the original village was impressed. Ruth Bader Ginsburg didn't just wear a robe, she had a whole collection of lace collars called jabots from around the world. Each one sent a message. Bold, elegant, and sometimes rebellious. Her jabots were more than fashion. They were armor made of lace. That extra belt strap that hangs loose after you buckle, it actually has a name. It's called the lattice. It sounds fancy, but it's just that little flappy tail you tuck into a loop. Next time it annoys you, remember, it's not just annoying. It has an identity. Peacocks aren't just about looks. They can fly. Despite dragging those massive feather trains, they can still flap into trees or rooftops. Their flights are short but dramatic, like feathery fireworks exploding into the sky. Nature didn't just make them pretty, it made them powerful. Bottlenose dolphins have memories sharper than most humans. They can remember the unique whistles of other dolphins they once lived with, even after 20 years of separation. That's longer than most people remember their school friends. Dolphins? More loyal than your childhood buddy. There's a real museum in Iceland filled entirely with penises. Over 200 of them, from mammals across the world, including one from a human. It's not a joke, it's science, history, and a lot of awkward laughter. Welcome to Reykjavik's weirdest tourist attraction. The first American steam train once lost a race to a horse. The train broke down midway and the horse trotted past like it was no big deal. At that moment, steam power had to admit defeat to horsepower. Technology doesn't always win. There's a real island called Just Enough Room, and that's exactly what it has. Barely enough land for one tree and one tiny house. You can walk across it in 2 steps. It's the world's most adorable territory, perfect for introverts and hermits. A group of unicorns is called a blessing. That's right. If you ever spot a magical herd of horned horses, now you know what to say. A blessing of unicorns. Makes sense, right? Because if that ever happens, you've clearly been blessed by the universe. Mob boss Vincent Gigante had a bizarre way of staying out of jail. He'd wander the streets of New York in his bathrobe, muttering nonsense, pretending to be insane. The cops thought he lost his mind, when in reality he was outsmarting them with an act straight from Broadway. And finally, there's a town in India called Santa Claus. No sleighs, no reindeer, just the name. It's one of those wild geographical curveballs that makes you double-check the map. If anyone asks where Santa lives, you can now say, in India, obviously. Wimbledon players aren't allowed to swear no matter how intense the match. That means line judges have to memorize curse words in dozens of languages just to catch violations. If you scream in frustration, better hope it's not a global insult, because someone in a striped shirt knows what you just said. In Berlin, people turned sitting into a sport. It's called aggressive sitting, and yes, it's a real competition. You can even buy a special stool made for it. They flip, hop, and balance like extreme yoga chairs. Next time someone says you're lazy for sitting down, tell them you're training professionally. Got bad breath? A cucumber might save your day. Holding a cucumber slice on the roof of your mouth for a minute can kill the bacteria causing stink. It's like a silent breath freshener disguised as salad. Nature's little green mouthwash. Crunchy and cool. Neptune wasn't spotted through a telescope first. Mathematicians noticed something weird in Uranus's orbit and predicted another planet was out there. When scientists looked where the math pointed, boom, there it was. Neptune became the first planet discovered using numbers, not eyeballs. Algebra won the space race. Crows are terrifyingly smart. They can recognize human faces and remember them for years. Be nice to one, and it might bring you gifts. Mess with it, and it'll tell its friends. You don't want to be on a crow's hit list. They literally hold grudges. She Sells Seashells isn't just a tongue twister. It's based on Mary Anning, a real paleontologist from the 1800s. She dug up dinosaur bones and sold fossil shells by the shore. So every time you stumble over that rhyme, you're actually reciting prehistoric street sales history. The official sport of Maryland is jousting. Knights in shining armor on horses with lances. Not football, not basketball. Jousting. It's been that way for decades. Somewhere in Maryland, a guy might be putting on a helmet, grabbing a lance, and yelling, "Charge!" All in the name of state pride. Those creepy witch recipe ingredients, eye of newt, toe of frog, aren't actual body parts. They're just old names for herbs. Eye of newt, mustard seed. Toe of frog, buttercup. Wool of bats, holly leaves. The witches were just making fancy salads with spooky names. In North Korea, your haircut isn't up to you. The government allows only 28 approved styles, 14 for men and 14 for women. Want a mohawk or pink highlights? Not a chance. Your hair says obedient citizen, not free expression. Even though smoking on airplanes is banned, every plane still has ashtrays. Why? Because if someone breaks the rule, there needs to be a safe place to stub out the cigarette. It's a weird leftover from the past, like putting a bucket under a fire alarm. More people now die taking selfies than from shark attacks. Cliff edges, rooftops, train tracks. Selfies have become the ultimate danger zone. So, next time you lean out for that perfect angle, remember, the shark isn't the one you should fear. Your camera is. Before Pope Francis became the head of the Catholic Church, he was a nightclub bouncer. Yep, he used to work the door deciding who got into the party. From velvet ropes to holy robes, his path to the Vatican started with saying, "You're not on the list." If you're afraid of opinions, you have a real condition called allodoxophobia. It's rare, but legit. Just the idea of someone sharing their thoughts can send a person into panic. For them, debates aren't conversations, they're psychological horror films. The US government once gave a university $1 million to study memes. Yes, memes. Those goofy pictures with text got academic funding. Indiana University researched how memes spread like viruses through the internet. Your favorite cat gif? That's federally funded science now. If you secretly crave raw potatoes, you might have a condition called geomelophagia. It's not common, but some people really want to bite into a potato like an apple. No fries, no chips, just that cold, crunchy rawness. Taste buds have their own strange cravings. The most leaves ever found on a single clover? 56. That's right, way past the lucky 4. It looked more like a tiny green explosion than a plant. If luck came in layers, that clover was winning the jackpot 20 times over. Porcupines float. Even with all those quills, they can stay bobbing in water. It's like nature made them part balloon, part cactus. You might picture them sinking like rocks, but nope. They're nature's spiky little boats, paddling through ponds like prickly marshmallows. Pigeons have helped save lives. The U.S. Coast Guard trained them to spot people lost at sea. Their eyesight is sharper than ours, and they could spot colored life vests from above. So when your drone battery dies, maybe send a pigeon next time. The world's first phone book only had 50 names. Published in the 1800s, it was a single page long. No area codes, no texting, no spam calls. Just a tiny list of people and a big dream of connection. Smart people aren't afraid to disagree. If I missed something or got it wrong, challenge me in the comments. Iron sharpens iron. You don't have to be a lawyer to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court. There's no official requirement. You could be a poet or a plumber, as long as the president appoints you and the Senate agrees. Law school? Optional. Power? Unlimited. In the mid-1800s, a man walked across Niagara Falls on a tightrope. With nothing but a balance pole, he crossed the roaring water on a wire, calmly making history. One slip would have ended everything, but he made it, because nerves of steel weigh nothing. Before 1687, clocks didn't have minute hands. They only had an hour hand. Time was rough and rounded. No rush, no seconds ticking by. Imagine living in a world where "I'll be there around 2" really meant any time between 2 and 3. Punctuality hadn't been invented yet. Play some music for your cows, and they'll give you more milk. Classical, jazz, even soft pop makes them feel calm and cozy. Stressed cows hold back, but happy cows go full dairy mode. So the next time you see a farmer with a speaker in the barn, they're not crazy. They're clever. New York City has more French restaurants than Paris. That's right, the Big Apple serves more croissants than the capital of croissants itself. It's like France packed up its kitchen and moved across the ocean. Bon appetit, New York style. A meteor slammed into Earth's atmosphere in 2018, exploding with 10 times the power of the Hiroshima bomb. But no one noticed. Until after it happened. Even NASA missed it at first. That's how vast and unpredictable the sky is. Sometimes space throws a punch, and we don't even flinch. Dim lights don't just set the mood. They mess with your hunger. Studies show that when the lights are low, your appetite drops. That cozy dinner vibe might be tricking your brain into thinking you're full sooner. So if you're watching your diet, maybe dim the lights and trick your stomach. China covers 5 time zones worth of land, but only uses 1. From Beijing to the far west, everyone lives on the same clock. That means in some places, sunrise comes at 10 in the morning. It's like time got squashed into one government-approved schedule. In ancient Rome, lemons were believed to be the cure for everything poisonous. Got bit by something? Eat a lemon. Drank the wrong potion? Lemon it up. Roman logic said sour fruit equals survival. Maybe that's why we still trust lemon water to cleanse us today. No other child has ever been elected president of the United States. All of them had siblings. Maybe growing up with brothers and sisters teaches you the politics of sharing toys, winning arguments, and surviving family dinners, essential training for running a country. Once upon a time, ketchup wasn't a condiment. It was medicine. In the 1800s, doctors sold it as a cure for indigestion. People took tomato extract to feel better, not to dunk fries. From remedy to burger buddy, ketchup's career change was deliciously strange. The last letter added to the English alphabet was J. It didn't exist in Latin and wasn't officially used until the 1700s. Before that, it was often just a fancy way of writing I. So next time you write juice, remember, you're using the alphabet's youngest rebel. Egyptian pharaohs believed cabbage was a hangover shield. Before a night of royal drinking, they'd eat piles of it, hoping it would soak up the booze. This ancient trick is why cabbage and vinegar are still considered hangover remedies. History really loves fermented vegetables. The closest living relative of the mighty T-Rex isn't a crocodile or lizard, it's a chicken. That terrifying dinosaur shares ancestry with the bird you eat for dinner. So yes, your fried drumstick once had a distant roaring cousin that ruled the planet. Skulls of Neanderthals show cleanly picked teeth, hinting they used tools like toothpicks. One ancient ruler, Agathocles of Syracuse, actually died after using a poisoned one. Someone soaked it without his knowledge. Death by dental hygiene. History has never been sneakier. The tiniest insects in the world are fairy flies. They belong to the wasp family and are smaller than a grain of sand, just 0.5 millimeter long. You could fit a few dozen on your fingernail. They're real, and they're like flying specks of dust with wings. In the late 1940s, a biologist in Louisiana was eating breakfast when the waitress calmly told him that fish were falling from the sky. And they were. A rainstorm had picked them up and dropped them like scaly raindrops. That morning, the menu became freshly caught. You're old enough to know value when you see it. So subscribe. Not for me, for yourself. You've seen Roman numerals before. I for 1, V for 5. So why do clocks often show 4 as 3 eyes instead of 4? It's an old design choice, mostly for balance and symmetry. The ancient rules bent to make your clock look prettier. Before becoming president, Abraham Lincoln had only one recorded wrestling loss out of nearly 300 matches. He was tall, strong, and strategic, like a log-splitting ninja. One small-town champion turned into a national icon with a killer takedown and a stovepipe hat. The firefighter's story started in ancient Rome under Emperor Augustus. Organized firefighting brigades were formed to keep the city from burning. Before that, even ancient Egypt had water crews. Firefighting wasn't born in red trucks. It rose from buckets and sand in history's hottest places. Technically, you can pass your hand through a wall. The probability is so tiny it might never happen, but quantum mechanics says it's not zero. Your atoms and the wall's atoms could align just right. Eventually. So yes, you're part ghost, but don't try it unless you like bruises. Shakespeare's Titus Andronicus holds the crown for highest body count in his plays. Heads fly, limbs fall, and nearly everyone dies. It's the Elizabethan version of a horror film. If you thought Hamlet was dramatic, wait until you count the corpses in Titus. The biggest number you can write in Roman numerals is 3,999. After that, the Roman system gives up. No 4,000, no 5,000. The empire that built roads and armies never thought to build numbers past that. Smell is your brain's best memory keeper. One whiff of something familiar can launch you into a forgotten moment. That's because smells hit the emotional part of your brain first, faster than sight or sound. So, the scent of rain or old books, time travel in a sniff. When a new planet was discovered, grown-up scientists argued over names like Zeus and Minerva. But it was an 11-year-old girl named Venetia who suggested Pluto after the Roman god of the underworld. The adults listened, and she named a planet from her school desk. President Theodore Roosevelt owned a pet hyena named Bill. It was a gift from an Ethiopian emperor, and he kept it at the White House. Roosevelt's private zoo also included snakes, bears, and even a badger. The man loved wild animals more than most people love dogs. A day on Venus lasts longer than a year. It spins so slowly that it completes one full rotation after it finishes a full orbit around the sun. So if you lived there, you'd celebrate your birthday before finishing a single sunrise. Venus is time-bending chaos. The world's tallest sandcastle was built in Germany, towering over 50 feet high. It took over 100 trucks and more than a week just to pile up the sand. Sculptors worked day and night, turning the beach into a palace that could humble kings and collapse with one sneeze. Earth isn't a perfect sphere. It's squashed at the poles and bulging at the equator, like someone sat on a basketball and forgot to fix it. This shape is called an oblate spheroid. So when you say the world is round, you're mostly right, but not perfectly. The U.S. Supreme Court has a private basketball court on its top floor. It's nicknamed the highest court in the land. Judges and clerks have shot hoops just a few feet above where the biggest legal decisions in America are made. Justice with jump shots. Snails can sleep for 3 years straight. That's not laziness, that's survival. When things get too dry or harsh, they just shut down, hibernate, and wait. So if you think your naps are long, remember the snail. It doesn't just snooze, it goes into full shutdown mode like a slimy computer. After retiring, President Eisenhower's Secret Service codename became Scorecard. Why? Because the man loved golf. If he wasn't leading the free world, he was lining up putts. So they gave him a codename that fit right in on the green. Politics or pudding, he kept score like a champion. And Indonesia isn't just one country. It's over 17,000 islands stitched together. Volcanoes, jungles, cities, beaches. Each island has its own vibe. If you visited one a day, it would take you almost 50 years to see them all. It's not just a country, it's a universe of islands. The Great Barrier Reef stretches over 1,600 miles and is made by living creatures. Tiny coral organisms built the largest structure on Earth that's alive. From space, it looks like a ribbon of color hugging the ocean. It's the world's biggest biological team project. In 2009, scientists searching for the Loch Ness Monster came up empty, but they did find 100,000 golf balls. Turns out, people had been using the legendary lake as a secret driving range. No monster, just a sea of bad swings. St. Patrick never drove snakes out of Ireland. Science says there were never any snakes to begin with. The Ice Age made sure of that, freezing them out long before the legend began. The story? Total myth. The snake drama was just poetic flair. The word ketchup comes from an old Chinese word ketchup, meaning a spiced fish sauce. That's right, your burger's best friend started as fermented seafood. Over time, tomatoes replaced fish, but the name stuck. So your fries are swimming in centuries of history. The Eiffel Tower actually shrinks in winter. Cold weather tightens the iron, making the tower a few inches shorter than in summer. It's like the whole thing tenses up in the cold, just like you do when you forget your jacket. Cats are vocal pros. They've got over 100 vocal cords, letting them purr, yowl, chirp, and meow in ways that manipulate humans flawlessly. That meow you just heard? It was designed to get exactly what they want, whether it's food, cuddles, or dominance. Johnny Eck was born in the early 1900s with only half a body, but lived twice his life. He became an honor student, a racer, a performer, a painter, even a movie actor. Doctors said he wouldn't live long. He made it to 79 years and made every second count. Sunsets on Mars glow blue instead of orange. The planet's dusty air filters out red and yellow light, leaving behind a cool blue shine at dusk. So when Martians watch the sun dip below the horizon, they don't see fire. They see ice. Termites jam harder to rock music. For real, they chew through wood twice as fast when it's playing. Researchers tested it and found these tiny pests love to shred when the riffs get loud. Your walls aren't safe if someone blasts the classics. A snail doesn't breathe like we do, it breathes through its foot. That slimy part sliding across your garden, it's full of air holes and tiny tubes. Nature looked at snails and said, yeah, let's put the lungs in the feet. Evolution has jokes. Fish actually cough. Not because they're sick, but to clean out their gills. It's more like a reset button for their breathing system. So if you ever see a goldfish do a sudden twitch and gulp, it just cleared its throat underwater. An ant's sense of smell is sharper than a dog's. These tiny insects can sniff out food, enemies, and even chemical trails with mind-blowing accuracy. They don't have noses, but their antennae are like supercharged sniffers. Every crumb, every signal, it's all in the air for them. You can lead a cow up a staircase, but it won't come back down. Their knees just don't work that way. So if you're planning a farm-themed prank involving a rooftop cow, prepare for some awkward rescue logistics. Frogs can't swallow unless they blink. Their eyes actually press down through their skull to help push food into their throats. So, every time a frog eats, it has to close its eyes. It's like saying a prayer before every bite. A cat's lower jaw can't move sideways. That's why they struggle with big, chewy food. Their jaws only go up and down, perfect for crunching, but useless for side biting. Next time you see your cat chewing weirdly, blame evolution's design choices. The bullfrog never sleeps. Unlike most creatures, it doesn't go into full rest mode. Its body just stays alert, always halfway on. The bullfrog lives on edge, like a soldier on eternal guard duty. Sleep is for the weak, unless you're literally any other animal. Ancient Chinese nobles used to carry tiny Pekingese puppies inside their sleeves. These royal lapdogs were fashion accessories, snuggle buddies, and symbols of status. Forget purses. Back then, your coat came with a built-in pocket pet. A tarantula can go over 2 years without eating. It just sits in its lair, waiting, patient, calm, starving, but fine with it. Imagine having that kind of chill. You miss lunch and start yelling. Tarantulas skip 200 lunches and don't blink. Ethiopia runs 7 years behind the rest of the world. They use a different calendar that splits the year into 13 months. So technically, they're still in the past, according to us. Or maybe we're just too obsessed with future deadlines. In Denmark, you can't just name your baby anything. You have to pick from a list of 7,000 government-approved names. Want to name your kid Dragon? Sorry, not allowed. Want to call them Lars? Go for it. The name game is serious business there. Every single tweet posted by Americans is archived by the Library of Congress. That includes the funny ones, the embarrassing ones, and yes, the typos. Your midnight pizza rant? It's in the national records. The internet never forgets, and neither does history. Drinking too much water can kill you. It's called water intoxication, and it happens when your salt levels drop too low. One marathon runner drank so much her body shut down. It's a reminder that even something good, like water, can go very, very wrong. In 1812, an earthquake made the Mississippi River flow backward. For a few wild minutes, nature broke all the rules. Boats went the wrong way. Water rushed upstream. It was the earth saying, "I do what I want." Physics paused for a jaw-dropping glitch. If someone loses their sight later in life, they can still see dreams. That's because their brain remembers visuals from before. But those born blind, their dreams are filled with sound, touch, and emotion, but no images. Dreams speak the language you were raised with. Australia has some of the longest, straightest, most mind-numbing roads in the world. To keep drivers awake, they put up road signs with trivia questions. Drive a few miles, and the answer appears. It's the world's weirdest quiz show, and the prize is staying alive. When India got split apart, the land we now call Bangladesh didn't exist with that name. Back then, it was called East Pakistan. It stayed that way for years, until the people finally decided they wanted their own identity, their own nation. That's when East Pakistan became what we proudly know today, Bangladesh. Before Julie Andrews became the queen of charming voices, she stepped onto the big screen for the first time in a movie called Mary Poppins. That role wasn't just magical, it made her win the biggest acting award in the world. Imagine your very first try making you a superstar forever. Helicopters usually have a spinning tail, but there's this special kind that doesn't need one. It's called a twin-rotor helicopter. Instead of one, it has 2 huge blades spinning in opposite directions, like a battle dance in the sky. This keeps the whole machine balanced without needing anything at the back. Hindi isn't just spoken in India, it's like a giant language that travels across hearts. So many people speak it as their first language that it ranks among the top few most spoken in the world. It's like the voice of a huge family stretching across continents and generations. Hit that like button if this content didn't insult your intelligence. In ancient myths from Greece and Rome, there was this strange tree called the lotus. But it wasn't just about the fruit, it was magical. If you ate it, you'd forget about everything else. You'd stop caring, stop worrying, just floating in lazy happiness forever. Basically, a snack that made you chill way too hard. Margaret Bourke-White was no ordinary woman with a camera. During the giant World War, she got to go right into battle zones with soldiers. She was the only outsider clicking photos in Moscow when the Nazis came storming in. She wasn't just brave, she made the war visible to the whole world. Some goldfish live a boring life in glass bowls, but one little guy proved he had the heart of a warrior. He kept swimming, eating, and blinking for more than 4 decades. That's longer than many dogs, cats, and even people live. He became the golden legend of the fish world. There was a time when only women could serve you peanuts and tell you how to buckle your seatbelt on a flight. Seriously, being a flight attendant was not allowed for men. That unfair rule was finally destroyed in court during the early 70s, and flying the skies got a little more equal. The emoji wasn't just born out of nowhere. A guy named Shigetaka Kurita made them while working on Japan's first mobile internet system. He thought, why not let people show feelings with pictures? And boom. Now every text has hearts, poop faces, and crying cats. Thank him for making chats way more fun. In subway tunnels, there's a hidden rail called the third rail. It's full of electric power and gives trains their juice to move. But touch it, and zap. It's deadly. That's why in politics, people call dangerous topics third rails. Say the wrong thing, and your career might be instantly fried. Stratigraphy sounds like a super serious word, but it's actually pretty cool. It's all about studying layers of dirt and rock. Imagine the Earth like a giant cake. Each layer tells a story about what happened long ago. It's like time traveling, but with mud and fossils, instead of a time machine. When a king named Richard III died in battle, a new guy named Henry stepped in. Henry became the first king of the famous Tudor family. He changed the game in England, married a smart woman named Elizabeth, and started a line of rulers that would shake the whole kingdom. The justice system in America used to be messy. The attorney general was doing too much alone, so they created a whole department to help him out, kind of like giving the class monitor an entire squad. That's how the Department of Justice came to be, to fight crime with more muscle. If you've ever heard a referee blow a whistle that nearly shattered your ears, it was probably the Acme Thunderer. That little thing isn't just loud, it's famous. Coaches, referees, and even movie people love it. One tiny puff into that whistle and you've got everyone's attention, no matter where you are. Imagine being a bird and skipping meals for months. That's what emperor penguins do. While protecting their eggs in the freezing cold, the dads just stand there in snowstorms, stomachs empty, not eating for weeks. They're like the ultimate bodyguards of the animal kingdom. Fluffy, waddly, but totally hardcore. The movie Up in Smoke may look silly now, but back then it was a wild ride. It didn't cost much to make, but it ended up making huge piles of money. 2 guys, just goofing around, accidentally created the first ever stoner comedy, and boom, it became a cult favorite people still quote today. Triage isn't just a fancy word from France. It's a life-saving system used in emergencies. Doctors and nurses use it to decide who needs help first. It's like lining up at school, but for survival. The worst injuries go to the front of the line, because every second can mean the difference between life and death. In the wild world of Greek myths, the goddess Athena didn't arrive the usual way. She just popped out of Zeus's head, not from a belly or a cradle, from his forehead, fully grown and fully armored. She skipped babyhood and came into the world like, I'm ready to fight right now. Mad cow disease sounds like a prank, but it's scary real. It's caused by a tiny, twisted protein that behaves like a villain. Instead of helping the brain, it turns it into mush. Cows go weird, then people too. It's proof that even the smallest thing can break the biggest creature. The Eiffel Tower once had a serious rival. When it was built, everyone thought it was unbeatable. But then came the Chrysler Building, trying to steal the title of tallest. For a while, it worked. Then the Eiffel Tower added a new antenna and snatched the crown right back. Tower drama is real. Going slower than traffic sounds safe, right? Nope. If a car creeps along 5 miles under everyone else, it actually causes more crashes than speeding a little. It's like walking backwards in a crowd. You mess up the flow and boom, accidents happen. So sometimes, slow isn't safer. It's sneakier and more dangerous. In a tiny country named Andorra, people speak a language you probably never hear on TV. It's called Catalan. It's also the second most spoken language in Spain. It's like a secret code shared by a group of proud people, keeping their culture alive through every word they speak. A gin and tonic sounds all grown up and fancy, but it's just a mix of 2 things, gin and fizzy tonic water. Add a little lime, and that's it. Simple, right? But this simple drink has been clinking in glasses for generations, refreshing people with bubbles and a tiny zing. Mother Teresa wasn't always called that. She was born with the name Angeza Gongse Bojakshu in a small country called Albania. She grew up, left everything behind, and gave her life to helping the poorest of the poor. Her real name may be hard to say, but her kindness was easy to see. There's a story in the Bible where a really hungry guy named Esau trades his entire birthright for just one bowl of stew. Yup, he gave up his family future because he couldn't wait to eat. It's like giving away your house just because you skipped breakfast. Hunger can make you do wild things. Long ago, a man named Thomas Jennings made history by becoming the first black American to be granted a patent. What did he invent? A clever way to clean clothes without water, called dry cleaning. While others were still figuring out buttons, he was already rewriting the future of fashion and business. Real genius in action. Most Navy battleships were named after states like Texas or California. But there was one big exception. The USS Kearsarge. It didn't follow the rule. It stood out like a kid wearing pajamas to school, and still managed to impress. This battleship had its own vibe, and didn't need a fancy state name to shine. Imagine a heavy metal road trip that never ends. That's Ozfest, a crazy music tour created by Ozzy Osbourne and his wife Sharon. It wasn't just a concert. It was like a thunderstorm made of guitars and screaming fans. People came from everywhere just to lose their minds to the wildest rock show on earth. Canada once had a town with a hilarious name, Pile o' Bones. No joke. But eventually it got renamed to something a bit more royal, Regina, to honor Queen Elizabeth. It went from sounding like a Halloween decoration to a name that echoed in royal halls. Total glow-up, if you ask me. Just before turning 30, actor Adrian Brody pulled off something huge. He won the biggest movie award in the world for playing a sad, brave musician in The Pianist. He was the youngest guy ever to win that prize for Best Actor, and he didn't even get to enjoy it with a proper cake. Back in the 60s, a British band called The Pretty Things made a music album that told one full story from start to end. They named it S.F. Sorrow, and just like that, rock music got its first opera. No one thought guitars and drama could mix so well until they made it legendary. Up in the high mountains of South America, there's a language spoken by millions of native people called Quechua. It's not in your school books, but it's been passed down through stories, songs, and love. Even after all these years, it still beats strong like a drum in the Andes. The person running the roulette wheel in a casino, tossing that little ball and making hearts race, has a cool name, croupier. It sounds fancy, right? They're like the ringmasters of chance, making sure everything's fair while people hope their lucky number saves the day. Willie Mays wasn't just a baseball player, he was electric. Fans loved him so much they gave him the nickname, Say Hey Kid. Whether he was catching balls that looked impossible or swinging like a superhero, every game felt like watching magic on a baseball field. The chimera in Greek myths was a complete nightmare. It had the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a snake. And oh yeah, it could breathe fire. It was like someone took 3 scary animals and mashed them together to haunt your dreams forever. A long time ago, women didn't just protest, they organized. In 1873, they formed a group called the Women's Christian Temperance Union. They wanted better rights, less alcohol, and more justice. These ladies weren't quiet. They were thundering in petticoats, starting one of the first ever female-led reform movements in America. Spain didn't always have Madrid as its capital. At one point, the king, Philip II, got tired of Valladolid and said, "Let's move it." So he shifted everything to Madrid. And just like that, the new center of Spanish power was born, all because one king wanted a new royal view. In old-school New York, many homes were built using something called brownstone. It was a tough local rock, dug up nearby and turned into rows of houses. If you see old buildings with reddish-brown steps and big doors, that's brownstone. It was like the city's original building block. During the Crusades, one of the holiest buildings, the Dome of the Rock, wasn't just for prayer. It became a base for the Knights Templar, a group of warrior monks. Imagine sacred halls echoing with sword practice and whispered battle plans. Faith and fight all under the same roof. Back when Napoleon tried to take over Spain, the people didn't just give up. They formed these groups called the Juntas Provinciales. They weren't soldiers, but they organized the whole resistance. They gathered towns, whispered plans, and pushed back against the invaders like everyday Avengers without capes. There's this weird little creature called a false scorpion. It has pincers like a crab and venom in its claws, but it doesn't have a stinger tail like a real scorpion. It's like the knockoff version. Still dangerous, just missing the scary part at the back. Creepy little ninja in the dirt. A long time ago, Russia was ruled by a guy named Michael. He wasn't just any czar. He started the Romanov dynasty, a royal bloodline that would rule for centuries. His family would eventually be involved in wars, love stories, betrayals, and revolutions. And it all began with one ruler named Michael. If you're still watching, you're not average. So prove it. Drop your thoughts below, and let's see how sharp this audience really is. When it comes to women's basketball, the Houston Comets were absolute legends. They didn't just win, they dominated. Other teams came and went, but the Comets collected championships like kids collect stickers. They were the queens of the court, proving again and again that skill and teamwork crush everything else. Rock salt isn't just something that goes on roads in winter. It's also known as halite, and it forms when salty water dries up completely. Picture a lake vanishing and leaving behind a crunchy floor of white crystals. That's halite, nature's leftover seasoning. In the world of cooking, there are 5 superstar sauces every chef must know. They're called the mother sauces. With names like bechamel and hollandaise, they're the secret behind creamy pastas, juicy meats, and fancy restaurant flavors. Get these 5 right, and you can pretty much cook anything your heart desires. Abscam was no Hollywood thriller. It was real. The FBI created a fake company called Abdul Enterprises in the late 70s to catch corrupt politicians. And it worked. They tricked lawmakers into accepting bribes on camera. It was like setting a trap with invisible ink and watching the greedy ones walk right in. Down in Florida, there's a tiny deer called the key deer. It's so small, it looks like someone hit the shrink button. And get this, it swims between islands like it's no big deal. But it's also super endangered, so people are working hard to protect this adorable island-hopping creature. Shakespeare loved ghosts. In 4 of his big plays, Hamlet, Macbeth, Julius Caesar, and Richard III, spirits actually show up on stage. These weren't just whispers in the dark. They had lines, anger, and drama. Ghosts with attitude, spooking characters into madness and making every scene a little more haunted. A brave Native American leader named Chief Joseph led his people on an epic journey to escape the U.S. Army. They were just 30 miles from the Canadian border when they got surrounded. Tired and heartbroken, he finally surrendered. His words were simple and sad. "I will fight no more forever." Alabaster may sound like something from a fantasy book, but it's actually a soft white rock used in carvings. It's made from gypsum and shines like frozen milk. Artists love it because it's easy to shape. From statues to ancient jars, alabaster has been turning rock into beauty for centuries. There's this radio show called All Things Considered that's been talking to America since the early 70s. One of its longest voices was Robert Siegel, who became the calm, trustworthy host starting in the late 80s. He guided people through big stories for decades, like the friendly neighbor who always had the latest news. High up in the clouds, way above sea level, sits a city named Sucre. But it's no regular town. It holds the power of judgment. It's the judicial capital of Bolivia. Imagine a place where every important courtroom decision climbs up a mountain before it's spoken. That's Sucre, quiet, powerful, and perched above it all. A long time ago, Kingston became the very first capital of New York, but that honor didn't last long. In the same year it was crowned, the British rolled in and burned it down. So much for celebration. It was like throwing a birthday party and having it rained on by cannonballs. Bertha von Suttner didn't fight wars. She fought for peace. Back when hardly anyone cared about stopping wars and even fewer listened to women, she stood up and shouted, "No more." Her voice was so powerful, she became the first woman ever to win the Nobel Peace Prize. Words won where weapons failed. Imagine turning your TV on in the 50s and watching history unfold like breaking news. That was You Are There, a show where Walter Cronkite told old stories as if they were happening right now. It felt like time travel through the screen. 1 minute Rome, the next, the American Revolution, all with a news anchor's tone. Only 2 states in America get called by shiny nicknames, California with its golden dreams and Nevada flashing its silver charm. These names didn't just come from nowhere. They're tied to real treasures people dug from the earth. It's like calling your friend Goldie because she always brings the best candy. The band REO Speedwagon hit a jackpot with an album called High Infidelity. It exploded in the 80s, selling millions of copies and giving them their first big radio hit. That song, Take It on the Run, blasted from car windows and cassette tapes like an anthem for heartbreak and highway dreams. Louisiana has a bird that's not only odd, it's unforgettable. The brown pelican, with its giant bill and lazy glide flying, became the official state bird. It's not the prettiest or fastest, but it's loyal to the sea and always hungry for adventure, just like the wild soul of Louisiana itself. Before the late 60s, flight attendants had ridiculous rules. If they got married or turned a certain age, 32 or 35 depending on the airline, they were fired. Yup, fired. Like being told you're too old for a party you helped plan. It took a big fight to change that nonsense. Way back in the 1830s, a guy named Louis Daguerre figured out how to trap light and turn it into memories. He used silver-coated copper plates to create the first real photographs. Those early pictures looked ghostly, but they were magic, proof that moments could now be frozen forever. Rosemary Woods wasn't just a secretary. She was the woman who stayed loyal to President Nixon through one of the biggest political scandals ever, Watergate. She'd worked with him since his early days in Congress. During the investigation, she became a name everyone suddenly knew, holding secrets and tape machines, like a silent soldier. Nellie Taylor Ross broke the rules with a smile. In the 20s, she became Wyoming's first woman governor, and not just the state's, but the entire country's. Then she went even bigger, running the U.S. Mint for 20 years. From the voting booth to printing money, Nellie left her mark in ink and gold. Back in Old Paris, some prisoners got a strange deal. If they agreed to marry prostitutes and move to Louisiana, they could walk free. Sounds like a plot twist from a weird romance novel, but it's real history. A jail sentence swapped for marriage and a boat ride to the unknown. Clint Eastwood proved that age is just a number when he directed $1 Million Baby. Not only did the film win hearts, it also won him an Oscar for Best Director, making him the oldest person to ever grab that golden statue. He didn't yell action, he whispered it like a cowboy boss. The word pixel sounds modern, but it's actually a mashup. It came from the idea of picture plus element. Someone clever in the 60s thought, why not blend the two? So every tiny dot you see on a screen today, every smiley face and video, is built from those little picture particles called pixels. Believe it or not, Vermont once tried to switch teams and join Quebec. Yeah, the American state wanted to be Canadian. For a moment, the idea floated like a maple leaf in the wind, before disappearing. But it happened. Vermont almost traded stars and stripes for maple syrup and snow boots. Virginia Wade gave her country a reason to cheer loud in the late 70s when she won Wimbledon. She became the last English woman to hold the singles title. Since then, no one from England has done it. That win was more than a trophy. It was a thunderclap in tennis history. Guess what? The King of Jordan once appeared in a sci-fi show, just as an extra. Long before wearing a crown, he popped up in Star Trek. Voyager. No royal cape, just a little moment in space TV. It's like finding out your class president once danced in a background TikTok. Arizona couldn't decide on one capital for a long time. First, it tried one city, then another, and again, until finally settling on Phoenix. It was like musical chairs, but with entire governments. Phoenix won the final round and became the permanent capital, and it's been heating up ever since. The Obie Award isn't as flashy as the Oscars, but for actors off the big Broadway stage, it's everything. Created by the Village Voice in the 50s, it became the highest honor for off-Broadway performances. Winning one meant you were a rebel star shining far from the big spotlight. John Dillinger didn't just escape prison. He did it with style. He carved a fake gun out of wood, painted it black, and scared the guards into opening the doors. He tricked an entire jail with nothing but guts and a wooden toy. It was like something straight out of a wild movie. If you've ever eaten beef near the neck area, chances are you've tasted chuck. That's the meat between a cow's shoulder blade and neck. It's tough, flavorful, and perfect for stew. Butchers know it well. It's the strong, no-nonsense cut that needs some love to become delicious. The Grand Canyon looks like it was born in Arizona, but guess what? Some of the sand in it actually traveled all the way from the Appalachian Mountains. That's across the country. Time, rivers, and wind carried those grains from one end of America to the other. Talk about long-distance travel. Jack Murphy wasn't just a surfing champion. He also became a jewel thief. In the 60s, he and two others pulled off a wild heist, stealing the Star of India diamond and other gems from a museum. From waves to alarms, Jack's life switched from surfboards to handcuffs in a heartbeat. If you've made it this far, you're not normal. You're one of the rare ones. You crave knowledge not to impress, but to dominate. And if this video made your brain tingle even once, then imagine what I'm dropping next. But here's the truth. Over 90% of you won't even subscribe. They'll scroll, forget, and stay average. But if you're still here, hit that red button and prove you're not like the rest. What have you seen so far? That's just the tip of the iceberg. What's underneath is hidden. Facts are so twisted, they feel fake. If you think the world makes sense, this'll ruin that idea real quick. Let's bend reality, one fact at a time.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
A single cow, just one, can make enough milk in her life to fill hundreds of thousands of glasses. Imagine a cow standing there and saying, "You're welcome," every time someone pours milk into their cereal. She's basically a milk machine wrapped in a moo. Africa is like Earth's hidden treasure chest. If you dig deep enough, about 1/3 of all the minerals still waiting to be discovered are buried under African soil. It's as if the planet whispered, "Hide the good stuff there," and forgot to leave a map. In all the Twilight movies, if you mash up every scene where the characters are just staring at each other silently, you'd get almost half an hour of people doing absolutely nothing but gazing. That's a lot of dramatic eye contact for one movie series. If you're standing anywhere in Central America and you feel like swimming, you're in luck. No matter where you are, the ocean is never too far. Walk or run, east or west. Eventually, you'll hit the waves. It's like being trapped inside a wet hug. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. There's actually a village in Norway called Hell. And guess what? It freezes over every winter. So if someone says, "I'll believe it when hell freezes over," tell them to book a trip. They're way behind on updates. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Koalas have fingerprints that look freakishly similar to ours. If they ever commit a crime, we might arrest the wrong guy. Imagine a detective yelling, "We found the prints," and the koala sitting there chewing leaves like, "Good luck solving that." It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. People think SOS is short for something fancy like "save our ship," but nope. It was picked because it's easy to tap out in Morse code. ... It's the emergency version of yelling help, super loud and simple. Pluto lives way, way, way out in space. It's so far from the sun that if light left the sun and zoomed toward Pluto, it would take it years to arrive. It's basically the forgotten neighbor of the solar system who barely shows up to parties. There's a wild mountain in Canada called Mount Thor, and it's not just tall. It has a vertical drop so scary that if you jumped off the edge, you'd fall faster than your stomach could scream. It's the Earth's version of a mega slide. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Chimpanzees are like our long-lost siblings. Our DNA matches so closely that if evolution were a giant jigsaw puzzle, chimps would be the piece that almost clicks with us but has one weird corner. Basically, they're the hairy cousins we never invite to Thanksgiving. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Back in wartime, soldiers didn't just get bullets and boots, they also got candy. Tootsie Rolls were packed in their rations. So while bombs exploded, someone out there was unwrapping chocolate chewy goodness thinking, "One more bite and I'll be brave again." It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The land of Louisiana was once sold by France to America for a price so cheap it's shocking. Just a few coins per acre. It's like buying a mansion for the cost of a sandwich. Some deals are so wild they make you squint in disbelief. Imagine mixing a plum and an apricot together, like a science experiment in fruit school. What you get is a pluot, juicy, sweet, and totally real. It sounds like a made-up cartoon fruit, but it's out there, waiting for your taste buds to discover its magic. In Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, there are several villages with a name that's just one letter. Oh, it's not a sound you sneeze out, it means river. If you ever ask someone where they're from and they say, "Oh," they're not trying to confuse you, promise. Some people are scared of spiders or snakes, but allophobia? That's the fear of flutes. Yep, musical instruments. Just imagine someone running in terror while a tiny flute toots a gentle melody. The brain is weird, and fear doesn't always make sense. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Way in the back of the US Senate chamber, there's a secret desk filled with candy. No joke, it's like the cool kid of the room. While laws are being made and serious faces are everywhere, that one desk is quietly living its best snack life. After Steve Jobs stepped away from Apple for a while, the company did something unexpected. They tried making clothes. Yup, shirts and jackets. It was called the Apple Collection. Imagine rocking an eye sweater before iPhones were even a thing. Wild fashion times. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. There was once an Egyptian king who couldn't stand flies. So he covered his servants in honey, just to lure the bugs away from him. Those poor guys were human fly traps. Ancient royalty had some seriously sticky solutions for their tiny problems. Their jaws click like tiny tools, turning the jungle floor into a living surgery room. Monaco is tiny, but people live there like sardines in a can. Thousands of folks squeezed into a space smaller than most parks. If it sneezed, you'd probably fall into the ocean. It's the most people-packed place in the world, and still somehow looks rich. When the sun sends light toward Earth, it doesn't happen instantly. It takes about as long as an average cartoon episode to arrive. So when you see sunlight, it's not fresh. It's like a cosmic replay from minutes ago. The universe runs on delay. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The Boston Tea Party wasn't really a party, unless your idea of fun is tossing hundreds of chests of tea into the sea. That's exactly what rebels did one night to protest British taxes. Somewhere in the harbor, the ocean probably still tastes slightly of Earl Grey. Pluto is so far from the sun that it needs nearly 2.5 centuries just to take one trip around it. If Pluto were a student, it'd still be working on its first lap while Earth graduated, got a job, and retired. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Camels have 3 eyelids. Not 1, not 2, 3. They basically have a built-in sandstorm defense system. While we're blinking and crying in the wind, camels are out there like desert superheroes, barely flinching. Nature gave them goggles before goggles existed. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. You'd need nearly 500 paper dollar bills to make a pound. That's a stack taller than your hand. So if someone hands you a pound of cash, don't expect it to be coins. Expect a paper mountain that smells slightly of wallets. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Cows are thirsty giants. One dairy cow can gulp down up to 50 gallons of water a day. That's like filling a big bathtub just for her to drink. It's no wonder they make so much milk. They're basically walking, mooing water tanks. Their jaws click like tiny tools, turning the jungle floor into a living surgery room. A nautical mile is like the sea's version of a marathon cheat code. It's longer than the land mile by over 800 feet. So when ships brag about their speed, they're using extra long miles. It's like flexing in ocean speak, and the landwalkers don't even know. Antarctica is like Earth's freezer chest, but not just cold. It's packed with ice so massive that it's equal to all the water in the Atlantic Ocean. That's not a snow cone. That's a whole planet's worth of frozen water stacked like giant icy pancakes. It's the cold king of the globe. Before lighting your next candle, stick it in the freezer. Seriously. That little icy nap makes it burn slower and drip less. Science doesn't even argue. It's like the candle becomes more chill, literally, and behaves better. Fire meets freezer, and somehow they become best friends. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Your head and neck are basically heat escape artists. More than half of your body's warmth slips out from there like a silent ninja. So when mom says wear a hat in winter, she's not being annoying. She's trying to keep your heat from going on a sneaky vacation. Smiling isn't just good vibes, it's anti-wrinkle power. Every couple thousand frowns give you a wrinkle, but smiling? That keeps your skin chill. So the next time you're grumpy, remember? Your face remembers it forever. Be happy, be wrinkle-free. That's the ultimate beauty hack from evolution itself. Hop in a New York City taxi and chances are the driver speaks a language you've never even heard before. Together, all the cabbies there speak around 60 languages. It's like riding in the Tower of Babel on wheels. One ride, 100 cultures, all in one big yellow blur. New York City isn't just one big chunk of land. Nope. It's actually made up of about 50 separate islands. That's like a secret archipelago pretending to be a single city. So while you're stuck in traffic, just remember, You're basically island hopping without even realizing it. If you strike the Liberty Bell, it sings out a note, E-flat. Not just any clang, but a specific musical pitch. It's like the bell's voice is tuned to sadness and strength at once. Even cracked, it still speaks with a note that history remembers like a long, slow whisper. Way back in 1710, pigs were kicked off the streets of Philadelphia. Yep, city officials said, no more porky parades, because they kept wandering around like they owned the sidewalks. So, Bacon had to pack up and find a new path in life, off the public roads. The name IKEA isn't just random letters, it stands for the founder's name, his farm, and his hometown in Sweden. Ingvar Kamprad Elmtarid Agunarid. It's like a secret code that only the furniture understands. That's why your bookshelf is called Blurg or Snöjöfel. It's Swedish wizardry. Back in 2009, Stephen Hawking threw a party. But here's the twist. He didn't tell anyone about it until after it happened. Why? Because it was for time travelers. If anyone showed up, it would prove time machines exist. Nobody came. So, time travel is either shy or impossible. Violin bows look fancy, but they've got a weird secret. The string isn't just thread, it's horsehair. Yep, real hair from real horses. Every time a violin sings, a horse somewhere unknowingly helped make the magic. Kind of beautiful, kind of odd. Music can be weird like that. Canada has fewer ships in its navy than some of the tiniest countries you've never heard of. Less than 30 total. It's like showing up to a sea battle with a kayak, while everyone else brings battleships. But hey, maybe they're just politely waiting for peace to win. In Morocco, love doesn't come from the heart. It comes from the liver. Yeah, the squishy organ under your ribs that filters toxins is their symbol of romance. So if someone says, "You have my liver," don't panic. They're not weird. They're just deeply in love. The Moroccan way. One of the popes in history was chosen when he was just 11 years old. 11. Most kids that age are still figuring out multiplication, and this guy was leading a church. Not only that, he quit and came back again. Like being pope was his weekend hobby. On a cold island called Svalbard in Norway, it's illegal to die. Why? Because the ground's too frozen to bury you. Bodies won't decompose, and diseases might wake up years later. So if you're close to the end, they fly you away. Death takes a plane out of town. Crocodiles might look like lizards, but in the family tree, they're actually closer to birds. Yep, the same creatures that chirp and flap. It's like Croc skipped the memo on wings and just kept the teeth and growls. Dinosaurs would totally invite both to the same reunion. One guy in England sipped so much coffee for his job that he insured his tongue for millions of pounds. He works for Costa Coffee as a master taster. If anything ever happened to his taste buds, it'd be like losing a treasure map. He can literally taste perfection. Johnny Cash, the man in black, took just 3 voice lessons. After that, the teacher told him, "You've already got it. Don't change a thing." Imagine being so cool even a music teacher backs away like, "Yeah, you do you." His voice wasn't trained. It was born. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Back when alcohol was banned in America, pharmacies were allowed to sell whiskey as medicine. Walgreens, the drugstore chain, exploded in size. So yeah, a lot of people suddenly got real sick and real thirsty. The flu? Nah, just a prescription for some liquid relief. Studies found that people who constantly post gym selfies and workout updates online might be dealing with something deeper. Not always, but often it's a craving for attention. So when someone flexes on your timeline, they might just be screaming inside, "Do you love me yet?" Those spiky iron underwear things called chastity belts? Total myth. Most of the ones you see in museums were made much later as jokes or props. Medieval folks weren't really locking each other up like that. It was more fantasy than fact. History got trolled hard. Almost half of all Americans live close enough to Philadelphia that they could get there in a day's drive. That city isn't just historic. It's basically the center of everyone's neighborhood cookout. You throw a rock, and someone nearby probably once had a cheesesteak for lunch. In Philadelphia, there's an actual law that says you can't sell pretzels in bags. The city that loves freedom also really cares how you snack. So if you're munching on salty twists from a sack, be careful. You might just be breaking the weirdest law ever. The board game Monopoly isn't just made-up streets. Every single property is named after real places in Atlantic City. So when you buy Boardwalk or Park Place, you're not just playing. You're pretending to be a real estate mogul in a beach town from another era. Roll the dice, tycoon. There was a clam named Ming who lived for over 4 centuries. That little sea creature was already chilling on the ocean floor when kings ruled and castles were new. Researchers found him and gasped. He was like the Gandalf of clams, wise, wrinkled, and way older than anyone expected. Every year in April, Earth throws itself a birthday party, and over 180 countries join in. On the 22nd, people everywhere plant trees, clean parks, and cheer for nature. It's like the planet gets a global group hug from humans who finally remember their guests on this spinning rock. Back in the old days, warriors didn't have band-aids. So, what did they use for cuts? Spider webs. Sticky, stretchy, and packed with healing power. Those silken threads patched up wounds like nature's first aid kit. Imagine being wrapped in webs and thinking, "Thanks, Spider-Man," before Spider-Man was even born. One big tree isn't just pretty, it's a superhero. It can pump out enough oxygen for a whole family to breathe. While you're busy scrolling or snoring, that tree's working quietly, making sure your lungs have what they need. Respect the leafy legend next time you walk by one. Siberian tigers are like giant striped cats, but unlike your couch-loving kitty, they absolutely love swimming. Lakes, rivers, doesn't matter. They dive in with pure joy. If your house cat ever saw this, it'd hiss, hide, and report the tiger to the Cats Hate Water Committee for betrayal. In the dark, tigers become night vision ninjas. Their eyes are 6 times better than ours when the lights go out. So, while you're tripping over the couch in the dark, a tiger would already be halfway to the fridge and back, all while stalking its midnight snack. Here's the sad twist. More Siberian tigers live behind bars and zoos than roam free in the wild. These majestic beasts, born to rule snowy forests, now mostly pace inside enclosures. It's a reminder that wild beauty is fragile, and sometimes we don't realize what we're caging. The jaguar once ruled from deep jungles all the way to the southern United States. The biggest cat in the West wasn't just fierce, it was everywhere. But over time, humans pushed them out. Now, they're rare, but still royal, like ancient kings hiding in leafy thrones. Imagine chomping down over 80 pounds of salad every day. That's what the giant panda does with bamboo. From sunup to bedtime, it's non-stop chewing. No sauce, no breaks, just crunchy stalks. If bamboo were a video game, pandas would be the undefeated champions of snack mode. An American group called Wildlife Forever has planted over 100,000 trees since the late 80s. That's like giving Earth a bunch of leafy high fives every year. These heroes quietly turned empty fields into forests, showing that saving the planet can start with just one little sapling. Manhattan wasn't always skyscrapers and honking horns. Long ago, it was wild and bursting with animals. Just like Yellowstone today. Deer, bears, birds. It was a jungle hiding in city clothes. Imagine trading taxis for tigers. That island had more nature than most people will ever believe. Dogs bark and whine and howl. That's about 10 sounds, but cats? Those fluff balls have over 100 vocal tricks. Meows, purrs, growls. They're like furry opera singers. So next time your cat meows, just know it's choosing from a menu of meows you probably don't even deserve. Pelicans have beaks that could win food-eating contests. They can hold more snacks in their beak pouch than they can stuff in their bellies. It's like their face is a giant lunchbox. When fish see it open, they don't scream. They just dive for cover. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Cats are secret superheroes when it comes to jumping. They can launch themselves 5 times the length of their own tail. That's like you jumping over a bus without running first. If cats wore capes, we'd finally understand what they were training for on top of refrigerators. Flying fish don't just flap around. They rocket out of the ocean at crazy speeds, then glide through the air for hundreds of feet. It's not flying like birds, but it's close. They're like fish that looked at the sky one day and thought, yeah, we want that. The roadrunner doesn't just exist in cartoons. It's a real bird that zips across deserts chasing prey at blazing speeds. It's basically the bird version of a sports car. Quick, light, and always in a rush. Wile E. Coyote wasn't wrong to be jealous. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. There's a fish that spits like a sniper. The archerfish shoots a stream of water from its mouth to knock bugs off branches. Boom. Target down. Snack delivered. It's like having a built-in squirt gun with perfect aim. The fish world has its own secret assassins. The spotted skunk doesn't just spray when it's mad, it puts on a little circus show first. It flips into a handstand, waves its legs, and gives you a final warning. If you don't back off, prepare to smell like rotten disaster. The handstand is cute. The stink is not. Male crickets don't hear with ears like us. They've got little hearing spots on their legs, specifically their shin bones. It's like nature said, let's shake things up. So while you're wondering what that chirping sound is, the cricket is listening with its knees. Wild, right? It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Spiny lobsters love a good parade. When it's time to move, they form a line. Dozens of them, marching across the ocean floor like a conga line of crustaceans. No music, just underwater hustle. It's part migration, part dance party, and totally adorable. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The National Park Service is like Earth's ultimate babysitter. They watch over more than 300 parks, keeping 80 million acres clean, green, and wild. That's like guarding a treasure chest of forests, mountains, deserts, and dreams. If nature had superheroes, they'd wear park ranger hats. A daily walk isn't just good for your steps, it's good for your sleep. Taking time to move those legs under the sky helps your brain chill out later. It's like your body's saying, thanks for the walk. Now here's better dreams. The sidewalk is basically medicine. Making recycled paper uses way less energy than making the fresh stuff, like almost half as much. It's like the difference between sprinting and chilling in a hammock. So next time you recycle a notebook, imagine your paper going, thanks buddy, I needed that nap. 1 ton of recycled paper saves around 17 trees. That's a tiny forest spared because someone chose the blue bin. Imagine all those trees waving their branches in gratitude. Recycle a little, and you're basically a forest guardian in disguise. Think about that. Just standing there, quietly saving your breath without asking for anything in return. Steel is the comeback king. No matter how many times you melt it, reshape it, or reuse it, it's still strong. 100% recyclable means it's the superhero of metals. Tough, flexible, and always ready for round 2 or round 20. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Rechargeable batteries are like the phoenixes of the gadget world. You can juice them up again and again, up to 1,000 times. It's like pressing a reset button every time they feel tired. Your TV remote and phone owe their lives to these tiny, unstoppable energy warriors. Want to check if an egg is fresh? Drop it in water. If it sinks, it's good. If it floats, it's old. It's like the egg's way of saying, I'm past my prime, by doing a lazy backstroke. Science meets breakfast in the weirdest kitchen trick ever. A camel doesn't sip water. It inhales it. In just a few minutes, it can drink 25 gallons, like it's trying to empty a small swimming pool. While you're still finishing your glass, the camel's ready to cross the desert like a giant furry tank. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. One big oak tree doesn't just stand tall, it sweats. Seriously. In a single day, it can release 7 tons of water through its leaves. That's like crying a whole swimming pool into the air just to keep the forest cool. Nature's air conditioner never stops working. In Belgium, there's a museum dedicated entirely to strawberries. Walls, displays, facts, all about those little red fruits. It's like a love letter to berries, with seeds, sweetness, and history. If strawberries had a fan club, this place would be their palace. These little companions always find a way to surprise us with how much they understand. More people around the world eat mangoes than any other fruit. Apples? Nope. Bananas? Close. But mangoes win the snack crown. Juicy, golden, and sweet. They've taken over taste buds in nearly every country. When in doubt, mango it out. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The strawberries are covered in tiny yellow dots. But those aren't just decorations, they're seeds. And the average strawberry wears about 200 of them like freckles. It's the only fruit that shows its seeds on the outside. Basically, it's nature's way of showing off. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. A strawberry isn't technically a berry, but a banana? That totally is. Confused yet? Welcome to fruit science, where names are lies and bananas beat strawberries in a game they didn't even know they were playing. Botanists must laugh a lot. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Fresh apples float in water because they're full of air. About 1/4 of their body is just empty space. So when they take a dip, they bob up like tiny boats. Bite one, and you're munching on fruit with a built-in life vest. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The very first fruit eaten on the moon wasn't space-themed, it was a peach. Yup, astronauts cracked open some juicy goodness while floating above Earth. No aliens, no lasers, just soft, fuzzy fruit making history in zero gravity. The moon got its first bite of Georgia. It's almost like space itself needed a spotlight, and the moon volunteered to be the stage. Despite its name, a pineapple isn't an apple or anything close to a pine cone. It's actually a giant berry. Imagine a berry that hit the gym, grew muscles, and put on a spiky helmet. Pineapples are the bodybuilders of the fruit world. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. A snail might move slow, but inside its mouth, absolute chaos. These little creatures can have 25,000 teeth, more than a shark, a lion, and a whole dentist's office combined. All that hardware, and they still choose to eat leaves at half a mile per week. You can't see a polar bear on an infrared camera. Not because it's sneaky, but because its fur is see-through and reflects heat so well, it basically turns invisible. It's like nature handed it an invisibility cloak and said, "Go rule the ice." It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Spider silk is no joke. It's stronger than steel if you match it by weight. That tiny thread you flick off your shirt could hold up a building if it were thick enough. Spiders are the silent engineers of the bug world, spinning magic one strand at a time. If you somehow threw the planet Saturn into a giant bathtub, it would float. Seriously, it's so light for its size that it's like the beach ball of the solar system. All those rings? Just bonus-style points on the universe's biggest pool toy. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Twins have a spooky habit of being left-handed more often than single babies. No one really knows why. It's just another twin thing. From matching clothes to mirror image hands, twins keep the world guessing with their twin stinks. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Some people are so scared of vegetables. It's a real phobia. It's called lechanophobia. Broccoli, panic, carrots, terror. It's not about picky eating. It's full-on horror movie fear. Salads turn into nightmares. Lettuce never looked so threatening. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. There are more than 2,000 types of cactuses. Big ones, tiny ones, twisty ones. They're like the plant world's version of Pokemon. Most of them are just chilling in deserts, surviving with zero water and maximum style. Spiky, proud, and impossible to kill. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The chicken is the closest living relative to the T-Rex. Yeah, that tiny feathered clucker used to have a giant roaring ancestor. So next time one pecks your shoe, remember, you're dealing with a tiny dinosaur in disguise. Evolution just made them less bitey. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Every single scorpion glows under ultraviolet light. Shine a black light on one, and it lights up like a glow stick. Scientists still aren't sure why. It's like the scorpions are keeping their secrets hidden in neon. They're basically living disco bugs with claws. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. India's Statue of Unity towers over the world. It's taller than any other statue, nearly 600 feet high. It makes the Statue of Liberty look like a garden gnome. Built in honor of Sardar Patel, it's more than a statue. It's a steel giant standing for unity and pride. Believe it or not, potatoes have more chromosomes than humans. Those humble spuds are rocking extra genetic gear like it's no big deal. So while we're worrying about homework and taxes, potatoes are chilling underground being overachievers. Respect the root. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. A full moon isn't just romantic. It's way brighter than a half moon. Like 9 times brighter. That's a glow-up you can feel. It's as if the moon's shouting, "Look at me," with all its shiny power. Werewolves don't stand a chance. It's almost like space itself needed a spotlight, and the moon volunteered to be the stage. Your brain is only a tiny part of your body, just 2%, but it uses 1/5 of your energy. That's like a phone app draining your whole battery. Thinking hard isn't just mental, it's physically exhausting. Brains are energy hogs with big ideas. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Poison ivy and poison oak are liars. They're not ivy. They're not oak. They're members of the cashew family. Yup, the same group that brings you snacks also brings you itchy rashes. Mother Nature has a twisted sense of humor and a very confusing family tree. Plants don't just sit there, they feel things too. When they're sick, they can actually get fevers just like us. Their temperature rises to fight off diseases, proving they've got defense systems. Imagine a little daisy with a thermometer in its mouth whispering, "I think I caught a leaf cold." If geysers had a headquarters, it would be Yellowstone National Park. More than half of the world's geysers, those boiling, spraying fountains of steam, live there. It's like nature's own pressure cooker playground. Walk through the park and you'll feel like the ground is breathing hot breath straight from Earth's core. Geese are fancy with their group names. On the ground, they're a gaggle, like a noisy family reunion. But the second they take flight, they're a skein, slicing through the sky like feathered fighter jets. Same birds, new name, just because they decided to flap instead of waddle. Polar bears are basically superheroes of sniffing. They can smell a seal chilling under the ice from 20 miles away. That's like you smelling pizza across an entire city. When hunger hits, a polar bear's nose turns into a seal-detecting radar. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. In Australia, they love wordplay. When someone says Aristotle, they don't mean the ancient Greek guy. They mean a bottle. It's slang that rhymes, like a secret code. So if you hear someone ask for an Aristotle of water, don't start quoting philosophy. Just pass the drink. Of all the bugs crawling around, only one can turn its head to say, "What was that?" The praying mantis. While other insects stay stiff, the mantis swivels like it's hearing secrets. With those big eyes and a turning neck, it's like the owl of the insect world. The United States once bought all of Alaska from Russia for just about 2 cents per acre. That's cheaper than chewing gum. They basically got mountains, wildlife, and glaciers for the price of pocket change. Russia probably still feels a little salty about that sweet deal. Dogs run hotter than humans. Their average body temperature sits at about 101 degrees Fahrenheit. That's why they pant so much. They're walking heaters wrapped in fur. So when your dog flops down, it's just trying not to melt into the floor. These little companions always find a way to surprise us with how much they understand. Eagles once caused a budget meltdown. Scientists put trackers on them to study flight patterns, but the birds flew into areas with high phone charges. Every time they texted their location, the bill exploded. One bird alone sent enough data to bankrupt the entire study. Oops. Garden worms are full of surprises, like the fact that they've got 5 pairs of hearts. Not 1, not 2, 10 tiny pumps keeping their squiggly bodies alive. No wonder they wiggle so energetically. They're little heart-powered engines turning dirt into treasure. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Your brain is mostly water, about 80%. So when someone says you need to stay hydrated to think clearly, they're not kidding. Your thoughts are practically floating. It's like having a squishy sponge up there working as a supercomputer with the consistency of a water balloon. Of all your fingers, your middle one has the fastest growing nail. That's right, the rebel finger doesn't just make bold statements, it also grows quicker than the rest. Maybe it's showing off, maybe it's competitive, but it's always ahead in the nail race. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Your brain runs on the same power as a 10-watt light bulb. That's like a tiny nightlight glowing in your head, making dreams, memories, and ideas. It doesn't take much electricity, but it uses it brilliantly. Brains are low-energy, high-performance machines. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Just like no 2 fingerprints are the same, everyone's tongue has a unique print. You've got your own personal tongue identity badge hidden in your mouth. If your tongue ever goes missing in a spy movie, it'll definitely be easy to track. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Most toes have 3 bones, but your big toe, only 2. It's the chonky one, the captain of balance, and it doesn't need as many pieces to do its job. It's like the boss who gets stuff done with fewer tools and still calls the shots. You breathe about 23,000 times a day without even thinking about it. That's your lungs doing cardio without permission. Every inhale, exhale adds up like tiny quiet claps keeping your body alive. Your breath is the background hero in every single thing you do. Yes, lightning can totally strike twice. In fact, it often does. It's not picky. So if you thought it couldn't happen again in the same spot, think again. Lightning's got favorites, and it's got no problem visiting more than once. Boom, flash, repeat. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Before it became Tennessee, the state went by a different name, Franklin. Yep, they named it after Benjamin Franklin, hoping he'd support their independence. He didn't, but the name stuck around for a while anyway. It was like sending a shout-out that never got a reply. Stop signs weren't always red. They used to be yellow because red paint faded too fast in the sun. But by the 1950s, new materials made long-lasting red possible. That's when red became the new warning boss. And now drivers around the world instantly know it means stop. Try tickling yourself. Doesn't work, right? That's because your brain already knows what's coming. It's like your nerves are in on the joke and refuse to laugh. Tickling only surprises others, not yourself. Your body's funny that way. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Owls live on almost every continent, except Antarctica. That cold, snowy land has penguins and seals, but not a single hooting bird in sight. Maybe the owls took one look at the ice, said nope, and stayed somewhere warmer, where mice are easier to find. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. If you ever wondered how many ways you can make change for $1 using coins, the answer is nearly 300. 293 combinations to be exact. That's a lot of math hiding in your wallet. Coins are secretly puzzle pieces in your pocket. Shakespeare didn't just write plays, he made up words too. Assassination. That was his invention. Bump. Also him. The man literally wrote the dictionary while writing drama. If he couldn't find the word he needed, he just made one up. Total language hacker. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. One French author wrote an entire novel, over 200 pages, without a single verb. That means no action words like run, laugh, or eat. It's like trying to build a Lego castle without bricks. How did he pull it off? Pure literary wizardry. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Australia has no active volcanoes. Not one. It's the only continent that's volcanically asleep. While other places have lava bubbling and mountains rumbling, Australia just sits there quietly like, yeah, I'll pass on the explosions. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The dots on dominoes? They're not just spots. They've got a cool name. Pips. Tiny little points of power that decide your next move in the game. Every time you slam a domino on the table, those pips are silently screaming, I win! It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Now, here's a math trick that sounds fake, but it's real. Take 111,111,111 and multiply it by itself. The answer is a perfect stair-stepping number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mind blown. Tug of war wasn't just a playground showdown. It used to be an Olympic sport. Teams pulled with all their might for gold medals. Imagine athletes training not to run or jump, but to yank a rope harder than the other guys. Peak teamwork. Pure tension. Zero slack. The city we call Bangkok, that's just a nickname. Its full Thai name is over 100 letters long. It's like a poem and a tongue twister got married. Locals shorten it for obvious reasons. Imagine trying to spell that on your passport. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. In ancient Greece, if a guy tossed you an apple, it wasn't a snack. It was a proposal. That fruit meant, I want to marry you. So if someone flings an apple your way, duck or say, I do. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Even though karate is famous in Japan, it actually started in India. Yup. The roots of those epic punches and kicks began with Indian monks using martial moves to protect themselves. The journey from temple to dojo was long and full of epic chops. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. That never-ending sideways 8 is called a lemniscate. It's the official symbol of infinity, meaning something that never ends. Whether it's love, space, or your homework pile, this curly little loop is the fanciest way to say, there's no finish line. These little companions always find a way to surprise us with how much they understand. Kids shoot up like sunflowers in spring. Science says children grow faster during that season. Like nature flipped the growth switch. Sunshine, longer days, and fresh air all whisper to their bones, go ahead, stretch. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Want to say a word? You'll need 72 muscles to do it. Lips, tongue, throat, chest, they all team up just to make one tiny sound. Saying hi is actually a full body performance your muscles don't get enough credit for. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Old-time sailors wore gold earrings not just for fashion, but because they believed it would help their eyesight. No joke. They thought the shiny metal worked like magic glasses. Sea legends sure had some wild ideas, but hey, at least they looked fancy. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Your eyes stay the same size your whole life, but your nose and ears, those two never stop growing. It's like the rest of your body signed a contract to stop, but your face parts said, nah, we'll keep stretching forever. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Umbrellas are ancient, more than 4,000 years old. Egypt, China, Greece, they all had versions of these shady tools. But originally, they weren't for rain. They were meant to block the sun. That's right. The umbrella began as a portable patch of shade. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Every single hour, over 1 billion of your body's cells get replaced. Boom. New ones roll in like a microscopic construction crew. You're constantly rebuilding without noticing. Right now, parts of you are younger than your breakfast. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Women's hearts usually beat faster than men's. It's not a competition, it's biology. Tick, 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 like a soft drum that stays one step ahead. It's a quiet reminder that inside, we're all wired just a little differently. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. 6-year-olds are laughter champions. They crack up about 300 times a day. Adults, maybe 15 to 100. So yeah, growing up means giggling less, but maybe we just need more silly jokes, tickle fights, and ice cream emergencies. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Kids have way more taste buds than adults. That's why broccoli tastes like betrayal when you're little. As we grow, we lose some of those buds. So things you once hated, you might suddenly love. Taste buds are little rebels that retire early. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The very first electric traffic lights were built in Cleveland, Ohio. Before that, crossing the street was kind of a gamble. Thanks to Cleveland's bright idea, cars stopped crashing and walkers finally got a fair shot. Red, yellow, green. City life changed forever. Think about that. Just standing there, quietly saving your breath without asking for anything in return. South Carolina gave America its first taste of homegrown tea. Before that, it all came from faraway lands. Now, thanks to a bold farm in the South, Americans could sip tea from their own soil. Hot, sweet, and proudly local. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The word rookie comes from recce, short for recruit back in the Civil War. So next time you call someone a rookie, remember it started with real soldiers learning the ropes. From battlefield to baseball field, it's all about being the new kid on the block. President Taft was the heaviest ever, 329 pounds of power. Meanwhile, President Madison was the lightest, barely hitting 100. It's like America's version of heavyweight and featherweight champs leading the country with very different sizes, but the same level of boss energy. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Harry Truman was the last president who didn't have a college degree. No fancy diploma, but he still led the country through war and peace. He proved that brains and courage don't always wear graduation caps. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Abraham Lincoln was a skyscraping 6'4", while James Madison barely hit 5'4". That's a whole foot of difference. It's like Big Abe and Little Jimmy stood side by side and someone said, same job, different altitude. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Franklin Roosevelt had presidential connections galore. He was related to 5 other presidents by blood and 6 more by marriage. It's like he had a family reunion, and the guest list looked like a White House history book. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Thomas Jefferson didn't just write the Declaration of Independence, he also invented the coat hanger. So next time you grab one from your closet, say thanks to a founding father who kept your shirts wrinkle-free in spirit. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. President Theodore Roosevelt had a pet bear. Yes, a real bear. In the White House. While others had cats or dogs, Teddy went full wild. The man who faced wars and wilderness didn't stop at normal pets. He brought the forest home. These little companions always find a way to surprise us with how much they understand. President Warren Harding once gambled so hard during a poker game that he lost official White House dishes, like actual government plates. Imagine being so into cards that your next dinner party had to be served on paper plates because you bet the porcelain on a pair of 2s. Back when horses were traffic, Ulysses S. Grant got busted for speeding on horseback. He was going so fast, police fined him $20. That's like a cowboy getting a ticket for riding his steed like it's a race car. Even back then, fast meant trouble. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. President Taft was a big guy, over 300 pounds. One day, he sank into the White House bathtub and got stuck. Really stuck. They had to build him a custom-sized tub after that. So basically, he was the reason presidential bathrooms got an upgrade. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. One time, a fortune cookie company printed lucky numbers that just happened to match the lottery. Over 100 people used them and won. The odds? Crazy. Those cookies didn't just tell fortunes, they made them. Somewhere, a cookie must have whispered, "This one's gonna hit." It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. President Harry Truman's middle name is just S. It doesn't stand for anything, just the letter. His parents couldn't decide between two grandfathers' names, so they picked one letter to represent both. The most mysterious middle name in politics is literally just S. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The youngest person to become U.S. president was Theodore Roosevelt. He took office at age 42. Most people are figuring life out in their 40s. Teddy? He was already running the country, wrestling bears and giving speeches like a history book come alive. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Koalas have the chillest sleep schedule ever, up to 22 hours a day. They nap so hard. Their dreams probably have dreams. It's like being a professional sleeper with part-time eucalyptus snacking duties. If there were a sleep Olympics, koalas would win gold without waking up. Australia once released just 24 rabbits into the wild. 6 years later, they had turned into 2 million. That's not breeding. That's a bunny explosion. It was like rabbits found cheat codes and broke the ecosystem by multiplying like math problems gone rogue. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Butterflies taste with their feet, not their mouth, not even their tongue. Their back legs are the taste testers. Every time they land on a leaf, it's like licking it with their heels. High fashion, high flavor. Foot-based food reviews. Only in butterfly world. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The golden orb spider spins webs that are ridiculously strong. One strand, same size as a steel wire, can hold just as much. It's basically spider silk versus metal, and silk wins. So if spiders ever learn how to build bridges, watch out, engineers. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The bumblebee bat is one of Earth's tiniest mammals. It's so small, it weighs less than a penny. Imagine a creature that flutters like a shadow, and you could lose it in your pocket. It's like nature's whisper-sized superhero. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. In a corner of Panama, there's a place where trees grow square. Not round, square. The trunks form rectangles like wooden Legos sticking out of the ground. It's so rare, it's the only known place on Earth like it. Mother Nature clearly has a geometric side. Forget glass slippers. The original Cinderella was Egyptian, and she wore fur slippers. The whole glass thing, that came much later. In the beginning, it was all about cozy, fuzzy footwear fit for a queen. Fairy tales got colder over time. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Those tiny plastic tips on shoelaces, they're called aglets. That's their whole identity. They're like the unsung heroes that keep your laces from unraveling into spaghetti. Without aglets, tying your shoes would be a daily nightmare. So give them a little respect. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Before they were called ties, they were cravats, fancy cloth neck pieces worn by Croatian soldiers. The French saw them and said, "Ooh la la," and the necktie trend began. So next time you suit up, remember, you're dressing like a historic Croatian warrior. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Barbie's full name is Barbara Millicent Roberts. She's not just a doll. She's got a whole secret identity. From toy shelves to fashion runways, she's been silently ruling the world with a middle name that sounds like she owns 5 yachts and a pink convertible. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The first toy ever advertised on TV was Mr. Potato Head in the 1940s. Before that, toys didn't do commercials. But Mr. Potato Head changed the game. He didn't just grow a mustache, he grew into a marketing legend with detachable ears. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. No matter how scrambled a Rubik's Cube gets, it can always be solved in 17 twists or less, if you do it perfectly. That's like untangling chaos with a few flicks of the wrist. Behind every colorful mess is a pattern just waiting to be cracked. The side of a hammer has a name, it's called a cheek. Like your face. So next time you're hammering a nail and you turn the tool sideways, just know you're working with its cheek. Tools have body parts too. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. In Athens, if you're driving and look sloppy or smell funky, the cops can take away your license. Seriously, it's written in the law. Clean shirt? Check. Showered? Good. Otherwise, it's no driving for you. Greece does not mess around with hygiene behind the wheel. The Saturn V rocket that took astronauts to the moon, it gobbled up 15 tons of fuel every single second. That's like feeding it a truckload of fire every heartbeat. Space travel isn't just science. It's lighting a giant candle and hoping it doesn't eat the sky. A rocket can fly to the moon faster than a stagecoach could cross England. That's not just speed, that's time travel vibes. While horses clip-clopped for days, modern astronauts sip juice and float in zero gravity. From hay bales to moon dust in one giant leap. It's almost like space itself needed a spotlight, and the moon volunteered to be the stage. Air molecules around you are zipping like rifle bullets, even though everything feels still. At room temperature, the very stuff you breathe is moving at supersonic speeds. So yeah, your living room is secretly a battlefield of tiny, invisible speed demons. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. The lollipop got its name from a real racehorse called Lollipop. This candy on a stick wasn't just tasty, it was a tribute. So every time you unwrap one, you're actually honoring a horse who ran fast enough to earn a sugary legacy. Sweet, huh? It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Maine is the only state in the entire United States with a name that's just one syllable. That's right. While everyone else is taking 2 or 3 beats, Maine keeps it short and sharp. It's the quiet kid in the class who still manages to stand out. The US once printed a $100,000 bill. It wasn't for shopping, just for bank transfers. No one outside a vault ever used it. Imagine pulling that out to buy gum and the cashier just passes out. It's the ultimate flex you'll never see. Before it was called the White House, people called it the President's Palace. But in the early 1900s, someone decided White House had a cleaner, cooler vibe. And just like that, the most famous house in the world got a serious rebrand. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. George Washington was the only US president elected by a unanimous vote. That's right, everybody agreed. No debates, no haters. Just a country full of people saying, yeah, that guy's the one. He wasn't just first, he was the people's absolute favorite. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. John Adams got defeated by his own vice president, Thomas Jefferson. It's like your assistant becoming your boss. The vibe must have been awkward. One day they're teammates. The next day, you're handing over your keys while he moves into your desk. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. New York City's subway tracks stretch for over 800 miles underground. That's longer than the entire state of Texas from east to west. It's like a secret spaghetti monster of steel that moves millions every day, only instead of sauce, it runs on screeching brakes and pizza fumes. Manatees blink in circles. When they close their eyes, their eyelids don't just shut up and down, they spin around like a camera lens. Nature gave them a cinematic blink. Somewhere, a director is jealous of how smooth their eye action is. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Venus is farther from the sun than Mercury, but it's way hotter. Why? Because it's got a super thick atmosphere that traps heat like a mega blanket. It's the ultimate example of looks being deceiving. Cooler location, hotter situation. These little companions always find a way to surprise us with how much they understand. Black holes don't just swallow stars, they sing. Scientists discovered that some black holes vibrate and produce a sound in the key of B flat. You can't hear it with your ears, but space is literally humming. The universe has a bass line, and it's coming from the void. Horses can't vomit, their bodies just don't allow it. So if they eat something bad, they can't toss it back. That's why colic is dangerous for them. Basically, horses are committed to every bite. No takebacks. No you, never mind. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Babies are born with around 300 bones, but as they grow, some fuse together. Adults end up with 206. So yes, you're actually losing bones as you age. But don't worry, you're also gaining bone superpowers in return. More solid, less wiggly. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. When newborn babies cry, no tears come out. That's because their tear ducts aren't fully working yet. For the first few weeks, they're just doing dry drama. They cry like tiny soap opera stars with invisible tears. All emotion, no puddles. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. A single day on Venus is longer than a year on Venus. That means Venus spins so slowly, the sun rises and sets fewer times than it goes around the sun. If you lived there, your birthday would come before tomorrow. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. Squirrels forget where they hide more than half their nuts. They spend all fall preparing snack stashes, then forget where they buried them. The bright side? Those forgotten nuts grow into trees. So, squirrels accidentally plant forests while trying to meal prep. Think about that. Just standing there, quietly saving your breath without asking for anything in return. The first US coin to feature a real person was the penny. Honest Abe's face made history by landing on that shiny little copper circle. Before that, coins just had symbols and numbers. Lincoln's face gave pocket change a personal touch. It might sound simple, but the more you think about it, the wilder it gets. So if your brain's still intact, don't stop now. There's more madness waiting in the next one. You thought this was wild? Click and descend further. I'll meet you there. Forget everything you thought you knew about useful information, because today we're diving into a hilarious compilation of the most brilliantly pointless facts you'll ever hear. So, kick back, relax, and prepare for a healthy dose of knowledge that you absolutely can't do anything with. Before we dive in, drop a comment. What's the most useless fact you know? Let me know below.
There are things happening in this world. Things so strange, so unbelievable, you'd think they were pulled from a movie. But they're not. They're real. Moments in history that never made the textbooks. Well, that changes today, because today we will pull back the curtain.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The useless show.
Johnny Depp doesn't just act in movies, he shreds on a guitar too. He's jammed with rock legends like Marilyn Manson, Aerosmith, Oasis, and Eddie Vedder. Imagine Captain Jack Sparrow stepping on stage, grabbing a guitar, and suddenly turning into a rock star. That's real. Depp lives like a full-blown legend. There's a thing called Christian atheism, and it's not a joke. These folks follow Christian values and stories, but don't actually believe in a real God. To them, the Bible is one giant metaphor, and God is just a fancy name for human kindness. Not some sky-dwelling superhero with powers. Carmen De La Refis started modeling when she was 15. Now she's over 80 and still modeling like a queen. Most people her age are chilling in rocking chairs, but she's walking runways and posing for cameras. She's basically proof that confidence and fierce style don't have an expiration date. There's a cruise ship called The World where people actually live. Permanently. It sails around the planet while rich folks chill in million-dollar apartments. And get this. They pay almost $300,000 a year just for maintenance. It's basically a luxury city floating endlessly across oceans. Rich people stuff. Africa and Europe are just 23 kilometers apart. That's like a half marathon. People are even planning to build a giant bridge called the Strait of Gibraltar Crossing to connect them. Imagine driving from Europe to Africa like it's no big deal. That's one heck of a road trip. In Germany, there's a regular concrete bridge painted to look like it's made out of giant Lego blocks. Seriously, it's called the Lego Brücke, and it looks like someone hit Minecraft creative mode in real life. It's so playful that it actually makes people smile just by walking underneath it. There's a fancy name for collecting picture postcards. It's called deltiology. Sounds like a made-up subject, right? But nope, it's real. People actually treat it like a science, studying those colorful little cards like they're ancient scrolls. So next time you send a postcard, just know, you're part of a whole movement. Justin Timberlake and Ryan Gosling weren't just Disney stars. They were practically brothers. When Ryan's mom had to move for work, Justin's mom became Ryan's legal guardian. So yeah, while we were in school fighting over crayons, Ryan and Justin were out there growing up under the same roof. Before Macklemore was famous for thrift shopping, he worked in a juvenile detention center, helping troubled kids write rap lyrics. He used music to help them express emotions, tell their stories, and basically find their voice. Not all heroes wear capes, some wear hoodies and drop beats with real purpose. One of the rules in the iTunes user agreement literally bans people from using it to build nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons. Like someone at Apple actually typed that out. Imagine planning world domination and Apple's like, whoa, buddy, not with our music app. It's oddly specific and totally hilarious. There's a massive hole in Utah called the Bingham Canyon Mine. Humans dug it so deep, it's over 1 kilometer down and 4 kilometers wide. It looks like the earth got scooped out by a giant spoon. It's so big you could drop a city in there and still have room. Before Nemo swam across hearts worldwide, he made a sneaky appearance in Monsters, Inc. as a toy Boo gave Sully. That was 2 years before Finding Nemo came out. Pixar hides Easter eggs like a secret club for fans. It's like they're whispering, "Did you catch that?" in every movie they make. Someone made real Wizard of Oz-style shoes that can guide you home with GPS. Click your heels and boom, they lead the way. Fun twist? The book's author partly named Oz after seeing OZ on a filing cabinet. Legendary stories sometimes begin with the weirdest, most boring stuff around you. 3 books at Harvard are literally bound in human skin. Yup, skin, not leather, humans. Long ago, this creepy practice was actually a thing. You'd think that belonged in horror movies, but nope. It's sitting on Ivy League shelves, probably whispering dark secrets while students walk by without even knowing. Vietnam is home to a cave so big, it has clouds and forest inside it. Son Doong Cave stretches nearly 9 kilometers long and is tall enough to fit a skyscraper. You could get lost in there for days and still not see the whole thing. It's like Earth's secret underground jungle. Bob Marley's final words to his son weren't about fame, fans, or even music. He said, "Money can't buy you life." That one sentence hit harder than any lyric. Even with all his success, Bob knew what mattered most, and he left behind a message worth more than all the gold in the world. There's a strange thing called the friend paradox. It means your friends, on average, have more friends than you do. Sounds like a prank, but it's real math. It happens because popular people get counted more often in everyone's friend list. So don't stress, it's not you, it's statistics playing tricks. Your phone sends out electromagnetic waves that can heat up body tissue and mess with over 100 proteins in your brain. That little brick in your pocket isn't just texting, it's zapping out invisible signals nonstop. It's safe in short bursts, but maybe don't sleep with it under your pillow. Turbulence on an airplane is like surprise popcorn, sudden and unpredictable. It doesn't matter if the sky is clear, it can still toss your plane like a roller coaster. Pilots handle it all the time, but for passengers, it's like being on a bumpy ride with invisible hands shaking the whole plane. Ancient Rome was insanely packed, 8 times more crowded than modern-day New York City. Picture a massive, bustling city with tiny streets, giant crowds, and no escape from the noise. People lived, shopped, fought, and partied, all crammed together. Rome wasn't just a city, it was shoulder-to-shoulder chaos in a toga. Getting struck by lightning heats your skin to 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's hotter than the surface of the actual sun. In less than a second, your sweat boils, your clothes might catch fire, and your body lights up like a flashbulb. It's nature's terrifying version of flipping a switch. The Hawaiian alphabet only has 12 letters. That's it, just a E, E, I, O, U, H, K, L, M, N, P, and W. Imagine writing stories or singing songs with just those. It sounds limiting, but Hawaiians make it sound like poetry. It's minimal, beautiful, and surprisingly musical. Only one bird in the entire world can fly backward, and it's the tiny hummingbird. It's like the helicopter of the bird world, zipping around like it's glitching in real life. It doesn't walk, it doesn't hop, it hovers, rewinds, and zooms with precision. Basically, it's a feathery little superhero. Flamingos have one weird eating rule. They can only eat with their heads upside down. Yeah, for real. Their beaks are shaped like upside-down scoops. So every snack is like a headstand feast. It's funny to watch, but completely normal for them. Flamingos are basically the acrobats of the bird world. Back in 1915, a university study found that yellow is the easiest color to see from far away. That's why taxis are yellow. They pop out in traffic like highlighters on wheels. So next time you spot one, instantly thank science. It's not fashion, it's visibility on wheels. The Happy Birthday song is over 120 years old, and it's copyrighted. Yup, the tune you sing over cake is owned by Warner Chappell Music. That's why you rarely hear it in movies or shows. Using it without permission? That could get you sued for celebrating. Pablo Escobar, the infamous drug kingpin, made so much money in the 80s, he spent over $2,000 a month just on rubber bands. Yeah, just to wrap his cash. In today's money, that's more than $7,000 monthly, just to hold paper. That's not a wallet problem, that's an empire. The odds of an American getting struck by lightning are about the same as someone in Japan getting shot with a gun. Sounds wild, but it's true. Guns are super rare in Japan, while lightning, well, it doesn't care where you are. It just strikes when it wants. Back in Victorian London, the mail came 12 times a day. 12? You could write to someone in the morning and get a reply by lunch. People basically had real-time texting with pen and paper. It was the ultimate old-school messaging system, powered by walking and paper instead of Wi-Fi. Until 1934, sheep actually grazed in Central Park, like real fluffy sheep chilling in New York City. They were moved during the Great Depression because people were scared someone might eat them. One minute, it's a peaceful park. The next, it's dinner. Nature and city life used to mix a lot more. Back in 1781, the U.S. Articles of Confederation had a wild clause. If Canada ever wants to join the United States, it'll be automatically accepted. No tests, no forms, just walk in like a VIP guest. Canada never did it, but the invitation is literally still hanging there. There's a real word for that weird pins and needles feeling you get when your foot falls asleep. It's called paresthesia. Sounds like a magic spell, right? One second you're chillin', the next you're stomping like a pirate with a wooden leg trying to get feeling back. Our nerves sure love pranks. Matt Groening, the genius who created The Simpsons, didn't make up Marge's name. His mom's real name was Marge Wiggum. So, yeah, Homer's wife is based on the actual woman who raised the guy who made the cartoon. The Simpsons isn't just funny, it's secretly a family scrapbook with yellow skin. In ancient Rome, chariot racers were the rock stars of their time. These guys earned more than some modern athletes. People bet fortunes on them. They had groupies. They were basically the Cristiano Ronaldos of old-school horse racing, but with armor, danger, and stadiums packed with fans screaming louder than Colosseum lions. Reciprocal liking is a fancy psychology term that means this. You're more likely to crush on someone if you find out they like you first. That's it. Our brains love to feel wanted. It's the emotional version of you go first, and it's low-key why school crushes feel extra magical. A group of stingrays is called a fever. Not a swarm, not a squad. A fever. Imagine a bunch of stingrays floating together like underwater UFOs, and someone goes, "Yeah, that's a fever." It sounds spooky, mysterious, and strangely poetic. Sea creatures definitely have cooler group names than land animals, and people think white spots on fingernails mean you're low on calcium or vitamins. Nope. They're actually called leukonachia, and usually happen from tiny nail injuries, like when you jam your finger and forget. Totally harmless. So don't panic. You're not turning into a ghost or missing nutrients. You probably just bumped something. Venus is Earth's mysterious twin, but unlike us, it has 0 seasons. That's because it isn't tilted on its axis like Earth is. No spring, no fall, no weather mood swings, just one endless planet-sized summer. If Venus had a wardrobe, it would be tank tops forever. Forever. If an astronaut removed his suit on the moon, he wouldn't just pass out, he'd explode. Literally. Space has no air pressure, so the body swells like a balloon and bursts before suffocating even happens. Space is not a chill place. It's beautiful, yes, but also brutal if you mess around. Earth is the only planet not named after a god. Mars? Named after the god of war. Jupiter? King of gods. Venus? Goddess of love. Earth? Just Earth. It's like the chill one in a family of drama kings and queens, quietly spinning while the others party in mythological style. The biggest volcano in the entire solar system isn't on Earth, it's on Mars. It's called Olympus Mons, and it's 3 times taller than Mount Everest. That's not a mountain, that's a planetary skyscraper. If you stood on top, you'd be above the clouds, on another planet. That's Martian-level flexing right there. Over 20% of the world's oxygen comes from the Amazon rainforest. That's like every 5th breath you take being a gift from jungle trees. It's not just a forest, it's Earth's lungs. If it ever went silent, the whole planet would be gasping. Rainforests don't just look cool, they keep us alive. Hot water can freeze faster than cold water. Yup, it's real and called the Mpemba effect. A student from Tanzania noticed it in science class, and now the weirdest freeze in history is named after him. Science isn't always about rules, sometimes it's just about noticing something weird and asking why. Light doesn't always move at the speed of light. That speed, almost 300,000 kilometers per second, is only true in a vacuum. In real life, light slows down through stuff like water or glass. So yeah, light has a top speed, but sometimes it hits traffic like the rest of us. Technetium was the first man-made element ever created, way back in 1937. Scientists didn't discover it, they built it. Today, it's used to find health problems in your body and even protect steel from rust. It's like the Iron Man of elements, built in a lab, helps save lives, fights decay. Steven Spielberg got offered the story of Schindler's List, but waited over 10 years before making it. He felt too immature to handle the heavy truth behind it. When he finally filmed it, the movie shook the world. Sometimes the right story waits for the right moment, and the right heart. Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Mario, Donkey Kong, and Zelda, wasn't allowed to ride a bicycle. Why? Nintendo said he was too important. If anything happened to him, they'd lose their legend. So they made him drive instead. When your brain creates icons, even your ride becomes company property. One lightning bolt has enough energy to toast 100,000 slices of bread. That's breakfast for a small country. Imagine nature screaming, "Pop!" and zapping a whole bakery's worth of toast in an instant. You could feed a stadium, or just make the world's most terrifying toaster. Over 50% of all lottery tickets are bought by only 5% of the people who play. Yeah, a tiny group is keeping that dream machine alive. They're either super hopeful or super addicted. Either way, most people play once, but a few treat it like a full-time mission. Flamingos are born gray. That bright pink color? It's not natural, it comes from shrimp. The more they eat, the more their feathers change. So technically, flamingos are walking shrimp-flavored mood rings. It's like eating enough spicy chips to turn orange. Nature's got filters too. Flamingos just eat theirs into existence. At the 1912 Olympics, a Japanese runner named Shizo Kanekuri started a marathon and vanished. He quit mid-race and quietly flew home. Sweden thought he was missing for 50 years. In 1966, he returned and finished the race, with a time of 54 years, 8 months, and 6 days. Graphene is just 1 atom thick, nearly invisible, but it's the strongest material on Earth. 1 million times thinner than paper, yet 200 times stronger than steel. It's like Spider-Man webbing turned into science. If you had a sheet of it, you'd be holding the future in your fingers. In 2011, a trucker in New Zealand fell on a high-pressure air valve that jammed into his backside and inflated him like a balloon. He literally doubled in size and survived. It took 3 days to deflate, mostly by burping and farting. Sounds fake, but science said nope. Stephen Hawking once got asked about his IQ. His answer? I have no idea, but people who brag about their IQ are losers. That's like Einstein doing a mic drop. Genius without ego hits differently. The smartest man alive casually roasted every know-it-all trying to flex their test scores. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, who created Sherlock Holmes, actually used Holmes-style logic to solve real crimes. He helped free 2 innocent men from prison by finding the truth in closed cases. That's like writing Batman, then becoming Batman. Doyle wasn't just a storyteller, he became the detective he imagined. Ecology is the science of housekeeping. Not a joke, it's real. So yeah, cleaning your room? That could be science. Organizing closets, scrubbing floors, folding laundry. It's like chemistry and strategy had a baby in your living room. Next time someone says, it's just chores, hit them with, it's ecology actually. In 1988, a woman awaiting trial for a fatal car crash vanished. 15 years later, she got caught after drunkenly bragging in a bar about escaping justice. Imagine hiding for over a decade just to spill the beans after one too many drinks. Karma's favorite place is happy hour. Intel literally employs a futurist named Brian David Johnson, whose entire job is to predict how life will look 10 to 15 years from now. He dreams of the future for a living. That's not a sci-fi character. It's a real person being paid to time travel with imagination. Yang Yuan-King, the CEO of Lenovo, got a bonus of $3 million in 2012 and gave it all away to 10,000 employees. Then he did it again in 2013. That's the kind of boss who walks in, throws money around, and says, "This is for you." Thailand has a magical festival called Loy Krathong. Once a year, thousands of glowing sky lanterns float into the night like stars being released by the people. The whole sky lights up in warm, golden waves. It's like 1,000 dreams rising slowly into the air all at once. In ancient Rome, life was no fairy tale. Most people only live between 20 to 30 years. That means by the time you're done school, you're already middle-aged there. Imagine your birthday cake having just 20 candles and people saying, "Wow, you're still alive?" Ancient life was seriously rough. Yu Yuzhen, a millionaire from China, cleans streets for $228 a month. She's 53, could be relaxing in a mansion, but chose to sweep roads to show her kids the value of work. That's next-level parenting, less bragging about riches, more teaching with a broom and real grit. A false awakening is when your brain tricks you into thinking you've woken up. But surprise, you're still dreaming. You might brush your teeth, eat breakfast, even go to school in the dream, until you wake up again. It's like hitting snooze inside a dream loop, your brain's version of prank mode. A group of zebras is called a zeal, not a herd, not a pack, a zeal. Sounds like they're running around with passion and purpose. Picture a bunch of striped horses galloping together with vibes so strong, someone had to name them after pure energy. Zebras? Total squad goals. The Savannah cat is a house cat that looks like a leopard and acts like a golden retriever. It can grow up to 40 pounds, leap 8 feet straight into the air, walk on a leash, and play fetch. It's like someone took jungle, dog, and cat settings and clicked yes on all. The Curiosity rover is not just a robot, it's also a lonely birthday singer. On Mars, all alone in 2013, it played Happy Birthday to itself. No cake, no party hats, just space silence, and a little robot celebrating 1 year of rolling around the red planet. Talk about dedication. Walt Disney holds the record for most Oscars ever won by one person. 22 golden statues. That's more than some actors even dream of. It's like every time he made a movie, someone handed him an award. The guy wasn't just drawing cartoons. He was building a whole magical empire. In the 1960s, Alcatraz was the only prison with hot showers. Why? So inmates couldn't get used to cold water, meaning they'd freeze if they tried escaping through the icy San Francisco Bay. The prison used comfort to crush dreams of freedom. Diabolical and genius all at once. Jonathan Lee Riches sued over 2,600 people and things, including the Eiffel Tower and the entire Guinness Book itself. Yup, that's how he got in the book. His nickname? The most litigious man in the world. He turned suing people into an extreme sport. Lawyers probably had him bookmarked. In Somalia, pirates actually have a stock market. Locals invest in pirate groups like they're startups. One woman gave a group a rocket launcher, and when they succeeded in hijacking a ship, she earned $75,000. It's like Shark Tank. If the sharks were real and had actual sharks, math anxiety is a real condition where your brain freaks out so badly over numbers, it blocks itself from solving problems, even if you're good at math. It's not about being dumb, it's about panic hijacking your brain. Basically, numbers become monsters if your brain thinks they're chasing you. Ramon Artagaveitia survived a shipwreck in 1871 and never stepped foot on a ship again. For 41 years. When he finally did, it was the Titanic. Yeah, he beat one disaster only to board the most infamous one ever. Some people have bad luck. He had legendary history book level luck. In 2013, a man got kidnapped by masked men with guns, right in front of his wife. Everyone freaked out. Turns out, it was fake. He planned the whole thing just to party with his friends. That's not just lying, that's Hollywood-level lying with costumes and fake crimes. When Atari made Breakout, Steve Jobs promised to split the payment with Steve Wozniak 50-50. Atari paid Jobs $5,000. He told Wozniak they paid $700, giving him $350. That means Jobs pocketed the rest. Moral of the story, not even tech gods are immune to shady math. After Stalin had a stroke, his guards were so terrified of him, they didn't call a doctor for over 10 hours. They feared that if he survived, he'd kill them for acting without permission. So, they waited, and the dictator died. Fear ruled even his final hours. During World War II, Russia trained 40,000 dogs to blow up tanks. The plan? Strap bombs on them and send them running under enemy vehicles. The problem? Many dogs ran back to their trainers. Instead of destroying enemy tanks, they blew up their own troops. The horror was real. That famous Dragon Ball Z line, "It's over 9,000, was a translation error. The actual line was over 8,000. One tiny voice dub mistake made meme history. Fans didn't care. The energy was there, the voice cracked just right, and the meme exploded into internet legend. The Solvay hut is the world's most extreme mountain hut, perched 13,000 feet up a cliff in Switzerland. It's for emergencies only. You don't hike to it. You survive your way there. It's the kind of place you crawl into after cheating death and whisper, "Thanks, little wooden house." An old Persian king asked wise men to make a ring that made him happy when sad, and sad when happy. They gave him one etched with the words, "This too shall pass." It worked. That tiny message was more powerful than a sword, reminding him every feeling is temporary. Amazon workers at distribution centers walk up to 17 kilometers a shift, picking up packages every 33 seconds. It's like being on a treadmill made of cardboard and deadlines. You don't rest, you don't chill, you just Hustle like you're racing a robot that's always 2 steps ahead. Triskaidekaphobia is the fear of the number 13. It's so real that buildings skip the 13th floor, planes skip row 13, and some people won't even leave the house on Friday the 13th. It's just a number, but to some, it's a spooky curse wearing a fake mustache. In Cuba, if you're hitchhiking and a government car passes by, they have to stop and pick you up. It's the law. Imagine flagging down a ride and getting scooped up by an official car like it's Uber, but communist edition. That's public transport with presidential level commitment. In the year 2000, the KKK adopted a stretch of highway. Yeah, straight up sponsored a road. Missouri clapped back by renaming it the Rosa Parks Highway. That's how you fight hate, with style, respect, and one legendary name painted across the very road they tried to claim. The longest train ride on Earth stretches from Vietnam to Portugal, covering over 17,000 kilometers without switching trains. That's like hopping on at dinner and getting off several breakfasts, languages, and time zones later. It's not a ride, it's a time-traveling story through countries, cultures, and train snacks. People think hookah is safer than smoking cigarettes, but nope. Studies show hookah smoke can be even more toxic. One session can pump your lungs full of more harmful stuff than an entire pack of smokes. It's smooth, it smells nice, but your lungs don't care about the vibe. They're choking. There's a museum in Europe that only displays items left behind after breakups. It's called the Museum of Broken Relationships. You'll find teddy bears, notes, wedding dresses, all heavy with heartbreak. It's like walking through people's emotional earthquakes, one teardrop souvenir at a time. Sad, weird, and kind of beautiful. Nikola Tesla and Mark Twain weren't just famous, they were besties. The electric genius and the storytelling wizard hung out, admired each other's work, and geeked out over science and words. It's like Iron Man and Shakespeare playing chess together. If they had a podcast, it would have broken the internet. The sun and moon look the same size in the sky, but that's a cosmic coincidence. The moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, but also 400 times closer to Earth. That's why solar eclipses fit perfectly. Space basically pulled off the universe's cleanest visual illusion. In 2008, a Japanese man noticed food kept vanishing from his kitchen. So he set up a webcam and discovered a homeless woman had been secretly living in his closet for a year. Not a week, a year. Like a full-on ghost roommate who never paid rent. London has a building nicknamed the Walkie-Talkie that reflects sunlight so intensely it melted parts of parked cars. Like actual metal bubbling off. Architects basically built a giant curved magnifying glass and pointed it at the street. Oops. Welcome to the unintended laser beam district. In 2013, Russian bears were caught sniffing jet fuel like it was candy. They'd stalk helicopters just to inhale the drops of leftover fuel. These weren't regular forest creatures, they were jet-fueled junkies, totally addicted. When bears turn into fuel-chasing thrill-seekers, you know, nature's got some wild subplots. The handshake started way back in the 5th century before Christ. Swordsmen would meet with their weapon hand empty to show they weren't looking for a fight. That simple gesture evolved into the modern handshake. So, when you high-five someone today, remember, it started as a peace treaty with no swords. In China, 85% of people share just 100 last names. And the surnames Li and Zhang alone represent over 13% of the entire country's population. That's like the whole world being named just Smith, Lee, and Jones. Imagine a roll call in class. It'd be total chaos. Even without hitting the gym, a silverback gorilla can lift more than 1,763 pounds. That's roughly the weight of a full-grown bison. These beasts aren't just about looks, their sheer strength is enough to snap thick branches like toothpicks. Imagine having that kind of raw power. No protein shake required. A millionaire named Forrest Fenn hid treasure worth up to $3 million somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. The only way to find it? Solve his mysterious poem. People have searched for years, no one's cracked it yet. It's like a real-life national treasure, but with riddles and freezing mountain danger. The movie Cannibal Holocaust was so realistic, the director had to go to court and prove the actors weren't actually murdered. For real. He brought them into court alive. That's how intense the film was. Imagine making something so scary, the judge thinks it's a true crime documentary. At just 15 years old, Anne Makasinski invented a flashlight powered by body heat. No batteries, just hands. Later, she built a headlamp that runs on the same thing. While most kids struggle with science homework, Anne lit up rooms with nothing but science, curiosity, and warm fingers. Ninjas never actually wore black. That's just a movie drama. In real life, they wore dark navy blue because it blended better at night. According to ninja museums in Japan, the navy made them invisible in the shadows. So yeah, real ninjas were stylish, sneaky, and scientifically color coordinated. Red pandas are tiny acrobats. When they climb trees, their long, fluffy tails help them balance like tightrope walkers. And in winter, they wrap those same tails around themselves like cozy scarves. Basically, red pandas are part ninja, part gymnast, and part adorable winter fashion icons. Google doesn't care about your GPA or test scores during job interviews. Why? Because they found those numbers don't predict success at all. What matters more? Problem solving, creativity, and attitude. So that straight A show-off from math class might get dunked on by someone who thinks differently, and Google's smarter. Only 5% of Norway's transactions are done in cash. The rest? All digital. By the year 2020, experts said Norway might go completely cash-free. Imagine living in a place where coins are ancient history, and even your grandma uses her phone to buy bread. The future's got Nordic vibes. In The Matrix, Neo's passport expires on September 11th, 2001. That's the exact day of the real-life terrorist attacks. Years after the movie was filmed. No one noticed until it was paused and zoomed in. Creepy coincidence or glitch in the Matrix? Either way, it's spine-tingling. The Ben Franklin effect is pure psychological wizardry. If someone does you a favor, they're actually more likely to help you again, not less. Weird, right? Helping builds loyalty. It's like brain judo. Instead of bribing people, you let them invest in you. Franklin wasn't just smart, he was Jedi-level clever. Some babies are born with their ear cartilage folded over like a little taco. It's called littling. But there's a mold called earwell that can reshape it in just 6 weeks. That's right. Tiny ear hats fixing baby tacos. Science really out here doing plastic surgery before you can walk. In Copenhagen, bikes outnumber people. They've got 5 times more bicycles than cars. Over half the city rides to work or school. It's basically one giant spin class disguised as daily life. Forget traffic jams. It's all pedal power, 2 wheels, and Danish determination. In the United States, if your email is more than 180 days old, the government can legally read it without a warrant. Yeah, that's right. Old emails equals open season. The laws from before people used email like diaries. Now it's just digital snooping with a timestamp. Gravity Labs in India made ink out of air pollution. They capture carbon soot from car exhaust and turn it into markers, spray paint, and pens. One Air ink pen holds up to 40 minutes of emissions. It's like writing your thoughts with yesterday's pollution. Saving the planet, one doodle at a time. By 2019, Apple had sold over 1 billion iPhones. That's 1 billion tiny screens glowing in people's hands. Basically, every 8th person on Earth owned one. Imagine stacking those phones. Boom! You've built a skyscraper to the moon and still have enough left over to selfie the stars. NASA's Juno spacecraft flew 1.74 billion miles to reach Jupiter. Launched in 2011, it arrived 5 years later, on the 4th of July. It flew through space like a patriotic science rocket, delivering cosmic fireworks right into Jupiter's orbit. That's one giant leap for robot kind. Luke Aikens, a 42-year-old daredevil, jumped out of a plane from 25,000 feet. With no parachute, no wingsuit, nothing but air and guts. He landed safely in a 100-square-foot net. That's 1/3 the size of a football field. He basically high-fived death and stuck the landing like a boss. In a 2008 study, researchers infused the scent of roses and rotten eggs into dreams. Rose-smelling dreams turned sweet and magical. Rotten egg dreams? Straight-up nightmares. Your nose becomes a director in your sleep. So yeah, sweet dreams might literally come from a spritz of flower-scented air. There's a hotel in Idaho shaped like a beagle. It's called the Dog Bark Park Inn, and yes, you sleep inside a dog's belly. You climb into its head for the loft, and the snout is a reading nook. It's like staying inside Clifford's chill cousin, built for naps and giggles. In 1958, a dad in New York named his 2 sons Winner and Loser. The twist? Winner became a criminal and Loser became a police officer. Real names, real story. Life just stared at those names and said, "Hold my drink." You can't name your destiny, but you sure can flip it. In 1971, astronauts from Apollo 15 placed a tiny aluminum statue on the moon. It honors all astronauts and cosmonauts who died in space programs. Next to it is a plaque listing their names. Even the moon has a memorial now, a space graveyard for Earth's bravest explorers. Squirrels are surprisingly wholesome. If a mama squirrel dies, another squirrel might adopt her baby. No reward, no fuss. Just straight up woodland kindness. It's like the animal kingdom's version of I got you, fam. Turns out even fuzzy-tailed nut hoarders have hearts bigger than their winter food stash. In parts of South Asia, Africa, and China, monkey brains are considered a delicacy. They're soft, digestible, and often fed to kids. Entire cookbooks even exist for it. Yup, some people serve what others protect at the zoo. Culture really decides what's lunch and what's a selfie with a banana. To become a man among the Satara Ma tribe, 13-year-old boys wear gloves filled with bullet ants, known for having one of the most painful stings on Earth. They must endure the pain without screaming for 10 minutes. If they cry, they're not men yet. That's manhood with bonus pain points. Octopuses are the ultimate escape artists. In fights or panic, they might tear off their own arm. Sometimes they even eat their limbs. No joke. Scientists think it could be stress or disease. Either way, it's wild. Imagine being so dramatic your go-to move is, fine, I'll just chew my arm. Flamingos don't just strut. They fly. And fast. Up to 55 kilometers per hour while flying in synchronized flocks. But with long necks stretched forward and legs dangling like noodles, they look hilariously awkward. Speed? Yes. Style? Depends how much you love spaghetti in flight. In California, driverless cars can't legally go over 97 kilometers per hour. The law says no human means no high speed, even if the car is literally a genius on wheels. Imagine your robot car trying to flex, but the government's like, nope, not without a license, pal. Photomath is a real app that solves math problems just by pointing your phone at them. No typing, no thinking, just scan and boom, solution. It's like having a tiny math wizard in your pocket whispering answers like, relax, I got this. Teachers fear it. Students call it salvation. Lobsters are basically aliens hiding in oceans. Their teeth are in their stomachs. Their brain is in their throat. Kidneys? Chilling in their head. Nervous system? Hiding in their belly. It's like evolution took a puzzle, shook it up and said, good luck figuring this one out. The Carrot House in Warsaw is so skinny it looks like a joke. It's only 92 centimeters wide at its narrowest point. You can barely fit a fridge, but somehow it's a home. It's not a house. It's an architectural dare. And yes, someone actually lives there. Africom is a website that lets you watch wild animals live, 24/7 in protected parts of southern Africa. Giraffes, elephants, hyenas, you name it. It's like a safari without leaving your couch. Forget reality TV. This is nature's drama, broadcast in HD with zero scripts and maximum attitude. A 1966 Volvo hit over 3 million miles. That's not a typo. One car. 3 million miles. Most cars retire after a few birthdays, but this legend kept rolling like the Terminator on tires. It's basically the marathon runner of automobiles, and it's still not done. Horror movies sneak in infrasound. Frequencies too low for humans to hear, but powerful enough to mess with your body. You won't hear it, but you'll feel it. Anxiety, chills, heart thumps. That eerie fear in scary movies? Sometimes it's not the jump scare, it's the ghostly bass line under your skin. In Japan, you can literally pay a handsome man to come to your office, watch sad videos with you, and wipe your tears. Crying is considered therapeutic. So, yeah, imagine sobbing in your cubicle while a model pats your back, like, let it out, you beautiful soul. That's next-level emotional support. Charles Baldwin created the biohazard symbol. He didn't want it to mean anything at first. That way people would learn its meaning from scratch. Memorable but meaningless, he said. And now it's globally known. Proof that sometimes the best designs start with zero baggage and end up on lab doors forever. Climbing Mount Everest isn't cheap. Between Sherpas, permits, and gear, it'll cost you between $60,000 and $120,000 US. That's not a hike. It's a luxury mission to the edge of human limits. For the price of a sports car, you get snow, suffering, and bragging rights. Matt Stutzman holds the world record for long-distance archery, and he has no arms. He uses his feet. The guy pulls a bowstring with his legs and still hits targets farther than anyone else. It's not just skill, it's defiance wrapped in talent. Limits? He erased those like they never existed. Esther Okade was just 10 years old when she joined university. She aced algebra at age 4 and had the highest exam scores in her class. While most kids were learning how to spell Wednesday, she was solving equations like a human calculator in sneakers, a real-life child prodigy. The rarest wild cat in the world is the Bornean bay cat. Between 1874 and 2002, only 12 have ever been captured or studied. That's one cat every 10 years. It's like Bigfoot with fur and claws, real, mysterious, and barely seen by human eyes. In Shani Shingnapur, India, none of the houses have doors. Zero. Not homes, not businesses, not schools. People believe anyone who steals will be cursed with 7 years of bad luck. It's not law, it's faith. And somehow, in a world full of locks, this tiny village lives completely open. In 1883, a man and a bear were found dead side by side. The ground around them was destroyed, as if a hurricane touched down. People believe they fought to the death. One final man versus beast showdown. No survivors. Just raw wilderness and a story written in scratches. There are over 500 ways to cook potatoes. It's not just a guess, it's a documented recipe collection, gifted to Britain by the wife of former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev. Forget cookbooks. This was a starch-based diplomatic flex, because when in doubt, win hearts and bellies with carbs. There's a vodka bottle worth 3.75 million US dollars. Why? Because it's filtered through sand made from crushed diamonds and gems. Drinking it doesn't give you superpowers, but it'll empty your bank account faster than you can say, on the rocks. That's luxury with a splash of insanity. A study in the Journal of Positive Psychology found that 2/3 of people don't know what they're good at. Not unsure, completely clueless. That means most folks walk around totally unaware of their strengths. Imagine having a superpower and never using it because you don't know it's there. In 2014, Beyoncé made $3.65 every single second. That's not per hour, not per minute, per second. While you blink, she banks. While you sneeze, she earns lunch money for 10 people. Queen status isn't just a title, it's a rhythm backed by pure income. The Pixar team created Wall-E: A Bug's Life, Monsters, Inc., and Finding Nemo, all during one lunch break in 1994. Just sitting at a table, casually inventing cinematic gold like it was a to-do list. Creative explosions happen when talent, snacks, and imagination sit at the same table. There's a floating stage in Singapore that can hold 9,000 people. It's used for concerts, sports, and national events, all above water. It's like a stadium decided to become a boat. When you celebrate that thing, every step you take literally makes waves. Now that's a platform with power. Bao Shishun, the world's tallest man, used his freakishly long 1.06-meter arms to reach inside 2 dolphins and pull out plastic trash that vets couldn't remove. He literally saved their lives with his height. When you're that tall, even marine rescue turns into a superhero side quest. When Julius Caesar first saw giraffes, he thought they looked like a mashup of 2 animals, camels and leopards. So he called them camelopards. That name stuck for a while. Imagine discovering a creature so weird, your brain just makes up a combo word because it can't handle the design. British banking giant HSBC admitted to laundering billions of dollars for drug cartels. Colombian, Mexican, you name it. And guess what? No one went to jail. It was like real-life Breaking Bad meets corporate loopholes. Billions moved illegally. And the punishment? Basically a shrug with a fine attached. You can't smell your own home because of a brain trick called olfactory adaptation. Your brain filters out familiar scents so it can detect new smells quickly, just in case something's burning or toxic. So, yeah, your house might smell weird. You're just too nose blind to know it. There's a company called Hoxton Street Monster Supplies that sells salt made from human tears. Real ones. Tears from sneezing, chopping onions, laughing, and anger. Bottled emotions. You're not seasoning food. You're sprinkling raw feelings onto your fries. It's creepy, salty, and a little poetic. If you're into weird gourmet food, Don Ritchie lived across from a cliff known as Australia's most popular suicide spot, the Gap. Over 50 years, he personally talked down around 160 people by simply inviting them over for tea. No uniform, no sirens, just human kindness and a kettle. Real-life guardian angel in a cardigan. Dobry Dobrev, a 101-year-old Bulgarian man, walked 25 kilometers every day, not for himself, but to beg money for orphanages. For 15 years straight, he dressed like a monk, lived like a saint, and gave away every coin. When charity walks, literally, it looks like Dobry. Steve Flagg, adopted at birth, searched for years for his biological mom. In 2007, he discovered they'd unknowingly worked at the same Lowe's store the entire time. Yep, they were co-workers. That awkward hello in the break room? Turns out it was family reunion material. A moment isn't just a vague slice of time. It's actually a real medieval unit. One moment equals 90 seconds. 40 moments make an hour. So next time someone says, just a moment, now you know they owe you exactly a minute and a half. Clock's ticking. The Queen of England has been on so much international money you could line up the coins and bills to watch her face age. It's like a slow-motion time-lapse in currency. No filters. Just one royal face printed across history, aging gracefully. $1, rupee, and franc at a time. An oil sheikh from Abu Dhabi, Hamad bin Hamdan Al Nahyan, carved his name into the desert. Each letter is over 1,000 meters long. You can literally see it from space. Forget tagging walls. This guy graffitied Earth. When rich meets extra, the whole planet becomes your notebook. Istanbul has a vending machine that trades plastic bottles for pet food. You feed a stray dog or cat by recycling. It's like Earth gives you karma points every time you clean up. Forget coins. This machine takes trash and pays in wagging tails and purring gratitude. A parrot named Alex once looked in a mirror and asked what color he was. Scientists realized this bird wasn't just mimicking, he understood. He was the first animal to ever ask an existential question. That's not just smart, that's who am I smart. Feathered philosophers, rise. In January 1961, a U.S. bomber accidentally dropped 2 nuclear bombs on North Carolina. They didn't explode, but if they had, it would have been worse than Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined. A broken plane almost rewrote history, and all because of a mid-air accident. That's nuclear near-miss nightmare fuel. Couples in love can literally sync their heartbeats just by staring into each other's eyes. No touching, no talking, just eye contact. Science calls it synchronization. Poets call it magic. Either way, when love gets real, your heart knows it, and it starts matching rhythm with someone else's. Exercise isn't just for muscles. It boosts brain power, too. Studies show regular workouts make you happier, sharper, and more energized. It's like hitting a cheat code for your mood and focus. Want to feel like a genius with six-pack abs? Start with a walk. Your brain will do push-ups. In 2009, archaeologists found fossils of crocodiles that galloped. Not crawled. Galloped like horses. They lived with dinosaurs and sometimes ate them. Crocs that ran like racehorses and hunted like monsters. Jurassic Park didn't even warn us about this level of prehistoric nightmare fuel. About 50% of Asians struggle to metabolize alcohol because they're missing a key liver enzyme. That's why even a little drink can hit hard. It's not about tolerance, it's biology. So next time someone says they can't drink much, it's not a weakness. It's chemistry doing its thing. Big Ben is leaning. Yep, England's famous clock tower tilts 0.26 degrees northwest, about 1.6 feet off at the top. Why? The ground beneath it is drying out. So now it's a slightly crooked timekeeper, silently swaying with every tick of history. Pluto was named by an 11-year-old girl. Venetia Burney suggested the name to her grandpa, who passed it to an Oxford astronomer. That guy submitted it, and boom, it stuck. A kid gave a planet its name. Just imagine casually naming worlds before you hit puberty. Dolphins can recognize themselves in mirrors. A 2001 study showed they noticed changes in their reflections like lipstick marks. Before that, only humans and chimps passed the mirror test. Turns out dolphins aren't just smart, they're self-aware. Basically, they're the philosophers of the sea, minus the pipe and monocle. Researchers at the University of Montreal found that everyone can be a good singer. It's not about being born with it, it's practice. Like lifting weights, your vocal cords need training. So, next time someone says you can't sing, just tell them you're in vocal gym mode. Gains incoming. There's a real infrared device that scans your veins and projects them onto your skin. Nurses use it to find veins easily for injections. It's like X-ray vision for blood. You don't need to be Superman, you just need a little science and a glowing map on your arm. In Japan's Kaikyu Abaretsubo Marine Park, there are tiny holes in the otter exhibit so you can shake their paws. Yes, actual otter handshakes. They poke their little hands through and you get to hold them. It's like nature's cutest peace treaty, one fuzzy high five at a time. A group of pandas is officially called an embarrassment. No joke. Not a pack, not a squad, an embarrassment. No one knows why, but it kind of fits. They roll, flop, fall from trees, and still look adorable. Clumsy, cuddly, and chaotic? That's a panda party in a nutshell. In 1948, the Nobel Peace Prize wasn't awarded to anyone. Why? as a tribute to Mahatma Gandhi, who was assassinated earlier that year. They said no one else was worthy. Sometimes the biggest honor is leaving a space empty, to show the world who truly deserved it. B-A-E? That cute word you hear in love songs? In Denmark, it means poop. Yup. While one side of the world is texting good night, bae, Danes are low-key giggling. It's proof that language is weird, adorable, and occasionally gross, all at once. Talk about lost in translation. Identical twins have the same DNA, but their belly buttons? Totally different. That's because navels are scars, not genes. It depends on how the umbilical cord heals, so if you're ever stuck choosing between twin A or B, just check the belly button. It's nature's original name tag. Alan Gans has been slinging ice cream in Boston since 1947. He's got the world record for longest-serving ice cream man and knows 90% of his customers by name. Forget fame. This guy built a legacy one scoop at a time. Legendary with sprinkles. The Nasir al-Mulk Mosque in Iran looks like it swallowed a rainbow. When morning light hits its stained glass windows, the entire room turns into a kaleidoscope. Walls, floors, and air shimmer in color. It's not just architecture. It's a sunrise that explodes into art every single day. In 1995, NASA gave drugs to spiders, LSD, marijuana, caffeine, and more, to see how they'd spin webs. The results: the more toxic the drug, the messier the web. Caffeine turns spiders into web-wrecking zombies. Turns out even insects get chaotic when their brains go on a chemical roller coaster. Vyacheslav Molotov, a Soviet diplomat, might be the only man in history to shake hands with Lenin, Stalin, Hitler, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Himmler. That's like being on every final boss level of World War diplomacy. Also, yes, he inspired the term Molotov cocktail. Dude was a handshake away from history. The Wright brothers flew together just once in 1910. Their dad didn't want to lose both sons in a plane crash. He finally gave them permission for one shared flight. So, for that single moment, the two men who invented flight actually soared together. One ride, two legends. Psychopaths don't think like the rest of us. Research shows they focus only on the positive outcomes of their actions and ignore the consequences. Steal, cheat, hurt? As long as it benefits them, their brain skips the guilt. It's like their conscience got deleted from the emotional hard drive. When you stretch and yawn at the same time, you're panicking. That full body stretch paired with a big morning yawn? Yeah, it has a name, and it sounds like something only wizards do. It's your body's way of saying, let's boot up the system. Welcome to the science of chill. Tupac didn't just rap, he danced ballet. In high school, he played the Mouse King in the Nutcracker. Bandana off, tutu on. He twirled before he rhymed. Proof that real artists are fearless. And sometimes greatness starts with a pirouette before the mic drops. Babies are born without kneecaps. For real. They don't grow them until they're between 2 to 6 years old. Before that, it's all soft cartilage. So when babies crawl like clumsy robots, it's because their knees are still downloading the upgrade. Composer Arnold Schoenberg feared the number 13 so badly it haunted him his entire life. He even adjusted names and dates to avoid it. The final punch? He died at 13 minutes to midnight on Friday the 13th. His phobia didn't just chase him. It scheduled his final appointment. Sean Bean is so terrified of flying that during Lord of the Rings filming, he refused helicopters. Instead, he took a ski lift in full Boromir armor, then hiked up snowy mountains. While others flew, he walked like a medieval warrior. Talk about method acting meets mountain madness. There are fireworks made for daylight. Instead of bursting lights, they release colored smoke that dances through the sky in bright clouds. So even under the sun, the show goes on. They don't boom, they billow. Well, it's like watching dreams leak out of the sky in slow motion. That dark band between a double rainbow? It's real and named Alexander's Band, after the dude who spotted it back in 200 AD. It's not magic, it's science. Light bounces just right and makes a no-color zone. Basically, it's the rainbow's moody shadow. Even colors need space sometimes. The Chinese giant salamander is the world's largest amphibian. It can grow 6 feet long and weigh over 100 kilograms. That's basically a lizard the size of a grown man. Silent, slippery, and hiding in rivers. It looks like a Pokemon but swims like ancient royalty. Watermelon is 92% water. It's basically crunchy hydration. If your mouth is dry and the sun's melting your soul, just eat a slice. It's juicy, sweet, and low in calories. Nature's candy with a splash of electrolytes. Whoever invented watermelon deserves a statue made of melon. Even after a venomous snake is decapitated, it can still bite and kill. Its reflexes stick around for hours, so yeah, that headless cobra might still be packing deadly strikes. It's not undead, just leftover survival coding. In nature, danger doesn't always stop when the heartbeat does. Back in the 15 and 1600s, women accused of gossiping were forced to wear a torture device called a scold's bridle. Made of iron, it clamped the head and shoved a spiked bit into the mouth. It was medieval society's cruel way of saying, shut up. Literal mouth prison. When Abraham Lincoln died, his body was taken on a 2-week, 1,600-mile train tour for mourners to pay respect. His 11-year-old son's body was also with him, lying beside him. The train stopped at 400 stations. It wasn't just a funeral, it was a rolling farewell through history. In 2006, a woman from Michigan tried to sell a real human skeleton on eBay. You read that right, a mummified human body. eBay shut it down instantly. Apparently, the one rule of online shopping is no bones in the cart. Sorry, goth collectors, this isn't Amazon for skeletons. Dogs and cats can be allergic to you. Yep, human dander can make pets sneeze, itch, or react. We shed tiny skin cells all the time, and some pets just can't deal. So next time your cat acts dramatic, it might not be sass. It might be your hair and skin flakes. The mantis shrimp punches like a bullet, literally. It strikes 50 times faster than a blink. Its blow can shatter shells, glass, even break aquarium walls. Scientists call it nature's boxer. It's not just colorful, it's a rainbow ninja with fists that hit like tiny underwater explosions. Until 1987, surgeons believed infants didn't feel pain, so they performed surgeries without anesthesia. Awake. Just imagine the horror. It took way too long for medicine to catch up and say, hey, maybe babies feel stuff too. Science doesn't always start smart, but thankfully it learns. In 2012, a man sued Pepsi after claiming he found a mouse in his Mountain Dew. But Pepsi won. Why? Science proved that a real mouse would have dissolved completely in 30 days. And he bought the can 74 days after it was made. Mountain Dew. Melts rodents, apparently. George Pullman, the railroad tycoon, was so hated by his ex-employees that after he died, his family buried him at night under 2.4 meters of concrete, steel, and fear. They worried people might dig him up and desecrate his corpse. He built trains in life and bunkers in death. Elephants don't need bug spray. They crush mosquitoes using the folds in their thick skin. That's right. Tiny death traps built into wrinkles. While we slap at the air, they just flex a little. Nature gave them armor and mosquito-flattening traps because when you're elephant-sized, even bugs don't stand a chance. Dr. Sanduk Ruit from Nepal has restored eyesight to over 100,000 people across the developing world. One doctor, one mission. He pioneered a cheap surgery technique and literally gave sight to entire villages. He's not just a healer, he's a superhero with a scalpel and a heart of gold. Over a lifetime, the average person walks enough steps to circle the earth 5 times. That's over 200,000 kilometers on foot, just from daily strolls, errands, and life. So yeah, you've basically completed a global marathon in slow motion. Every step counts more than you think. A 2013 study found that Harry Potter fans are statistically more tolerant, inclusive, and less supportive of violence or torture. Magic aside, the books literally changed how people think. Turns out reading about fighting evil makes people a lot less likely to support the real-world dark arts. You can be criminally charged for making threats using only emojis. No words, just icons. A gun, a skull, some flames, and suddenly you're in court. The law now reads your emoji combos like poetry with handcuffs. So, yeah, be careful. Your smiley face might come with a felony. In Japan, if someone dies by suicide in their apartment or on train tracks, the family might be billed for the cleanup, delays, and bad PR. It's called Jishin Jiko, and it hits grieving families with massive fees. It's heartbreaking, and a chilling consequence few talk about. James Cameron was homeless when he wrote The Terminator. He sold the script for just $1, but only if he could direct it. The studio said yes, and the rest is film history, from sleeping in cars to creating icons. Sometimes the future really does come back to save you. And that was the final fact. If you made it this far, you're officially one of the unique ones. I hope every last fact made you say, wait, what? Comment below with the fact that hit you the hardest. I read every single one. But don't go anywhere just yet. The next video? Yeah, it's loaded with facts even more shocking than this one. Click it, watch it, see you there.
Did you know there's a jellyfish that literally cheats death, and your favorite shiny lipstick might be made from fish scales? Wild, right? But before you start watching, drop a weird or mind-blowing fact you know in the comments. If it's not in this video, and let's be honest, we've probably missed a few gems, we might feature it in the next one. So go on, surprise us. Let's see if you can outfact the fact video.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Mona Lisa doesn't just sit in a museum. She gets love letters and flowers, too. Yup, she's got her very own mailbox. People from all over the world write to her like she's a living queen of mystery. That little smile? Apparently, it's enough to steal hearts for centuries. Once, a teenage boy made a flag for a school project. His teacher said, not original, and gave him a low grade. But guess what? That flag design became the actual American flag used today. That boy's B- became history's A+. Sometimes teachers don't see the magic you're hiding. A long time ago, a smart court official named Kai Lun decided to make something special. Paper, but he didn't have factories or machines. He used tree bark, old rags, fish nets, and even bits of wheat. He turned all that junk into something we still can't live without. Thank you, paper wizard. Imagine reading Harry Potter with your fingers. That's what blind kids do using Braille. The fourth book in the series is so huge in Braille, it takes 10 fat books to finish. And guess what? A Bible can be 45 books long and a dictionary? Over 70. That's a lot of bumps. Caterpillars look tiny and harmless, right? But did you know they have 12 eyes? Yep, 12! That's like putting 6 pairs of sunglasses on a single squiggly body. They don't see super well, though, so why so many eyes? Just one of nature's weird mysteries crawling through the leaves. People think only George Washington was on the $1 bill, but nope. His wife, Martha, once had her own version. That was back when the rules were a little looser, and America liked to mix things up. The First Lady had her face in wallets, too. Talk about power couple goals. In a jungle far away lives a bird with beauty and danger mixed together. The hooded pitohui from Papua New Guinea looks cool, but is secretly poisonous. Touching its feathers can make your skin numb. So yeah, this bird is basically nature's way of saying, I look cute, but don't mess. The car company Mazda wasn't just some fancy name someone made up. It was inspired by an ancient god named Ahura Mazda, the spirit of wisdom and harmony in old Persian times. So every time someone says Mazda, they're kind of whispering a prayer to drive smart and live balanced. Cool, right? Once in England, people went to bed on September 3rd and woke up on September 14th. Wait, what? Yeah, the government changed the calendar, and they just skipped 11 days like magic. People freaked out, so the king said, chill, you'll still get paid. And that's how paid leave was born. The famous philosopher Plato? That wasn't even his real name. His real name was Aristocles. People called him Plato because he had a wide, strong body, like a wrestler. So next time you hear a brainy quote, remember, it came from a buff dude who could probably bench press your bookshelf. Once, Libya had a flag so simple it looked like someone forgot to finish it. Just a green rectangle. No stars, no stripes, no animals, nothing. The leader wanted to show off his ideas from a book called The Green Book. Turns out sometimes the boldest messages are the plainest pictures. There's a tiny statue up on the moon. It's called The Fallen Astronaut, made by a Belgian artist. It's a tribute to all the space explorers who didn't make it back. Even on the moon, humans wanted to say, we remember. Art doesn't need a museum. Sometimes it just needs silence. Feeling forgetful? Try yellow. That color is like a highlighter for your brain. It grabs your attention and makes memories stick better. That's why school buses and notepads love being yellow. It's like a color that shouts, remember me, to your sleepy little brain cells. Inside Air Force One, the president's plane, there's something wild. A full-blown doctor's office. There's a space ready to turn into an operating room, just in case something goes wrong mid-air. And yes, there's a doctor always on board. It's like a flying White House mixed with a hospital. Guess what? George Washington didn't wear a white wig. His hair was naturally red. Yeah, the first American president was a redhead. Kinda makes you look at those portraits a little differently, huh? Founding a country with a fiery crown of hair, that's some bold ginger energy right there. Climbing Mount Everest isn't a weekend thing. It takes weeks, 10 of them, just to reach the top. That's 2 whole months of freezing, sweating, gasping, and never giving up. But when you finally stand above the clouds, it's the closest thing on Earth to touching the sky. There's a woman who beat the lottery 4 times. Not once, not twice. 4 magical jackpot wins. Her name's Joan, and her luck is so wild scientists have actually studied her. People call her the luckiest woman alive. I mean, who gets to say, "Oh, I've won again, no big deal"? In Alabama, there's an actual law that says you can't drive with a blindfold on. Which raises the real question, who tried this in the first place? Someone thought it was a fun idea until the police said, "Nope, not today." And that's how a law gets made, with one bad idea. Frane Salak from Croatia is like a real-life superhero of survival. He escaped a train crash, a plane crash, and a car crash. Oh, and he won the lottery. People say he's the luckiest man on Earth. Or maybe he's just the main character in the world's craziest movie. During a war, some scientists had ideas for new weapons, but a grumpy Navy officer named Commander Powder kept blocking them. So they named a fake unit of obstruction after him. It was their sneaky way of saying, "Thanks for making everything harder." History's full of these weird little rebellions. Ever notice some letters on a penny? They're not random. The letters F and G stand for Frank Gasparo, the guy who designed the back of the Lincoln penny. He left his initials like an artist signs a painting. Even pocket change has a secret signature if you know where to look. Your heart is wild. Even if it's taken out of the body, it can still beat for a little while. It doesn't need your brain to go thump thump. It just keeps doing its job like it's on autopilot. That's one tough little muscle dancing to its own rhythm. The Toyota logo is like a riddle. It looks like a simple shape, but inside it hides every letter of the word Toyota. Seriously, look closer next time. It's like the designers played hide and seek with the alphabet. That's not just branding. That's ninja-level creativity. In tough times, even nature gets cruel. If a mama alligator sees there's no water and no way to survive, she might eat her own babies. It sounds brutal, but in the wild, survival is the only rule. She does it with a heavy heart, but a wild heart nonetheless. In parts of India, people once got married to trees. Seriously. Some believed it could fix bad luck in astrology or even cure a cursed love life. The idea was, marry the tree first and then everything will be fine. Wild? Yes, but hearts and hope can make people do anything. Victor Hugo, the guy who wrote Les Miserables, once wrote a sentence so long it had over 800 words. That's like an entire page without a single period. Imagine reading that out loud and running out of breath halfway through. He didn't just write stories, he built mountains with words. The Bible ends on a tiny but powerful word. Amen. That one little word wraps up the most famous book in the world like a spiritual period at the end of a very long sentence. People all over the world whisper it to close their prayers. One word, big peace. There's a saint from long ago named Drogo who people pray to when they feel unattractive. Yup, Saint Drogo is like heaven's cheerleader for anyone feeling ugly. His story reminds people that beauty on the outside fades, but the strength inside, that's what makes you holy. In Africa, long before phones, people used drums to talk. Not just for fun, real messages. Those drum beats could carry words 100 miles in just an hour. It was like the jungle had its own invisible phone line made of rhythm. Boom, boom. Dinner's ready! Boom, boom. Danger's close! During a war, soldiers were trapped in prison camps. So, a card company secretly made special decks of playing cards. But inside those cards, hidden maps. If you got them wet, the paper would peel open and show escape routes. It was a game of cards and survival. Bananas have their own family names. A bunch of bananas is called a hand, and each banana in it is called a finger. So when you grab a banana, you're basically holding fruit fingers. Weird, right? But also kind of adorable. Mother Nature's got a playful side. Before Mercury took over, thermometers were filled with brandy. That's right. Actual booze helped measure fevers. So if someone said you had a hot forehead, they might have checked it with a tiny shot glass of fruit wine. Doctors back then were wild mixologists of science.
If you're still watching after 32 facts, you clearly have taste. Hit that like button.
Some East African tribes had an insane way to stitch wounds. They'd get giant soldier ants to bite both sides of a cut and then snap off the bodies, leaving the jaws clamped shut like living stitches. It sounds scary, but in the wild, even bugs become doctors. The movie Psycho made film history by doing something people thought was too shocking: flushing a toilet. That was the first time a toilet flush ever made it into an American movie. It sounds silly today, but back then, it flushed away old rules and flushed in a new era. The person who invented the fire hydrant never got credit because the patent documents burned up in a fire. Yep. The one invention made to stop fires lost its birth certificate to the thing it was created to fight. Irony has a dark sense of humor. Huge earthquakes are strong enough to mess with Earth's spin. That means one wild shake under the ground can make the whole planet twirl just a little faster. It's like the world suddenly decided to dance faster because it felt a tremor in its bones. There's a rose in Germany that's been alive for more than 1,000 years. It's so big it climbs walls and spreads wide like a floral dragon. Some say it was planted by a king. This isn't your grandma's garden. It's nature's way of showing off with petals. When flamingos party, they don't hang in groups. They roll in flamboyance. That's the actual name. A flamboyance of flamingos. With those pink feathers and silly walks, the name totally fits. It's like they're born ready for the catwalk. Or should we say flamingo walk? Sea otters are cuddle pros. When they sleep, they float in the water and hold paws so they don't drift apart. It's like nature's version of holding hands during a nap. Soft, sleepy, and ridiculously sweet. They're basically the teddy bears of the ocean. Gentoo penguins don't bring flowers or chocolates to their love. They bring pebbles. If the girl penguin likes the pebble, she keeps it. And him. That's their proposal. So next time you step on a rock, think of a penguin saying, "Will you be mine?" Back in the 1500s, a woman started dancing in the streets and just couldn't stop. Then others joined. Dozens of people danced like they were cursed. No music, no break, just spinning feet and sweaty madness. Some even danced themselves to death. It became known as the dancing plague. A cat's nose is like a fingerprint. No two are the same. If cats ruled the world, they'd stamp things with their nose instead of a signature. This tuna can is mine. Boop! It's nature's way of giving cats their own secret identity. When porcupines hang out together, the group is called a prickle. Isn't that perfect? A prickle of porcupines. Like someone took cute and dangerous and gave it a fun name. Just don't try to pet one. Those quills mean business. Almost everything you see in the sky, the planets, moons, and asteroids, are nothing compared to the sun. The sun is the boss. It holds more than 99 out of every 100 parts of all the stuff in our solar system. It's basically the heavyweight champion of space. In just 1 hour, the sun gives Earth more energy than the whole planet uses in a year. That giant fireball is pouring down light and power every second. If we could catch even a little of it, we'd never need batteries again. In space, metal is clingy. If two pieces of the same metal touch out there, they fuse together like best friends who never let go. There's no oxygen or moisture to stop them. So, yeah, space welding is a real thing, even without a flame. Imagine something so dense that one sugar cube of it would weigh more than all the trucks in your town. That's what a neutron star is made of. Just a tiny piece of it could crush anything on Earth. It's like the universe's way of flexing its muscles. Now, picture a full soup can of that same neutron star stuff. That one can weigh more than the moon. Yup, the entire moon. It's like scooping up a whole galaxy's worth of heavy in one tiny can. Not for your kitchen shelf, that's for sure. Before battle, ancient Chinese warriors had a wild flex move. They juggled. Not weapons, but actual juggling. It was their way of saying, "I'm so calm I can toss stuff around before war." Nothing says intimidation like juggling in the face of danger. You know that word OMG everyone texts these days? It got added to dictionaries only recently. But guess what? The first time someone wrote OMG was way back during a world war. People thought it was brand new, but turns out, even history knew how to scream online. In Arizona, there's an actual law that says donkeys can't sleep in bathtubs. Yep. Someone's long-eared friend probably took a nap and caused chaos. Now the state says donkeys in barns, not bubbles. Just imagine a sheriff walking in saying, "Sir, get your donkey out of the tub." Israeli stamps don't just stick, they follow tradition. The glue they use is certified kosher. That means even if you accidentally licked it, you're still good by Jewish dietary laws. It's like religion and postage giving each other a respectful nod. Who knew stamps had spiritual standards? Ever tickled a rat? They laugh. Seriously. Rats and mice giggle when tickled, just like us. You can't hear it without special equipment, but they're squeaking out little joy bursts. Science discovered that even tiny furballs with twitchy noses have tickle zones. Cute and squeaky. Nature wins again. Norway once gave a penguin a real knight title. Not a joke. The bird got a ceremony, a sash, and even a tiny medal. The penguin's name is Sir Niels Olav, and he lives in a zoo like a waddling feathered royal. Somewhere, a duck is probably jealous. Out of all the kings in a deck of cards, the King of Hearts is the only one without a mustache. Maybe he liked the clean look, or maybe he just wanted to be different. Either way, he's the smoothest looking royal in the whole card crew. In North Carolina, if you sing badly, like really badly, you're technically breaking the law. It's illegal to sing off-key in public. Imagine someone pulling you over for a broken tune. Ma'am, your notes were way out of line. So if you're tone deaf, maybe hum quietly in Carolina. Here's something neat about the word 40. It's the only number where all the letters are in alphabetical order. Not 41, not 14, just 40. Makes you wonder if the alphabet itself lined up just to give one number a perfect score in spelling class. Now, flip it. The number 1 is the only number where all the letters go in reverse alphabetical order, like the alphabet is marching backward just to spell a single word. It's a sneaky little linguistic fact hiding in plain sight on your math test. Strawberries are the popular kids of the plant world. They grow in every single American state and every part of Canada too. From desert heat to chilly hills, these red sweethearts pop up everywhere. So wherever you are, strawberries are probably nearby, just waiting to be picked. If someone calls you a peach, that's not just sweet talk. Back in the day, people gave actual peaches to folks they loved. It was like handing someone a juicy hug. So, you're a peach really means you're my favorite fruit-shaped piece of sunshine. Smooth, right? Way down south near the bottom of the globe, there's a special spot. If you sail at the 60th southern line of the planet, you can go all the way around the Earth and never touch land. Just open sea, endless waves, and ocean wind whispering, keep going. There's a highway that stretches all the way from the corner of Seattle to the heart of Boston, on what's called Interstate 90, and it's the longest road in America. Coast to coast, it's one giant asphalt adventure. Roll down the windows. You're driving across a continent. In Texas, there's an airport so big it beats an island. Dallas-Fort Worth Airport is larger than Manhattan. That's right. Planes there travel longer than some people's city commutes. If you get lost inside, you're not at the airport. You're practically on a cross-country flight. Benjamin Franklin didn't just fly kites, he made flippers. The guy was a genius who invented swim fins for his hands so he could move through water like a fish. Basically, he was trying to become Aquaman before comic books existed. Founding father by land, sea creature by pool. One time in Vegas, a hospital had to fire staff because they were betting on when patients would die. Yup, actual nurses and workers were placing bets. It got so dark that one nurse was accused of cheating by killing. Not every gamble in Vegas stays classy. Indonesia isn't one island. It's a jaw-dropping collection of more than 17,000. Imagine jumping from one to another every day. You'd need years to visit them all. It's a country that's part ocean, part land, and completely massive. Mother Nature went all out on this one. You and a giraffe have something in common. Both of you have 7 bones in your neck. Even with their skyscraper-long necks, the number of bones is the same. The difference? Each giraffe bone is like a bone on stilts. Same blueprint, extra height. Neck goals unlocked. When you think fast food, you might picture golden arches, but guess what? Subway has more restaurants than any other chain. More sandwiches, more bread, more... What do you want on it? It's like the world runs on subs instead of burgers. Fresh, fast, and quietly everywhere. If you took every atom of Earth and squished out the space between them, the entire planet would shrink down to the size of a baseball. That's how empty most matter is. We're not solid. We're space in disguise. Makes you wonder what else is puffed up. China decided to make solar farms shaped like pandas. Yep, giant, smiling pandas made of solar panels. Why? To get kids and young people more excited about clean energy. So now, from space, Earth looks like it's powered by adorable, eco-friendly bears. That's how you market the future. Ever seen a stoat hunt? It doesn't sneak or pounce. It dances like it's in a wildlife rave. It jumps, spins, and flips until the rabbit just stares, confused. Then, bam! Dinner time. It's like magic mixed with mischief. Nature's sneakiest trickster wears a fur coat and dances. Losing teeth isn't just exciting, it's profitable. In America, kids get cash from the tooth fairy. On average, they collect more than $3 per tooth. That means your mouth is basically a treasure chest with baby teeth as currency. Smile wide, it's payday. Want to order your words like a grammar wizard? There's a secret rule to putting adjectives in the right order. It goes like this: amount, value, size, temperature, age, shape, color, origin, material. So it's three small old brown wooden tables, not wooden brown old small three. Grammar magic. Grover Cleveland wasn't just one U.S. president, he was two. He got elected, lost, and then came back again, like the comeback king of politics. So when they counted presidents, he became both the 22nd and the 24th. Talk about taking the "I'll be back" quote seriously. Ever wondered why so many countries end with "Stan"? It's not just a coincidence. That little ending means place of or land in Persian. So Afghanistan is the land of Afghans. Pakistan? Place of the pure. It's like naming countries with a poetic mic drop. The Atacama Desert is so dry some spots have never seen rain. Not once. It's not a desert. It's a planet's dry whisper. If Earth had a no water allowed zone, this would be it. Even cactuses look around and say, "Yep, nope, not living here." One day, the Supreme Court of the United States had to decide, is a tomato a fruit or a vegetable? And boom, they declared it a vegetable. Why? Because of how it's used in cooking. So legally, in the eyes of the highest court, ketchup's a veggie sauce. The wrestling world once got into a name fight between animals and athletes. The World Wrestling Federation had to change its name because the World Wildlife Fund already claimed the initials WWF. The wrestlers backed down, became WWE, and pandas kept the acronym belt. The wild and dreamy lyrics in "Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds"? John Lennon said they weren't about outer space or magic mushrooms. They were inspired by the trippy stories of Lewis Carroll, the guy who wrote Alice in Wonderland. Turns out imagination was the only drug needed. The Caribbean has over 7,000 islands, but only a tiny percent have people living on them. Most are just floating paradise dots on the map, totally untouched. Somewhere out there, a beach exists that's never had a footprint. That's nature's version of "do not disturb." When a baby shows up, parents get sleepless. Not just tired, robbed. In the first year alone, a baby can steal up to 700 hours of sleep from mom and dad. That's like staying awake for a whole month straight just so someone else can cry and poop. Titan is a moon orbiting Saturn, but it acts more like a planet. It's got its own atmosphere, thick and mysterious. In fact, it's almost twice as dense as Earth's air. If you ever visit, don't expect a spacesuit selfie. You'll be wrapped in orange fog and alien clouds. Cruise control in cars was invented by a blind man. No joke. Ralph Teeter lost his sight as a kid but still became an engineer. He got annoyed with his driver's jerky speed, so he created cruise control. That's how a blind genius gave us smooth highway vibes. British tanks have had something special since World War II. Tea kettles inside. Yes, tea. They weren't just ready for battle, they were always ready for a brew. Even in war, Brits refused to fight without their cup of comfort. Soldiers with armor and Earl Grey? Respect. Here's a geography trick. Reno, Nevada is actually west of Los Angeles, California. Sounds impossible, right? But check a map. That little city snuck past a coastline giant. It's like geography played a prank and said, let's confuse everyone for fun. Back in the roaring 20s, Babe Ruth smacked so many home runs, he hit more than almost every team combined. One man, one bat, wrecking records while chewing gum and swaggering. He wasn't just playing baseball, he was rewriting how the game is played. You really can see Russia from Alaska. On a clear day, two tiny islands, one American, one Russian, stare at each other across the sea. They're so close you could wave to someone in another country. Cold, quiet, and a reminder that the world is smaller than we think. Lipstick can sparkle for a reason. Fish scales. Yep, many lipsticks use a shimmer made from crushed scales. It's called pearl essence, but it's really fish glam. So next time your lips shine in selfies, thank the ocean for the sparkle. Airport codes used to be just 2 letters. But then the world needed more, so they added an X to older ones. That's why Los Angeles is LAX. The X doesn't mean anything, it's just a placeholder from a time when planes were fewer and simpler. Way up in Venezuela, there's a waterfall so tall, the water seems to fall forever. It's called Angel Falls, and it's the tallest uninterrupted waterfall on Earth. Watching it is like seeing the sky cry in slow motion. Water ballet from mountaintops. Prairie dogs greet each other with a kiss. Not barking, not wagging tails. Actual kisses. They press their mouths together as if to say, "Hey, what's up, bro?" It's like a rodent romantic comedy happening underground. Who knew these squeaky diggers had such sweet manners?
Comment pineapple if you're still here. Let's confuse the entire comment section.
John D. Rockefeller had a fortune so massive, no billionaire today even comes close. When adjusted for inflation, he had over $300 billion. That's like owning half the world's banks and still having enough left to tip in gold coins. The longest tennis match in history lasted over 11 hours across 3 different days. 2 players just wouldn't give up. They smashed aces, chased balls, and kept going until their legs begged for mercy. It was called the endless match, and they earned every second. During the war, people were asked to save bacon grease. Why? Because the fat could be turned into glycerin, a key ingredient in explosives. Your breakfast leftovers helped build bombs. War doesn't waste anything, not even the drippings. Flamingos can't eat right side up. They have to flip their heads upside down to chow down. It's like their throat works in reverse. Imagine having to do a headstand every time you ate cereal. Flamingos pull it off with grace. You'd spill everything. A group of cows isn't just a herd. It's called a flink when there are 12 or more. Sounds like a word made by someone trying not to sneeze. Look at that flink of cows. Still, it's official. The language gods say so. Goats like to roll deep in squads called trips. A trip of goats isn't what happens when you stumble. It's what happens when cuteness travels in numbers. They bleat, hop, and bounce in packs like furry acrobats on a mountain adventure. An alligator goes through thousands of teeth in its life. Thousands. They keep growing new ones like candy in a dispenser. Snap, break, grow, repeat. It's like their mouth is a never-ending weapons factory. Don't mess with a smile that keeps reloading. Right now, on Earth, there are more chickens than people. They're everywhere, clucking in farms, parks, backyards. One massive, feathery majority quietly ruling the planet. We just don't talk about it, but deep down, this is a chicken's world, and we're just living in it. Penguins may waddle like goofballs, but they've got bounce. These tiny tuxedo birds can jump as high as a grown person. That's right, 6 feet of straight-up flipper power. So next time you see one shuffling along, remember, that bird's got hops. Once upon a time, for a split second, you were the absolute youngest human on Earth. Out of everyone alive, you were the newest heartbeat. Just born. Fresh as a sunrise. That's your badge of cosmic arrival. Everyone gets that title once. And only once. Eagles are serious fashion shows in the sky. These birds carry around 7,000 feathers. That's like wearing a full-blown fur coat, a cape, and a scarf at the same time. Each feather works like an airfoil, helping them glide like sky bosses. Most lizards stay silent, but not geckos. Geckos talk. They squeak, click, and chirp like nature's tiny radio stations. They're the only lizards that can voice their opinions, like little reptile DJs announcing, "This tree's taken," or, "Hey cutie, check my scales." Rhino horns aren't bone, they're hair. Super squished hair like nature made a weapon from your head fuzz. It's so packed, it turns into a sword on their nose. Forget metal. Rhinos roll into battle with keratin-powered helmets. Dolphins nap like spies. Half their brain sleeps, half stays awake, and one eye, always open. It's how they avoid danger and still get rest. They're basically underwater ninjas. Napping with radar mode still switched on. A duck has 3 eyelids, not 1. Not 2. 3. One's for blinking, one's for sleeping, and the third is like a swimming goggle sliding sideways over the eye. Ducks don't just waddle, they've got eye gear that belongs in a sci-fi movie. Want to know how far the edge of the Earth looks? There's an actual math trick for it. Yup, you can calculate how far the horizon is based on how tall you are. It's Earth geometry, baby. Curves, angles, and wonder, all from standing still and staring. A hippo can chill underwater for 5 whole minutes. That's long enough to miss a full cartoon episode. They just sink down, close their ears and nostrils, and hold their breath like giant grumpy submarines. Splash level? Pro. Most elephants are heavy. Like, super heavy. But you know what's even heavier? The tongue of a blue whale. That giant fish tongue weighs more than an entire elephant. Imagine speaking with something that big flopping in your mouth. Blue whales don't talk. They flex. If a sheep and a goat fall in love and have a baby, their kid is called a geep. Part goat, part sheep. All adorable confusion. It's like nature clicked random on its animal generator and said, "Let's get weird." Pistol shrimp are tiny but pack heat. They snap their claw so fast it makes a bubble explosion that can shatter glass. That sound? Louder than a gunshot. All from a shrimp. Nature made a little creature and gave it the world's tiniest cannon. One day in Tanzania, a few schoolgirls started laughing. Then more kids joined. Then the whole school. Then other villages. People couldn't stop laughing for months. Some cried, some fainted. It was called the Tanganyika laughter epidemic. It spread like joy on fire. Koalas rarely drink water. They get most of their hydration from eucalyptus leaves. Only during heat waves or droughts do they actually sip water. These fuzzy tree huggers are basically the Zen masters of staying hydrated. Bees come out fully grown. No awkward teen phase, no zits. Just boom. Buzzing around like nature's tiny pilots from day one. They don't crawl before they fly. They're born ready to get to work. Ferrets got their name from Latin, and it means little thief. Why? Because they steal stuff and hide it. Socks, keys, shiny things. They swipe like furry burglars with zero guilt. You're missing earbud? Probably in a ferret's hideout. Cats have two different sets of vocal cords. One is for meows and yowls, the other for purring. They're like tiny opera singers with dual instruments inside. Purr mode, chill. Meow mode, feed me now or face the consequences. Some bears don't just hibernate. They climb up trees and build nests just to chill and sunbathe. Big, scary bears. Sunbathing. They lay back like forest kings on leafy hammocks saying, "Yeah, this is the life." A bunch of jellyfish isn't called a group, it's a smack. Yup, a smack of jellyfish. Sounds like something you don't want to bump into in the ocean. But in jelly world, that's just how they roll. Bouncy and gelatinous. More than half the people alive today have never made or received a phone call. That's wild, right? Texts, swipes, and voice notes have taken over. Phones used to be for talking. Now they're tiny computers we panic over when we lose. Your jaw isn't just for eating chips, it's got power. The human jaw can crush down with the same force as 200 pounds pressing on your molars. That's like a gorilla-level bite, hidden inside your face. When Siwon Chen was learning English, she realized the only way to finish her homework was to go full throttle. Double the work. Double the effort. Her trick? Natural talent and pure hustle. That's how she turned English into her personal playground. Deep inside the number P, way out at the 762nd spot, you'll find 6 nines in a row. Math geeks call it the Feynman point. It's like finding a cheat code hidden inside the longest number on Earth. In theory, a single chess match could stretch to almost 6,000 moves. Imagine sitting at a board so long your hair turns gray between turns. Every piece, every square, just one slow, strategic dance of mental combat. One game. A lifetime of thinking. There was a time in Zimbabwe when money got so out of control they had bills worth trillions. You could be a trillionaire and still not afford bread. Imagine paying for snacks with a suitcase full of zeros. That wasn't wealth, it was wallet madness on turbo mode. Brazil isn't just named randomly, it's actually named after a tree. Brazilwood. Most countries are named after tribes or directions, but Brazil went full nature mode. That's like calling a country Oaklandia or Maple Nation. Green vibes all the way. Back in the 1600s, tulips were the Bitcoin of Holland. One rare flower cost more than an entire house. People sold land, savings, and sanity just to own one. When the bubble popped, so did bank accounts. It was the wildest flower flex in history. There was a Roman emperor so obsessed with his horse, he tried to make it a politician. Yup, Emperor Caligula wanted his favorite horse, Incitatus, to be a consul. Fancy title, office perks, maybe even a toga. That's loyalty. Or total madness, maybe both. At a university in Canada, a fire hydrant ran for election. Not metaphorically, literally. Students put it on the ballot. And guess what? It almost won. That bright red hero nearly joined the Board of Governors. Politics has never been so hydrated. In 2007, a senator from Nebraska sued God. Yup, took him to court. The reason? Natural disasters. It was mostly to make a point about lawsuits being out of control. But still, imagine typing defendant God on legal paperwork. Adolf Hitler didn't drink. He was a teetotaler, which means no alcohol ever. One of the most dangerous humans in history lived on juice, not booze. Just proves that darkness isn't about the drink, it's about the decisions. Your body makes alcohol. All the time. Yup, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Tiny amounts, naturally brewed in your gut. You're a walking microbrewery, just don't try bottling it. It's not exactly party material. Wherever a horse's ear is pointing, that's where it's looking. If both ears point in different directions, it's looking at two things at once. They've got built-in radar dishes on their heads. Those twitchy ears aren't just cute, they're high-tech attention scanners. Astronaut helmet visors have gold in them. Real gold. Not for style, but protection. That precious metal helps block dangerous space rays. So yeah, astronauts basically wear golden sunglasses while floating above Earth. Bling with a purpose. Once British soldiers marched across a bridge and caused it to collapse. Not from weight, but rhythm. Their steps matched so perfectly it created vibrations that shook the bridge apart. Since then, soldiers have been ordered to break step on bridges. Rhythm can be dangerous. The pig war started over a pig. One day, a pig wandered into a guy's garden and ate his potatoes. The guy shot it. Boom! International drama. Countries nearly went to war, all because one pig got too hungry. Bacon never caused so much tension. Statistically, champagne corks kill more people than poisonous spiders. So at a fancy party, you're safer next to a tarantula than a bottle of bubbly. Pop it carefully. Those corks launch like party missiles. Crocodiles can't stick out their tongues, not even a little. Their tongue is glued down to the bottom of their mouth. So all those scary chomps? Silent. No tongue action, just pure crunch. They're the silent killers of the swamp. Want your rubber bands to last longer? Put them in the fridge. Cold slows down their breakdown. So next time someone opens your fridge and finds a bag of rubber bands, tell them it's science. You're just freezing the stretch. Women blink more than men, almost twice as much. Scientists think it's linked to dryness, hormones, and even eye shape. Either way, it means the world sparkles just a little more when ladies look around. No, ostriches do not bury their heads in sand. That's a myth. When scared, they lower their heads to blend in with the ground. But bury it? Nope. No bird is that dumb. Ostriches are smart and seriously fast. Only female mosquitoes bite. The males sip plant juice and chill. But the girls, they need blood to make eggs. So next time you get a bite, don't blame all mosquitoes. Blame the hard-working mom trying to raise babies. Scotland has more redheads than any place on Earth. It's like red hair central. Pale skin, freckles, fire-colored heads. It's their national glow. If you want to meet real-life Weasleys, just hop a flight to the Highlands. Household dust is mostly made of dead skin. Yep, that stuff floating in the sunlight? You. Your skin flakes off all the time and turns into indoor snow. You basically shed like a human snake. Quietly. Constantly. The past tense of dare is durst. Like, I durst not challenge the dragon. It sounds like medieval magic. We never use it anymore, but it's still there. Hidden in the grammar castle like an old sword waiting to be picked up. Wind doesn't make sound. Not by itself. It only makes noise when it hits something. Trees, buildings, your face. Until then, it's just silent air on the move. So when you hear it howl, you're actually hearing what it touches. The ancient Egyptians invented the first chair. 4 legs, a back, something to sit on. They were the original have-a-seat inventors. And the oldest ones? Found buried in tombs from over 4,000 years ago. Even kings needed to rest their royal butts. India has more post offices than anywhere on Earth. Over 100,000. That's like a letter-loving army ready to deliver your words across mountains, rivers, deserts, and cities. The country runs on chai and postage. India also has over 200 million cows. They walk freely, chill in traffic, and are treated like royalty in some places. It's not just a country, it's cowland, where 4-legged citizens roam with full respect. The Taj Mahal isn't painted or tiled. It's carved completely out of white marble. Imagine a palace made of stone so smooth it shines in the moonlight. No paint, no tricks. Just rock, love, and a ton of perfect craftsmanship standing proud in the heart of India. Back in ancient Greece, actors needed help with timing. So a scholar named Aristophanes invented early punctuation marks to tell them when to pause. He even added pronunciation hints. He wasn't just shaping words, he was laying the foundation for every period, comma, and exclamation mark we use today. In one West African tribe, football isn't played with a ball, it's played with a skull. The Matami people pass around a real skull instead of leather. It's not just a game. It's a tradition of strength, respect, and maybe a bit of spooky fun. Couples argue about many things, but the one topic that gets them the most heated? Money. Bills, budgets, spending. It's the spark that lights up fights. Not because they're greedy, but because finances poke right at trust, security, and dreams. Macadamia nuts may be a sweet treat for humans, but for dogs, they're poisonous. A few bites and your pup could get really sick. So while you crunch on that cookie, make sure your furry friend sticks to biscuits made for barking, not snacking. Ever seen that mountain in the Paramount movie logo? Look closer. There are exactly 22 stars circling it. Each one represents a founding actor from the early studio days. It's like a secret Hollywood halo hiding in plain sight. Every time you drink water, you're sipping the past. Almost every glass has molecules that once passed through a dinosaur. That's right, you might be sharing a sip with a T-Rex. The planet recycles water like a pro. Nothing's ever truly new. A flea can jump over 300 times its body length. If you could do that, you'd be leaping over skyscrapers. They're like six-legged superheroes in the bug world. Tiny, itchy, and impossibly springy. When the moon is full, it's not just rounder, it's brighter. A full moon shines about 9 times brighter than a half moon. That's why everything looks magical on those nights. The sky turns up the volume. Honeybees can zoom through the air at speeds of 24 kilometers an hour. That's faster than most kids on bikes. So the next time a bee zooms by your ear, know this, it's not lost. It's late for a meeting. A hummingbird flaps its wings so fast your eyes can't even track it. Try 90 flaps a second. That's over 5,000 in 1 minute. It's like watching nature turn into a blur, powered by sugar water and sheer determination. When a fly takes off, it never launches straight up. It always jumps backward. It's their emergency exit trick. They're hard to swat because they basically moonwalk into flight. That's right, flies have mastered the art of the backup plan. You'll produce enough spit in your life to fill not 1 but 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Gross? Kind of. Impressive? Absolutely. Your mouth is a non-stop waterfall of life juice. You're basically a walking fountain. Cheetahs are speed monsters. At full sprint, they hit speeds faster than a car on a city road. Their bodies are built like living arrows. Blink, and they're gone. Nature's drag racers wear spots instead of helmets. Horses can sleep standing up. Their legs have special locks that let them snooze without tipping over. It's how they stay ready to run, even while dreaming. Talk about power napping with posture. Tolstoy, the guy who wrote massive books like War and Peace, kept a daily journal tracking every minute of his time. He listed goals, failures, even how to play cards properly. He didn't just write books, he wrote the manual for living like a serious legend. Black text on a yellow background grabs your eyes harder than any color combo. That's why school buses, street signs, and warning labels use it. Your brain reacts fast, almost like an alarm. When something's black on yellow, it doesn't whisper, it shouts. It's the highlighter of the visual world. Tea bags weren't always planned. In 1908, a tea merchant sent out samples in little silk bags. People dunked them straight into hot water, thinking it was the correct way. It worked so well, nobody stopped. A simple accident turned into a global habit with billions of bags brewed daily. Rain isn't just sky water. It sometimes carries nutrients, including vitamin B12. That's because rain collects bits of bacteria and organic compounds as it falls. So the next time you're dancing in the rain, you're not just getting wet. You might be getting a tiny splash of bonus nutrition too.
Still awake? Type useless genius below so we know who the real ones are.
Your liver isn't just for detoxing. It's a biological multi-tool. It performs more than 500 different functions. Filtering blood, storing energy, producing bile, breaking down toxins, and helping digest fats. This quiet organ works non-stop behind the scenes, keeping your body in balance without ever asking for credit or applause. Your brain is a greedy oxygen hog. It uses about 1/4 of every breath you take. Even though it's small compared to your whole body, it demands priority fuel. That's why deep breathing boosts focus and why holding your breath can make you dizzy. Oxygen feeds thought like fire feeds light. After Hawaii, the U.S. state surrounded by the most water is New York. Between oceans, rivers, lakes, and bays, it's practically an island with skyscrapers. From the Hudson River to the Atlantic coast, water defines its geography and its skyline, its bridges, and even the mood of its foggy mornings. Most ice skating rinks go counterclockwise. Why? Because most people are right-handed, and turning left feels more natural for them. That small habit became tradition. So when you glide on the ice and everyone's spinning left, you're not just skating. You're following a rhythm that goes back generations of wobbling ankles. Cucumbers are water in disguise. They're made of over 90% water, which is why they're so refreshing in salads. You're not just chewing, you're hydrating. It's like biting into a crunchy drink. Nature's green water bottle packed in a garden-friendly wrapper. In England, every swan swimming in open waters officially belongs to the king or queen. It's a royal tradition going back centuries. These elegant birds glide freely, but technically, they're royal property. So next time you see a swan, imagine it with a tiny crown and royal approval stamped on it. King Henry VIII didn't sleep lightly. He kept a giant axe by his bed. That wasn't decoration. It was paranoia. While most people snuggle with pillows, he trusted cold steel. Rulers had enemies, and he had sharp bedtime security. Call it royal protection. Medieval edition. The doorknob we twist every day was first documented in the late 1800s. An African-American inventor named Osborne Dorsey submitted a patent for improvements in door-closing devices. That little invention became a daily necessity. Without it, opening doors would still be a rough push-and-shove struggle. Dino Zoff, Italy's legendary goalkeeper, once went more than 1,000 minutes in international football without conceding a single goal. That's over 11 straight games. Nobody could score. He turned defending into silent art. Brick wall? More like fortress? When Zoff guarded the net, it felt like time stopped. The ancient Greek coin called the drachma came from the word to grasp. It was originally worth a handful of arrows. Before gold bars and plastic cards, money was something you could carry in your fist, because war, survival, and trade were measured in the weight of what you held. The Vatican Bank is the only bank in the world where the ATM lets you perform transactions in Latin. Yes, the ancient language lives on inside a cash machine. Instead of withdraw, you might see exhibe pecuniam. Holy banking meets history. Swipe your card and pray for change, literally. Long before party clowns, the Aztecs made the first animal balloons. Not from rubber, but from cleaned, twisted intestines of animals like cats. They inflated these as offerings to the gods. It was part ceremony, part sacrifice, and strangely creative. History's weirdest balloon art started with guts and devotion. Morris dancing looks silly today, bells, hops, and sticks. But it originally symbolized fertility, life, death, and rebirth. Every stomp and twirl told a story. It wasn't just entertainment, it was a ritual dressed in rhythm. Dance wasn't just movement, it was a coded message to the gods and the earth. 9-banded armadillos nearly always give birth to 4 babies. Clones, not twins, not triplets. Always 4 identical copies. That's nature going full photocopy mode. These armored critters multiply in 4s like clockwork. So when you see one armadillo, chances are 3 more identical siblings are rolling around somewhere nearby. Zebrafish can regrow their hearts. Scientists study them because when they're injured, they heal fast like superhero fish. Cut the heart, and it regenerates. If humans could learn that trick, we could cure heart failure. This tiny striped fish holds secrets that might save millions. It's medicine hidden behind gills. Legend says Buddha's last meal caused his death. Some believe it was spoiled pork, others say poisonous mushrooms. Either way, a blacksmith offered the meal and the spiritual leader accepted it humbly. Even enlightened ones can fall to bad food. Enlightenment doesn't protect against food poisoning. Jim Pike, a legendary darts player, could shoot a cigarette out of someone's mouth with pinpoint accuracy. He didn't miss. His aim was so sharp, people treated darts like live ammunition. No lasers, no scopes. Just arm, eye, and nerves of absolute steel. There's a fear of ostriches, and it has a name. Strauthockamelophobia. Hard to say, harder to live with. These giant, fast birds might look goofy, but for some people they trigger panic. Big eyes, fast legs, feathered fear running straight toward you. Sounds like a nightmare in slow motion. The lawnmower was invented in the early 1800s by a man working in a textile mill. At first people laughed. Grass-cutting machines? Madness. He tested it at night so no one could mock him. That madman changed backyards forever. Now every buzz on Sunday owes him thanks. 3 U.S. presidents have won the Nobel Peace Prize. Not for politics, but for promoting peace across nations. From negotiating conflicts to building global friendships, they used leadership to inspire calm in chaos. Proof that even the most powerful voices can choose to lead not with fists, but with open hands. Arnold C is a programming language built entirely around Arnold Schwarzenegger movie quotes. Want to start a program? You write, "It's showtime." Want to return something? You write, "I'll be back." It's code with muscles, powered by one-liners. The world's only programming language that can pump iron and logic simultaneously. There's a town in Michigan called Hell, and you can be mayor of it, just for a day. Pay a small fee, sign a form, and boom, you're in charge of hell. It's cheeky, fun, and 100% real. Who says leadership isn't for everyone, even in fire and brimstone? For 4 decades, the Olympics gave medals in painting, sculpture, architecture, literature, and music, alongside sports. You could win gold for a poem about running. From the early 1900s to the 50s, art stood equal to athletics. Imagine being crowned Olympic champion for painting a javelin thrower. The chinchilla has the thickest fur of any land animal. About 50 hairs grow from one follicle. Touch one, and you'll barely feel the skin. They're walking fluff clouds. Their dense coats protect them from cold, but also mean daily dust baths, not water. Too much water could drown the fluff. John Holtum was a strongman who caught live cannonballs with his chest on stage. Not a joke. Real cannon, real chest, no armor. Audiences gasped. His act was equal parts circus and insanity. One wrong angle? Disaster. But he made jaws drop, and his name explode through history books. Messenger pigeons were the original airmail. Used thousands of years ago, they delivered messages, and even announced winners of ancient Olympic Games. Before phones, email, or Wi-Fi, these birds carried secrets, victories, and love letters across kingdoms. They flew straight, fast, and loyal. Nature's flying text messages. Carrots have zero fat. Zip, nada. They're just orange sticks of water, crunch, and vitamins. That's why they're everyone's guilt-free snack. You can munch endlessly, feel healthy, and never worry. It's like eating color without calories. Your jaw gets a workout, but your waistline stays chill. 1 billion snails get served in restaurants every year. 1 billion. Wrapped in garlic, butter, and fancy silverware, they go from garden guests to gourmet dishes. Some say delicious, others say disgusting. Either way, it's a global delicacy that's slow-moving, fast-cooked, and surprisingly slippery. In 2001, a music piece began in a German church. It won't end until the year 2640. That's over 600 years of performance. One chord can last months. It's called As Slow as Possible, because sometimes the music isn't about sound, it's about patience. Plastic bottles first replaced glass for soft drinks in the 1970s. Light, cheap, and shatterproof, they revolutionized the way people drank soda. Glass faded, plastic rose. It changed fridges, vending machines, and picnics forever. Twist, crackle, fizz, and the era of unbreakable refreshment officially began. The dollar sign, yeah, that fancy little S with a line through it, was first used way back in the late 1700s. Before that, people didn't have a cool symbol for money. Then in 1788, boom, the dollar got its own superhero cape. One little squiggle changed cash forever. The term blue chip didn't start on Wall Street. It started in a casino. Back then, the blue poker chips were worth the most money. So when a company is called blue chip, it means it's top tier, high value, and plays in the big leagues. Born in gambling, raised in business. A DVD and a CD might look like twins, but don't be fooled. That shiny little disc we call a DVD can hold over a dozen times more stuff than a CD. Movies, data, games. It's a storage superhero in disguise, hiding its power behind that mirror-like smile. There's a mailbox so deep, even fish swim past it. In Japan's Susami Bay, 10 meters underwater, sits the world's deepest post box. Divers actually use it to send waterproof letters. It's like sending mail from the bottom of the sea. Part postcard, part treasure map. Sound loves water. It moves through it more than 4 times faster than it does in air. That's why whales can whisper across oceans while humans struggle to hear across a room. Water doesn't just splash, it speed boosts the sound like it's got a turbo engine. Every soccer ball is a mini masterpiece. It takes over 600 stitches and 32 leather panels to create one. It's not just a ball, it's a puzzle that gets kicked, curved, and scored across fields while carrying the dreams of millions in every bounce. Soccer isn't just a game, it's the heartbeat of the planet. From sandy beaches to frozen fields, more people follow this sport than any other. Fans scream, cry, and celebrate over a single goal. It's the one sport that turns strangers into family with just one kick. Volleyball wasn't born on a beach. It was created indoors in 1895 when someone mixed tennis, basketball, and a dash of creativity. They wanted a game that wasn't too rough. So volleyball was born, quick, bouncy, and now the world's favorite excuse to dive in the sand. In fancy countries, almost 1/3 of food ends up in the trash. Perfectly good apples, bread, veggies, tossed like yesterday's news. While some people go hungry, fridges and plates throw away feasts. It's a modern mystery. So much food, and yet so many empty stomachs. Lightning might be rare, but it's still a silent stalker. The odds of getting struck are around 1 in 600,000. But when it does hit, boom, Skyfire. Still, you're more likely to win a weird bet with your friend than get zapped from the clouds. The first train wasn't exactly a speed demon. It chugged along at just 5 miles an hour, slower than a jog. People thought it was terrifyingly fast back then. Today, that's slower than your grandpa on a bicycle. But hey, it started the engine of a new world. Niagara Falls isn't just a pretty postcard, it's a beast. Every second, it could fill around 4,000 bathtubs. That's nature's version of a broken faucet turned up to maximum chaos. Standing near it feels like listening to Earth yell with water and wind at once. It takes one alligator to make a pair of shoes. But for boots, you'll need 3. Fashion has a wild cost when it borrows from the animal kingdom. So every time you see someone in gator boots, know that it wasn't just leather, it was once teeth and tail. Your strongest muscles aren't in your arms or legs, they're in your eyes. These tiny movers dart, adjust, and focus all day long without a break. Blink, squint, scan, repeat. They're like Olympic sprinters that never stop training. Your eyes don't sleep, they just power down for maintenance. Bananas are basically water wearing a yellow jacket. Around 3/4 of every banana is pure water. That's why they feel so soft, juicy, and easy to mush. When you eat one, it's not just fruit. It's nature's version of a hydration snack on a peel. White isn't just classy, it's the safest car color. It's the easiest to spot in the dark, in the fog, and even under blazing sun. Drivers in white cars are like glowing ghosts on the road, less likely to get bumped, dented, or scraped by surprise. In France, there's a town so tiny, its name is just one letter, Y. That's it, Y. It's like a shrug from the French alphabet. People live there, get mail, and even vote. Imagine telling someone you're from Y. From where? Why? That's what I'm asking. Toothbrushes are like the ghosts of travel. They're the #1 thing people forget to pack. Socks? Check. Phone? Got it. Passport? Safe? Toothbrush? Left behind, crying alone in the bathroom. Hotels know this. They stock up like mini dental superheroes waiting to save your breath. Your personal smell is yours alone, like a scent fingerprint. Only your identical twin might smell the same. That means when your dog sniffs you and wags its tail, it's recognizing your one-of-a-kind human scent. Smell. The secret identity no one talks about, but everyone notices.
So that's all for today. But wait, I've got something to say. Before you scroll, listen up. Only 7% of you are subscribed. And to that 93%, I've only got one thing left to say.
Please, I'm begging you. Please, I'm desperate. I don't know what to do. Please subscribe.
Welcome to a brand new compilation from The Useless Show, packed with facts you'll never need but won't forget. Comment below with the one that made you say no way. And if you haven't subscribed yet, fix that. You don't want to miss what's next.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
Dr. Herman Tarnower became super famous for his Scarsdale diet book, but what shocked everyone even more was what happened later. A heartbroken ex-lover ended his life, and suddenly the book's sales exploded. It's wild how tragedy and fame can collide like that, turning a diet book into a household name overnight. Long before the Civil War, Zachary Taylor's daughter fell in love with a young soldier named Jefferson Davis. They got married, but nobody knew that one day Davis would become the president of the Confederacy. Their love story quietly sat in the shadows of one of history's biggest national divides. Extra virgin olive oil isn't just any oil. It's like the gold medal champion of the olive world. It has such a smooth, rich flavor because its acid level is super low. Think of it as the cleanest, purest juice squeezed right out of the best olives, without anything messing it up. Belize is the only country in Latin America where people proudly sing their national anthem in English. Everyone around them might be belting out Spanish lyrics, but Belize marches to its own tune. It's like finding a patch of English sunshine in a sea of Spanish waves. Ever seen a show so big, so bold, that it practically explodes off the stage? That's an extravaganza. The word comes from Italian and means something like more than usual wandering. It's used for wild, colorful shows that sparkle with music, dancing, lights, and drama, like a celebration that never stops. The first person who ever jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge wasn't someone running from danger. It was a daring, professional high diver. He thought he could survive the leap into the river. But sadly, he misjudged the height and impact, and his risky stunt turned into a fatal mistake. Jim Beam whiskey might sound all-American, but here's the twist. Now it's owned by a Japanese company called Beam Suntory. That's like apple pie being served with sushi. A true flavor fusion showing how business travels the world faster than even a barrel of bourbon. Back in the old days, women wore these hats called poke bonnets that slowly grew a brim so long you couldn't even see their face unless you stood right in front of them. It was like peeking through a tunnel just to say hello. Fashion really has its mysterious phases. Imagine paying with a card instead of cash for the first time ever. That's what the Diners Club made possible. They started with just a handful of restaurants in New York City, but their little experiment kicked off the world of credit cards that we now swipe, tap, or scan every day. Climbing Mount Everest isn't just about strength, it's about money too. Between your gear and the Sherpas helping you, the price tag can reach what people pay for a house. So before chasing those sky-high views, you'd better make sure your wallet is packed as tightly as your backpack. In the early days of flying, a man named Lincoln Beachey did something totally insane. He flew a loop-the-loop with an airplane. This was way back when planes were still a new thing, and people could barely believe it stayed in the air, let alone twirling like a roller coaster in the sky. There's only one state in the entire country that decided it didn't need two chambers of government. Nebraska went solo. While other states have a House and a Senate, Nebraska keeps it simple, with just one team calling the shots. It's like playing soccer with one goalpost and still winning. Here's something super weird about comets. They always grow a tail that points away from the sun, even if they're not flying that way. It's like the sun is blowing on them with a giant cosmic hairdryer, sending glowing dust and gas streaming behind like a glittery cape in space. A mill might sound like a place with big spinning wheels, but in money, it's a teeny tiny amount, just 1/10 of a cent. You'd need 10 of them to make even a penny. It's mostly used in serious tax math, but don't expect to find one jangling in your pocket. The SS Great Britain wasn't just any old ship, it was the first iron steamer to cross the ocean. Back in the day when ships were mostly wood and wind-powered, this metal beast thundered across the Atlantic like a floating skyscraper, showing the world what modern engineering could do. On a tiny island called Gavdos, tucked near Crete, lies Europe's southernmost point. It's like the edge of the map where the land dips into the sea and whispers, "This is as far as it goes." Standing there feels like you're on the bottom tip of the whole continent. When Mount St. Helens erupted, it didn't just spew fire and ash, it also shrank. The mountain lost over 1,000 feet of height in one powerful explosion. It was like nature took a big bite out of the peak and left it looking forever different than the postcards. The band Queen rocked the charts for the first time in America with a song that didn't sound like their usual stuff. It was a twangy little tune called "Crazy Little Thing Called Love," and people couldn't stop humming it. That song galloped into hearts like a rock and roll rodeo. A long time ago, the United States and Spain argued over where Florida ended and who could use the Mississippi River. They finally shook hands with something called Pinckney's Treaty, which settled things down and gave folks clear maps, safe travels, and less shouting over where land turned into water. The Mackenzie River flows through Canada like a giant winding snake of water. It's the longest river in the whole country, curling through forests, tundras, and icy land. It's like the country's ancient lifeline, helping people and animals find their way for hundreds and hundreds of miles. Before becoming part of America, the island of St. Croix passed from hand to hand like a hot potato. The Dutch, English, Spanish, French, and Danish all took turns owning it before it finally found its place. That tiny island had a passport stamped with almost every European flag. The French flag is sometimes called the tricolor, which just means three colors. Blue, white, and red fly proudly side by side, representing liberty, equality, and brotherhood. It's like a fabric superhero cape that stands for freedom and still waves over every baguette shop and Eiffel Tower selfie. Alan Pinkerton was a real-life detective who inspired stories even Sherlock Holmes would admire. In the same year he passed away, he published a book called 30 Years a Detective, filled with adventures, secret missions, and chasing criminals like a shadow that never sleeps. In the frosty winter of 2010, Evan Lysacek stunned the world by becoming the first American man in a long time to win gold in figure skating, With spins, leaps, and icy grace, he broke a dry spell that had lasted since another skater named Brian wowed the world in the 80s. The very first Dunkin' Donuts shop wasn't some fancy chain. It was just a little spot in a town called Quincy where a man named Bill Rosenberg started selling donuts and coffee. Back in those days, nobody knew his idea would explode into a global breakfast empire loved by millions every morning. Even though the phrase think tank didn't become trendy until the middle of the last century, one of the earliest ones actually popped up in London way back in the early 1800s. It was a group that met just to share smart ideas about defending and protecting the country. Kind of like a secret society of brainiacs. Imagine having fingers so huge that your championship ring has to be custom-made like a car tire. That's what happened to William the Refrigerator Perry, a football player so big and famous that his Super Bowl ring was a size 25, the largest in NFL history. His fingers were basically living legends. When James Madison was helping write the Constitution, he proposed 12 changes, like a wish list for America, but only 10 made the cut. One that didn't? A rule saying Congress can't give itself a raise during the same session. It didn't pass then, but it later came back as a new rule anyway. There was this pool player from New York who called himself Minnesota Fats, even though he wasn't from Minnesota at all. He saw a character with that name in a movie and thought, why not just take it? That name made him famous, and most people never even knew it was borrowed. Did you know whiskey starts out completely clear, like water? It only gets its rich golden color from sitting quietly for years inside oak barrels. The wood slowly gives the whiskey its flavor and color, kind of like nature painting with taste. Time turns it into treasure. Before Jeff Bezos became the ruler of online shopping, he got crowned as Time Magazine's Person of the Year. It happened back in the late 1990s, when people were still learning what the internet even was. He looked like a regular guy, but he had a billion-dollar idea. There's this tiny island in Italy called Elba, where a famous guy named Napoleon was exiled. That basically means he was forced to live there like a royal timeout. He was once the ruler of half of Europe, and now he was stuck on an island like a castaway with no army. Imagine being named Louis and becoming the first in a royal line of kings. That's exactly what happened after Charlemagne passed away. His son, Louis I, kicked off a streak of 18 different French kings with the same name. It was like a royal version of copy-paste. Hoover Dam wasn't always called Hoover Dam. At first, people were going to build it in a canyon called Boulder, so they called it Boulder Dam. But then plans changed, and the name just kind of stuck until someone finally gave it the name we all know today. In British courtrooms, there are two types of lawyers, solicitors and barristers. A solicitor can't go up and argue in front of the highest judges. They have to hire a special lawyer called a barrister to do that. It's like needing a stunt double for the hardest part of your job. Avoirdupois sounds like a wizard spell, but it's really just a fancy French system for measuring weight. It's what we use when we say there are 16 ounces in a pound. The name actually comes from old French words that mean goods of weight. So basically, it's just the math of stuff. John Hornbuckle sounds like a made-up name, but he's a real person who turned birdwatching into a superpower. He spotted more than 9,000 different bird species in his lifetime. Imagine having a checklist longer than most school books, all for colorful flying creatures. If you had to name one chemical the U.S. makes more than any other, it wouldn't be some space-age goo. It's sulfuric acid, a super strong liquid used in everything from making batteries to cleaning metals. It's like the superhero of chemistry, quietly powering the world from behind the scenes. Way back in the early 1900s, one California lawmaker decided that kids had enough on their plates and didn't need homework. So they banned homework for 1st through 8th grade. That's right. There was a time when kids legally couldn't be given homework. Dream life, right? Some people call the Dalmatian the spotted dick, or the plum pudding dog. Sounds like dessert, but they're actually just silly nicknames for this famously spotted breed. These dogs once ran alongside carriages and fire trucks, but now they mostly star in movies and steal hearts. Tom McCann started selling shoes in the roaring 20s, and by the 60s, it was the biggest shoe chain in the country. But as sneakers got cooler in the 80s, people left fancy shoes behind. Tom's empire started to shrink, kind of like trading top hats for baseball caps. Charles Curtis wasn't just vice president under Herbert Hoover. He was also part Native American. On his mom's side, he carried the bloodline of the Kaw Nation, which made him the highest-ranking Native American ever in U.S. government. History books don't talk about him much, but they should. In the early 2010s, one lucky person walked away with the biggest lottery jackpot ever, over $1.5 billion. That's billion with a B. It was one winning ticket that made someone's wildest dreams come true overnight. Just imagine checking your numbers and suddenly becoming royalty. In the movie The First Wives Club, there's a scene where Ivanka Trump pops in and drops the kind of line that sticks with you. Don't get mad, get everything. It was a short cameo, but that quote turned into a real-life motto for people trying to win, not just survive. Back in the 70s, a chunky beige box called the IBM 5100 was born. It was the very first portable computer. Not exactly a laptop, more like a suitcase with buttons. But it was a giant leap that started the journey from giant machines to the smartphones we carry today. There's a spooky story in Jewish folklore that says before Eve, Adam's first partner was a powerful spirit named Lilith. She wasn't into being told what to do, so she left the Garden of Eden. Over time, she became known as a fierce and mysterious figure with a story of her own. The first public kindergarten in the U.S. opened in a place called St. Louis back in the 1870s. Imagine being one of those tiny kids stepping into a classroom and not even knowing you were making history just by coloring and learning your ABCs. A man named Henry Lucis created a magazine called Fortune right before the Great Depression. Everyone was going broke, but he decided to start a magazine about big business. Strangely, it worked, and Fortune became a legend in the world of powerful companies and money moves. Dylan Thomas wrote a poem to his dying father that was so powerful, people still quote it when they're feeling brave and scared all at once. The poem was called "Do Not Go Gentle Into That Good Night," and it begged his dad, and all of us, not to fade away quietly. Bat Masterson, who once roamed the Wild West with a gun at his hip, ended up writing about boxing and baseball in New York City. Imagine that. One day, he's staring down bandits. The next, he's typing up sports news with a pen instead of a pistol. Don't let your brain get lazy. Subscribe, and we'll keep feeding it facts it never asked for. Richard Nixon once teamed up with a man named Henry Cabot Lodge to run for president, but here's the twist. Lodge had already lost a big election to none other than John F. Kennedy. So, in a weird way, Nixon's teammate had been beaten by the guy he was trying to beat. Peggy Whitson is like a real-life space superhero. She floated in space longer than any woman ever has, over a full year's worth of time among the stars. Just imagine spending more than 300 days in zero gravity, watching Earth spin beneath you. Sam Walton, the man who started Walmart, got his own special documentary that called him the bargain billionaire. That's because he made a mountain of money by selling stuff super cheap. He basically turned low prices into a world-dominating empire. In the card game Pinochle, if you hold 5 powerful cards, the ace, king, queen, jack, and 10, you've got something called a royal sequence. It's like holding a tiny army of cardboard royalty in your hands, all ready to win the battle. When President George Bush forgave 6 people involved in a big political scandal, he said they were just trying to be patriots. Even though it was a mess, he believed they were acting out of love for their country, not just breaking rules for fun. If something is called ovine, it means it's sheep-like. So if your sweater is super fluffy, or if someone's being a total follower, you could say it's got a real ovine vibe. It's like sheep language hidden in a fancy word. When people first started using telephones in the 1800s, they didn't say, hello. Nope, they picked up the phone and said, ahoy, like pirates. For real, talking on the phone used to sound like you were steering a ship. Sam Snead is the king of golf wins. He won more times than anyone else ever, more than 80 official victories. That's like showing up at tournament after tournament and walking away with the trophy so often, people thought he had magical clubs. Back in the year 1939, Italy decided to take over a whole country, Albania. It was like a land grab just before the big storm of World War II. One day, Albania was free. The next, it was swallowed up by Mussolini's empire. The word mitigating sounds fancy, but it comes from a Latin word that means to soften. In court, if something is mitigating, it helps someone look less guilty. Like saying, yes, he broke the window, but it was to save a puppy. When John McCain became a senator in Arizona, he took over the same seat that had once belonged to Barry Goldwater, a man known for his strong, stubborn beliefs. It's like taking the torch from a legend and trying to run your own race. Back in the old printing days, newspapers used metal sheets called boilerplates. These had pre-written text to make printing faster. That's where the term boilerplate language comes from. Those long, boring parts and contracts that never seemed to change. A long time ago, a land called Kush sat beside Egypt. Today, that same land is known as Ethiopia. Imagine walking across dusty ground and knowing you're stepping where ancient kingdoms once ruled, thousands of years ago. It's one of those stories or facts that you just don't forget, the kind that sticks in your mind because it's so unusual. At the 2000 Olympics, Marion Jones did something jaw-dropping. She won medals in 5 different track and field events. It was like turning into a human lightning bolt, sprinting, jumping, and racing all in one mega performance. The first sports bra ever made came from a wild idea. 2 women stitched together athletic supporters, yep, the ones guys wear, to create something for women to wear during sports. From that DIY moment, a whole new world of athletic gear was born. The city of Regina is the capital of Saskatchewan, a Canadian province you probably can't spell on the first try. But it's real, and its name actually means queen, because Canadians like keeping things royal and respectful. There's a musical play where the gods of Mount Olympus decide they need a break, so they let some goofy human actors take over the god jobs for a while. It's like your teacher leaving class in charge of a bunch of theater kids. Way back in the 1200s, a man named David decided he didn't want to just be some local ruler. He wanted the whole world to know, I'm the Prince of Wales now. And so he became the first person to claim that title out loud. Pittsburgh's tallest building is made of steel, of course. The U.S. Steel Tower rises into the sky like a giant Lego brick built by a kid obsessed with metal. It's like a skyscraper flexing its iron muscles. When you look through a reflecting telescope, you're seeing light bounce off a curved mirror shaped like a bowl, called a parabola. That shape helps scientists see planets, stars, and galaxies far, far away, like peeking into the universe's secret diary. Tyson Foods started out as a little meat business in a small town called Springdale, Arkansas. Now, they're one of the biggest meat companies in the entire world. Basically, they went from frying chicken to feeding half the planet. Michelle Wie was just 10 years old when she became the youngest person to ever qualify for a giant golf tournament. 10. Most kids are still trying to figure out multiplication, but she was busy beating grown-ups with her golf swing. There was a Roman kid named Patricius whose dad was a nobleman. Later on, Patricius became known as Saint Patrick, the guy who turned into Ireland's most famous saint. From Roman robes to clovers and snakes, what a life! In 2 tiny countries, Brunei and Oman, the leader is still called a sultan. That's like having a real-life royal boss who runs the show just like in ancient tales. Imagine your country being ruled by someone with a title straight out of storybooks. David McCullough didn't just write a history book, he built a time machine. His award-winning story tells how humans carved out the Panama Canal, connecting oceans and slicing through continents like it was no big deal. It took decades, sweat, and wild ambition to pull off. Johnny Depp has played a ton of wild characters, but twice he transformed into a real-life man named Hunter S. Thompson. One time, he wore sunglasses and acted totally crazy in the desert. Another time, he was a rum-chugging misfit. It's like playing the same storm in 2 different weathers. Back when music lived on big vinyl discs, albums were short and sweet. But when shiny CDs arrived, artists got greedy with time. Suddenly, albums stretched way past an hour, like musicians realized, hey, we've got all this space. Why not go wild? Horses are majestic, fast, and super strong, but here's the catch. They literally can't breathe through their mouths. So if their noses get blocked, it's game over. It's like having a fancy sports car with no air filter backup. There's a glacier in Iceland so massive, it's like a frozen alien mothership landed on Earth. It's called Vatnajökull, and it's the biggest one in all of Europe. Just standing near it probably makes your breath turn to snowflakes. You've heard of the Liberty Bell, right? That cracked American symbol of freedom? Here's the plot twist. It was actually made in London. Yep, America's independence mascot was born in the heart of the very empire it broke away from. In 1968, a nuclear submarine called the Scorpion sank deep in the ocean. It was carrying dangerous stuff, reactors and weapons, and nobody's ever been able to bring them back. It's like a haunted time capsule sitting at the bottom of the sea. Once upon a beauty pageant, Miss New York got disqualified, not for cheating or lying, but for using too much padding. Imagine being told, "Sorry, you're too fake for this competition," and having your sash taken away because of some foam. Bugatti Veyron tires are so expensive you could buy a car just with the price of one set, and they burn out after just 15 minutes at top speed. That's like lighting money on fire just to say, "I was fast for a quarter hour." There's a crazy long title in the world of diplomacy: Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary. That's the highest rank you can get. Sounds like a wizard from a fantasy movie, but nope. It's just a real-world human with supercharged political powers. Valentina Tereshkova wasn't just the first woman in space. She went around the Earth 48 times. While most people dream of flying once, she did loops around the planet like she was tracing circles on a cosmic chalkboard. Elevators used to be super scary because if the cable snapped, you were in free fall. Then Elisha Otis stepped in with a genius invention: safety brakes. Now, if an elevator cable breaks, it doesn't fall. So yeah, Otis made going up safe for all of us. Hazmat teams are like the Avengers of danger. Chemical spills, radioactive waste, explosions, no problem. They show up in suits that look like space armor and deal with things the rest of us should probably just run from. The 20th Amendment sounds boring until you realize it's the one that told presidents, "Hey, you take office in January now." Before that, people had to wait months after elections for leaders to actually do anything. This amendment hit the fast-forward button. Clyde Tombaugh was stargazing like a cosmic detective. He discovered Pluto, mapped thousands of galaxies, and spotted thousands of asteroids. The dude didn't just look at stars. He organized them like a librarian of the universe. There's a gigantic gem called the Star of India, and it's the largest sapphire ever discovered. It's bigger than your fist and shines like magic. But surprise, this star wasn't found in India. It actually came from the tropical lands of Sri Lanka. Once, Frank Sinatra sang a duet with his daughter Nancy, and the song went all the way to #1. It's called Something Stupid. Not only was it a hit, but it's the only time a father and daughter topped the charts together like music royalty. Only in Israel will you find something this specific: postage stamp glue that's kosher. That means even the sticky part on the back of a stamp follows food rules. Imagine licking a stamp and knowing it's rabbi approved. The Indianapolis Motor Speedway was once paved with millions of bricks. That's why they call it the Brickyard. Racing cars zoom over it now, but those bricks were the original raceway, like speeding on a giant Lego track. The newest department in the U.S. government is the Department of Homeland Security. It was created to stop threats and protect people after scary times. Think of it as America's giant shield when things go sideways. Phones used to have round dials and clicking noises, but in 1963, a new kind arrived, with buttons. It was called the touch-tone phone. That moment was like the phone world got its first video game controller. Lots of country flags have stars, but more than 50 of them picked 5-pointed ones. Maybe because 5 points look balanced, or maybe it's just stylish. Either way, the 5-point star is like the worldwide fashion trend of flags. A gymnast named George Nissen created the first modern trampoline. He basically turned bouncy fun into a sport. So, the next time you launch into the air on a trampoline, remember, you're bouncing on George's brilliant dream. Back in 1807, a boat called the North River Steamboat was launched. It didn't just float, it proved steam could power travel on water. Before that, boats needed wind or rowing. This boat was like inventing a floating engine. The Guinness World Records book is the king of all bestsellers. Over 100 million copies in dozens of languages, all filled with wild, weird, and mind-blowing records. It's like a book that never stops blowing your mind. Before it became a Guinness World Record, the idea started with people arguing in a pub about birds. One of them said, "Why don't we just print the facts?" That tiny drunken idea exploded into the most popular fact book ever printed. Now it's in homes, hearts, and history. In 1964, Elizabeth Taylor set a Hollywood record not for her acting, but for wearing a diamond worth over $1 million in a movie. The stone had its own insurance policy. That's how you know your jewelry's famous, when even banks are nervous. The guy who made the Rubik's Cube didn't mean to make a puzzle. He just wanted to show how 3D shapes move. But then he scrambled it and couldn't solve it. That one mistake turned into the world's most twisted brain teaser. The first webcam in the world didn't spy on people or meetings. It watched a coffee pot. Students at a university were too lazy to walk to the break room, so they set up a camera to check if there was coffee. That's how the internet met caffeine. A man named Charles Osborne hiccuped nonstop for 68 years. That's not a typo. His hiccups began one day after a farm accident and just never stopped. It's the kind of story that makes you gasp and then hiccup just thinking about it. There's a jellyfish that might be immortal. Seriously, when it gets old or hurt, it resets itself back to a baby and starts all over again. Imagine being able to grow up, mess up, and just say, let's try again, forever. Astronauts can't burp in space. No gravity means gas can't rise above liquids, so anything trying to come out brings company. Basically, burping in space is a dangerous gamble, which is why zero-gravity tacos should come with a warning. You made it this far. Stay for what's next. Subscribe and never settle for surface level again. In Japan, there's an island where bunnies outnumber humans. Hundreds of fluffy rabbits roam freely and hop after visitors like they run the place. The island was once used for chemical weapons, but now it's a bunny paradise. Total cartoon flip. Someone once strapped a bunch of weather balloons to a lawn chair and flew into the sky. He packed sandwiches, a radio, and a BB gun to pop balloons and descend. The FAA was not amused. But legends like this don't ask for permission. There's a place in Africa called the Danakil Depression that's so alien it looks like Mars. Boiling lakes, acid pools, and colors no human painter could make. Scientists go there in spacesuits to practice Mars missions because it's the closest thing we have. If you cut down a cactus in Arizona, you could go to jail. Not because it's a weird law, but because some cactuses are over 200 years old. They've stood in the sun longer than your great-grandparents have been alive. Mozart wrote his first symphony before most kids learned to ride a bike. By the time he was a teen, he'd composed more music than many adults do in a lifetime. His brain wasn't just gifted, it was tuned like a divine instrument. There's a type of frog that freezes solid during winter. Heart stops, blood turns to ice, and then thaws in spring, and hops away like nothing happened. Nature, straight up, built a restart button and gave it to frogs. What did humans get? Alarm clocks. A guy named Michel Lotito could eat metal. Not metaphorically, literally. He once ate an entire airplane piece by piece over 2 years. He had a super strong stomach lining. Most people avoid nails. He added them to his cereal. Sharks existed before trees. Wrap your head around that. Long before leaves rustled in the wind, sharks were gliding through the ocean like ancient ghosts. We think forests are old. Sharks are like the original Earth bosses. Sloths are so slow that moss grows on their fur. That's not a joke. It's camouflage. They move so little that nature turned them into part of the tree. If ninjas took naps for a living, they'd look like sloths. Back in the day, alarm clocks didn't exist, so in England, people called knocker-uppers walked around with sticks, tapping on windows to wake workers. One woman used a pea shooter to hit people's glass from afar. That's the kind of job AI will never replace. There's a town in Norway where the sun disappears for months. People wear lights on their heads, mirrors redirect sunlight into streets, and kids play under artificial daylight. And when the sun returns, they throw a massive celebration like it's being reborn. In ancient Rome, urine was so valuable it was collected and taxed. People used it to wash clothes and whiten teeth. Imagine paying extra to brush your teeth with someone else's pee. Now, you'll never complain about toothpaste again. It's one of those stories or facts that you just don't forget. The kind that sticks in your mind because it's the oldest known recipe in the world, beer. It's carved into ancient tablets in Sumerian, and it goes something like, mix water, grains, and magic. Humans were parting before they invented wheels. Priorities. The old sitcom Bewitched had a secret behind its catchy tune. It was actually a jingle made for Chevrolet, the show's sponsor. Imagine humming your favorite magical theme, not knowing it was originally meant to sell cars. TV and advertising have always danced together, and this was one of their sneakiest, coolest collaborations. The Grand Canyon Skywalk might look fragile, but its glass floor is wild strong. The panels are thicker than your school textbook and can hold hundreds of people at once. Imagine floating over the canyon, nothing but air beneath you, and knowing that glass is your superhero-level safety net. In a few corners of the United States, actual nuclear explosions have happened. New Mexico, Nevada, Colorado, Alaska, and Mississippi were all chosen for these mind-blowing tests. It's like science fiction became real life. Massive, glowing blasts changing history in places you'd never guess. Back in the day, Americans didn't eat as much chicken as they do now, but over the years, poultry's popularity doubled. From crispy wings to juicy grilled pieces, it became a food obsession. Our dinner plates evolved with time, and chicken clucked its way right to the top. Inside the U.S. House of Representatives, there are so many committees you'd think it was a school group fair. 19 standing ones handle ongoing topics, while 3 special ones dig deeper into tricky issues. They basically make sure every important idea gets enough brainpower and debate before becoming law. The guy who invented television, Philo Farnsworth, got his big idea while watching a farmer plow straight rows into the dirt. He imagined doing the same thing with light and images. And just like that, TV was born. From boring dirt to dazzling screens, it all started with one genius daydream. France used the guillotine for executions for a long time, but the last time it was used was not ancient history. It happened in the late 1970s. It's hard to believe such an old-school dramatic punishment survived into the disco era. That was truly its final cut. Crash test dummies aren't just toys with seatbelts. They started out as special mannequins made by the Air Force to test how ejection seats worked. These human-shaped machines had to be tough. And now they help car companies make rides safer for all of us on the road. A long time ago, Vikings set up a colony in Greenland. They held on for hundreds of years, facing icy storms and tricky farming, but they eventually vanished, just a few decades before Columbus ever set sail. Imagine being that close to a new world, and then disappearing into history. Robert Smalls was once a slave, but one night he did something incredible. He took over a Confederate ship and escaped with his crew and their families. He sailed straight into freedom and became a hero. He didn't just change his life, he changed American history with one bold move. Both Abraham Lincoln and Jefferson Davis were born in the same state, Kentucky. One led the Union and the other led the Confederacy. Isn't it wild how 2 leaders with completely opposite futures came from the same land? It's like a history riddle baked into a state map. Rama IV of Siam once saw his country's flag flying upside down and decided it was too confusing. So he swapped it for a new striped one. That tiny moment of mix-up in the wind created a permanent national change. Flags might flap quietly, but they carry huge meaning. A man named Christopher Sholes, along with 2 others, invented the typewriter. Later, a gunmaker called Remington agreed to build and sell it. So, the tool we use to type letters started thanks to the same folks who once built rifles. Now that's a surprising career pivot. Lake Victoria isn't just a big lake in Africa. It's the starting point of the mighty Nile River. All that water travels thousands of miles from there, carving its way through history and civilization. One calm lake feeds the river that helped build ancient kingdoms and legends. According to Hindu mythology, the sacred river Ganges flows from the toe of a god, Vishnu. Imagine that. One of the most important rivers in the world being seen as divine water that begins from a god's footstep. That's some next-level spiritual geography right there. Even though Pluto is super far out in space, it's in no rush. It moves around the sun at a super slow speed, just under 3 miles per second. Compared to Earth's wild speed, Pluto's like that chill kid who strolls through life without a care in the cosmos. A long time ago, a guy named Kepler figured out that planets don't spin in perfect circles around the sun. Nope, they travel in stretched-out shapes called ellipses. That first big idea became the cornerstone of space science and showed us how the solar system actually works. There's a bay in Canada called the Bay of Fundy that plays water tricks every day. It has the highest tides in the whole world. Water rises and falls there like a massive breath, filling and emptying like magic. It's nature's daily ocean show, and it never misses a performance. If you ever see a website ending in .kih, you're looking at something from Cambodia. Every country has its own digital stamp, and that little code hides a whole identity in just a few letters. It's like a secret country flag flying on the internet. The Apache tribe isn't just one big group. It's made of several cool subgroups like the Kiowa, Chiricahua, and Mescalero. Each has its own stories, battles, and traditions. They're like a giant tree with many strong branches, all part of one powerful native heritage. The word dilettante sounds fancy, right? It comes from Latin and means someone who dabbles in the arts just for fun. They're not pros, but they love creativity. Basically, they're the hobby artists who paint, sing, or write. Not for fame, but just because it feels awesome. One vice president of the United States, Charles Dawes, had a hidden talent. He wrote music, and one of his songs actually became a pop hit in the 1950s. Imagine someone who worked in politics, but also topped the music charts. That's like your math teacher moonlighting as a rock star. You'd think nuclear bombs would be handled by the Department of Defense, right? But surprise, in the United States, they fall under the Department of Energy. That's because the science behind them is all about atomic power, not just blowing stuff up. Strange, but true. SeaWorld, the theme park with jumping dolphins and singing whales, started as a wacky idea for a fancy restaurant. The owners wanted to mix dining with a marine show, and that quirky dream grew into a global sea life attraction. Sometimes big ideas come from weird dinners. Marcus Garvey had big dreams for Black people all over the world. He believed they deserved pride, power, and their own future. But in the 1920s, the U.S. government didn't like his bold ideas, so they deported him back to Jamaica. He left the country, but his ideas marched on. When America's Treasury Secretary designed the first $1 bill during the Civil War, he pulled a bold move. He put his own face on it. His name was Salmon P. Chase, and he made sure every buck reminded people who printed it. That's one way to never get forgotten in history. There's a skinny stretch of ocean called the Strait of Messina, and it separates the toe of Italy from the island of Sicily. It's narrow, windy, and full of myths. Some even say sea monsters used to live there. Today, it's just a ferry ride away, but the vibes? Still epic. If this video made your eyebrows raise at least once, subscribing is practically a moral obligation. North Dakota is the only state in the United States where you can just walk in and vote. No registration needed. It's like the chill cousin of all 50 states saying, hey, no paperwork, just show up. Democracy with a handshake instead of a form. Wild, right? Ever see e.g. in a sentence and wonder what that even means? It stands for a Latin phrase, exempli gratia, which simply means for example. So next time someone drops an e.g. in a text, just imagine them showing off their ancient Roman grammar skills for fun. The city of Munich, Germany, is now a massive place with more than 1 million people. But it all began with just a few quiet monks building homes in the woods. Imagine a whole metropolis growing from a peaceful monastery. That's like a tree growing from a tiny seed. Back in the 1960s, one California county started a whole new way of handling minor crimes. Instead of jail, they offered community service, starting with female traffic violators. It was the beginning of a movement that said, let's fix mistakes by giving back, not just punishing people. If you're a redhead, you've got a superpower. Science says you might need more anesthesia to fall asleep during surgery. Turns out, the same genes that color your hair also affect how your body reacts to painkillers. Red hair isn't just cool, it's secretly bionic. Ever used PAM cooking spray? That name actually stands for Product of Arthur Meyerhoff. It's not some fancy chemical code, it's a tribute to the guy who helped invent it. So every time you cook eggs without sticking, you're thanking Arthur with every spritz. Venetian gondoliers do more than row boats through romantic canals. They sing. Their special boat songs are called barcarolles, and they float through the air just like their boats do on water. It's like a lullaby for your ears while the city of Venice gently rocks you to sleep. Baltimore's major league teams both have bird nicknames, the Orioles and the Ravens. But here's the twist. Both teams used to have the name Browns before they moved. It's like they were reborn with feathers and found their new identity in the skies over Maryland. The word drag, as in drag queens, actually started in theater a long time ago. Men playing women would wear long dresses that dragged on the stage. So doing drag literally meant dragging the hem. And over time, it turned into a full-on cultural art form. If you ever wonder how Celsius and Kelvin scales differ, here's a shortcut. 0 on Celsius is 273.15 degrees higher on Kelvin. It's like Kelvin is Celsius's overachieving older sibling who always brings extra math to the party. Long ago, a mile was only 5,000 feet. But Queen Elizabeth I changed that in 1593, stretching it out to 5,280 feet. That single royal tweak still decides how far we run, walk, or drive today. Between 2005 and 2009, more than 2,600 record stores shut down in the United States. The rise of digital music slowly pushed those cozy vinyl shops into the shadows. The old sound of flipping through albums was replaced by a silent scroll. Julia Louis-Dreyfus isn't just funny, she's record-breaking. She won 6 Emmy Awards for being the best lead actress in comedy. And 5 of those came back-to-back. From Seinfeld to Veep, she ruled the screen like a queen with a crown made of punchlines. Ever heard of bear bagging? It's when hikers hang their food between trees so curious bears can't get to it. It's not just camping, it's strategy. Because in the wild, keeping your snacks safe means you stay safe too. No one wants a hangry bear visit at midnight. In 1990, Colorado voters rolled the dice and made gambling legal in 3 small towns. Suddenly, old mining spots became places for blackjack and slot machines. Gold was gone, but chips and coins brought a whole new kind of treasure to the Wild West. When you get an electricity bill, it's measured in kilowatt hours. That's just a fancy way to say energy used. 1 kilowatt hour is like 3.6 million joules of power. That's enough energy to run a 1,000-watt microwave for a full hour. Science, but make it dinner-friendly. Turkmenistan, once part of the Soviet Union, had a leader named Sapar Murat Niyazov, who ruled from the 1980s until 2006. He called himself president for life and named everything, from schools to bread, after himself. It was less politics, more superhero comics. Back in the 1800s, a clever British inventor named Matthew Boulton came up with a new airplane wing part called an aileron. It helped planes turn more smoothly in the sky. Without it, flying today would be as wobbly as a bike with square wheels. When Beauty and the Beast hit theaters in the early 90s, it didn't just enchant hearts, it dominated the Oscars. Out of the 5 songs nominated that year, 3 came straight from this Disney masterpiece. That's like one movie, walking into an award show and taking over the entire playlist. The very first page to a commercially sold pager was made in 1950. And the lucky first recipient? A doctor. On a golf course. Imagine playing golf and suddenly getting beeped like a VIP. That tiny buzz changed how people were reached forever. In the 1600s, Otto von Guericke pulled off one of the coolest science stunts ever. He used a vacuum pump to seal 2 halves of a metal ball. Then he brought in horses, real horses, to try to pull it apart. They couldn't. The crowd gasped. Science, 1. Horses, 0. During the wild decade of the 1960s, something huge happened across Africa. In just those 10 years, 32 different countries gained their independence. It was like the entire continent stood up and said, "It's our time now," turning a new page in the story of freedom. In the old sitcom Bewitched, that catchy opening jingle wasn't just a theme. It was actually based on a Chevrolet car commercial. Yep, even the magic of witches needed a sponsor. That broomstick probably ran on 4 wheels behind the scenes. The glass floor of the Grand Canyon Skywalk is only about 2.5 inches thick, but it's strong enough to hold 800 people at once. You can literally float over a mile-deep canyon, feeling like Iron Man without the suit. Nuclear explosions have happened in some pretty unexpected places. 5 U.S. states to be exact. New Mexico, Nevada, Colorado, Alaska, and Mississippi all witnessed the power of man-made fireballs buried deep in test sites. Boom echoes still linger in their history. People in the U.S. used to eat about 18 million pounds of poultry a year, but now it's doubled to over 36 million. That's chickens and turkeys clucking their way into just about every dinner table. From buckets to burgers, it's a feathery feast. You now know things most people never will, and you earned them second by second, so don't let them evaporate. Write the fact that shook you the most in the comments, and watch how many others felt it too. When Ralph Ellison was creating his powerful novel Invisible Man, he wasn't just sitting at a desk all day. He was out there hustling, waiting tables, snapping photos, and even playing jazz trumpet. That's how deep his grind was. He poured every bit of life into that book. No shortcuts, just soul. Maps are like treasure chests, but you need the key to unlock them. That key is the legend, the little box that explains what all the colors and symbols mean. Without it, you'd be lost in the jungle of squiggles. With it, you're the explorer in charge. A long time ago in America, 5 native tribes, the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, and Seminole, got labeled civilized by outsiders. Why? Because they adapted things like writing, farming, and laws from European settlers. They didn't need to change, but they did, hoping to survive in a world that kept trying to reshape them. When South Sudan became its own country, it gave Algeria a new title, biggest country in Africa. Yep, just like that. Borders on a map can change history, and sometimes when one place gets smaller, another one steps into the spotlight. Imagine digging in your backyard and finding a skeleton from 9,000 years ago. That happened in Cheddar, England. Even wilder, scientists discovered that one of his distant relatives, over 300 generations later, was teaching at a school just half a mile away. Time, it seems, likes to loop. Before the International Space Station, there was Skylab. It floated above Earth from the early 70s to the late 70s and was America's first real home in space. Picture astronauts floating around, looking down at the blue planet, living in a giant science lab that orbited our world. Donny Osmond was just a kid when he grabbed the mic and stole hearts. In the early 70s, he sang Sweet and Innocent, and boom, teen idol status. He went from a family act to his own spotlight, showing the world his voice could stand on its own. A blue whale doesn't just snack, it feasts like a king. In one mighty gulp, it can swallow enough calories to power a human for half a year. That's like eating 6 months of breakfast, lunch, and dinner in one slurp. No wonder it's the biggest animal on Earth. Every year, landfills across America hold a watery secret. Millions of gallons trapped inside plastic bottles. That's right, all those tossed water bottles add up to about 22 million gallons just sitting underground. It's like an invisible lake made from our own laziness. Ever seen the trophy given to NBA champs? That shiny Larry O'Brien trophy isn't just pretty. It's a full-size basketball made of sterling silver. Imagine lifting that over your head, knowing the whole journey, all the sweat and drama, is captured in that perfect silver ball. Back in the 1500s, a boy named Ivan got a title no Russian had before: Tsar. He ruled Moscow with fire and fear and earned the name the Terrible. Not because he was bad at ruling, but because he was fierce, ruthless, and unforgettable. During World War II, soldiers had to shoot down planes before they got bombed. So they used flak guns, a word taken from German, Flugabwehrkanone. It sounds intense, and it was. Each blast was like yelling, "Not today," at the sky. For 10 years, Cape Canaveral in Florida was called Cape Kennedy. It was renamed after President John F. Kennedy to honor his dream of space travel. Eventually, the old name came back, but that short chapter in space history still carries the echoes of rockets and dreams. In cricket, you don't throw the ball, you bowl it. That's the proper way to deliver a ball to the batter. The arm goes straight, the motion's smooth, and it's got a rhythm all its own. Cricket isn't just a game, it's poetry with rules. Before hostels became cool Instagram spots, the very first youth hostel in America opened in Massachusetts back in the 30s. It was a place for young adventurers to crash cheaply and safely while they explored. Think of it as the original Airbnb, but way more wholesome. Hoover Dam isn't just a technological beast, it's a style icon too. Built in the Art Deco era, its lines and design could be in a fashion show. Who says engineering can't be beautiful? This dam-proved concrete could curve with grace and hold back rivers at the same time. Before Harrison Ford became the swaggering Han Solo, he was just a carpenter. He even worked backstage for the band The Doors, hammering and sawing. So when someone says stars are born overnight, remember Harrison built his way there one plank at a time. Home on the Range isn't just an old tune, it's Kansas's anthem. It's got cowboys, open skies, and a slow melody that makes you picture sunsets and prairie winds. Some songs just feel like a place, and this one sings Kansas from start to finish. Thomas Cook didn't just start a travel agency. He made travel possible for regular folks. By getting discounts on trains and setting up tours, he gave people their first chance to see new places. Travel wasn't just for the rich anymore. It became a dream within reach. On a spring day in the early 70s, a man named Martin Cooper held up a chunky phone and called a rival. "Guess what I've got?" he probably said. It was the first cell phone call ever made, and it changed the world, one brag at a time. In the 1500s, an earthquake hit China so hard, it shook the earth and crushed lives. Nearly 1 million people were lost. It became the deadliest earthquake ever recorded. That quake didn't just move mountains. It rewrote what humans thought was possible in nature's fury. Jeddah isn't just a city, it's a lifeline on the Red Sea. As the second biggest city in Saudi Arabia, it's a port, a gateway, and a mix of history and hustle. Imagine ancient spice traders and modern skyscrapers blending into one vibrant scene. Ever wonder why those twisty ties on bread come in different colors? That's not just for fun. The colors tell the store what day the bread was baked. Blue for Monday, green for Tuesday. It's like bread has a secret code. Sneaky, huh? Want to remember what you write better? Ditch the black pen and go blue. Studies show your brain locks in info more easily when you use blue ink. It's like giving your memory a little highlighter to help it hold on tighter. Monaco might be tiny, but it's packed, with more people crammed into each square mile than anywhere else. It's like the whole country is a high-rise. Luxury cars, fancy yachts, royal palaces, and barely any room to stretch your legs. Small, yes, but oh so rich. Imagine finding a skeleton that's older than almost everything around it, like something from another world. In a quiet corner of Cheddar, England, someone dug up a 9,000-year-old set of bones. Then came the real twist. A DNA test revealed one of his distant relatives was teaching school just a short walk away. Mind blown. Skylab was like America's first real home in space. Before the International Space Station existed, astronauts floated inside this giant tin can orbiting Earth from the 70s. It wasn't just a floating lab. It was where humans first learned to live in space for weeks, not just hours. Kind of like Earth's first tiny Airbnb in space. Long before Justin Bieber or any pop idol, there was Donny Osmond. He wasn't just famous. He was a teen heartthrob who made girls scream when his song hit the radio. His hit Sweet and Innocent was actually a remake, but no one cared. It launched him into music fame before he was even grown up. The mountain known as K2 has a secret identity. It's also called Mount Godwin Austen and Chogori. This icy beast is the second tallest mountain in the world, right after Everest. Climbers say it's actually harder to conquer. So if Everest is the king, K2 is the silent assassin waiting in the clouds. Before it lit up Broadway, South Pacific was a book written by James Meisner. He gathered stories from the real war in the Pacific and turned them into something magical. The music, the characters, the drama. It all began with one man's pen and a dream to make people feel the sun, sand, and sorrow of wartime islands. There was a young spy in the American Revolution named Nathan Hale who stood tall even in the face of death. Before being executed by the British, he famously said he regretted he had only one life to give for his country. It wasn't just brave. It was the kind of courage that shapes nations. James. The amazing Randy wasn't your usual magician. He used tricks to expose the fakes. Psychics, ghost hunters, miracle healers. He called them out with flair and science. His foundation even offered $1 million prize to anyone who could prove supernatural powers under test conditions. Spoiler, no one ever claimed it. Back in the early 30s, a young man named Norman Taurog shocked everyone by winning an Oscar for Best Director when he was just 32. Imagine directing grown actors and handling a whole movie crew before you've even figured out how to file your taxes. His record for being the youngest still stands nearly a century later. There's this little beetle, and it's kind of spooky. When things get super quiet in old houses, people sometimes hear a faint ticking noise. That's the Death Watch beetle. Legend says its tap, tap, tap means someone in the house will soon pass away. It's just a bug, but the chills it gives are totally real. In the middle of Toronto, there's a needle that touches the clouds. The CN Tower was the tallest freestanding structure in the entire Western Hemisphere. It looks like a giant spaceship antenna, but it's actually a masterpiece of engineering and pride. People even walk on the edge of it. Yes, strapped in, but still terrifying. During the Second Great War, Japan had a leader named Tojo. He wasn't just any official, he was prime minister and played a big role in the war's events. After it ended, he was held responsible for war crimes and eventually faced the ultimate punishment. It's one of those stories where history judges more than just victories. Every single day you wake up, about 9 million people on this planet are celebrating their birthday. That's like an entire mega city full of cake, candles, and presents all over the world. Every day. Somewhere, someone is blowing out candles the same moment you're brushing your teeth or scrolling your phone. There's a legendary horse race called the Belmont Stakes that's been around since the late 1800s. It's older than most things in American sports and forms part of the Triple Crown. When horses run that track, they don't just gallop. They chase history, trophies, and bragging rights that stretch back generations. Way up in the north, Greenland is so huge that about 2/3 of it lies above the Arctic Circle. Imagine snow, ice, and silence stretching farther than the eye can see. That icy giant holds secrets of the Earth's past frozen deep below, and the sun sometimes doesn't even set for weeks. In the 1600s, Dutch farmers did something wild. They made carrots orange. Why? To honor the royal House of Orange ruling their country. Before that, carrots were usually purple or white. So next time you munch one, just know it's not nature's idea. It's a centuries-old tribute disguised as a crunchy snack. Colorblindness plays favorites. For some reason, 1 out of every 12 men has it, while it's way rarer in women, only about 1 in 200. It's not just seeing red as brown or green as gray, it's a daily remix of the world, and some people never even realize they've got it. In Muslim tradition, there's an angel named Azrael, who has one of the most mysterious jobs of all. He's known as the Angel of Death. His role is to gently separate the soul from the body when someone's time is up. He's not scary. He's just doing a cosmic job that's bigger than we can understand. Before it was a symbol of a fierce battle, the Alamo was actually a chapel. Built in the 1700s as part of a Spanish mission, it stood quiet and peaceful. But then history gave it a twist. Now, people remember it not for sermons, but for the brave stand taken during Texas's fight for independence. One day in 2007, a whale was found with something ancient stuck in its back. It was the tip of a harpoon from the year 1890. That means the whale had survived for more than 100 years. It had swum oceans, dodged danger, and carried a living piece of history in its flesh. UNICEF might sound like a charity, but it's a global lifesaver. It's actually the biggest buyer of vaccines in the whole world. They don't just hand out Band-Aids, they ship millions of life-saving shots to countries where kids wouldn't stand a chance otherwise. Their warehouse shelves are stacked with hope in little glass bottles. There was once a man named Paul Anderson who lifted something so heavy it seems impossible. He didn't just pick up a barbell, he backlifted a platform holding thousands of pounds, including people. Over 6,000 pounds total. That's like lifting a fully grown rhino, and no one since has beaten his raw, brute strength. Betty Ford, the First Lady of the United States, had a secret name on the CB radio. First Mama. It was the 70s, and truckers and hobbyists used CB radios like walkie-talkies across highways. Her handle made her sound like the queen of the road, chatting with everyday drivers while riding in presidential style. Out in Alaska's wild chain of islands called the Aleutians, the biggest ones go by the names Unimak and Unalaska. They're not just tongue twisters, they're volcanic, remote and rugged, where weather hits hard and wildlife rules. It's like nature's final frontier, with giant bears and eagles soaring over land few people ever see. During the Second World War, Admiral Chester Nimitz had an idea. He wanted Navy pilots to show off their insane flying skills and inspire people, so he created the Blue Angels. These daredevil aviators fly so close their wingtips almost kiss. They don't just fly jets, they dance with danger in the sky. Long before the Mayans and Aztecs, a group called the Olmecs thrived in what we now call Mexico. They built giant stone heads the size of cars and created early cities. Their ideas and inventions were like sparks that lit the fire of all future Mesoamerican civilizations. They were truly the grandparents of ancient America. Imagine a US president writing a full-blown novel, not just memoirs. That's exactly what Jimmy Carter did. He wasn't just a peanut farmer turned politician. He was also an author who put his imagination onto the page. His book showed he could tell stories from the heart, just like he led a country from the soul. There was a TV show called Bewitched, and it was kind of magical, but not just because of the nose-twitching spells. It made history by showing a married couple sharing the same bed on screen. Sounds normal today, but back then, that was revolutionary. It gave viewers a little spell of progress during bedtime. The word call in the stock market world doesn't mean dialing someone up. It's an option that gives you the power to buy a stock at a certain price before a deadline. Think of it as holding a golden ticket, one that might open a door to big gains or slip away unused. There's a place called the Great Smoky Mountains. where the fog rolls like ghosts in slow motion. Every year, more than 10 million people visit just to breathe that fresh mountain air, hike lush forests, and watch waterfalls tumble like liquid glass. It's nature's theme park without the roller coasters. Just pure scenic peace. Before it became a best-selling novel read in classrooms around the world, All Quiet on the Western Front was just an idea in the mind of a German sports writer named Erich Remarque. He went from writing scores and player stats to capturing the heartache of war. That one book changed his life and history. Back in the early 70s, a TV network lost the rights to air the Grammy Awards. Instead of sulking, they got creative. They asked Dick Clark, yes, the American Bandstand guy, to make something new. That's how the American Music Awards were born, proving once again that losing one thing can lead to something legendary. In a synagogue, there's someone who doesn't just lead songs, they carry emotions. That person is the cantor. Their voice floats through ancient prayers, guiding the community like a melody through memory. It's not just singing, it's storytelling in tune, where every note matters, and even silence feels sacred. There's a card game called Canasta that feels like a party on a tabletop. You play it with not one, but 2 full decks of cards, and throw in 4 jokers for wild chaos. It's a mix of matching, collecting, and outsmarting your friends with a sprinkle of surprise and laughter built in. Before penicillin became the hero of modern medicine, doctors used sulfa drugs to fight infections. But during World War II, penicillin stepped up like a superstar. Suddenly, wounds didn't have to mean death, and surgeries got safer. That little moldy discovery ended up saving millions of lives across battlefields and beyond. In Scotland, rivers don't just flow. They open into wide, dramatic bays called firths. These aren't just watery exits. They're where rivers meet the sea with open arms spreading out and slowing down. Scotland's landscapes owe their magic not just to the mountains and castles, but to these graceful curves of land and water. Journalists who work part-time and chase stories without a permanent office are called stringers. Back in the day, they were paid by the column inch, literally measured. 1 inch of juicy news meant money in the pocket. They weren't just writers, they were hustlers of headlines, ink-slinging freelancers on the front lines of news. There's an old short story where the devil has a jury full of the worst villains in history, and a man named Daniel Webster steps in to defend someone's soul. The twist? Webster is a real historical figure. It's part fiction, part courtroom magic, and a reminder that sometimes good men argue against pure evil. In northern Africa, centuries ago, there were seafaring raiders called the Barbary Pirates. They weren't your cartoon-style pirates, though. They were fierce, real, and organized. They ruled the Mediterranean coast and captured ships for ransom. Even powerful nations had to deal with them, proving that danger doesn't always wear an eye patch. Once upon a time, Utah almost had a totally different name, Deseret. It means land of honeybees, and it came from a sacred book used by early Mormon settlers. They saw bees as a symbol of hard work and community. Imagine saying, "I'm from Deseret" instead of Utah. It almost happened. Pause. Drop the weirdest fact you know in the comments. I'll pin the one that beats this one. Head Start isn't just a preschool program. It's a jumpstart for kids who need it most. Born during President Lyndon B. Johnson's War on Poverty, it aimed to give every child, no matter their background, a real shot at learning, growing, and thriving. It's a school built on the foundation of hope and fairness. There once was an emperor named Bao Dai who ruled Vietnam. But in 1955, the tides of history swept him away. He was the last monarch of the country, exiled and replaced by a republic. His story is one of royalty fading into the pages of modern times, a living chapter that finally closed. Title IX sounds like a secret code, but it changed the world of sports forever. Passed in the 70s, it said girls and women must get equal chances in schools and athletics. No more being benched just because of gender. It opened locker rooms and gym doors across the country, and it never looked back. The easternmost spot in the United States isn't some famous landmark. It's West Quoddy Head in Maine. It's where the sun first peeks over America every morning. Picture a red and white striped lighthouse watching the Atlantic like a silent guardian, while light spills across the... Way back in the 5th century, a tribe called the Vandals stormed across Europe and took over parts of North Africa. They ruled there for nearly 100 years. Their name even lives on. Because today, when someone wrecks something on purpose, we still call it vandalism. Their reputation as destroyers never faded. There was a singer named El DeBarge who left his family band to chase his own dreams. In the mid-80s, he released a solo song called Who's Johnny that shot up the charts. For one shining moment, his voice was everywhere, on radios, in movies, and etched into pop music history. Back when India was under British rule, there were local soldiers called sepoys who served in the British Army. But in 1857, they rose up in rebellion. It was more than just a mutiny. It was a spark that lit a fire across the subcontinent and changed everything. There was a married couple who didn't build houses or paint portraits. They made massive art that transformed landscapes. Christo and Jean-Claude wrapped giant buildings, gates, and bridges in cloth. Their art wasn't made to last forever. It was made to make people stop, stare, and see the world differently, even just for a moment. There's a metal called gallium that looks solid, like any other silvery substance. But here's the trick. If you hold it in your hand, it melts. That's right. Your body heat is enough to turn this weird little metal into liquid. It's like holding a science experiment in your palm. Blood isn't always red, at least not underwater. Dive down about 30 feet and the red color disappears. The light that makes red visible gets filtered out, so blood starts to look greenish. It's like nature is saying, "Welcome to the deep," where even your body starts playing tricks on your eyes. There's a lake in Wisconsin called Lake Winnebago that stretches out like a mirror for the sky. It's the biggest in the whole state, covering over 200 square miles. People fish, boat, and relax there, like it's a natural playground. It's not just a body of water, it's a memory maker for generations. Newspapers don't often shout, but when something really big happens, they scream it with enormous letters. The New York Times only used 96-point type twice, once when humans walked on the moon, and once when President Nixon resigned. That giant text wasn't just news, it was history yelling, "This is a moment you'll never forget." California isn't just about beaches and movie stars. It holds the crown for both the most people and the most farmland production in the entire United States. From oranges to almonds to avocados, the Golden State grows like a giant garden feeding millions, while also being home to cities buzzing with life, tech, and dreams. Hank Aaron wasn't just good at baseball, he was legendary. Back in the 70s, he climbed to the top of the Major League RBI list, meaning he helped bring in more runs than anyone. Decades later, he's still sitting on that throne, reminding everyone that greatness isn't just earned, it's unforgettable. When people think of New Zealand's capital, they often guess Auckland, but the real seat of power switched to Wellington way back in the 1800s. This wasn't just a change of buildings, it shifted the whole focus of the nation, anchoring its government in a windier, more central corner of the islands. Trains used to be uncomfortable for long trips until George Pullman had an idea. He crafted a special sleeping car where the seat cushions turned into cozy beds. It was like a hotel on wheels. Suddenly, the journey itself became part of the adventure, not just a way to get from place to place. In the year 1972, a quiet genius named Bobby Fischer made history. He wasn't just playing chess, he was taking on the world. He became the first American to win the world championship, breaking through a fortress of Soviet dominance. With every move, he rewrote what the world thought was possible on a chessboard. Delaware may be small, but it's unique in more ways than one. It only has 3 counties, the fewest of any U.S. state. While other states are sliced and diced into dozens of divisions, Delaware keeps it simple. It's proof that being tiny doesn't mean being insignificant. Sometimes less really is more. There's a post-apocalyptic movie called The Road Warrior, where the villain isn't just scary, he's unforgettable. Lord Humongous is his name, and he wears a metal mask that could haunt your dreams. It's raw, gritty storytelling where chaos reigns and the bad guy looks like he walked out of a nightmare with muscles. Way up in Scotland, there's a mountain called Ben Nevis that touches the clouds. It's the tallest peak in all the British Isles, standing proud and silent as fog wraps around its slopes. Climbers challenge it, weather batters it, and yet it stands cold, majestic, and ancient like a sleeping giant. From a Broadway musical called Man of La Mancha came a song that's bigger than its notes. The Impossible Dream isn't just music, it's a feeling. It talks about chasing what seems unreachable, even when odds say you shouldn't. It's the kind of song that dares your heart to keep going, no matter what. There was a man named Daniel Gabriel Fahrenheit who studied how things boil, and he realized something fascinating. The boiling point of a liquid actually changes depending on the pressure around it. Higher water boils faster, lower down it takes more heat. He turned simple bubbles into scientific breakthroughs that still help us today. One of the greatest soccer legends from South America was nicknamed the Black Pearl. His real name was Pele, and when he touched the ball, it danced. He wasn't just an athlete, he was a symbol of joy, skill, and grace. Millions watched him, millions loved him, and the world still remembers. If you listed all the Catholic dioceses in the United States, you'd count over 140. These are the geographic areas where church leaders care for communities, run schools, and offer services. It's not just about Sunday. It's about shaping lives and holding together a spiritual web across the country. In the year 1933, the United States made a giant shift. It removed itself from the gold standard. That meant the dollar was no longer tied to shiny metal in a vault. It gave the country more financial freedom, but also stirred debates that echoed in bank halls and kitchen tables alike. Back in the 5th century, invaders called the Angles stormed into what we now call England. Their name stuck, and soon the whole land was called Angleland, which eventually became England. Imagine your ancestors crashing into a country and having it named after them forever. That's how deep their mark was. There was a film in the 70s with a name that sounded like a battle cry. Tora, Tora, Tora. It told the story of the Pearl Harbor attack, not just from one side, but both American and Japanese perspectives. It was powerful, emotional, and brutally honest. It reminded viewers that war has many angles and many victims. When Napoleon rose to power in France and declared himself first consul, the United States was being led by John Adams, two powerful men living in the same era, shaping their nations in totally different ways. History doesn't happen in isolation. It unfolds in tandem across oceans, with each decision echoing far beyond borders. Before Darwin became famous for his theory of evolution, he served as Secretary of the Geological Society of London. From 1838 to 1841, he organized meetings, reviewed scientific papers, and stayed deep in thought. Those years behind the scenes quietly nurtured the mind that would soon change how we understand life itself. If you're still watching, you've already outlasted 90% of viewers. Respect. Back in the old days, the word midshipman meant a seasoned sailor who knew his way around the ropes. But as time moved on, it came to mean a junior naval officer, someone learning, training, and dreaming of command. Same word, different meaning. That's the magic of language shifting through history. In Vermont, there are strange diagonal windows found mostly in older homes. Locals call them witch windows, and legend says they're tilted because witches on broomsticks can't fly through them. Whether that's true or not, they've stuck around. Part superstition, part charm, and all a reminder that even houses can whisper spooky stories. There's a game called Parcheesi that starts off like a quiet board game but turns into a little war of strategy and luck. Each player begins with 4 pieces and can only move 2 at a time on a single roll. It's simple at first glance, but every move can change the whole match. In a movie called Cold Mountain, 2 songs competed for the Best Original Song Oscar in the same year. That's like twins entering a race and both running full speed. But neither of them won because a song from The Return of the King called Into the West swept in and stole the golden trophy. Ireland's longest river, the River Shannon, stretches over 200 miles. It snakes through towns and fields, whispering history as it flows. It's not just Ireland's longest, it's also the longest in all the British Isles. Think of it as nature's quiet thread, weaving through centuries of stories and memories. In the United States, bald and golden eagles aren't just birds, they're symbols. And when one of them dies, it's sent to the National Eagle Repository in Colorado. There, feathers and parts are respectfully preserved and shared with Native American tribes for sacred ceremonies. It's how reverence and tradition keep soaring, even after life ends. Woodrow Wilson wasn't just a U.S. president. He was nicknamed the schoolmaster in politics. He had that serious teacher vibe, the kind that made people sit up straight and listen. His love for learning, precision, and rules followed him into the White House, turning lectures into leadership and chalkboard wisdom into world-changing decisions. Only 3 people have ever touched the deepest known place in the ocean, Challenger Deep. One of them was a filmmaker, another a Navy officer, and one an explorer. Imagine being so far below the surface that even sunlight says, "I'm not going there." It's like visiting another planet, dark, cold, and untouched by time. In the 1890s, a British painter named Francis Barraud created an unforgettable image. His dog, Nipper, was painted listening closely to a gramophone. The painting became iconic. A little pup tilting its head toward his master's voice. That sound, that loyalty, that curiosity, it turned into a symbol for music itself. In 1967, something unexpected happened. A band called the Monkees, often seen as a fun pop group, won the Emmy for Outstanding Comedy Series. People laughed, sang, and connected with their quirky, TV-friendly vibe. It showed that even a band built for television could win over hearts. and award judges too. Captain James Cook was one of the boldest explorers to ever sail the seas. But during one of his final voyages, he tried to kidnap the king of Hawaii, and it cost him his life. Even the greatest adventurers can go too far. History doesn't just remember your bravery, it also remembers your missteps. If you ever travel to England, don't be confused when they say first floor and point upstairs. That's their second floor. It's a weird flip of logic, but that's how it works. What Americans call ground level is ground floor there. It's a tiny cultural quirk that can make hotel elevators feel like puzzles. In the famous play Macbeth, a new king is crowned at the end, Malcolm III of Scotland. After all the betrayals, ghosts, and battles, a bit of order returns to the land. The real Malcolm ruled in history too, not just on stage. Sometimes fiction and fact walk the same dramatic path. If you remember the Taco Bell Chihuahua, that cute little dog with the big attitude, then you've heard the voice of Carlos Alazraqui. In the 1990s, he gave that tiny pup its charm. Yo quiero Taco Bell wasn't just a line. It was a cultural wave powered by one man's vocal magic. In the heart of Cairo, there's a museum holding treasures so ancient they hum with mystery. One of them is the solid gold coffin of King Tutankhamun. The Egyptian Museum, founded in the 1800s, isn't just a place with artifacts, it's a vault of memory, beauty, and whispers from the age of pharaohs. Rocky Marciano stepped into the boxing ring 49 times. He won every single match, 43 by knockout. That's like flipping a coin 49 times and getting heads every single time. He retired undefeated, his fists speaking louder than any headline. In boxing history, his name isn't just written, it's engraved in granite. At nearly 5,000 feet, Black Mesa rises like a giant's table above the plains of Oklahoma. It's the highest point in the whole state. Standing there, you can see land stretch in every direction, like an ocean of earth. It's where elevation meets quiet, and nature feels bigger than words. Maria Shriver became California's first lady in the early 2000s, but she wasn't just someone's wife. She brought her own identity, legacy, and presence. As a journalist, activist, and member of the Kennedy family, she shaped more than headlines. Her story reminds us that influence isn't always loud. It can be smart, steady, and deeply personal. A Roman emperor once built an entire city in Egypt just to honor a boy he loved who drowned in the Nile. That city was called Antinopolis. It stood as a mix of grief, beauty, and marble, a place carved out of emotion and stone. Even emperors built monuments when their hearts broke. In Britain, a massive highway called the M1 stretches like a vein through the land. But what's that M stand for? It's short for motorway. Opened in 1959, it became a key path through the country, helping wheels spin and cities breathe. Sometimes a single road carries more than just traffic. It carries progress. France has its own version of the Oscars, and it's called the César Award. Named after sculptor César Baldacchini, these trophies celebrate the best in French cinema. Launched in the 70s, it's where actors, directors, and dreamers gather under golden lights to honor stories told with soul and subtitles. The Alps and the Andes weren't just born overnight. They rose up from the earth during a period called the Miocene epoch, which stretched over millions of years. Imagine rocks slowly lifting skyward while dinosaurs vanished and mammals ruled. These mountains are the spine of continents, and their story is written in stone, not ink. Barbara Walters, J.J. Abrams, and Juliana Margulies all walked the same college halls at Sarah Lawrence in New York. That place must breathe creativity. From legendary interviews to epic movies and award-winning dramas, its alumni prove that a little campus outside the city can launch ideas loud enough to echo across the world. Almost every Korean you meet doesn't have armpit odor, and that's not just luck, it's science. Most Koreans don't carry the gene that causes body odor. It's one of those strange little genetic twists that makes you stop and think. Even the way we sweat or don't is written in our DNA. In 1983, Neil Simon became the first living playwright ever to have a Broadway theater named after him. That's like building a monument to someone while they're still writing the next masterpiece. He made people laugh, cry, and feel alive, and Broadway honored him in the most unforgettable way. Turquoise isn't just a pretty stone. In states like Arizona and New Mexico, it's honored as the official state gem. This blue-green beauty has been treasured for centuries by Native American cultures. It's more than color. It's spirit, history, and protection, all wrapped into a gem that seems to hold the desert sky. If you're ever stuck between calling someone your niece or nephew, now you've got a word for both. Nibbling. It's gender neutral, simple, and kind of adorable. Sometimes language evolves not to be complicated, but to make everyone feel seen. One small word can include more people than you'd ever imagine. Before he became the face of Free France, Charles de Gaulle wrote a book in 1934 called The Army of the Future. That book quietly inspired the terrifying speed and power of blitzkrieg warfare. Funny how a leader's ideas can ripple through history, even when they start with just words on a page. Michigan is the only state in the U.S. that touches 3 of the Great Lakes. Imagine being hugged by that much water. Superior, Huron, and Michigan itself. If America had a water kingdom, this would be the throne room. Every sunrise and ship's horn across that coast feels like part of something much bigger. In golf, there's a little game called Nassau. It's a kind of casual bet, usually played at country clubs and named after one on Long Island. But behind the soft clinks and green grass lies a world of competition, luck, and friendly bragging rights. Sometimes the smallest bets bring out the biggest swings. There are 4 U.S. states that officially call themselves Commonwealths: Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Kentucky. It sounds fancy, but it just means they're grounded in the people's good. While the title might echo old traditions, the states themselves run just like any other. It's a name soaked in history, but living in today's world. Far up north, the Shetland Islands lie like scattered stones off the United Kingdom's edge. Most of the folks there have Scandinavian roots. These islands are windy, rugged, and rich in tales. Vikings once sailed these seas, and their descendants still walk the land. It's where old legends haven't faded. They've just grown quieter. When a soldier wears a belt of bullets slung across his chest like a sash, that's called a bandolier. It's 1 part fashion, 1 part war gear. It holds power, danger, and a bit of cinematic cool. From the battlefield to movie posters, this crossbody armor always signals someone ready for action. A band called Spin Doctors rocked the early 90s with an album called Pocket Full of Kryptonite. It wasn't just the catchy name, it was the music. They sold millions of copies and carved their place into radio history. It's one of those albums you didn't expect to love, but couldn't stop humming. Before he flew through the air on a basketball court, Michael Jordan gave baseball a shot. During his short time in the minor leagues, his batting average was just a little over 200. He didn't dominate the field, but he tried. Even legends sometimes stumble when they chase new dreams. Way up in Hawaii, there's a mountain called Mauna Kea that reaches almost 14,000 feet. That's higher than many clouds. From its peak, you can watch stars clearer than anywhere else on Earth. It's where astronomers set up shop and where nature and science touch the edge of the heavens. Tequila isn't just a drink, it's law in Mexico. To be real tequila, it must be made from over half agave sugars. That one rule keeps imposters out and flavor true. So the next time someone pours a glass, remember, you're not just sipping a spirit, you're tasting hundreds of years of sacred tradition. Franklin D. Roosevelt was the first president to plan a library while still in office. It wasn't for books to borrow, it was to preserve history, decisions, and memories. His library became a blueprint for every president after him, because sometimes the story of leadership is best told by the leader himself. Back in 1911, a man named L.L. Bean had an idea for a hunting shoe. It kept feet warm, dry, and ready. That one invention turned into a mail-order empire. His name is now stitched into jackets, boots, and catalogs across the world. Sometimes success starts with cold toes and a better solution. Christopher Nolan's movie Memento messes with your head in a good way. It's told backward, so you feel as lost and confused as the main character. Every scene peels back a new piece of the truth. It's not just storytelling, it's time travel, and it proves that even when memory fades, mystery still burns bright. In a cartoon from the 70s called Fat Albert, there was a cartoon inside the cartoon, a superhero named the Brown Hornet. He was cool, wise, and full of lessons. For the kids watching, he wasn't just a hero. He was a voice from inside the TV reminding them to be better, braver, stronger. Every 30 seconds, your body produces over 70 million red blood cells. That's like a blood factory running non-stop under your skin. These little guys carry oxygen, give your cheeks color, and keep you alive with every breath. They're the silent workers inside you. No lunch breaks, no complaints, just pure biological hustle. Joe Lieberman pulled off a political 2-for-1 in 2000. He ran for vice president of the United States and also defended his Senate seat. Like juggling 2 burning torches, he aimed high, but kept his backup plan solid. It's the kind of bold move only politics could allow and only a few could pull off. Ready for the next batch? Let me know, and I'll send 255 through 279. We're nearly there. approaching the final stretch of your full 189-fact transformation into a god-tier storytelling masterpiece. Vladimir the Great didn't just choose a religion for himself, he chose one for an entire nation. He sent envoys far and wide, from churches to mosques, searching for the perfect spiritual fit. After much listening and watching, he chose Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And just like that, one ruler changed the future faith of millions. The Harrow School in London is no ordinary classroom. It's where Winston Churchill, Sir Robert Peel, and Lord Byron all once cracked open books. This place doesn't just teach. It shapes legends. Every dusty hallway has probably overheard poetry, policy, or a world-changing idea whispered between boys in crisp formal coats. When a soldier shows exceptional bravery on the ground in combat, they might receive a Bronze Star. It's not just a medal. It's a medal reminder of guts, grit, and doing the unthinkable when it mattered most. It says you didn't run, you faced the fire, and you kept going. Back in the shadows of the medieval world, there was a group with a long name, the Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon. Most people just called them the Knights Templar. They were monks with swords, guardians of secrets, treasure, and travelers during the Crusades. Their legend still echoes through myths and movies. If you ever ride the Washington Metro, there's a stop named after a man who designed the entire city, Pierre Charles L'Enfant. He laid out the streets and monuments like a puzzle of power. Even now, every turn and curve you make in DC is part of the city's original heartbeat. Christopher Marlowe wasn't just a playwright in the 1500s. He was also a spy. The Queen's secretary hired him to sniff out plots from Catholics. So, while he was penning plays by candlelight, he was also helping protect the crown from the shadows, art and espionage. Who says you can't do both? They called President Herbert Hoover the Great Engineer. And not just because he liked blueprints. Before politics, he literally built things. Dams, tunnels, solutions to global disasters. When the country needed someone to handle problems like equations, they turned to a man who'd already solved problems with steel and grit. If you ever see a box of Rice Krispies, look for 3 tiny characters: Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Those mascots first appeared back in 1933. They're not just cereal cheerleaders. They're sound effects brought to life. Every breakfast is a symphony, thanks to those 3 noisy little sprites. Quick challenge. Can you remember your top 3 favorite facts by the end? There's this thing called a photonic sneeze reflex. About 7% of people sneeze when they stare into bright light. And get this, 94% of them are white. So next time someone sneezes at the sun, just smile. Their body's doing something rare and kind of magical without even being sick. Lou Gehrig was so legendary that when he stepped away from baseball, they retired his jersey number. No one had ever done that before. His name became more than a stat. It became a story of strength, struggle, and saying goodbye with class, even when fate hits you hardest. When American Pharaoh won the Triple Crown in 2015, it was the first time a horse had done that since 1978. That's not just speed, it's history. Galloping back into the spotlight, and for one shining moment, everyone was cheering for a horse that wouldn't stop chasing greatness. A U.S. Army wedding might end with a sword arch. Soldiers in uniform raise their sabers, and the newlyweds walk beneath them like royalty. It's not just tradition, it's protection, honor, and pride, wrapped in shining steel. One step through that arch, and you carry love and duty side by side. In 2016, the Watts Bar 2 nuclear reactor came online. It was the first new nuclear reactor in America in 20 years. That's like reviving a sleeping giant of energy, quiet, powerful, and humming beneath the ground. It's a reminder that the future sometimes starts with a glow no one sees. The world's largest amber deposits lie along the shores of the Baltic Sea. These ancient golden stones can hold bugs, air, and secrets from millions of years ago. Holding a piece of amber is like holding time itself, a glowing warm memory of a world that's long since faded away. Ulster isn't just a place in Ireland, it's a chapter in its story. 9 counties once made it whole, but now 6 lie in Northern Ireland. The others rest with the Republic. It's more than borders, it's identity. Every map of Ulster carries whispers of politics, pride, and the push-pull of history. Isaac Walton lived in the 17th century, and he loved fishing so much he wrote a whole book about it. Not just hooks and bait, but peace, rivers, and nature. His work, The Complete Angler, still reels people in. It's proof that a simple joy like fishing can ripple through centuries. An atoll is one of nature's rarest hugs, a ring of coral that encircles a shallow lagoon. It rises from the sea like a secret kept by the ocean. These islands may look fragile, but they've weathered storms, waves, and time. They're proof that even soft things can survive in a harsh world. When author A. Milne had a baby in 1920, he named him Christopher Robin. Yes, the same name as the boy in the Winnie the Pooh stories. That little child inspired a world full of honeypots, bouncing tigers, and hundred-acre woods. Sometimes the most magical tales begin with fatherhood. The Louvre Museum's glass pyramid wasn't always there. It was designed by I.M. Pei, a Chinese-American architect who took a bold step into modern art. His pyramid made people gasp at first, but now it stands proudly in front of history's greatest treasures. It's modern, ancient, and timeless, all at once. Cleopatra died in Alexandria in 30 BC, but her legend never did. Whether by snakebite or poison, her final act was wrapped in mystery and power. Even in death, she ruled the story. Her name still echoes through time as a woman who lived and loved fiercely and bowed to no empire. The city of Milan sits at the heart of Lombardy in Italy. It's where fashion meets finance, and ancient cathedrals stand beside sparkling storefronts. You can hear opera in the air and see art in every step. Milan is more than a city. It's a heartbeat of old elegance and sharp ambition. Raytheon isn't just a company. It made both the first microwave oven and the Patriot missile. That's breakfast and battlefield in one sentence. From heating leftovers to defending nations, this company's inventions changed how we cook and how we protect. It's science that saved dinner and maybe even lives. Every year, around 10,000 shipping containers fall off boats into the ocean. Imagine all that metal, plastic, and mystery tumbling into the deep. Some sink, some float, some wash ashore years later. Each one becomes a modern shipwreck story, full of socks, toys, or maybe something nobody was ever meant to find. The word pistol might sound tough, but it comes from something soft, a Czech word for whistle. That little sound became a symbol of power in your pocket. Over time, the word changed, but it still carries a punch. Funny how something so small can make such a loud impression. London Bridge took over 3 decades to build in the late 1200s, and during that long construction, 150 workers lost their lives. Stone by stone, it rose over the Thames, but not without a cost. Every footstep on that bridge today echoes the hands that built it. The Mystic River near Boston flows just 7 miles, but its name goes way back. It comes from a Native American word meaning big river. So while it may look small, it carries a name with depth. Sometimes what seems tiny on a map carries stories too old to measure. If you made it this far, you're not just curious, you're dangerously aware. Most people scroll past knowledge. You inhaled it. So now what? Drop a comment with the fact that hit you hardest, or the one that should have been in this list. I'll be watching, and if your mind's still racing, good. That means it worked.
Hey, fact lovers. You're about to watch the ultimate compilation of weird, wild, and totally mind-blowing facts. All the best bits packed into one video. Let's dive in.
So many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
In one corner of the world, dancing to the national anthem can actually get you in trouble. In Massachusetts, they made it against the law to use the Star-Spangled Banner as dance music. So next time you hear it, just stand tall. No twirling or breakdancing allowed, or you might break more than just moves. Cleopatra, the famous Queen of Egypt with all that drama and glamour, wasn't even Egyptian. She was actually part of a Greek family that ruled Egypt long after Alexander the Great. So while she ruled the land of pyramids, her roots were far from the Nile. Wild, right? Egypt's queen wasn't really from Egypt. Way back in football's early days, fields looked totally different. They weren't just marked like now. They had lines going across and down like a big giant waffle. That's why it started getting called a gridiron. Imagine running touchdowns across something that looked like your breakfast table. No wonder it was a messy game. There are 2 capitals in the world named after American presidents. You already know about Washington, the main one. But far away in Africa, there's a city named Monrovia, after President James Monroe. It's the capital of Liberia and a living reminder that presidential names can go global in the most unexpected ways. You think email spam is bad? Imagine getting random ads through a telegraph. That actually happened in the 1800s when the first spam message was sent over those clicking wires. So even in a world without screens, people still found ways to be annoying. Spam has been trolling us longer than you'd think. Vinegar might just look like something sour for your salad, but it's got secret superpowers. If you drop a real pearl into vinegar and leave it there, it can actually dissolve the pearl completely. Imagine something strong and precious, like a pearl vanishing into liquid. Nothing just from a kitchen ingredient. That's chemistry magic. Queen Isabella of Spain, the one who helped Columbus sail across the ocean, had a seriously wild personal habit. She said she only bathed twice in her whole life. Not twice a week. Twice. Ever. Imagine ruling a kingdom, discovering new worlds, and still skipping out on showers. Her perfume must have done overtime. There was once a man who hiccuped, and just couldn't stop. His hiccups lasted nearly a lifetime. Over 60 years. Can you even imagine trying to eat, talk, or sleep while your body kept jumping all the time? Doctors tried everything, but those stubborn hiccups refused to leave until he finally did. Lightning isn't just bright and loud. It's hotter than you'd ever believe. A single bolt can be 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. That flash in the sky might look quick, but it's like a fire dragon breathing out a silent, scorching blast that could toast anything in its path. Deep, deep down in the ocean, there's a place so crushed by water that it's like stacking 50 huge airplanes on top of your head. That's how heavy the pressure is. If a person went down there without protection, they'd be flattened like a pancake. The ocean hides monsters, and not the swimming kind. The sun has a crazy future ahead. In about 8 billion years, it's going to puff up huge and glow thousands of times brighter than it does now. It'll be so big it might swallow nearby planets. It's like your tiny campfire suddenly turning into a wild dragon that lights up everything. One time, the state of Alabama needed a bridge but didn't have enough money. So guess what they did? They sold roosters. Like an auction, but with chickens. And people actually showed up, bought birds, and helped pay for a real bridge. That's probably the only bridge built with the power of clucks. There used to be a law that allowed the government to isolate people who had been in contact with aliens, not foreign travelers. Real extraterrestrial aliens. Just imagine being locked away because someone thought you'd chatted with creatures from space. That's some science fiction level paranoia turned into actual law. There are highways you can drive on and never know they're special. Over 20 hidden roads in America are part of the secret interstate system. They look normal, no signs saying anything special, but they're part of a secret backup network. It's like secret passages in a spy movie, but for cars. There's a tiny bug called an aphid that's born ready to be a mom. No dating, no waiting. They arrive already pregnant. It's like being handed a baby the moment you're born. Talk about multitasking. Nature really took the phrase, getting ahead in life, and turned it into something super weird. In the United Kingdom, if you act weird while holding a salmon, like sneaking around or looking suspicious, you're actually breaking the law. Yep, suspicious salmon behavior is illegal. So if you're ever in London with a fish in your hand, don't look shady, or you might get reeled in by the cops. Still in the United Kingdom, there's another law that bans annoying games in the street. That means if you and your friends are out there playing something too noisy or silly, the police can step in. Looks like even fun has rules, especially if it gets on someone's nerves. Back in the day, people played tennis without rackets. They just used their bare hands to hit the ball. Imagine smacking a tennis ball over the net with nothing but your palms. Ouch! That's how the game started before someone got smart and invented rackets. Hands took the hits so we didn't have to. You'd think lemons are super sour and have less sugar than sweet strawberries, right? Nope. Lemons actually have more sugar hidden inside them. It's just that the sour punch of the acid tricks your tongue. So behind that face-scrunching taste, there's a secret sugar party going on. There was a study in Italy that said eating pizza once a week could help lower your chances of certain cancers like mouth or colon cancer. But scientists quickly jumped in saying, hold up, we don't know if it's really the pizza. Still, it gives you a delicious excuse for another slice. Most of the green stuff on our planet isn't on land, it's in the ocean. Over 3/4 of all plant life lives underwater. So next time you think of plants, don't just imagine forests and gardens. Think seaweed, ocean algae, and green fields dancing in deep blue silence. In Melbourne, Australia, trees got email addresses so people could report falling branches. But something unexpected happened. Locals started writing love letters to the trees instead. Messages like, "You're so attractive, tree," filled the inboxes. Trees became local celebrities, quietly standing tall and blushing green under all that affection. In the Netherlands, animals get their own special roads too. Engineers built over 600 tiny tunnels under highways, just so animals like badgers and frogs can cross safely. It's like nature has VIP access routes with no speeding cars to worry about. Even wildlife deserves a peaceful morning commute. The Hawaiian alphabet is super simple. It only has 13 letters. That's it. Just a small handful to make all those beautiful words and names you hear in Hawaiian songs and stories. It's like the language runs on minimalist magic. Less letters, more aloha. Tea isn't just a drink, it's a whole world. There are thousands of different types of tea out there, each with its own flavor, story, and tradition. From bold black to flowery jasmine, every sip tells a tale. So if someone says all tea tastes the same, they've clearly never taken a proper tea tour. A lobster's blood starts out clear, like water, but the moment it touches oxygen, it turns bright blue, like magic happening inside a seafood superhero. It's nature's version of mood rings, where air changes everything. So the next time you see a lobster, know that beneath that tough shell is a secret of color. During a festival in China, people light paper lanterns that float like glowing dreams into the sky. But long ago, they didn't just use paper. Ancient folks actually caught fireflies, placed them in little cages, and used their glowing bodies to light the night. Nature's flashlight. Tiny bugs lighting up people's hopes and wishes. Reindeer have a surprising favorite snack. Bananas. Not moss, not twigs. Bananas. Just imagine a bunch of these majestic antlered creatures happily munching yellow fruit like they're in a jungle buffet instead of the icy north. Turns out, even wild animals can crave something sweet and tropical when given the chance. There was once a chicken that took off and flapped its wings like a champ for 13 full seconds. It might not sound long, but for a bird that usually just hops and runs, that's like flying to the moon. Chickens, part bird, part sprinter, part unexpected aviator. Birds can't just tilt their heads back and gulp like we can. They actually need gravity to swallow. That's why they tilt their heads upward when drinking water. It's like nature gave them a little instruction manual. Drink, then look up. Simple, but genius. And now, you'll never unsee it. The letter E is the king of the alphabet castle. Out of all the letters, E shows up the most in words. It's everywhere. Like the popular kid in school who somehow ends up in every group project, spelling bee and crossword puzzle. You just can't write anything long without inviting an E. The most common languages spoken across the world aren't just big, they dominate entire continents. Mandarin Chinese, Spanish, and English lead the pack. So, if you're trying to talk to most of the world, learning any of those will open way more doors than you'd expect. It's like having a universal passcode. When pyramids were rising in Egypt, big hairy elephants called woolly mammoths still walked the earth. That's right. These furry giants weren't just ancient. They were pyramid-era creatures. History isn't always in straight lines. Sometimes, timelines overlap in ways that make you question everything you thought you knew. Sub only if you want to be the smartest one in your group chat next week. Queen Elizabeth, before she wore her crown and waved from balconies, actually learned how to fix cars. As a teenager, she got her hands greasy, learning how to change tires and repair engines. A real-life princess who could pop a hood and handle a wrench like a boss. Royal and resourceful. Egypt may be famous for pyramids, but guess who's got even more? Peru. That's right, the land of llamas, mountains, and mysterious ruins has more pyramid structures than Egypt. It's like finding out your quiet cousin has a bigger video game collection than your gamer friend. Unexpected and totally cool. Germany gave the world more than bratwurst and beer. It gave us Christmas trees. The tradition of bringing a tree inside and decorating it with lights and joy started there. It spread across the world, turning living rooms into sparkling forests and giving December that magical pine-scented charm we all love. You'd think sharks are terrifying, right? But more people are hurt or killed each year by falling coconuts than by shark attacks. Yup. It's not the deep-sea monster, but the innocent-looking palm tree nut that's secretly more dangerous. Watch your head next time you nap under a coconut tree. The game Monopoly started out round, not square, not rectangle. Round. That's right, the first design was circular, like a pizza. Imagine rolling dice and circling around the board like planets orbiting a sun. Somewhere along the way, they squared it off. But the original shape was pure gaming rebellion. Lightning crashes into Earth constantly, over 100 times every second. It's not a rare surprise. It's a non-stop natural light show happening all the time. Somewhere on this planet, right now, the sky just zapped the ground with a flash of power. The Earth is constantly under nature's electric finger. Being left-handed is tough sometimes, especially in a right-handed world. Every year, thousands of lefties accidentally hurt themselves using tools and gadgets made for right-handed people. From can openers to scissors, it's a world that literally isn't built for them. And sometimes, the price of that mismatch is more than just a nicked finger. Gorillas are the kings of nap time. These massive animals sleep for about 14 hours a day. That's more than half the day spent in dreamy jungle snoozes. Maybe that's their secret to being so chill and strong. Less drama, more naps. Sounds like a pretty solid life strategy, honestly. Ladders have been around since cavemen days. People back then painted pictures of folks climbing up long ladders to steal honey from wild bees. So next time you climb one to fix a bulb, just remember, 10,000 years ago, someone else did it for honey. Different goals, same tools. Snakes have stomach acid so powerful it can melt bones and teeth like butter. But here's the twist. It can't digest fur or hair. So when they swallow something furry, that fuzz just sticks around. Nature's way of saying, you can eat almost everything, but there are limits even for snakes. Race car is a word that plays mind tricks. Spell it backward. It still says race car. It's one of those rare words that's the same in both directions. A palindrome with style and speed. Makes you wonder if race cars themselves are built to be as symmetrical and wild as the word. You'd expect camels to be the kings of surviving without water, but guess who beats them? Giraffes. These tall, elegant creatures can go even longer without a drink. While camels get the credit, giraffes are the real hydration legends of the animal world. Quiet achievers with necks that touch the sky. Believe it or not, you use more energy when you're asleep than when you're just sitting and watching TV. While your body looks still in bed, your brain's doing deep work. Processing, healing, cleaning. It's like sleep is the overnight crew running full speed behind the scenes while TV time just slows things down. There's a word that starts and ends with the same exact 3 letters. Underground. U-N-D at the front. U-N-D at the end. It's a rare and funky twist in English. Say it slow and see if you notice. It's a little word sandwich hiding in plain sight every time you hop on a subway. Your left hand is doing more than you think. Over half of all your typing is done using your left hand alone. The keyboard layout makes it so the left side does most of the heavy lifting. Your right hand might click the mouse, but your left hand runs the keys. Many twins don't just share looks, they sometimes invent their own language. No one else understands it. They create secret sounds, made-up words, and have full conversations without anyone knowing what's going on. It's like having your own personal decoder ring, built into your brain from birth. Twins aren't just siblings, they're born allies. For every person you've ever met, there are hundreds of millions of insects crawling, buzzing, or hiding somewhere nearby. They outnumber us like a massive secret army. Imagine a world where bugs rule and you're just a guest in their kingdom. We think we run Earth, but they've had the numbers all along. Your comfy bed isn't as lonely as you think. It's packed with billions of tiny dust mites, so small you can't see them, but they're there, living their best lives. These little creatures love warmth, fabric, and your dead skin cells. It's like a dust mite city where the mattress is their capital. Iguanas may look chill, but underwater they're like little green submarines. They can stay down there without coming up for air for almost half an hour. Just imagine chilling beneath a river rock, holding your breath like a yoga master while fish swim by. That's how an iguana does deep relaxation. Some birds just can't move in reverse, and emus are one of them. No matter how hard they try, they can't walk backward. They're built for forward momentum only. So if an emu gets cornered, it's turning around and marching ahead like a boss. Life lesson? Just like emus, keep moving forward. The Eiffel Tower isn't just a pretty face. It's held together with over 2 million rivets. That's like someone took metal buttons and stitched the whole tower together by hand. Each rivet is like a little handshake, locking pieces in place to keep the iron giant standing tall through storms and sunshine. There's one moment where 2 worlds of cold agree completely. When it gets so cold that Fahrenheit and Celsius finally shake hands, they both say it's 40 degrees below zero. No difference, no argument, just pure bone-freezing cold. That's the one time both temperature scales stop fighting and freeze together. John Tyler wasn't just a U.S. president. He was a family man on a whole different level. He had a total of 15 kids, and his youngest was born when he was already 70. Imagine being in grandpa mode but still changing diapers. That's some presidential energy right there. Dolphins can do all sorts of cool tricks, talk to each other with clicks, and swim like torpedoes. But they have one flaw. They can't smell. Zero sniffing power. So if a fish smells funny, a dolphin won't know. They live in a world of sound, sight, and movement, not scent. Charlie Chaplin, the silent film legend with the bowler hat and cane, once entered a contest to see who looked most like Charlie Chaplin. He didn't win. In fact, he didn't even make the finals. Talk about awkward. Imagine being so iconic that you can't even pass for yourself. The city of Portland almost had a completely different name. It came down to a simple coin toss. One guy wanted to name it Boston. The other said Portland. The coin flipped. Portland won. If it had landed the other way, we'd all be talking about Boston, Oregon. Wild, right? The periodic table holds all the known elements in the universe, but it's missing one letter. J. Yup, there's no element with that letter anywhere. It's like the letter J never got invited to the science party. Every other letter made it, except for the poor, lonely J. In baseball, striking out means you're done. But why do they use the letter K to represent it? Turns out the letter S was already taken for something called a sacrifice, so the K had to step up. Now, every time you see a big K on the board, blame the alphabet shuffle. Golf balls have tiny little dents called dimples, not just for style. Those dimples actually help the ball fly farther by cutting through the air better than smooth ones. It's like giving the ball tiny wings made of science. So next time you see a golf ball, thank the dimples for the distance. Cows aren't just mooing for fun. They've got built-in GPS. When they eat or rest in fields, they almost always line themselves up with Earth's magnetic north and south poles. Nobody knows exactly why, but they act like fluffy living compasses. Maybe they're tuned into something we humans forgot long ago. President Chester Arthur didn't just dress sharp, he was obsessed with clothes. He owned 80 pairs of pants and sometimes changed them multiple times a day. It was like he ran a fashion show at the White House. Imagine a president with a walk-in closet bigger than most living rooms. Look inside a cow's mouth and you'll notice something weird. There are no upper front teeth, just a big gummy space. They use their bottom teeth and a tough upper gum to pull and chew grass. It's like nature gave them a built-in lawnmower without bothering with the top blade. For 20 years, Neptune stole Pluto's thunder. Even though Neptune is usually farther from the sun, their orbits crossed, and Neptune came closer for 2 full decades. Pluto just backed off like a quiet kid on the playground. It won't happen again for a long, long time, more than 2 centuries. Ancient Egyptians were amazing at mummifying bodies, but their brain removal method, not so elegant. They stuck a hook up the dead person's nose, wiggled it around, and pulled the brain out in bits. It was messy, kind of gross, and totally genius for the time. Mummy making wasn't just an art, it was surgery. Cats live for naps. They spend nearly 2/3 of their lives sleeping. That means if a cat lives 15 years, it sleeps for 10 of them. They're like fluffy, purring sleep champions. While we hustle through our day, cats are on nap number 5, dreaming about mice and sunny windowsills. Switzerland might be known for mountains, watches, and banks, but chocolate is their real passion. People there eat more chocolate than anyone else on Earth. Every person gobbles up so much each year, it's like they've got a golden ticket to a permanent candy factory. Sweet tooth? Move to Switzerland. You'd think camels are the toughest animals when it comes to going without water, but giraffes and even tiny rats can outlast them. That's right. Those tall, elegant snackers and sneaky little scurriers can survive longer without a drink than the desert's most famous beast. It's always the quiet ones. If this fact flipped your brain upside down, write useless genius why in the comments. I want to see how many of us are shaken. The little dot on top of the letter I actually has a name. It's called a tittle. Not a dot, not a speck, not a blob. A title. It's the tiniest part of writing, but it's still got its own name. Next time you write an I, you're actually putting a title on it. Buzz Aldrin did something no one talks about on the moon. He peed there. Right after stepping onto the lunar surface, he used a special bag in his spacesuit and made history in the weirdest way. First man to leave a footprint, and the first to answer nature's call on the moon. Jellyfish are mostly water, almost all of them. Their bodies are so watery, if you scooped one up, it'd feel like a squishy water balloon. They don't have brains or bones, yet they've been floating around longer than dinosaurs. They're like living jello blobs with a passport to every ocean. The Amish might not use modern tech like we do, but that doesn't mean they've skipped computers altogether. Some special computers are built just for them, with no internet, no music, and no videos. Just the basics. It's like a digital horse and buggy, simple, quiet, and still smart in its own way. Most animals don't fly, but bats do. They're the only mammals with real wings, flapping through the night sky like tiny furry superheroes. While others crawl or climb, bats zoom above, snatching bugs midair. Next time you see one, just know you're watching a creature with the ultimate biological upgrade. A cat doesn't just guess if it can squeeze through a gap, it uses its whiskers to measure. If the whiskers fit, the cat fits. But if those little hairs brush the edges, it knows it's too tight. It's like having built-in measuring tape growing out of your face. Cats are clever like that. Every single day, millions of people across the United States grab a bite at McDonald's. That means out of every 100 people, around 7 are eating there daily. Fries, burgers, or milkshakes. It's like a daily ritual for a big chunk of the country. Fast food, more like a fast obsession. It's so bizarre, it's worth saying twice. Buzz Aldrin really was the first person to pee on the moon. He used a special bag inside his spacesuit right after stepping onto the lunar surface. Alongside footprints and science, he left behind one more human signature, proof that nature calls, even in space. Bank robbers seem to have a favorite day of the week, Friday. Half of all robberies happen just before the weekend. Maybe they're hoping to cash out early or just riding that Friday energy. Either way, if it's Friday and you work in a bank, you might want to double-check those vaults. In a quiet town in India, a man named Sathar Adhur has a library so small it could fit in a shoebox. Literally. He owns thousands of the tiniest books on earth. Each one's a masterpiece you need a magnifying glass to read, a whole universe of stories you could carry in one hand. Touch your fingers and notice something. That one right next to your thumb, your index finger, is the most sensitive of them all. It picks up details better than any other finger. That's why we use it to point, press buttons, and poke when we're curious. It's your fingertip MVP. Ever seen a word with 3 double letters in a row? Bookkeeper and bookkeeping are the only ones in the English language that do it. 2 O's, 2 K's, and 2 E's, lined up like alphabetic twins. It's rare, it's weird, and it's oddly satisfying to look at. Venetian blinds might sound like something from Italy, but they were actually invented in Japan. Sometimes, names are just fancy disguises. So, next time you tilt those slats to block the sun, remember you're using Japanese genius, not Venetian design. Lightning doesn't just flash. It blasts through the air at temperatures hotter than most things on Earth. One strike can reach over 50,000 degrees. That's like touching a piece of the sun with your bare hand. You don't just dodge lightning, you stay miles away and thank the sky when it misses. Before the world saw Saddam Hussein as a dictator, a small church in Detroit saw him as a generous donor. After giving a huge donation, they actually gave him the key to the city. No one knew the kind of leader he'd become. History is full of moments that don't age well. In a war filled with guns and bombs, one British soldier fought like a medieval warrior. Nicknamed Mad Jack, he brought a longbow and a giant sword into battle. While others fired bullets, he fired arrows. He even took out enemies with that bow. History remembers him as the last of the battlefield archers. Look at the moon tonight. That glowing circle in the sky. It's always showing us the same face. The moon spins in perfect sync with its orbit, so the far side stays hidden like a cosmic secret. No matter how often you look, you're always seeing the same old familiar face. Sigurd the Mighty thought he'd won a battle after chopping off his enemy's head. He tied the head to his saddle and rode home. But one of the head's teeth scraped his leg, and the wound got infected. The dead man got revenge after death, without lifting a finger. The past was brutal. Honey is like edible treasure. It's the only natural food that never spoils. Archaeologists have found pots of honey from ancient times that are still perfectly good. No mold, no stink, just sweet, golden perfection. Forever. Nature really knew what it was doing with this sticky miracle. Ever wonder what M and M in M&M stands for? It's not just candy talk. It stands for the inventors, Mars and Murray. These two teamed up to create the colorful chocolate everyone loves. So every time you pop one in your mouth, you're actually biting into their shared dream. Celery might not taste exciting, but it's secretly a fitness trick. It takes more energy for your body to chew and digest it than the calories it gives you. So the more celery you eat, the thinner you become. It's like food that works against your appetite. Crunch your way to slim. Australia is a land of deserts, coral reefs, and kangaroos, but no active volcanoes. It's the only continent without one. Every other place has fiery mountains ready to blow, but not Australia. Down under, things stay cool on the lava front. Even the Earth's explosions avoid it. Toronto's got a street that just keeps going and going. It's the longest in the world. Called Yonge Street, it stretches nearly 2,000 kilometers. That's like walking from one city to another, and then back again. It's not just a road. It's a journey, all by itself. In Amsterdam, if someone dies with no family, no friends, no one to mourn them, a poet is assigned to write a poem and read it at their funeral. It's the city's way of saying, you mattered. Even if the world forgets you, the words will remember. The Spanish national anthem is powerful and dramatic, but it has no lyrics, just music. No words to sing along with. It's like a song that leaves you feeling something without saying anything. Spain decided that silence can roar just as loud as words. Before TikTok and YouTube, the first version of the internet was called ARPANET. It was created by the US military to help scientists talk to each other. It started as a research tool but turned into the global web of memes, videos, and cat pics we know today. Iguanas have a bonus eye. Yup. Besides the two normal ones, there's a third one on top of their head. It doesn't see images, but it senses light, like a sun detector built into their skull. Not exactly X-ray vision, but still a superpower in the animal kingdom. The fortune cookie, that crispy treat with a surprise inside, didn't come from China. It was born in San Francisco. Yup, it's an American invention, dressed in Chinese flavor. So when you crack one open and read your future, thank the West Coast for the tasty prophecy. Back in the late 90s, hackers discovered that typing the word could unlock any Hotmail account. Suddenly, anyone could read your emails just by typing 2 silly letters. It became the biggest internet security disaster ever at the time. Imagine logging into someone else's inbox with a shrug. Every insect on Earth, whether it crawls, flies, or buzzes, has 6 legs. Ants, bees, beetles, grasshoppers, all of them follow the 6-leg rule. No more, no less. It's like nature decided on a standard model and stuck to it for every bug in the club. Insect design? Always triple pairs. In Washington, D.C., 2 embassies, Slovakia and Slovenia, keep getting each other's mail. So once a month, they meet up and exchange letters like confused pen pals. Even official buildings mix them up. If countries were classmates, these two would keep switching seats because their names sound way too alike. In Eastern Africa, you can sip on beer made from bananas. That's right, those sweet yellow fruits get mashed and brewed into a bubbly drink. Imagine a fruity soda with a kick. It's local, traditional, and totally unexpected. Who knew bananas had a party side? African gray parrots are brainy birds with big vocabularies. Some of them can learn over 200 words and use them in the right situations. They don't just copy, they understand. Having one is like living with a tiny feathery friend who never forgets what you say, and sometimes throws it back at you. Giraffes have the ultimate tongue trick. It's so long they can lick their own ears clean. That purple tongue stretches over 1.5 feet, like a built-in cleaning tool. No need for Q-tips when your tongue can reach your ear canal. Flexible and fabulous, giraffes are nature's yoga masters. Before Australia got its current name, it was called New Holland. Explorers gave it the name after landing and thinking it reminded them of Holland. The name didn't stick forever, but for a while, that wild land of kangaroos and deserts had a very Dutch title on the map. Back in the Revolutionary War, people used to hang certain clothes on a line to send secret signals to soldiers. A simple shirt or towel could mean attack tonight or wait until dawn. Clotheslines weren't just for laundry. They were an early version of spy texting. Talk about old school code breaking. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog isn't just a weird sentence. It's a clever one. It uses every single letter in the alphabet. People use it to test typewriters, fonts, and keyboards. It's like the ultimate workout sentence for your fingers, with every letter doing its part. The Grand Canyon is so massive, you could dump close to 1 trillion footballs into it and still have room left over. It's one of Earth's biggest holes, so deep and wide that it swallows mountains, rivers, and imagination whole. It's not just a canyon, it's nature's stadium. All that blinking you do in a day? If you added it up, you'd spend about 30 minutes with your eyes completely shut. That's like a half-hour power nap, but in blink-sized bits. Your eyelids are doing a silent little dance all day long, and you don't even notice. Your foot has 26 bones packed inside it. That's more than some entire animals. Every jump, step, or dance move you do is powered by a mini skeleton working hard inside your shoe. So, if your feet are tired, just remember, they've got a lot of pieces doing overtime. Most of your brain isn't made of thoughts, it's made of water. Nearly 4/5 of that wrinkly powerhouse inside your head is H2O. That's why staying hydrated helps you think clearly. Your brain is basically a high-powered water balloon filled with ideas. There's a little village in the Netherlands where no cars are allowed, only boats and bridges. Giethoorn is a place where roads don't exist, and people travel by floating through canals like they're in a real-life fairy tale. It's so quiet, the loudest thing you'll hear is a duck quacking. Canadians are so polite that they had to make a law about it. In 2009, the government passed a rule saying that saying sorry doesn't mean you're guilty. It just means you're Canadian. They're probably the only people who apologize before you bump into them. Back when dinosaurs stomped the earth, the moon was still having tantrums. Volcanoes up there were erupting like fireworks in the sky. Imagine giant lizards looking up at a glowing moon that was literally exploding. The universe was wild back then, lava on land and lava in the sky. The periodic table has all the elements scientists know, but there's one letter that never made the cut. The letter J doesn't appear anywhere on it. It's like every other letter got an invite to the party, and poor J was left outside scratching its head. One quiet trait of really smart people: they get annoyed easily, but they usually keep it to themselves. Instead of arguing over nonsense, they just stay quiet and save their brain power for something better. It's like using silence as a shield against stupidity. Smart minds don't waste time. The more you see someone, the more you tend to like them. Even if they're just in the background, your brain starts thinking, hey, they're familiar, they must be nice. It's called the mirror exposure effect. Basically, your brain is a fan of reruns, and that includes people's faces. Only a small slice of the population is left-handed, but those who are know the struggle. From smudging ink while writing to wrestling with scissors, lefties are living in a right-handed world. But they've got their own creative spark. Lefties might be rare, but they're definitely mighty. If babies could pick their birthday month, they'd choose August. That month has more births than any other. Hospitals get super busy, and cake makers are on overtime. Maybe it's the summer sunshine or just a calendar coincidence, but August wins the baby lottery. In 2006, a sneaky Coca-Cola worker tried to sell company secrets to Pepsi. But instead of biting the bait, Pepsi told Coke what was happening. Sometimes, even soda rivals play fair. It's like Batman warning the Joker, respecting the chaos but drawing the line. Facebook once made 2 robot chatbots to talk to each other. But soon, the bots started using a strange language no human could understand, one they invented themselves. That freaked out the scientists and they pulled the plug. It was like watching robots go rogue in their own secret code. If one fact made you feel smarter today, that like button isn't a button. It's your IQ going up 1 notch. In 2010, Nintendo trademarked the phrase, "It's on like Donkey Kong." What started as a fun saying in video games became legal property. So next time you shout it before a challenge, remember, you're quoting a gorilla icon owned by a gaming giant. Ever yelled shotgun to grab the front seat? That phrase actually came from the old Wild West when a guard rode next to the stagecoach driver holding a shotgun to scare off bandits. Hollywood loved the drama, so the name stuck. Now, calling shotgun is just the fun no-guns version of riding up front. When Leonardo DiCaprio shouted, "I'm king of the world," in Titanic, that line wasn't in the script. He made it up right there. And it became one of the most iconic moments in movie history. Sometimes, pure emotion beats perfect writing, and Leo shouted his way into every heart on earth. That long noodle on your plate, if you're holding just one strand, it's not spaghetti. It's a spaghetto. That's the real singular form. Sounds fancy, right? Like one lonely noodle showing up to a pasta party before the rest arrive. Italian grammar makes food even tastier. There's a real difference between a coffin and a casket. Coffins have 6 sides and taper toward the feet, kind of like an old vampire box. Caskets are rectangular and sleek, more like furniture. Next time you see one in a movie, you'll know what kind of box someone's sleeping in. After the Fukushima disaster, Japan turned to an unexpected hero: sunflowers. These cheerful plants can absorb radioactive material from the soil. People started planting them by the thousands to help heal the land. Turns out, flowers can do more than look pretty. They can clean up after Earth's biggest messes. Leaving a party without saying goodbye? In English, that's called a French exit. But in France, they call it leaving like the English. Each side blames the other for being sneaky. It's a polite standoff where no one wants to admit they're the rude one slipping out the door. Cutting down a cactus in Arizona can land you in prison for over 20 years. That's because certain cacti are protected, like endangered trees. Chop one down, and the law doesn't go easy. So when you see a cactus, keep your hands off. Those spiky giants are under serious protection. The smiling, chubby statue often called Buddha? That's not the real guy. The actual Buddha was a skinny, peaceful monk who practiced deep self-denial. The round-bellied version is a symbol of joy and wealth. But he's a totally different person. One found enlightenment, the other found dumplings. In the U.S. state of Colorado, there's a volcano that's still technically alive. It hasn't erupted since the time the Egyptian pyramids were being built, but it's not extinct. It's just sleeping. Like a giant under a mountain-sized blanket. Someday it might stretch and yawn lava again. The very first movie to ever have its own soundtrack was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Before that, movies didn't sell the music separately, but when Disney dropped those cheerful tunes, people couldn't stop singing them. It changed cinema forever and made dwarves the first musical hitmakers. If you point your car key remote at your head, the signal travels farther. Sounds like science fiction, but it's real. Your skull and brain act like a mini antenna, boosting the signal. So next time your car is too far to unlock, just use your head, literally. Elephants in Africa are starting to be born without tusks. It's nature's desperate way to protect them from hunters, since poachers often kill elephants for ivory. But losing tusks also hurts the animals, since they use them for digging, defense, and eating. It's evolution reacting to human cruelty. The giant anteater has a wild scientific name: Myrmecophaga tridactyla. That's just fancy Latin for anteater with 3 fingers. It sounds like a wizard spell, but it simply describes what the creature does. Munches ants and uses its triple claws to dig them up like a bug-loving excavator. Long ago, cigarette filters were made of cork. That brown speckled design you still see on filters today? It's just for looks. Even though they're now made of different materials, the cork pattern stuck around, like a fashion statement from the smoky past that nobody bothered to update. In one unbelievable horse race, a jockey had a heart attack mid-race and died, but the horse kept running and crossed the finish line first. The rider became the only person in history to win a race after death. It's tragic, eerie, and totally legendary all at once. At birth, a baby panda is so tiny, it's smaller than a mouse. Just imagine something that'll grow into a big fuzzy bear starting off smaller than a candy bar. Panda moms must be shocked every time. That tiny thing came from me? Yep, nature's full of surprises. Iceland is big on volcanoes and ice, but there's one thing it doesn't have: trains. No subways, no railroads. People there drive, fly, or ride buses. So if you ever visit, don't expect to hop on a train. It's the land of fire and ice, but not locomotives. The biggest prime number ever discovered has more digits than there are people on Earth. It's made by taking the number 2 and multiplying it by itself almost 60 million times, then subtracting 1. You wouldn't even be able to read it out loud. It's like a number with no end. Smoking doesn't just mess with your lungs, it also weakens your night vision. It reduces the oxygen in your blood, and your eyes need that oxygen to see well in the dark. So, next time someone lights up, they're not just risking coughs, they're dimming their own world after sunset. A mysterious man named Forrest Fenn hid a treasure chest worth over $1 million somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. He left clues in a poem and dared people to find it. Adventurers have searched for years, dreaming of gold in the hills. The treasure? Still out there. Maybe. The lead singer of The Offspring isn't just a rock star, he's a brainiac. While touring with the band, he also went to school and earned a PhD in molecular biology. One day he's on stage, the next he's in a lab coat studying cells. That's real-life double major energy. In New Zealand, a 15-year-old built the world's largest grand piano. Not a team, just one teen with a dream. It stretches longer than most living rooms and plays music as bold as the kid who built it. Proof that age doesn't limit greatness, only imagination does. This mega piano is over 18 feet long and has 85 keys, just a few short of the normal 88. But don't let that fool you. It still roars like thunder when played. It's like a gentle beast made of wood and wire, built by teenage hands that wanted to shake the world. During World War II, a Polish doctor pulled off a genius trick. He faked a typhus outbreak so Nazis wouldn't come near. The disease was scary enough to make them leave town, and that act of brilliance saved thousands of people. His fake sickness became a real rescue. After the movie Scream came out in the late 90s, people got spooked. It showed a killer calling victims before striking, and audiences freaked out. Caller ID sales in the United States tripled almost overnight. Turns out, nothing sells safety like a horror movie. A long time ago in Greece, people loved their dogs so much, they invented spiked collars to protect them from wolf attacks. These collars weren't for style, they were for survival. When wolves went for the throat, they got a mouthful of spikes instead. Dogs wore armor like little furry warriors. Jack Daniel, the man behind the famous whiskey, died because of a stubbed toe. He kicked a safe out of frustration, broke his toe, and ignored it. That toe got infected, turned into blood poisoning, and took his life. Moral of the story? Don't kick metal boxes barefoot, even if you're a legend. There's a video game where patience beats power. In Metal Gear Solid 3, you can defeat a tough boss not by fighting, but by waiting a week without playing. He literally dies of old age. Or you can trick the game by changing the date. Best boss battle for lazy geniuses. The Roman and Persian empires fought one war that lasted over 600 years. They battled through generations, across centuries. Kids were born, raised, and died while the same war still dragged on. It wasn't just history, it was eternity in armor. The longest grudge match Earth has ever seen. Right-handed people usually chew their food on the right side. Left-handed folks go left. It's like your chewing follows your writing hand. Your body picks a side and just sticks with it. You didn't choose the chew life, your brain did. A cucumber is basically a water balloon in vegetable form. It's made up of almost nothing but water, over 95%. That's why biting into one is so refreshing. It's not just a salad topper, it's edible hydration. Vanilla isn't just for cookies and ice cream. It also shows up in chocolate. During chocolate making, vanilla is often used to smooth out the bitter flavors. So even though you taste chocolate, there's a secret helper hiding behind the scenes. Vanilla, the invisible sidekick in your candy bar. Lemons might taste sour and intense, but they secretly hold more sugar than sweet-talking strawberries. That tangy blast tricks your tongue while hiding a sugary secret. So when you pucker up from a lemon, just know it's packing sweetness beneath the sour. Way before paper money or shiny coins, people in Siberia used blocks of tea as cash. Solid tea bricks were worth real value. Want a horse? Pay in tea. New boots? Tea again. It was currency you could sip later. Delicious economy. Believe it or not, Arizona once had camels, real wild camels roaming the desert. They were brought for a military experiment, then set loose when the project flopped. People were like, wait, is that a camel? And the desert answered, yep, deal with it. New York was the first state in America to demand license plates on cars. Back when roads were just dusty tracks and engines sounded like sneezes, they made sure every car had an ID. The law rolled out before speed ever did. In Miami, someone thought, hey, what if rollerbladers need cash too? So they built the first ever ATM just for people on wheels. No need to take off your skates, just roll up, grab your cash, and glide away. Banking with style. Hawaii is so far out in the Pacific that it runs on its own time zone. While most people are hurrying through Monday, Hawaiians are still enjoying Sunday brunch. It's like living in the past, with better sunsets and volcanoes. Oregon has more ghost towns than anywhere else in the U.S. These towns were once busy with miners and settlers. Now they're just empty buildings echoing with wind and whispers. You could spend a whole vacation talking to ghosts, and maybe they'd even answer. In 1968, a young Elton John was struggling deeply with his mental health. During one of his lowest moments, he attempted to take his own life in a quiet and indirect way. But thanks to an unexpected visit from his close friend Bernie Taupin, he was found in time. That moment became a turning point. Taupin didn't just help save Elton's life. He would go on to become his lifelong songwriting partner. Together, they created some of the most iconic songs in music history. If you translate the name Jesus directly from Hebrew to English, you get Joshua. The name went through a language game of telephone. Hebrew to Greek, Greek to Latin, Latin to English. That's how Joshua became Jesus, and the world never looked back. Ed Sheeran once flew to Los Angeles without knowing a soul, just a redhead with a guitar and a dream. By chance, actor Jamie Foxx saw him perform and offered his studio and a bed for 6 weeks. That's how random kindness became a launching pad for global fame. Service animals didn't start with modern therapy. They've been helping people for centuries. The first official training happened in Germany during the First World War, but mentions of helper animals go all the way back to the 1500s. Dogs were saving the day before anyone gave them a vest. The guy who voices SpongeBob is married to the woman who voices Karen, Plankton's computer wife. They've been together since the 90s. So every time they argue in the show, it's actually a husband and wife having a cartoon-level disagreement at work. Love and laughter, animated. An Italian banker named Gilberto Basquera pulled off something bold. Over 7 years, he secretly shifted money from rich clients to help poor people get loans. He never took a dime for himself. A real-life Robin Hood with spreadsheets instead of arrows. Octopuses and squids may be squishy, but they've got beaks. Sharp ones. Their mouths are made of the same stuff as bird beaks and fingernails. Keratin. They use those beaks to bite, crush, and tear their prey. It's like hiding a parrot's mouth inside a puddle of slime. Half of all the gold ever mined came from one place, a plateau in South Africa called Witwatersrand. Imagine half the world's treasure coming from a single stretch of land. Gold rushes, fortunes, empires, all because of a golden ridge in Africa. Let's make a deal. I bring the mind-blowing content, you hit that button, so we both win. Fair? In 3 U.S. elections, 1992, 96, and 2008, every major candidate was left-handed. It's like the lefties took over the ballot box. Maybe left-handed people just have a better handshake, or maybe they're secretly training for the presidency their whole lives. In Switzerland, owning just one guinea pig is illegal. They believe guinea pigs need friends to avoid loneliness. So the law says, if you have one, you must have at least 2. It's the only country where guinea pig friendships are protected by law. Furry justice. The first big gold rush in America didn't happen in California. It started in North Carolina. People forget that the East Coast had gold fever first. Before the West was wild, folks in the Carolinas were already digging dreams out of the dirt. The name Chicago actually came from a stinky plant. Long ago, the area was full of wild garlic that gave off such a strong smell, locals called it Chica Aqua. The city that grew from those fields kept the name. So, yep, Chicago is basically named after smelly garlic. Tasty history. The Chicago River used to flow into Lake Michigan, but then people decided to reverse its flow. On purpose. Engineers finished the project in the early 1900s. The river literally turned around and started flowing away from the lake. One of the biggest plumbing jobs in history. And nature just went with it. The reason Mars looks red is because its soil is rusty. Like literally rust. There's iron in the dirt that reacted with oxygen, just like a bike left in the rain. So the entire planet turned into a dusty red wasteland. Mars, the biggest rusty ball in the solar system. Sound moves slowly through air, but when it passes through steel, it races like a rocket. It can travel more than 10 times faster, zipping along at incredible speed. So if you ever tap a steel pipe, remember that your knock just traveled like a sonic jet across the metal. Believe it or not, you share about half of your DNA with bananas. That doesn't mean you're turning into one, but it shows how all life is connected. Deep inside, every living thing runs on similar blueprints, whether it's building a person or a peeled yellow snack. The U.S. state closest to Africa isn't Florida, it's Maine. If you draw a straight line from the east coast of the U.S. to the western edge of Africa, Maine wins the race. Geography likes to play tricks on maps, but the compass tells the truth. An octopus doesn't just have one heart, it has three. Two pump blood to the gills, and one sends it to the body. But here's the twist. When it swims, that third heart actually stops. So for an octopus, exercise literally breaks their heart. No wonder they prefer crawling. You know that sharp pain you get when you eat ice cream too fast? That's not just a headache. It has a scientific name. Sphenopalatine ganglion neuralgia. Try saying that with a brain freeze. Basically, your nerves are yelling, hey, too cold, too quick. The king of rock and roll had a middle name you probably don't know. Aaron. Not Aaron like most people think. Just Aaron. That little twist in spelling made Elvis even more unique. He didn't just sing different. He even spelled different. Goldfish have super eyes. They can see light far beyond what humans can, both infrared and ultraviolet. That means while you see regular colors, they're seeing the world in glowing patterns. Their aquarium is like a light show we can't even imagine. Your tiniest bones aren't in your fingers or toes. They're in your ears. These little guys help you hear everything from whispers to thunder. They're smaller than grains of rice, but they make music, voices, and laughter possible. Quiet power lives in tiny places. Nearly all of the food eaten around the world comes from just 12 plants and 5 animals. That's it. Out of all the crops and creatures out there, most meals come from a tiny slice of life. The planet's dinner menu is more limited than you'd expect. Elephants are huge, powerful, and strong, but there's one thing they can't do: jump. Their legs just aren't built for it. While other animals hop and bounce, elephants keep all 4 feet on the ground. Nature gave them wisdom and memory, but not springs. When Star Wars first came out, it didn't blast into thousands of theaters. It opened quietly on just over 30 screens. But people lined up around the block, word spread fast, and soon it became a galactic sensation, from tiny launch to universe-sized success. The famous phrase, "keep calm and carry on," was created by the British government during wartime. It was meant to stop panic and keep people steady. Posters went up reminding everyone to stay strong. Today, it's on mugs and memes, but back then, it was a quiet battle cry. Apple once wanted a piece of land for their big new data center, but a couple who lived there said no. Instead of fighting, Apple handed them nearly $2 million, way more than the land was worth. That patch of grass turned into golden ground. That couple had lived on the land for over 3 decades. Apple came knocking with plans and pressure, but the couple stood firm. So Apple offered a giant pile of money. The couple didn't back down. They were just paid to walk away. A peaceful standoff with a rich ending. Tirana, the capital of Albania, is like many European cities, but there's no McDonald's in sight. Only one other capital can say the same: Vatican City. So if you ever visit Tirana, don't go looking for fries under golden arches. You'll have to try the local food instead. In old school England, people used to paint their teeth black to show off wealth. Why? Because sugar was expensive, and only rich folks could afford enough to rot their teeth. So blackened teeth meant you were rich enough to ruin your smile. Strange, sweet bragging rights. Joe Arity had the mind of a child, but he ended up on death row. He went to the gas chamber, smiling, holding a toy train. Years later, they realized he was innocent. People still call him the happiest prisoner, proof that even tragedy can carry moments of grace. Brazil has the largest Japanese population outside Japan. Over 1 million people with Japanese roots call Brazil home. They brought sushi, traditions, and their language, creating a unique blend of cultures. Far from Tokyo, but still close in spirit. There's a Starbucks you'll never find on Google Maps. It's inside the headquarters of America's top spy agency, the CIA. No names on the cups, no phones allowed, and no talking about your job. Secret agents need caffeine too. They just drink it undercover. The creators of the Flintstones tried to sell their cartoon for 8 weeks before someone finally said yes. Then it made history as the first animated show to air during prime time. Before The Simpsons, before cartoons took over TV, it all started with a caveman and a yabba dabba doo. Back in the 1300s, 2 Italian cities fought a war over a bucket. Yes, a bucket. Soldiers stole it from a well, and the other side got so mad they declared war. It ended with thousands dead, and 1 wooden bucket as the prize. Human history is weird. Here's a twist from the history books. Abraham Lincoln's son was once saved by the brother of John Wilkes Booth, the man who assassinated Lincoln. Imagine being rescued by the sibling of your future worst enemy. Life has strange loops that even Hollywood wouldn't dare to write. You just swam through an ocean of madness, and if your brain's still floating, good. That means you're not average. But here's the twist. This wasn't even the deep end. What's coming next will punch through your comfort zone. So don't scroll. Don't think about it. Just move, hit it, or miss it forever.
You weren't supposed to end up here, but now that you have, leaving might be the last thing your curiosity lets you do. These are the facts they buried, overlooked, or forgot to mention until now. Go ahead, try to stop watching after the first one. Our solar system has a wall, the heliopause, the region of space in which solar wind isn't hot enough to push back the wind of particles coming from distant stars, is often considered the boundary wall of the solar system and interstellar space. During the Second World War, Japan didn't just attack places in Asia or America. They also bombed Darwin, a city on Australia's northern coast, over and over again. The first and largest attack occurred on February 19, 1942, often referred to as Australia's Pearl Harbor. Darwin became a battlefield, and Australia's silence was shattered by explosions from the sky. Imagine taking a regular cube and stretching it, not in height, not in width, not even in depth, but into a direction you can't point to. That's a tesseract, also known as a hypercube or four-cube. It exists in 4 dimensions, with 16 corners, 32 edges, 24 square faces, and 8 cube-shaped cells as its outer walls. Brad Pitt and Casey Affleck once joined forces in a haunting film called The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford, 2007. Pitt played the infamous outlaw Jesse James, while Affleck portrayed Robert Ford, the admirer who turned traitor. The movie explores how hero worship can rot into envy, and how betrayal shapes the stories we remember. Sound can be minus decibels. The quietest place on Earth is Microsoft's anechoic chamber in Redmond, Washington, USA, at negative 20.6 decibels. These anechoic chambers are built out of heavy concrete and brick and are mounted on springs to stop vibrations from getting in through the floor. The word Arctic comes from an old Greek word Arctos, which means bear. Why? Because the constellation Ursa Major, the Great Bear, shines above the North Pole. So the Arctic isn't just frozen land and polar bears. Even its name is tied to stars, glowing animals made of light that float far above the ice. Back in the 1950s, the first video cassette recorder wasn't something you could just plug in under your TV. The Ampex VRS 1000, launched in 1956, was the size of a refrigerator and heavier than a small car. It was built for studios, not living rooms. But that monster machine was the beginning. Without it, your binge-worthy streaming nights wouldn't exist. In the dark and quirky musical Little Shop of Horrors, the story starts in a small, run-down flower shop. That place is called Mr. Mushnick's, and it looks harmless. But inside, there's a plant with a secret, one that wants more than sunlight. That tiny shop becomes the center of chaos, music, and man-eating madness. Bantamweight is a word you hear in boxing, a weight class for typically weighing between 115 and 118 pounds, about 52 to 54 kilograms. But it may have come from a place called Bantam on the island of Java. Fighters in this class are fast, fierce, and sharp. They don't throw the heaviest punches, but they move like lightning and hit with precision. There's a language family in Africa called Bantu, and it's massive. It includes over 500 different languages, from Zulu to Xhosa and beyond. These languages echo through villages, cities, songs, and stories. The Bantu family doesn't just speak words. It carries generations of rhythm, wisdom, and culture across an entire continent. The word banshee comes from ancient Irish and means woman of the fairy realm. But she wasn't the sweet type. Banshees were spirits that wailed when someone was about to die. That eerie cry floating in the night wasn't just wind. It was a whisper from another world, reminding people how close the spirit realm really is. Down in Australia, strawberry lovers have a reason to celebrate. 2 new breeds were grown there, the Sugar Baby and the Crimson Glow. Their names sound like superheroes, and in a way, they are. Sweeter, juicier, and bursting with flavor. These strawberries didn't just grow. They arrived like juicy royalty, straight from the vines of innovation. The Pentagon, the massive five-sided military building, began construction on September 11th in the early 1940s. That date would later carry a different meaning in history, but back then, it marked the start of the structure that would become the brain of America's defense. Concrete, corridors, and careful planning all started on that very day. There are more bacterial cells in your body than human cells. The average human is around 56% bacteria. This was discovered in a 2016 study and is far less than the earlier estimates of 90%. As bacteria are so light, however, by weight, each person is over 99.9% human. The Stanley Cup Final of 1917 was a big moment. It was the first time the championship was held in the United States, and even bigger, the first time an American team won. The Seattle Metropolitans weren't just skating, they were rewriting hockey history, stick by stick, goal by goal. Bela Lugosi is famous for playing Dracula, but when he was offered the role of Frankenstein's monster, he said no. He didn't want to play a silent, grunting creature, so the part went to someone else, Boris Karloff, who turned it into a horror legend. One actor's no became another's spooky destiny. Sammy the Bull Gravano once worked for one of the biggest crime bosses in America, John Gotti. But when things got ugly, Sammy switched sides and testified in court. His words helped put Gotti behind bars. It was the ultimate betrayal in the mob world, like a soldier turning around and pointing the gun at his own general. Paul Simon once wrote a song called Mother and Child Reunion, and people thought it was deep and poetic. It is, but the title actually came from a Chinese menu. There was a dish with chicken and egg, and he thought the name was so strange and lovely, it had to become a song. Namibia, a country on the southwest coast of Africa, didn't always go by that name. For most of the 20th century, it was called Southwest Africa, but after a long fight for independence, it reclaimed its identity. The name changed, but the land remained, a place of deserts, diamonds, and dreams reborn. Merle Robbins had an argument with his son over a card game called Crazy Eights. Instead of letting it go, he came up with a new game, Uno. He created it in the early 70s, and it exploded into living rooms around the world. From a family squabble came one of the most played card games ever. Before the Statue of Liberty arrived, the tiny island where she now stands was called Bedloe's Island. It was renamed Liberty Island after she showed up. When the Statue of Liberty was dedicated in 1886, it quickly became a powerful symbol of freedom and democracy. In 1956, the U.S. Congress officially renamed Bedloe's Island to Liberty Island to reflect the statue's significance. John Marshall Harlan sat on the Supreme Court, and he often disagreed with the majority. But his dissents, his bold, standalone opinions, became famous. People started calling him the Great Dissenter. He didn't shout with the crowd, he spoke with conviction, and sometimes history agreed with him long after the courtroom fell silent. President Garfield's assassin made a strange decision. He chose to use a gun with an ivory handle instead of a wooden one. Why? Because he thought it would look better in a museum. President James A. Garfield was assassinated in 1881 by Charles J. Guiteau. Guiteau shot Garfield with a .44 caliber British Bulldog revolver. In the United States Army, the rank of Major General comes with 2 stars on the shoulder. That rank means serious leadership, commanding divisions, making big calls, and shaping strategy. It is a high-ranking position, typically responsible for commanding large units such as divisions, which can consist of 10,000 to 20,000 soldiers. Shirley Temple was a little girl with golden curls and a voice full of sunshine. In one of her most iconic films, Bright Eyes, she sang on the good ship Lollipop, a tune so cheerful it could melt frowns. That song became her signature, floating on candy clouds and turning her into Hollywood's tiniest, brightest star. There's one letter in the English alphabet that never appears in the name of any U.S. state or territory. That letter is Q. You'll find X in Texas, Z in Arizona, and even J in New Jersey, but not Q. It's like that sneaky letter just didn't get invited to the map party. The little space between your thumb and index finger, that's called your perlicue. It also refers to the fancy curl or flourish at the end of handwriting. So whether you're gripping a pen or spinning a stylish signature, your perlicue is right there, playing silent sidekick to both your grip and your flair. For 6 years, Enron was celebrated as America's most innovative company. Headlines cheered, executives smiled, and the world believed the hype. But behind the curtain, the numbers were lies. Enron used shady accounting tricks to hide massive debt and fake big profits. When the truth came out, it wasn't just a fall, it was a historic collapse. A rainbow on Venus is called a glory, appearing as a series of colored concentric rings. These are caused by the interference of light waves within droplets, rather than the reflection, refraction, and dispersion of light that makes a rainbow. One Super Bowl still holds the record for the most people ever packed into a stadium. It was played in Pasadena's Rose Bowl during the early 80s. The attendance for that game was approximately 103,985 spectators, with waves of fans roaring and the sun beaming down. That game didn't just crown a champion, it broke attendance history with every touchdown and tackle. The lemniscate is that cool sideways figure 8 symbol we all recognize as the sign for infinity. It loops forever, never stopping, never ending. It's simple but deep, like the universe folding in on itself. Whether in math or magic, the lemniscate stands for everything that stretches beyond time, space, and even thought. Oregon has something no other state has: 2 different designs on each side of its flag. One side shows the state's seal, and the other features a beaver, the official animal. It's like having 2 personalities stitched into one piece of cloth. When that flag flaps in the wind, it tells a double story. In the late 1895, Booker T. Washington gave a speech that changed history. He accepted something called the Atlanta Compromise, which allowed segregation to stay in place if African Americans could still receive basic education and legal rights. It was a hard deal, but to Washington, it was a start toward progress under heavy pressure. Those big, tall, fuzzy black hats worn by guards at Buckingham Palace, they're called bearskins. They look like something from a fairy tale, but they're real, heavy, and part of British tradition. They're designed to make guards look taller and more intimidating, but also somehow like marching storybook characters guarding a royal castle. Lou Dobbs was a serious face on TV news for decades. From the day CNN launched, he was their chief economic correspondent. Except for 1 year off, he worked with them all the way until the late 2000s. His voice explained money moves, market crashes, and financial forecasts through every big headline. Captain Crunch, the cereal mascot, doesn't just sit on a box. He commands a ship. It's called the SS Guppy. That tiny boat sails through milk seas, navigating spoon storms and sugar waves. With a crunch in every bite, he became the admiral of breakfast adventures, rallying kids with every "Aye, matey." The Domesday Book isn't about dome houses. It's an ancient census ordered by William the Conqueror in England nearly 1,000 years ago. He wanted to know who owned what, who lived where, and how much it was all worth. It's like the ultimate medieval notebook, powerful, practical, and full of secrets from the past. Most people think all school buses are yellow because of the law, but actually each state gets to choose its own color. Still, almost everyone goes with a special shade called National School Bus Chrome Yellow. It was suggested at a conference way back in the late 30s. It's bright, easy to spot, and full of tradition. Honeybees sting once and die. Bumblebees? They play by different rules. A bumblebee can sting you multiple times and live to buzz about it. They're rounder, fuzzier, and less aggressive, but when they feel threatened, they're ready to fight again and again. Nature's little tanks, wrapped in fluff. In the year 1950, Chuck Cooper changed basketball history by becoming the first African-American player drafted by an NBA team. He joined the Celtics and walked onto the court not just as a player, but as a pathbreaker. Every dribble he took echoed louder than a cheer. It echoed through time. The Tucker Torpedo was a car from the future, built in the 1940s but filled with ideas way ahead of its time. It had safety features, sleek curves, and dreams under the hood. But the company folded after building only 51 cars. Still, its influence stayed alive, inspiring designs for decades. Beetles aren't just bugs. They're an empire. Roughly 1/3 of all animal species on Earth are beetles. That means for every lion, whale, or eagle, there are way more beetles creeping, flying, or burrowing. From jewel-toned wings to horned heads, they're the quiet rulers of the insect world. Everyone knows Amelia Earhart. But not everyone remembers Fred Noonan. He was her navigator, the man reading the maps while she flew the plane. They vanished together on that fateful flight in the 30s. He may not be famous, but he was part of a mission that still floats like a mystery in the sky. Leduc Tho was a Vietnamese revolutionary who met in secret with American diplomat Henry Kissinger during the Vietnam War. Their negotiations were intense, quiet battles of words aimed at ending years of bloodshed. The talks led to a peace agreement, and both men were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. But Leduc Tho refused it, believing true peace hadn't yet been achieved. Curium might not be a name you hear every day, but it's the most common of the rare earth elements. It hides in electronics, lights, and even lighters. Scientists love it, industries need it, and it's everywhere, silently powering modern life without asking for fame. You could walk away right now and forget half of what you just learned. Or you could subscribe and make sure the next drop finds you first. You've heard of Medusa, the snake-haired monster who turned people to stone. But she had two sisters, Stheno and Uriel. They were Gorgons too. And while Medusa gets the spotlight, her sisters were just as terrifying. In Greek myth, even monsters had families, and sometimes the scariest tales come in threes. A man named Ugo Buoncompagni became Pope Gregory XIII in 1572, and 10 years later, in 1582, he rewrote the world's calendar. The Gregorian calendar, he introduced fixed leap year problems and realigned the seasons with the sun. It became the global standard for marking time. Every birthday, holiday, and deadline you track today follows the rhythm he set centuries ago. Protons look like peanuts, rugby balls, bagels, and spheres. Protons come in all different shapes and sizes, with their appearance changing based on the speed of smaller particles within them. Quarks. There was a super smart guy named Carl Jung who thought a girl in ancient stories really loved her dad, like way too much. He named a whole idea after her and called it the Electra complex. The Electra complex is a concept in psychoanalytic theory that describes a girl's psychological competition with her mother for her father's attention and affection. The Grand Coulee Dam is a massive concrete dam located on the Columbia River in the state of Washington. It was constructed during the 1930s and 1940s as part of a major public works project aimed at providing hydroelectric power, irrigation, and flood control. Long, long ago, in a place called Salisbury Plain, people started stacking giant rocks in a weird circle. That place became Stonehenge. Imagine kids today trying to build with blocks as big as cars without machines. Scientists think it began before even the oldest pyramids, and nobody really knows why they did it. Spooky, right? There was this guy who helped run the U.S. military and made some really tough choices during big wars. His name was Robert McNamara. People made a documentary about his life called The Fog of War, and it won a shiny gold Oscar. It teaches 11 lessons from his journey, like a history class wrapped in a movie. In a city called Spokane, a kind lady named Sonora wanted to celebrate dads, just like how moms got Mother's Day. So in the early 1900s, the first Father's Day happened, and it was all thanks to her. She wanted people to say thanks to their fathers for working hard, being strong, and loving their kids. In 1972, a glam rocker named Paul Gadd, better known as Gary Glitter, released a song called Rock and Roll Part 2, but he didn't use his real name. He called himself Gary Glitter. The song was full of electric beats and shouts and became a crowd favorite at games. You've probably heard it without even knowing where it came from. Imagine being a leader of a whole country, then losing everything and running away. That's what happened to Syngman Rhee of Korea and Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines. They both had to escape to Hawaii after people in their countries no longer wanted them in power. Even leaders can't hide from the truth forever. In old photography labs, before filters and smartphones, people used magic liquids to develop pictures. One special potion, called a stop bath, would jump in like a superhero and stop the picture from developing too much. It was like pressing pause on a movie, so it didn't go too far and ruin the perfect shot. A long time ago, people started spotting weird flying shapes in the sky. Newspapers called the creatures inside little green men. No one knew where the idea came from, but soon everyone imagined aliens as tiny, green, and super curious. Even today, if you draw a cartoon alien, bet you're gonna give it big eyes and green skin. In July of 1938, Billionaire Howard Hughes set a daring world record by flying around the entire planet in just under 4 days. Aboard a Lockheed 14 Super Electra, he and his crew circled the globe in 3 days, 19 hours, and 14 minutes. Back when air travel was still a bold gamble, Hughes pushed boundaries with style and nerve. His flight proved that courage and technology could take humans farther and faster than anyone thought possible. A long time ago, a Russian ruler named Peter the Great sent an explorer named Vitus Bering on a chilly mission to check out the Pacific. He wanted to see what was on the other side. Vitus Bering sailed through the strait that now bears his name in 1728 during his first expedition, proving that Asia and North America were separated by water. There was a leader in Germany named Helmut Kohl who stayed in power for 16 whole years. He kept getting voted back in because people thought he was doing a pretty good job. That made him the longest-serving elected chancellor. Staying in charge for that long is like being class monitor for every single grade in school. In a magical book called The Little Prince, the main character comes from a teeny-tiny asteroid called B612. It's not a real place you can visit, but it's a symbol for how kids see the world differently. That little planet teaches us big things, like how love and imagination are sometimes the most powerful forces. There was a trio of background singers for Barry Manilow who decided to shine on their own. They called themselves Lady Flash. They dropped a funky song called Street Singin' in 1976. And boom, they had their moment on the charts. Just like backup dancers becoming the stars, these ladies proved everyone has a spotlight waiting. You know those secret codes used by soldiers and pilots? Well, in the NATO alphabet, Romeo and Juliet aren't just lovebirds. They're letters. Romeo stands for R, Juliet for J. So if someone says Romeo Juliet, they might not be talking about Shakespeare at all. They're probably just spelling RJ over a walkie-talkie. Charlie Chaplin's film Limelight was released in the early 1950s, but it didn't qualify for an Oscar at the time because it never screened in Los Angeles. Then, 21 years later, it finally had a proper showing there, and by Academy rules, that made it eligible. Sure enough, it won. Cadbury, the company that makes chocolate so tasty you might cry, also makes over 300 million cram eggs every single year. That's enough gooey, chocolatey goodness to stack to the moon if you line them up. It's like a river of dessert flowing through Easter and tempting kids and grown-ups alike. Here's a brain tickler. A nickel has more copper than a penny. Sounds backward, right? But it's true. Even though nickels are named after nickel, the metal, they're loaded with copper. Pennies used to be almost pure copper, but now they're mostly zinc. So next time you drop one, you're basically dropping a little metal science puzzle. Your shirt has this sneaky part called the armscye. That's the hole where your arm slips through. Sounds fancy, but it just helps your shirt move with you when you wave, stretch, or dance like a maniac. Tailors use that word when designing clothes that fit like they're hugging your body in all the right spots. Way back in 1896, in busy New York City, a car hit a bicyclist, and that became the first recorded automobile accident in America. It was like the very first oops of traffic history. People were just getting used to these noisy, strange machines rolling around and already learning why brakes really matter. Just weeks after stepping down from the presidency on March 4, 1909, Theodore Roosevelt set sail for Africa, not for rest, but for adventure. With his son Kermit by his side, he spent nearly a year on a bold hunting expedition. While others relaxed after office, Roosevelt chased lions through the wilderness, turning the jungle into his post-presidency playground. Ever wondered who invented the vacuum cleaner? A smart British engineer named Hubert Booth saw people puffing dust into the air and said, "What if we suck it up instead?" Boom, modern vacuums were born. So next time you're cleaning your room, you can thank a man who wanted floors to breathe a little easier. On October 7, 1916, one college football game that's kind of legendary, Georgia Tech scored 222 points. Their opponents, Cumberland College, scored nothing. That's not a typo. That's real. It was so one-sided that people still talk about it like it was some kind of sports cartoon. When Anne Boleyn, one of King Henry VIII's wives, got into royal trouble, they said she had to be executed. But here's the twist. They used a sword instead of an axe. That was considered more elegant. In a strange way, it was like royalty, even changed how punishment looked. Dark history with royal drama, right? The Spanish channel Univision wasn't always called that. Back in the day, it was known as SIN, which stood for Spanish International Network. It started way before streaming was a thing, giving Spanish-speaking families shows, news, and even telenovelas when other channels didn't. It grew into one of the biggest voices for millions in America. The funny haircut that Chekhov had in the original Star Trek series, that wild, puffy style was actually copied from a pop singer named Davy Jones from a band called the Monkees. They did it just to attract younger fans to the show. So yeah, even space explorers sometimes borrow hairstyles from teen heartthrobs. A sheep in New Zealand named Shrek pulled off the wildest hide-and-seek game ever. He disappeared into the mountains for 6 whole years. When people finally found him, he looked like a walking bush. They shaved off around 60 pounds of wool from his fluffy body. That's like wearing 20 sweaters and still trying to walk. The margarita pizza wasn't just a tasty snack. It was created to honor a queen. In Italy, way back in the 1800s, they made a pizza with red tomatoes, white mozzarella, and green basil to match the country's flag. It was a royal recipe made for Queen Margherita herself. That's pizza with crown-level flavor. There's a place called the Valley of Peace in Iraq, and it's not just any cemetery. It's the biggest one on the whole planet. It stretches for miles and holds over 5 million bodies. That's like an entire city of souls resting in one place. Imagine a peaceful ocean, but made entirely of memory and silence. James Monroe almost joined George Washington in a special club, presidents elected with every single vote. But one elector voted for someone else, just to make sure Washington stayed the only one with that perfect score. It's like getting straight A's on every test, except one person gives you an A- just to keep history balanced. Back in the late 50s, there were 96 people in the United States Senate. That's because there were only 48 states at the time. Each state sends 2 senators, so the numbers match perfectly, until 2 more states joined in later. It's like a class adding 2 new students and needing extra chairs in the front row. Ribier and Thompson might sound like fancy names from a cartoon, but they're actually types of grapes, and they're super popular, especially the seedless ones. People love them because there's nothing to spit out, just sweet, juicy crunch with every bite. If fruit had celebrities, these grapes would be rocking the red carpet at snack time. A fierce queen named Boudica led a massive uprising in ancient Britain. She wasn't scared of the powerful Roman army and charged right at them with her people. She almost turned history upside down. Boudica gathered a vast army from several British tribes and launched a devastating rebellion against the Roman occupation. The First Lady of the United States doesn't have to be the president's wife. If a president isn't married, his daughter, niece, or even his sister can take on the role. It's kind of like if your friend became class captain and their cousin took over morning announcements. Same job, just a different family member stepping in. Before it was named Toy Story, the people making the movie had some other ideas. They thought of calling it Moving Buddies or Made in Taiwan. Can you believe that? Imagine Buzz and Woody introducing themselves in a movie with that name. Luckily, someone spoke up and made sure we got the perfect title instead. The pomegranate is more than just a fruit with crunchy red seeds. It's been a symbol of life and fertility in old stories for centuries. But the twist, it's one of the hardest fruits to eat. You have to fight your way through its layers. It's basically nature's treasure chest, and the prize is sweet, ruby-like juice. An American named John Davis, who hunted seals for a living, may have been the first human ever to step on Antarctica. Just picture that. White ice stretching in every direction, and a guy in thick boots saying, "Yep, I made it." Before scientists, explorers, or tourists, it was a seal hunter who took the first frozen step. In a big survey by a news company, people across the country were asked who they admired most. And guess what? Hillary Clinton, the former First Lady, got the top spot. Tons of people respected her for being smart, strong, and always speaking her mind. It's like being voted the coolest grown-up in the whole country. The official language of Iceland is called Íslenska, and it's closely related to the language Vikings once used. People in Iceland can still read super old books that would confuse the rest of us. It's like if you could read your great-great-grandpa's diary without needing a translation app. That's some next-level language loyalty. There was a baseball player named Roger Maris who hit more home runs in one season than anyone else, at least for a long time. Roger Maris hit 61 home runs in the 1961 Major League Baseball season, playing for the New York Yankees. This broke Babe Ruth's long-standing record of 60 home runs set in 1927. Trees can grow tall, but not forever. There's a height limit, about 130 meters, and it's because water can't be pulled any higher by the tree. It's like trying to suck a drink through the world's longest straw. At some point, even trees have to say, "This is as far as I grow." There's a place in Siberia called Oymyakon, and it's so cold that your eyelashes might freeze if you blink. The temperature can drop lower than 90 below zero, and people still live there. It's like living in a freezer, except you have homework and school buses instead of ice cream and snowmen. There was a singer who made it to the top 10 music charts with a song written by another artist named Joni Mitchell. The tune was called Both Sides Now, and it was the singer's only big hit. One magical song, one shining moment, and then it drifted into music history like a soft breeze. She also had other songs that charted, though perhaps not as high as Both Sides Now. After being a doctor for many years, Peter Roget retired and decided to organize every word in the English language. He created something called a thesaurus, which is like a magical book of synonyms. If words were superheroes, his book would be the secret base, where they all hang out and show off their powers. The United States held its very first national census way back in the late 1790. People went door to door, counting everyone. Turns out, there were around 4 million people at the time. That's smaller than many cities today. It's like if all of America back then could fit inside just a few stadiums now. If this challenged the way you think, even slightly, that's a good reason to come back. Subscribing is how you make that choice deliberate. There's a musical note with the craziest name ever. Hemi-demi-semi-quaver. It means a 64th note, which is super fast and super tiny. If music notes were race cars, this one would be a blur speeding across the page. Just saying the name makes you feel like you're doing tongue gymnastics. Helvetia is the Latin name for Switzerland, and you'll find it on their stamps and coins. But the country isn't called that anymore. It's like Switzerland has a secret identity that only ancient languages and coin collectors know about. Every time you see Helvetia, you're looking at a whisper from the past. The Gulf of Finland is like a frozen arm that reaches out from the Baltic Sea during winter. For several months each year, it turns into a massive sheet of ice. Imagine being able to walk across a sea as if it were a frozen glass floor stretching into the mist. That's cold magic right there. Before it became a breath-freshening mouthwash in everyone's bathroom, Listerine was actually invented as a disinfectant for surgeries. It helped keep things clean when doctors were doing their thing. Later, people realized it also made their mouths feel super fresh. It went from surgery tool to daily routine. Talk about a career change. The biggest butterfly in the world has a 31-centimeter wingspan. It belongs to the Queen Alexandra's bird-winged butterfly, which you can find in the forests of the Oro province, in the east of Papua New Guinea. You remember more dreams when you sleep badly. Research suggests that if you sleep badly and wake up multiple times throughout the night, you will be more likely to recall the content of any dreams you had. You are also more likely to remember a dream when woken from one. In the peaceful state of Maine, something amazing happens. It has the lowest violent crime rate in the whole country. That means fewer bad guys, more calm streets, and people sleeping a bit easier at night. If states were classmates, Maine would be the quiet kid, who's kind, polite, and always on time with their homework. Way back in the 60s, a group of very serious experts thought that by the year 2000, people would only work 20 hours a week and take 7 weeks off every year. That means they imagined everyone chilling way more. But surprise! The future didn't exactly turn out to be all hammocks and piña coladas. From the 1966 animated TV special, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the one that says, "You're a mean one." But here's a twist. It wasn't the narrator Boris Karloff who sang it. The real singer was the guy who also voiced Tony the Tiger. Imagine Grinch and Frosted Flakes teaming up for a duet. Chef Boyardee, the smiley guy on those canned pastas, was a real chef named Hector Boyardee. He used to cook fancy meals at a big hotel in New York before his recipes filled grocery shelves everywhere. So next time you open a can, just remember, it's not just pasta, it's fine dining from a master in disguise. In New Zealand, if you're into adventures and jaw-dropping nature, you can't miss 3 spots: Fiordland, Tongariro, and Abel Tasman. These aren't just parks. They're nature's playgrounds filled with mountains, volcanoes, waterfalls, and trails that feel like walking through a dream. They're the kind of places where even trees seem to take a deep, peaceful breath. When Stephen Hawking was diagnosed with a severe motor neuron disease in the 1960s, doctors gave him just 2 years to live. But instead of giving up, he defied every expectation. He lived for 55 more years, passing away at 2018 at the age of 76. In that time, he transformed physics with ideas about black holes and the universe. Deep beneath the land of Venezuela lies the Maracaibo Basin, a place bursting with black gold, also known as petroleum. It's one of the biggest spots for oil in all of South America. It's like someone hid a treasure chest underground, and only nature knew the code to unlock it until humans came along with drills. Barbie wasn't always an only child. In the mid-60s, she got a little sister named Skipper. She was shorter, younger, and had her own style. Imagine being the younger sibling of a fashion icon. That's Skipper's whole vibe. While Barbie strutted in heels, Skipper was just figuring out roller skates and friendship bracelets. Back in the day, top hats were the height of style, but a nightmare to carry or store. Antoine Guibus, a Parisian hatmaker, decided enough was enough. In 1835, he patented a collapsible, spring-loaded top hat that folded flat and popped open on demand. Often called the Guibus hat or opera hat, it turned elegance into engineering. Piranhas sound scary, right? But most of them aren't really meat-eating monsters. The truth is, many kinds of piranhas munch on plants and bugs, not flesh. So instead of movie-style feeding frenzies, it's more like underwater salad bars. They might look mean with their teeth, but lots of them are basically vegetarian with a side of sass. Walt Disney once said something pretty magical. He promised that as long as people could imagine new things, his theme parks would never be finished. That means Disneyland is always growing, always changing, always surprising. It's like a storybook that writes itself while you're reading, and every visit is a brand new chapter. Before the NFL got all fancy, the Rams did something wild. They added designs to their helmets. They were the very first team to do it. Suddenly, it wasn't just about playing. It was about playing with style. Their helmets didn't just protect heads. They made a statement. It's like turning armor into artwork. Believe it or not, on April 23, 2002, a fuzzy red puppet named Elmo appeared before the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Labor, Health and Human Services and Education. He spoke in support of preschool programs, making him the only non-human ever to testify before Congress. Way back on November 9, 1861, soldiers from the 11th Illinois Infantry printed a newspaper in Bloomfield, Missouri. It was called Stars and Stripes, and though it began as a temporary soldier-run publication during the Civil War, it left a lasting mark. The military revived it in 1918, giving troops a portable lifeline to news, no matter where they were stationed. Annie Sullivan was more than just Helen Keller's teacher. She was a miracle worker. She helped a girl who couldn't see or hear learn to understand the world. And in 2003, she was honored by being added to the Women's Hall of Fame. Her teaching wasn't just smart, it was heart-changing. Ansel Adams became one of the most famous photographers ever, but his love for the camera started during a family trip to Yosemite. Something about the trees, mountains, and sunlight grabbed his imagination. That one vacation snap turned into a lifelong passion. Sometimes all it takes is one trip to find your calling. There are little pieces inside Adams called corks, and their name came from a weird book by a guy named James Joyce. He just made up the word quark, and now it lives in science books forever. It's like pulling a silly sound out of your brain and having scientists say, "Yep, that works." In 1917, Jeanette Rankin made history by becoming the first woman ever elected to the United States Congress. At a time when most still believed politics was a man's world, she walked into the House of Representatives and proved otherwise. The Titanic sank to a place so deep, it's like an underwater skyscraper of darkness. It rests about 12,000 feet below the surface, where the pressure is so intense it could crush steel. No light reaches it, just quiet, cold, and the memories of a ship that once dreamed big but fell short. For the first time ever, the Summer Olympics in London used all electronic starting pistols in 2012. That means no more real gunshot sound, just a beep and go. It was about fairness and precision, like replacing drumsticks with lasers. No one could blame a late start on not hearing it right. There's a quiet place in Florida called Fort Caroline, but once upon a time, it was where French explorers tried to start a colony way back in the 16th century. They didn't last, but the memorial stands as a reminder. It's like history whispering, "We were here, even if only for a while." A long time ago, Russia and the Central Powers ended their fight with something called the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. It handed over the Baltic states to Germany and paused a chunk of the war. It's like two kids arguing over toys, and one finally says, "Fine, take it, but leave me alone now." The name Canada might sound big and official, but it probably comes from a humble word that means a bunch of huts. Imagine that, a country named after a tiny village vibe. From something small, something massive grew. That's the magic of roots, where simple beginnings can rise into snow-covered giants. Betsy Ross, the woman famous for stitching one of the earliest American flags, lived in a little house on Arch Street in Philadelphia. And guess what? You can still visit it. It's like walking into a piece of the past, where each thread of the flag tells a story of freedom and belief. The Øresund Bridge is no ordinary bridge. It connects Denmark and Sweden and works for both cars and trains. That's right, you can drive or ride across two countries without ever taking a flight. It's like building a handshake made of steel between two lands that once looked across the sea and decided to meet halfway. The Store Pottery Barn got its cozy name after two brothers opened it in a neighborhood of New York back in the late 1940s. They were passionate about turning old barn pieces into fancy home furniture. What started in a simple garage soon became a stylish homeware brand that now fills houses across the country. When Kate Chopin wrote her novel, The Awakening, way back in 1899, it sent shockwaves through people's minds. Why? Because she talked openly about how women really felt inside, about freedom, dreams, and emotions, during a time when everyone expected women to stay quiet and behave. The story was way ahead of its time. In Ukraine, there's a large community of people who trace their roots back to Russia. According to the 2001 Ukrainian census, ethnic Russians made up about 17% of Ukraine's population, roughly close to 1/5, and have lived side by side with Ukrainians for generations. Great Britain isn't just good at tea and castles. They also shine bright in sports. When you count up medals from both the Summer and Winter Olympics, they stand tall as the third most successful country in the world. That's centuries of fencing, running, swimming, and sliding their way into history books. That wild artist Salvador Dali didn't just paint melting clocks. He even designed a logo for a Spanish lollipop brand back in the late 1960s. It had his wild, playful touch and showed how even candy could get a splash of surrealism. That's like asking Picasso to design your bubblegum wrapper. There's a legend that King Midas, the man who turned everything he touched into gold, met a sad end. Aristotle said the guy died because he couldn't eat. Imagine starving to death while surrounded by golden food. It's like having the world's most expensive meal you can never touch. Doctors use all sorts of abbreviations, and one of the most important is HB. It stands for hemoglobin, the thing inside your blood that grabs oxygen and carries it all around your body. It's like a tiny delivery truck racing through your veins, making sure every cell gets its fresh breath of air. At a university in Michigan, 5 freshman basketball players, Chris Webber, Jalen Rose, Juwan Howard, Jimmy King, and Ray Jackson, came together in the early 90s and shook up the world. They were known as the Fab Five. Not only did they dominate the court, but they also changed the style of the game with long shorts, black socks, and fearless confidence. A Raisin in the Sun wasn't just any play. It was the first time African-American artists got to write and direct their own show on Broadway. It told the story of dreams, struggles, and family pride. It wasn't just a play. It was a voice booming through the heart of New York theater. In the world of painting, there's a fancy Italian word, chiaroscuro, that means playing with light and shadow. Artists use it to make things pop, like giving a glowing face in a dark room or making a candle flicker come to life on canvas. It's art's way of turning lights on and off. In September 1960, Fidel Castro gave a speech at the United Nations that lasted nearly 4.5 hours. That's longer than most movies. He stood there with his fiery voice, passionately making his points, while the audience probably wondered if they'd ever get lunch. Some say even the microphones begged for mercy. You've probably heard her sing, but did you know Mandy Moore was the voice of Rapunzel in Disney's Tangled? She didn't just sing, she gave the character heart, courage, and a voice that made everyone fall in love with a girl who had hair longer than a bus. Even after smartphones and lightning-fast internet took over, millions of people in the year 2015 were still using AOL's old dial-up service. Yes, the one with those beeping noises. It's like using a horse to chase a sports car. Slow, squeaky, but kind of charming. The Ouija board, yes, that spooky game where the planchette moves mysteriously, wasn't just magic. It was patented by a man named Elijah Bond back in the late 1800s. He made it a real product, like you'd buy a toy from a shop, only this one promised to chat with ghosts. Mount Whitney and Death Valley are two totally different places in America. One's super high and the other's super low. But here's the cool part. They're just about 90 miles apart. It's like you climb a skyscraper and then jump into the deepest hole, all in the same road trip. Wallis Simpson wasn't just a woman with a strong personality. She was the reason a king gave up his throne. She became the very first Woman of the Year chosen by Time magazine in the year 1936, because when Edward chose love over the crown, the whole world gasped. A man named Natale Olivari, running a little store in New Jersey back in the 1920s, wanted a yummy chocolate drink that wouldn't spoil. So he came up with Yoo-hoo, a sweet chocolatey treat that tasted like dessert in a bottle. Kids still love it almost 100 years later. Canada has its own version of Ellis Island. It's called Pier 21. It was the big welcoming place for newcomers arriving in Halifax. Families stepped off ships with wide eyes and hopeful hearts, and this spot became the first chapter of their new life in a brand new land. Back in the early 1960s, the Catholic Church held a huge meeting known as Vatican II. It wasn't a sequel. It was a major council where leaders from around the world came together to update and refresh how the church worked, talked, and connected with people in modern times. When firefighters race to a hydrant, they look at more than just the red paint. The color of the cap on top tells them how strong the water pressure is. It's like a secret color code. One glance, and they know exactly how much water power they've got for the battle ahead. You might think the Canary Islands were named after little yellow birds, but nope, turns out they were named after dogs. The Latin word for dog is canaria, and the islands had so many wild dogs running around that explorers thought it was Dog Island, not Bird Island. The best-selling album of all time is Michael Jackson's Thriller, estimated to have sold over 70 million copies worldwide. Released in 1982, it remains a global phenomenon and a landmark in music history, featuring hits like Beat It, Billie Jean, and the title track according to the Christian Science Monitor and Music Gateway. Morton Anderson wasn't just kicking footballs, he was rewriting history. This guy scored more points in the NFL than anyone else. His kicks added up to over 2,500 points, making him the all-time scoring king. That's a foot and a football becoming legends together. After the First World War, soldiers came home clean-shaven, not because it looked sharp, but because gas masks only sealed tight on smooth skin. So when men saw the heroes return without beards, they followed suit. And just like that, a whole generation put away the razors no more. Ostracism might sound like something from a zoo, but in ancient Athens, it was a serious thing. If someone got too powerful or bossy in politics, citizens could literally vote to kick them out of town for a decade. It wasn't about punishment. It was how they kept democracy clean and balanced. In the animated jungle of The Lion King, one character dared to break a very funny barrier. Pumbaa was the first Disney character to ever let out a fart. Yep, that lovable, goofy warthog added a blast of real-life humor to the screen, making kids laugh and adults do double takes. Steve Jobs, the mind behind Apple, wasn't always seen as a genius in school. His high school grades were, well, not exactly the kind that lands you on honor roll, but that never stopped him. Turns out, inventing the future doesn't require straight A's. It needs vision, boldness, and one giant leap. This video was only the beginning. If you believe knowledge should evolve with clarity and depth, subscribing is how you stay a part of that process. Goats are like nature's little plant warriors. They can chomp through poison ivy and poison oak like it's a salad bar, and it doesn't bother them at all. In fact, some farmers use goats as weed control machines. They'll happily snack on what would make humans itch for days. In 2024, for the first time in its burger-filled history, McDonald's closed more stores in America than it opened in a single year. That moment happened when things shifted in how people ate, shopped, and lived. Even the Golden Arches had to pause and rethink their steps on the fast food battlefield. The Boston Globe newspaper isn't just famous, it's a legend in journalism. Way back in 1872, it began its journey and would go on to win some of the biggest awards in news, shining a light on truth, justice, and deep stories that needed to be told. Tabbouleh is more than a hard word to say. It's a super fresh Middle Eastern salad made from bulgur wheat, parsley, lemon, and tomatoes. It's like summer in a bowl, cool, zesty, and full of good vibes. It's been feeding families across the Middle East for hundreds of years. You know that warm, fuzzy feeling people get from a drink? That's thanks to ethyl alcohol, the main ingredient behind the buzz in most alcoholic drinks. Its official name is C2H5OH, but let's be honest, it just sounds cooler saying it came from a science lab. Phineas Gage was a railroad worker with the wildest survival story ever. A metal rod shot straight through his skull, and he lived. But after that, his personality changed completely. It was like the injury rewired his brain and showed doctors just how powerful the mind really is. Koalas are adorable, sleepy tree huggers, but did you know they have the smallest brain compared to their body size of any mammal? It's like their brains hit the snooze button. But that's okay. When you spend your day napping in trees, you don't need to be a rocket scientist. When Winona Ryder had to drop out of The Godfather Part 3, Sofia Coppola, daughter of the director, stepped in to play the role. It was one of those last-minute casting moves that sparked both love and controversy. But hey, the Corleone family always did things their own way. George Washington Bush, not the president's, but a different guy altogether, led families to settle in what would become Washington State. He was one of the first settlers of mixed African and European heritage in the region, carving out a new future before maps even had the borders drawn. Buddhists don't just celebrate one moment of their teacher's life. They honor his birth, his enlightenment, and the moment he passed away. These three events are like stars in their sky, reminding them of peace, mindfulness, and the wisdom that flows through every breath. There's a magical place under a cliff in Cornwall, England that people believe hides the final resting spot of the wizard Merlin. It's part of the Arthurian legends, full of mystery, old spells, and the kind of folklore that turns quiet caves into places bursting with myth and wonder. SpongeBob SquarePants didn't just appear. He was carefully created by a guy who used to teach marine biology. In 1999, Steve Hillenberg gave us a sponge that lived in a pineapple, grilled Krabby Patties, and taught generations to laugh like nothing else under the sea. Bob Hope was born in England, but moved to America as a young child. By the time he turned 17, he was officially a citizen. From there, he cracked jokes across the globe, lifted spirits during wars, and turned laughter into his life's greatest gift. Mules are the offspring of a horse and a donkey, but their biology has a twist. They have an odd number of chromosomes, which means they can't reproduce. They're strong, steady, and helpful, but their family tree ends with them. Nature really made them one-of-a-kind workhorses. Before Duncan Hines became a name seen on cake mix boxes, he was just a traveling salesman who really loved to eat. He was one of the first people in America to publish reviews of restaurants, helping hungry travelers know where to find a good meal before Yelp was even a dream. Only 3 people have ever died outside Earth's atmosphere. All 3 cosmonauts, Georgy Dobrovolsky, Viktor Patsayev, and Vladislav Volkov, died due to asphyxiation caused by the cabin depressurization. They were part of the Soyuz 11 mission and died in space during re-entry. Behind the green mask and slick car, the Green Hornet lived a double life as Britt Reed, a mild-mannered newspaper publisher by day and justice seeker by night. It was the kind of superhero story that mixed journalism, gadgets, and crime fighting into a slick, stylish combo. In the Civil Rights Museum, there's an exhibit about James Meredith and the moment he stepped into the University of Mississippi. It wasn't just about going to college. It was a bold move that broke barriers and forced the world to look directly at its walls and injustices. Sirimavo Bandaranaike from Ceylon wasn't just a leader. She was the first woman ever elected as a prime minister in the whole world. Her election in the 1960s lit a path for women everywhere, proving that strength and vision had no gender. A company called S&H created something fun in the late 1800s, green stamps. People collected them while shopping, stuck them into little books, and traded them for household goodies. It was like a treasure hunt built right into your grocery run. Before Condoleezza Rice advised the President of the United States, she ran the show as the top academic boss at Stanford University for 6 years. She served as National Security Advisor from 2001 to 2005, and then Secretary of State from 2005 to 2009 under President George W. Bush. For years, a narrow stretch of land called the Green Line divided Greek and Turkish forces in Cyprus. It became more than a line. It was a symbol of tension, of history, and of a place stuck in a long wait for peace. Sometimes, the thinnest lines hold the heaviest stories. The Scottish word Mac in last names isn't just for style, it means son of. So someone named McGregor would be son of Gregor. These names carry family roots right in the first few letters, tying each person back to generations of proud Scottish clans. When you play Scrabble, that first word has a secret mission. It must cover the square with a star on it. That little star isn't just decoration, it's the game's golden rule starter. Miss it, and it's not a real game. It's like the kickoff that sets the whole vocabulary battle in motion. Before Cirque du Soleil became this mind-blowing circus full of lights, music, and magic, it started with a bunch of street performers on stilts in a tiny town in Quebec. They didn't have giant tents or fancy costumes, just wild creativity, bold moves, and the dream to turn sidewalks into stages. If your dad is a duke or an earl, you don't just say your name, you say lady first. That's how the tradition works in some parts of royalty. So instead of just being named Mary, you'd be Lady Mary. It's like having a name that already sounds like it belongs in a storybook. That catchy theme song from the show The Office wasn't just randomly picked. It was played by a band called the Scrantones. They captured the awkward magic of an everyday office with just a few piano notes, turning boring paper jobs into something people couldn't stop watching or humming along to. When Archimedes said, "Give me a firm place to stand and I will move the earth," he wasn't being poetic. He meant it. He was talking about the lever, a tool so powerful that if used just right, even the heaviest thing in the world could be lifted with ease. Wild, right? If the earth doubled in size, trees would immediately fall over. This is because surface gravity would be doubled. It would also mean dog size, and larger animals would not be able to run without breaking a leg. You can smell ants. Many species of ants release strong-smelling chemicals when they're angry, threatened, or being squished. Trapjaw ants release a chocolatey smell when annoyed, while citronella ants earn their name from the lemony odor they give off. The world hasn't changed, but you just saw it differently. If even one fact makes your eyes widen, then don't let it fade. Leave a comment, leave a mark, and maybe, just maybe, we'll go deeper next time.